Chapter 1 The World of Immortal Martial Arts, the Xuan Huang Continent. I, the humble Taoist, have exchanged chaos spell for a singular received Tao brother's intellect, and thus temporarily interest either. The primary world is the primordial era, whereas the upper limits are considerably high, making jit quitecumen fort hose below the mortal invaluable items the talent to transcend several realms in combat. I kindly ask for our understanding regarding the protagonist's ability to engage in battles beyond this level. In the quainton of Qingyo, located in southern region of Xuanhuang continent, it nestles amidst verdant montane sand-flowing waters, with its citizens relying on the mountains for their livelihood, leading Sona bly content life. In a small courtyard, I am in stance with his eyes closed. 16 years shave past, Qi Changfeng uses inwardly. Qi Changfeng, the young lad, is not off his realm in his previous life. He was a soldier from the Dragon Kingdom of Water Blue Star. He met this demise while he announced a mission, and his soul traversed in this world. Upon his arrival in this realm, Qi Changfeng was merely an infant abandoned in the wilderness for reasons unknown, until a hunter from Qingyo town discovered him and raised Hamashi Son. After the passing of his adoptive father go to a toilness, Qi Changfeng found himself alone in the household. The youth of Penetices shifted his body, and commenced practicing his martial arts. Leaves rustled in the ground, swirling gint the wind off of sponges, amidst faint sound soft beasts in the distance. After Boutannier has steadied himself, exhaled deeply, releasing itemis stashes bonus resonating harmony. The many of fistus a martial art passed down through the Hunter's family. Qi Changfeng began his training at the Agoften, and Dassens achieved a modest level of proficiency. While his adoptive father lived, they sustained themselves extra-funting, and the skill softy hunter impertinent Changfeng. With them out in their back, and plegum within, Qi Changfeng never faced the issue of nutritional deficiency. For 6 years, Heterin diligently, undeterred. This is an immortal martial world, after all. Those with minor achievements can traverse a rooftops and dapturedager sand leopards with yes. Those who have to read the higher echelons can soar through huskies and traverse verse with grace. There are even Mai Tai beings will command the wind sand rains, manipulating the vera fabric of existence. In his previous life, during the Agave decline for cultivation, Qi Changfeng weighs a navidry duro immortal cultivation novels. Arriving in this world do immortal martial arts, higher ned to witness the granger of higher realms otherwise, what would be te purpose of his journey? Today marks Qi Changfeng's 16th birthday. Having concluded this practice, he returned to his abode when suddenly, a voice resonated within his mind. Ding! The immortal martial simulation system has been activated. Qi Changfeng was taken aback. A golden opportunity, excitement surged within him, indicating that the benefits of being a transmigrator had finally arrived. In an instant, Heffeltan and Fluxo fin formation flooding his mind, causing gas sensation of pressure within Yeshed. After Arispido Fabutan Hor, Qi Changfeng finally regained his composure. It turned out that after his death in his previous life, it was this for a system that facilitated the crossing Gafasal into his realm. The dimensional crossing consumed the majority of T system strategy, and upon arriving in this world of immortal martial arts, the system utilized the power of Yavin and Earth to reconstruct Qi Changfeng's physical form, subsequently falling into slumber. It wasn't until 69 years later, upon Qi Changfeng reaching adulthood, that the system reckoned. The system is the mortal martial simulation system, capable of consuming simulation points to exchange for simulation attempts. Simulation attempts are categorized into gray, white, green, blue, purple, pink, red, orange, and thehigastier, rainbow colors, each corresponding to different levels of simulated worlds. The higher the level of the simulated world, the greater the upper limit to its power system, and the potential genzing, respondingly, thofsadoth the inherent dangers. It is entirely possible to expend a significant number of simulation points to enter a high-level simulated world, only to be instantly obliterated by a powerful being, resulting in completeless. Upon the conclusion of fast simulation, the host can retain enough physical items or cultivation levels from the simulated world. However, in a spiritual insight and earned technique has may accompany the host back to theory all world. Should the host perish within the simulated world, the simulation will conclude. The host may expin simulation point stola kin previous lie entered simulated worlds. Once locked, the host can design a teen trine tatat world. Thought progress will commence sinu. For each simulation, the host may draw random talent. Talents are also categorized into gray, white, green, blue, purple, pink, red, orange, and thehigastier, rainbow colors, with higher levels yielding increasing lyre markable effects. The higher the level oft he simulated world entered, the greater the likelihood of drawing high level talents. Upon the conclusion of fetch simulation, the host may choose a talent retin, initially starter with 3 talent slots, which will increase the host's capabilities grow. When the talent slots are full, noodlants may replace existingens. Simulation points can be exchanged for rematerial sans spiritual stones from this world. Congratulations to the host for receiving a beginner's gift pack haja now activated. But I nourished be heaven and earth one already used, simulation attempts white 3. The 3 simulation attempts gifted in the beginner's package will be tailored to the host's power system, ensuring that the simulated world center at a perfect lie with the host. A glimmer of brilliance flickered in Chi Chang Feng Ce sas waves of exhilaration washed over him. The Immortal Martial Simulation System allows in try and to simulated worlds, and upon their conclusion, the acquisition of talents, personal insights, and techniques. Regrettably, the cultivation levels cannot be carried out, a matter that Chi Chang Feng found somewhat disappointing. After all, Ifen could retain here cultivation levels, wooden trepiated simulations lead to swift task into greatness? After a moment of contemplation, Chi Chang Feng said that these immortal martial simulation system likely project Shisao Lin to their worlds to achieve simulation effects. Suddenly, Chi Chang Feng said something, his thoughts subtly shifting, and a luminous screen materialized his mind. Name Chi Chang Feng. Race human nurtured by heaven and earth. This physica form is born of the power of T cosmos, possessing considerable potential and compatibility. Age 16 years. Realm postnatal first tier. Martial arts hunting gray major achievement. Manu fist white minor achievement. Simulation points 0. Simulation attempts white 3. Talent none. Talent slots 3. Evaluation at potential dragon dwelling in the abyss, yet at 16, you could still dispatch 3 minor creatures with a single punk. Having trained in martial arts for 60 years, Chi Chang Feng has reached the pinnacle of post-natal first tier, standing merely steep from the Nate realm. In Qingyo Town, he's undoubted a formidable expert. However, Qingyo Town is merely a small hamlet in the southern region of Xuanwang continent. Although fight is centrally located within the southern domain, it is devoid of any true masters. Having traversed this realm for several years, Chi Chang Feng has gained some fundamental knowledge of this world. The continent he inhabits is known as Xuanwang continent, divided into 4 major regions: southeast, southwest, northeast, and northwest. Each major region spans countless souls, with imperial dynasties and noble familias abounding. Many who achieve mastery findital lifetime in devordo traverse single major region. Yet, Qingyo Town is affiliated with any dynasty or noble family. It is situated north Wangding sect, which naturally provides it with protection. Speaking of Wangding sect, it is a Muthanite's own right to foremost sect among the 3 great sects of the southern region, a bastion of righteousness that has stood from on Xuanwang continent for countless years, reportedly maintaining closetius with the upper realm. It can be said that nearly half of the southern region falls within the sphere of influence of Wangding sect. Thus, no full resto recavos in Qingyo Town, allowing its inhabitants to lead a tranquil existence. Having lived in Qingyo Town for 16 years, Chi Chang Feng has indeed witnessed said severe practitioners soaring through Heskis and Das remained well informed of the happenings around him. Chapter 2: The First Simulation. The Xuanhuang continent is a realm of immortal martial arts, where both coexist. Mortal stemper their bodies, cultivate their blood sense, and mastery technique or tuado enter the postnatal realm. The postnatal realm is divided into 3 tiers: 3rd tier, 2nd tier, and 1st tier. Upon reaching the pinnacle of the 1st tier, martial artists comprehend the principles of heaven and earth and gain insights, allowing them to ascend to thanatarium. Innate expert swield technique case imbued with the might of the cosmos, beyond the capacity of postnatal warriors to withstand. However, the innate realm merely marks the beginning of the martial path. The higher echelons of masters, grandmasters, celestial beings, and earthly immortals remain in Tochi Chongfeng, save for their names. Thepathoff immortally diverges from martial arts mortals most cultivati immortal technique Sandra finitirki tost pentatheromorph chirifining. The chirifining realm consists of 9 layers, where low-level chirifiners bear little distinction from postnatal warriors. Upon reaching the 7th layer of chirifining, one may rival at martial artists. In Chi Chang Feng's view, martial artists resemble warriors Singamus from his previous life, wily immortal cultivator Seriac and Tomages. Each possesses its sound strengths and weaknesses, with no hierarchy of superiority. Among the light, most cultivated buffs, wick not unlike compensates for their shortcomings butised to benefit their further advancement in Totaparium. Martial Pathinate, Master, Grandmaster, Celestial Being, Earthly Immortal. Immortal Path Chirifining, Foundation Establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, Spirit Transformation. Each real Missa-world dune toit cell phone lie the truly gifted may contend beyond their level. Gazing at Thai's own status panel, Chi Chang Fin Grisolve Tounder take ha ID simulation a Spartov T beginner's gift. However, he did not commence immediately. Instead, Herozita closet the courtyard do ran stepped inside. Within, Chi Chang Fin lifted das lighter colored floor tile, revealing as box. A Shio Penedit, a paliello pill emerged. This bill was acquired die Irsagao Chi Chang Finj exchange at Shomi Maderoasted Venazone and cured wildborg with a passer by practitioner Hojernid through town. That practitioner, a connoisseur of cuisine, praised the meal profuse libo for bestowing Thispaloo Panchachongfeng. The pill, known as sweet dew pill, is said to replenish vitality and enhance cultivation. It may also be used by martial artists to temporarily mitigate injuries. This represents enough the few fortunate counters Chi Chang Feng He experience is transmigration. Afterward, Heratrivide San Timeran placed it beside himself. After all, this marks Shi's inaugural simulation, and Huishid Tobe thoroughly prepared. Utilizing timer Wu Dalo him to observe any discrepancies in Theflau often between he simulated world and reality. In Thevento fun foreseen in Jury Su Pont the simulation's conclusion, he would have a theme storm amid the situation. Upon preparing himself, Chi Chang Feng sat cross-legged, his eyes firmly shut, silently reciting. Commence simulation. Beep. Simulation initiated. Searching for simulated world. Target white a simulated world. Host's primary focus on martial arts detected simulated world confirmed. Simulation about to commence. World synopsis this isarium where a martial arts and technology coexist. In this world, the fists and feet of warriors serves lethal weapons, capable of decimating foes in Thebling Ko-Fani. Ming Jin, and Jin, Hua Jin, Dan Jin, Gang Jin when cultivated to profound depths, one can shatter the void, impervious to Thedavine. These whitey simulated world appears to be extraordinary theka-bited prowessismer li the tip off Thiesberg. Commencing talent selection. Please choose 3 talents from the following options. Sharpshooter white you possess an innate talent for marksmanship with minimal training, you can become a sharpshooter. Masculine aura white you are destined to growing into a robust physique. Energetic youth gray you are a spirited yawn. Feminine aura white you are destined to growing into above virgin beauty. Charismatic green you naturally attract the opposites, easily encountering Graumantice interests. Lame gray you are born with a limp, yet you walk faster thamist. Boxer greeny warned to rely inclined towards boxing for reasons unknown. Your impact in the opposites increases. Heavenly isolated star white you are orphaned at birth, inherently imbued with a fierce warmonger white you are born warrior, brimming with combatant, never capable of remaining at peace. Childhood sweetheart white you possess a childhood companion oft opposites exo harbors feelings for you. Chi Chang Feng gazed at the tintilance before him, momentarily at a loss for words. Entering the simulated world primarily aimed at thoning is martial arts, Hessermai said that being mul would confer considerably advantageous. Moreover, hehiden wan tension nofsikin grommen tis entanglement swimmen wooden lahinders bedoffish strikes. After a brief contemplation, Chi Chang Fin resolutely coast the talents off masculine aura, boxer, and warmonger. Talent selection successful commencing simulation. Age 0 you're born into all lawful yazaboy your parents are related, being blessed with their first child. Age 1 you're inherently extraordinary, quick masterings peach and walking, earning the tight leaf child prodigy from the locals. Age 6 you begin your education, exhibiting more energy than your peers, often engage in gin fights at school, causing your parents much concern. Age 12 you graduate from elementary school. Our parents believe a war not suited for academic pursuits is sentimentia share. Age 13 with your study shouted, your parent endowed a martial arts you'll to learn fundamental combat skills. Your rapidly adapt to the feathery and progress swiftly, often leaving your peers battered and bruised. Age 15 your talent for boxing captures the attention of the school's master, who believes you can inherit this legacy, thus staking Uash's disciple. From then on, you become a dominant force within the martial arts academy. Age 20 your martial arts skills flourish, reaching the pinnacle of Mingjin, surpassing your master, who feels sacency of pride. Age 22 you break through to Njin, becoming a master, with na Ivilsini RB martial arts jewels, sparking or desirito vitran toth world. Age 23 you decide to embark in your journey at the deifio your departure, fellow martial artists from nearby schools bid farewell, reluctant to. For some reason, you see an underlying joy within them. Age 27 after 4 years of wandering, you hubby traverse the land, challenging countless martial arts jewel soulful sizes. At some point, you acquire the moniker of martial maniac, evoking both fear and respect from your peers. Age 30 Yuri acts as an Athofwajinant, in pursuit of breaking into Thiralmof Danjin, challenge your long-established Danjin master. Asia unleash our full capability as and face imminent defeat. You grasp Thesan Sensif Danjin, achieving Gabrainai through and turning the tide off Tibidal. Age 35 no regarded as an unparalleled master, your return to your hometown and establish a martial arts academy. Your parents Sergi Auto marry and have children, beauty consistently evade the topic. Age 40 your parents both pass away in this same year, and Duari Bethir Sides high take their last breaths. Age 45 after Rod Kada for Duistraining, you struggle to brainai through Thiralmof Gangjin, feeling increasing litspondent. You contemplateshal and Jinga Gangjin expert, yet su individual sarito find. Age 50 reaching an impus, your fusido stagnate and derangia life or death duel with 6 Danjin masters. Age 51 80 your peak, you unleash our power during Theduel, decisively defeating the remaining 6 Danjin masters, Thawfi you sustain Gravindria synth the process. Age 52 following the Liffy or death battle, you enter Splint to cultivate, successful eye breaking through Thralmof Gang. Age 55 while practicing, an old injury remerges, and you Findor life the hanging be a thread. Age 56 you pass away. This simulation has concluded. Chapter 3. A significant advancement in strength. As the first simulation concluded, the host was granted the opportunity to retain one of the selected talents. Without much hesitation between the options of martial artist and belligerent, Chi Chongfeng chose to preserve the martial artist talent. He could sense the substantial enhancement this talent provided to his training within the simulated world. Without it, his rapid progress at the martial arts school would have been inconceivable. A breakthrough of such magnitude would have been utterly impossible. In the next simulation, he would have a solid talent to rely upon. If he were to draw a collection of inferior talents next time, Chi Chongfeng would not need to fret about lacking usable abilities. Furthermore, the martial artist talent would also offer considerable benefits in the real world, facilitating a smoother journey along his path of martial arts. The belligerent option was not worth considering. In this realm of immortal warriors, would it not be folly to roam about like a brawler, risking immediate peril? Ding! The martial artist talent has been selected. One talent slot has been utilized, leaving 2 remaining. Exiting the simulation, the host is encouraged to continue striving for breakthroughs. As the simulation concluded, Chi Chongfeng felt a refreshing sensation coursing through his mind. Immensely invigorating. Within the simulated realm, he had already cultivated to the level of the Gang Chi. Although, due to the world's hierarchical structure, the physical strength of Gang Chi masters in that realm could not compare to his postnatal pinnacle. Traditional martial arts possessed unique advantages in terms of mental fortitude. During the stage of Dark Chi, one cultivates mental strength, gaining control over the energy meridians throughout the body. In the transformation stage, one can reach a state where even a feather cannot land upon them, nor a fly dare alight. The stages of Dan Chi and Gang Chi further allow for the mental power to be refined. Akin to a golden elixir, reflecting oneself. These realms were entirely foreign to Qi Changfeng, who, over 6 years of martial training in the realm of immortal warriors, had never encountered such domains, opening the door to a new world. With 2 lifetimes of experience in the journey that brought him here, Qi Changfeng's mental fortitude far surpassed that of the average person. Attaining mastery over mental power at the Gang Qi level brought about transformative changes. As his thoughts stirred, his entire body crackled with the sound of bones and muscles. His aura was contained, making it impossible to detect the might of a postnatal pinnacle master. He appeared as an ordinary 16-year-old youth. Qi Changfeng felt as though his control over his body had increased exponentially. Stepping into the courtyard, he gazed with keen intensity and unleashed a punch, reducing a piece of bluestone several meters away to dust. Without a sound. This outward release of internal energy was a technique typically reserved for innate masters, yet Qi Changfeng executed it with remarkable precision. The 40 years of martial experience and practical knowledge acquired in the simulated world had been wholly assimilated by him. Qi Changfeng realized that the version of himself prior to the simulation was no match for his current self. His understanding of martial arts had deepened, and he felt something within him beginning to blossom. Upon returning indoors, Qi Changfeng noted that the duration of the simulation, from start to finish, had merely spanned the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. This realization filled him with excitement. With such a brief consumption of time for a single simulation, if he were to engage in enough simulations, he could rapidly grow stronger. However, pondering the fact that only talents, insights, and techniques could be carried over from the simulated world, and not physical objects or cultivation levels, Qi Changfeng gradually calmed himself. Furthermore, the initial simulation, due to its inherent harmony with his being, had introduced him to a new system that significantly enhanced his mental capabilities. Leading to a substantial increase in strength. It was likely that future simulations in the White Realm would not yield such remarkable results. With 2 simulation attempts remaining, Qi Changfeng contemplated the exchange of simulation points for rare treasures or spirit stones. Pondering the efficiency and cost of such exchanges, he mused on how many simulation points would be required for each exchanged. At that moment, he picked up the Ganlu Dan he had just retrieved. Feeling a subtle stirring within his mind, the Ganlu Dan, a white elixir, could enhance vitality and elevate cultivation, available for an exchange of 50 simulation points. Would you like to exchange? Simulation attempts, gray 5 simulation points each. Simulation attempts, white 20 simulation points each. Simulation attempts, green 100 simulation points each. Simulation attempts, blue 1000 simulation points each. Gray simulations generally pertain to worlds devoid of extraordinary powers, irrelevant to his current situation. A white simulation required 20 simulation points per attempt, meaning a single Ganlu Dan was only sufficient for 2 white simulations. Qi Changfeng thought to himself, it is all the result of poverty. It seems I must seek out some profitable ventures. Choosing not to proceed with further simulations, Qi Changfeng deemed the 3 complementary simulation attempts, perfectly aligned with his being, to be exceedingly precious. Having just gained such a significant enhancement, he had yet to fully digest it. Utilizing another harmonious simulation opportunity now would be somewhat wasteful. However, a significant opportunity lay ahead, and if seized properly, it could lead to soaring heights. With this thought in mind, Qi Changfeng made his way to the backyard, retrieving some game he had hunted a few days prior from the cellar. He then departed his home, heading toward Qingyou Town. Qi Changfeng's residence was situated on the outskirts of Qingyou Town, adjacent to the forest, providing convenient access for hunting and practicing martial arts. A few minutes later, he arrived at the town center. Recently, Qingyou Town had changed significantly. It was bustling with activity, filled with unfamiliar faces. Most of these individuals were clad in luxurious attire, accompanied by attendants. Qi Changfeng approached the entrance of the Qingyou Tavern and stepped inside, where a lively atmosphere filled the air as patrons dined and drank. Ah, Changfeng has arrived. I was just about to send the server to your home to inquire. We've nearly run out of stock these past few days, the tavern owner exclaimed upon seeing Qi Changfeng, his eyes brightening. Manager Huang, your business seems to be thriving. Here are some game I hunted over the past few days. I wonder if it's enough. Qi Changfeng replied, handing over 3 wild boars and 4 deer to the approaching server and kitchen staff. After hunting, Qi Changfeng typically brought surplus game to the Qingyou Tavern in exchange for some silver to sustain his livelihood. That's plenty, Manager Huang exclaimed repeatedly, then handed Qi Changfeng a sum of silver. Qi Changfeng tucked the silver into his clothing and proceeded to find an empty table to sit down. The commotion from Qi Changfeng's delivery of game was somewhat noticeable, given that the accumulated weight was several thousand pounds. The patrons turned to glance at him but quickly lost interest upon recognizing him. Every resident of the town knew him, while outsiders merely perceived him as a strong yet unassuming youth clad in simple attire. Summoning the server, Qi Changfeng ordered a couple of side dishes and a main course, quietly beginning his meal. The entrance examination for the Huangting sect occurs once every decade. Many outsiders have come to our town. One patron remarked, "Indeed, Huangting sect is the foremost sect in the southern region, and this time, who knows how many imperial families have sent their talented descendants to participate in the examination," another added. "Haha, in front of the Huangting sect, what do those imperial families matter? Everyone wishes to align themselves with the Huangting sect," another chimed in. "Back in my youth, I participated in the Huangting sect's entrance examination. But alas, I lacked the talent and was eliminated in the first round," lamented a man named Li. "You ought to take a good look in the mirror. Do you think you're fit to enter the Huangting sect? What, do you look down upon me? You can keep bragging, but we have lived in Qingyou town for generations, backed by the Huangting sect, which grants us an inherent advantage. The younger generations can all participate in the examination. Who knows when we might see a genius ascend to the gates of the sect? That will depend on the fortunes of the younger generation. At the very least, they won't have to fight over some trivial entrance tokens. I've heard that those imperial family geniuses have gone to great lengths for an opportunity to participate," another added. "Enough talking. Let us drink." Chapter 4. The upcoming entrance examination. As Qi Changfeng dined, he quietly listened to the lively discussions in the tavern. In a month's time, the Huangting sect's decadal entrance examination would commence, a significant event in the southern region. The vast expanse of the southern region was home to countless imperial families and sects, as numerous as the stars. Yet, three major sects had stood the test of time for several 100,000 years, their strength formidable and their foundations deep, earning the title of the three great sects of the southern region. Renowned throughout the Xinhuang continent, known to all and sundry, are the three illustrious sects, Huangting sect, Tianjin Pavilion, and Wanhua Medicine Valley. Among these, Huangting sect stands as the preeminent leader. Tianjin Pavilion specializes in the art of swordsmanship, with its disciples being exclusively sword cultivators. Though few in number, each is an elite. After all, sword cultivators focus on mastering their personal flying swords, renowned for their formidable offensive capabilities, yet they impose stringent requirements on innate talent. Consequently, the entrance examination for Tianjin Pavilion attracts only a handful of aspirants, as most recognize their lack of aptitude for sword cultivation and prefer to avoid the embarrassment. Each assessment sees only a sparse selection of candidates, with some inner disciples not emerging over several generations, let alone those chosen as true disciples. Thus, the elders and guardians of Tianjin Pavilion frequently journey far and wide in search of promising sword cultivators to nurture personally. Wanhua Medicine Valley, celebrated for its cultivation of spiritual flora and alchemy, boasts a demographic comprising approximately half women and is not renowned for martial prowess. However, one should not underestimate Wanhua Medicine Valley. It maintains amicable relations with nearly all sects across the Xinhuang continent, and many powerful individuals form partnerships with its disciples, weaving a complex web of connections throughout the realm. To offend Wanhua Medicine Valley is to invite immediate repercussions, as one may soon find themselves receiving unwelcome visitors. Huangting sect, reputedly a legacy of powerful beings from the higher realms, is a veritable melting pot of talent, with countless experts within its ranks. In recent millennia, there have been no reports of anyone foolish enough to provoke its might. In the villages and towns surrounding Huangting sect, young individuals are privy to a hidden benefit. Upon reaching the appropriate age, they may participate in the sect's entrance examination held once every decade, without the need for an admission token like those from other noble families. Among the candidates for the entrance examination is the seventh prince of the Haomiao dynasty, rumored to have achieved the innate realm at the tender age of 18, a true prodigy. What? An 18-year-old innate master? Is that truly credible? The word has already spread, and it is expected that such a remarkable talent will likely gain entry into the inner sect. Without a doubt, It is anticipated that an elder will personally take him as a disciple. Qi Changfeng, upon overhearing this conversation, pondered the implications of an 18-year-old innate master while reflecting on his own status as a peak postnatal cultivator at 16. Would he be deemed worthy of entering the hallowed halls of Huangting sect? Qi Changfeng had long been aware of the entrance examination and had previously harbored concerns about his ability to succeed. However, after a recent simulation, he felt a surge in his strength, confident that he could at least secure a spot in the outer sect. Yet, whether he could attract the attention of an elder for direct discipleship or even ascend to the status of a true disciple remained uncertain. Determined to enhance his abilities in the month leading up to the examination, Qi Changfeng resolved to maximize his training and take advantage of every opportunity for simulation. Should he gain admission to Huangting sect and ascend to the inner sect, or even attain true disciple status, his prospects would truly be limitless, rendering any concerns about insufficient simulation points trivial. After finishing his meal, Qi Changfeng lingered in the tavern for a while longer, but gleaned no additional information before rising to depart. On his way home, he encountered no troublemakers. The younger generation from the noble families were surprisingly discreet. It was only natural, considering that Qingyou town is backed by Huangting sect. Outsiders would think twice before causing a ruckus, as they might inadvertently draw the ire of formidable forces behind the sect. Upon returning to his quarters, Qi Changfeng retrieved the Ganlu pill he had yet to exchange, mentally invoking the command, "Exchange." In an instant, the pill vanished. Ding. Exchange successful. Current exchange points, 50. Sensing that the coming month in Qingyou town would likely be free of significant dangers, he contemplated converting the medicinal pill into simulation points to bolster his abilities and test the depths of standard simulations. With this resolve, Qi Changfeng prepared to undertake a standard white simulation. Ding. Simulation commencing. Searching for a random white simulation world. Preparing to initiate. World description. This is a small realm besieged by the bizarre, where humanity has become fodder for the strange. Living in a precarious existence, to combat these anomalies, some human pioneers have mutated, acquiring unique abilities. The world is steeped in bloodshed, where human life holds little value. Begin talent selection. Please choose 3 talents from the following options. Wealthy heir, white, you are guaranteed to be born into an affluent family. Esports player, white, you possess outstanding talent in electronic sports, destined to gain fame in the professional arena. Myopic, gray, you are born with severe myopia, though your intelligence sees a slight increase. Innate swordsman, green, you possess exceptional talent in swordsmanship, naturally suited for sword cultivation. Aging gracefully, white, after turning 60, you maintain robust health. Genius, white, upon adulthood, you may experience hair loss but will see a marked increase in intelligence. Miscarriage prevention pill, white, you will not suffer from stillbirth. Traveler, gray, you have a penchant for traveling. Easy weight gain, gray, even drinking cold water causes you to gain weight. Unexpected surprise, green, at the age of 20, you will encounter an unforeseen fortune. Upon examining these talents, Qi Changfeng felt his body stiffen. None seemed to offer any advantage in the forthcoming bizarre world simulation. Reluctantly adopting the mindset of selecting the best among the mediocre, he chose innate swordsman and unexpected surprise, alongside the fist master talent from the previous simulation, completing his selection of 3 talents. Talent selection successful. Simulation begins. 0 years. You are born into an ordinary family, and your mother dies during childbirth. 2 years. In this bizarre world, your father takes you on the run, and you manage to survive to the age of 2. 3 years. You and your father encounter a powerful anomaly, and just as you are about to be devoured, a human with abilities intervenes and saves you. 5 years. Your refuge is invaded by the bizarre, and everyone is consumed. You die. This simulation ends. The host may retain one of the selected talents. Qi Changfeng was left speechless. What sort of world was this? From birth, it was a tale of escape, only to meet a premature end at the tender age of 5. He lamented the waste of his 20 simulation points. Aside from a fleeting experience of being pursued by the bizarre, he gleaned no insights. He hadn't even begun to practice his punches in the simulation before meeting his untimely demise. Faced with the choice between innate swordsman and unexpected surprise, Qi Changfeng deliberated for a moment before opting for the latter. He was determined to pursue the path of the fist, emphasizing the principle of a single strike overcoming myriad techniques. and thus held little interest in swordsmanship. He sought to harness his own innate power, aspiring for greatness without reliance on external forces. Unexpected surprise sounded promising. Perhaps it would yield unforeseen benefits. Chapter 5. A fortuitous encounter prior to his second simulation. Qi Changfeng harbored an instinct that standard simulations ran deep. Indeed, upon conclusion, he found himself with a talent of dubious utility and no other gains. Gazing at his remaining 30 simulation points, Qi Changfeng sensed that luck was not on his side today. Pursuing another standard simulation would likely yield little. It would be wiser to cultivate for a few days, to reflect on the insights from his initial simulation. With this thought, Qi Changfeng stepped outside to a secluded clearing he frequented for practice. In his past life, as a soldier, he had mastered military boxing. Upon entering this realm, his adoptive father had imparted to him the Man-Yo Fist technique. Not merely a fighting style, the Man-Yo Fist also served as a body refinement method, honing bones and condensing strength. Qi Changfeng's postnatal peak physique was cultivated through this very technique. According to his adoptive father, the origins of the Man-Yo Fist were lost to time, having been discovered by his ancestors while hunting in the mountains, serendipitously found within the belly of a deceased monkey. Once unearthed, it became a cherished family legacy, passed down through generations. With techniques such as Man-Yo Charge, Unmatched Step, Man-Yo Power, and Wild Bullhook Punch, Qi Changfeng executed a complete sequence of the Man-Yo Fist, his body resonating with the sound of cracking bones as he struck, the rhythm echoing like a mighty river crashing against the shore. This fist master talent proved advantageous. Today's practice saw his technique advance beyond previous levels. He felt that with a few more days of training, he could surely elevate the Man-Yo Fist to a consummate level, significantly enhancing his combat prowess. As days passed, Qi Changfeng diligently practiced his fists, preparing for the entrance examination, neglecting even hunting, and felt his martial arts progress swiftly. Time flew, and a week slipped by in the blink of an eye. On this day, as Qi Changfeng practiced his techniques, a sudden flash of insight illuminated his mind. Instinctively, he closed his eyes and assumed the initial posture of the Man-Yo Fist. He focused his energy, as if it were a golden elixir, sinking into the depths of his heart, his entire being transforming into a statue of stone. After approximately an hour, his vital energy surged like a tidal wave, producing a sound akin to crashing waves, startling a flock of birds that had been resting nearby. That moment, Qi Changfeng moved, his right fist thrusting forward with unwavering precision. As he struck, silence enveloped the air before an explosive roar shattered the tranquility. Echoing with the faint sound of a bull's bellow, "Break for me!" In the depths of his heart, Qi Changfeng roared with fury as his barbarian ox fist technique reached a perfected realm. With the breakthrough in his martial arts, he could not help but let out a prolonged howl, causing a surge of blood and energy that sent nearby leaves fluttering to the ground. "Remarkable skills, fellow cultivator," a sudden voice interrupted his reverie. Qi Changfeng focused his gaze and saw a young man dressed in exquisite garments emerging from the woods, appearing to be around 20 years of age, with a fair complexion and an extraordinary demeanor. Following him were 3 attendants, seemingly servants, yet Qi Changfeng sensed their robust aura, unable to gauge their true depth. "Who are you, and why do you spy on me?" Qi Changfeng inquired, his brows slightly furrowed. "Ha, I am Murong Qing, a scion of the Murong family from the southern region. I have come to participate in the Huangting sect's entrance examination. Upon my arrival, I heard the commotion from this direction and could not resist coming to take a look. I did not expect to witness such prowess from you, fellow cultivator. It truly opens my eyes." Murong Qing replied with a smile to assuage any doubts Qi Changfeng might have. He produced his entrance token to in the Xinhuang continent. Age is insignificant. The strong are prioritized. Thus, despite appearing older than Qi Changfeng, Murong Qing respectfully referred to him as fellow cultivator, likely due to witnessing Qi Changfeng's martial practice and deeming himself inferior. "You flatter me. My humble skills hardly warrant such praise," Qi Changfeng responded, his heart easing as he smiled. "Given your attire, might you be a local of Qingyo town?" Murong Qing inquired curiously. "Just call me Changfeng. I am but a mere practitioner at the postnatal realm." "Unworthy of such honor," Qi Changfeng hastily replied. "I have lived in Qingyo town since childhood. so I can indeed be considered a local. With such skills, do you intend to partake in this Huangding sect entrance examination as well? Murong Qing's expression brightened upon learning Qi Chongfeng's local ties. I certainly plan to. This opportunity, occurring once every decade, is not to be missed, Qi Chongfeng affirmed. The Huangding sect holds its entrance examination every 10 years. With age restrictions from 12 to 30, the younger the candidate, the higher the potential, making it easier to be accepted. Missing this opportunity could mean a long wait for the next one, as they conversed. Qi Chongfeng learned from Murong Qing that he hailed from the southern region's Murong family, the current eldest son of the clan, with the family patriarch being his biological father. The Murong family was a considerable force in the southern region, bolstered by the presence of a nascent soul ancestor. Yet, before the Huangding sect, they were akin to ants, insignificant. Murong Qing's father had expended considerable resources to secure an entrance token for him, prompting the young man to travel great distances to reach the vicinity of the Huangding sect. Fortunately, the Murong family's estate was not too far from the sect, or else the Three Peak Foundation establishment experts sent as escorts might not have safely delivered him. Once within the Huangding sect's domain, safety was assured. Rarely did ill-intentioned individuals dare to act within the protective formation of the sect, as the presence of an expert or the formation spirit could easily annihilate them with a mere breath. Thus, Qi Chongfeng felt no fear of Murong Qing and his entourage. Upon arriving at Qingyo town, they were drawn by the commotion caused by Qi Chongfeng's breakthrough. Chongfeng, as a resident here, you must be familiar with the Huangding sect's entrance examination. Might you share any insider information? I assure you, I will offer generous compensation, Murong Qing suddenly said with a serious tone. Intrigued, Qi Chongfeng maintained his composure and pondered. Sensing his interest, Murong Qing beckoned his guards to bring forth a box, which he opened gently. Ha ha, fellow cultivator, at such a young age, with skills that rival those of innate experts, you are bound to pass the Huangding sect's entrance examination. I, on the other hand, possess only mediocre talent. And should I be fortunate enough to join the Huangding sect, I would greatly appreciate your guidance. This small gift is merely a token of my gratitude, though it may not meet your standards, Murong Qing declared. Upon closer inspection, Qi Chongfeng discovered the box was filled to the brim with spirit stones. Qingyo town, being a mortal village near the Huangding sect, resided within the protective formation. Such villages were numerous around the sect, primarily engaging in transactions with silver. Spirit stones served as the currency among cultivators, holding significant value. Though Qi Chongfeng had seen spirit stones several times over the years, he had never possessed any. The ability to exchange spirit stones for simulation points was a timely boon for the financially strapped Qi Chongfeng. Ahem, fellow cultivator, you are too kind. I cannot accept such a lavish gift for mere information regarding the examination. It is hardly worth mentioning, Qi Chongfeng said. Nonsense, these spirit stones are trivial for me. If you could assist me in the future, I would be eternally grateful, Murong Qing insisted. Then I shall graciously accept. Should you require assistance in the future, I will certainly lend my aid, Qi Chongfeng replied, accepting the spirit stones. Chapter 6. A bountiful harvest. As the saying goes, one is indebted when receiving gifts. After accepting Murong Qing's spirit stones, Qi Chongfeng shared with him what he knew about the entrance examination. Scattered throughout the vicinity of the Huangding sect were numerous villages and towns, all nestled within the sect's protective formation. Prior to the decennial entrance examination, participants could use their entrance tokens to enter the formation and temporarily reside in these mortal settlements. Each token holder could bring up to 3 attendants, whose cultivation could not exceed the golden core level. This measure served to prevent those with ill intentions from infiltrating the protective formation, as even a peak golden core practitioner could not stir much trouble within. What of those who achieve nascent soul or celestial levels before turning 30? Should one reach such heights, a mere announcement would suffice to draw forth the reclusive elders of the Huangding sect, who would compete fiercely for the opportunity to take them as disciples. Such extraordinary talents have never been recorded in history. On the day the entrance examination commenced, the formation spirit would transport all token holders and eligible local residents to the Huangding sect's gates, where the examination would officially begin. Traditionally, the entrance examination was divided into 3 stages. The first tested talent, the second assessed character, and the third evaluated combat strength. Those who successfully passed all 3 stages could join the Huangning sect as outer disciples. During the examination, the performance in each stage would be observed by the elders and guardians overseeing the process. Those who excelled would have their achievements recorded, with their evaluations and performances transmitted to all elders, guardians, and even peak masters. Interested powers would then reach out or personally recruit them as inner disciples or direct disciples. The status of inner and direct disciples far eclipsed that of outer disciples. In terms of both resources and guidance, Qi Changfeng's ultimate goal was to join the inner circle through this examination, where he could leverage abundant cultivation resources and his simulator to soar to new heights. Talent is easily measured, but character is far more elusive. Qi Changfeng remarked to Morongqing It, was said that the character assessment was the most challenging stage, with the highest rate of elimination. After all, character is nebulous, and each individual encounters unique challenges during the assessment. Success relies heavily on personal fortune. The third stage, the combat strength assessment, was reportedly conducted within a powerful artifact. However, the specifics of the assessment varied each time, making it impossible to ascertain the details in advance. It was rumored that no external items could be used within the artifact for the assessment. Thus, any extraordinary weapons or recovery elixirs could not be brought inside. I know a little trick. If you reach the third stage, you might consider taking some slowly acting elixirs beforehand. The elixirs consumed before entering the examination artifact will not be expelled, Qi Changfeng shared. Morongqing's expression shifted, realizing several of his trump cards would be rendered useless in the combat assessment. However, upon hearing Qi Changfeng's helpful tip, he exclaimed with delight, "You have truly aided me, and I cannot express my gratitude enough." "Haha, you are too courteous. It is merely my duty," Qi Changfeng replied, and after some time discussing other notable participants and sharing experiences, the two enjoyed a pleasant conversation. "Haha, dear brother Qi, do not see me off. We shall rest in the town for a while. It is close by, and should anything arise, feel free to find me directly," Morongqing said. "Then I shall not see you off, dear brother Morong. I hope we can both join the Huangning sect. When that day comes, I shall seek you out for a celebratory drink," Qi Changfeng replied as Morongqing departed with his 3 attendants, heading toward the center of Qingyou town. After watching them leave, Qi Changfeng turned back to his courtyard, feeling quite fortunate that day. Not only had he achieved a breakthrough in the barbarian ox fist, but he had also acquired a substantial sum of spirit stones. His heart brimmed with delight. As he counted the spirit stones, he found a total of 100, uncertain of the exchange rate between spirit stones and simulation points. He silently contemplated. Exchange 50 spirit stones. Ding. Exchange for 50 spirit stones successful. Host gains 50 simulation points. Remaining simulation points. 80. Originally, spirit stones and simulation points were exchanged at a 1-to-1 ratio. As Qi Changfeng gazed at the remaining 50 spirit stones, a sudden idea sparked in his mind. Why not compile the entrance examination information that I possess into a booklet and sell it to those participating in the assessment? This could yield a substantial profit. After all, the outsiders coming for the examination are either wealthy or noble, and they are certainly not short of spirit stones. The entrance examination is of paramount importance to them. With this thought, Qi Changfeng felt a surge of excitement. As for the possibility of teaching disciples and starving the master, Qi Changfeng reasoned that he would only sell in Qingyou town, which is merely one of many mundane residential areas and hardly noteworthy. The spirit stones he would gain would undoubtedly enhance his capabilities significantly. Without further ado, Qi Changfeng organized his thoughts and transcribed the entrance examination information onto paper, making multiple copies. The next day, after completing his martial arts practice, he returned home, donned an outfit he rarely wore, put on a hood, and tightened his collar. When he glanced in the mirror, he realized that his features were indeed obscured. Satisfied, he took the prepared papers and ventured into the town. Observing the bustling crowd, even more lively than in previous days, he stood in a corner by the street. Suddenly, a well-dressed young man, accompanied by 3 attendants, passed by Qi Changfeng. "Excuse me, may I have a word with you?" Qi Changfeng spoke in a low voice. The young man paused, turned around, and finally noticed Qi Changfeng, who was entirely cloaked. "Who are you? Hiding in the shadows? What business do you have with me?" The young man inquired. "I possess some insider information regarding the entrance examination. Might you be interested?" Qi Changfeng responded. the young man thought to himself. So there are information brokers near Huangning sect as well? Nevertheless, he found himself intrigued by Qi Chongfeng's words. What information do you have? He asked. Friend, you jest. This information cannot be disclosed just yet, but I assure you it is genuine. It will only cost you 50 spirit stones. You cannot lose or be deceived, Qi Chongfeng murmured, lowering his head. 50 spirit stones? That is indeed not very expensive compared to the entrance examination at Huangning sect. The young man contemplated. Moreover, having spent several days in Qingyou town, he had not uncovered any useful information. As fellow competitors, everyone kept their secrets close, and local residents were generally unwilling to share, considering the welfare of their own descendants. Now that he encountered someone proactively selling information, how could he let this opportunity slip by? Thus, the young man handed Qi Chongfeng 50 spirit stones in exchange for the entrance examination information. In this manner, Qi Chongfeng patiently awaited opportunities, successfully selling information for several consecutive days, amassing over 800 spirit stones in his pocket. I cannot continue selling. The news of an information broker in Qingyou town has begun to spread, and people are starting to take notice of me. Furthermore, my potential customers are nearly exhausted, and I believe I have enough spirit stones for the examination, Qi Chongfeng mused, gazing at the over 800 spirit stones he had acquired. Qi Chongfeng felt a sense of impatience. He prepared to enter a brief period of seclusion to simulate a significant event. Chapter 7. Continuous simulation. Upon returning home, Qi Chongfeng took out all his spirit stones and, after counting, discovered he had 850. He decided to reserve 100 spirit stones for emergencies and exchange the remainder for simulation points. Ding! 750 spirit stones exchanged successfully. The host now possesses 830 simulation points. With 830 simulation points, he could perform over 40 simulations in the white world and up to 8 in the green simulation. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Chongfeng resolved to utilize the green simulation points first for a trial run. Ding! Consumed 100 simulation points, exchanged for green simulation, ordinary, 1. Simulation commencing, searching for a random green simulation world. Simulation is about to begin. World introduction. This is a realm of technology and mechas, where humanity has entered the interstellar age, venturing beyond the solar system. Mechas, starships, and jumps mark humanity's relentless journey to conquer the cosmos. The clash of civilizations and battles between mechas form the central theme of this world. The vastness of the stars and seas is a dream cherished by every man. Begin talent selection. Please choose 3 talents from the following options. Born human, white. You will be born among the human race. Natural rider, green. You possess a natural talent for operating various vehicles. Sleepless one, green. You require no sleep to maintain your energy, though it may affect your lifespan. Combat master, blue. You possess unparalleled fighting spirit, able to unleash 150 of your strength in battle. Craftsman, green. Your speed in creating items is significantly enhanced. Natural 6-fingered, green. Your training in finger techniques becomes much more effective and is also suitable for playing the piano. Eagle eye, white. Your vision is exceptional, allowing you to see distant objects clearly. Natural swordsman, green. Your talent in swordsmanship is extraordinary. 3 hands, white. You have a high success rate in stealing, but there is also a significant risk of injury if you fail. Cat cult, green. With sacred flames shining brightly. All my disciples meow meow meow. Qi Chongfeng's eyes brightened. Although this green simulation world is not one of martial arts and magic, but rather a realm of technology and mechas, there is a particularly impressive talent available. The combat master talent enhances his strength by 50, classified as a blue talent. Just this one talent makes this simulation worthwhile. Without much hesitation, Qi Chongfeng selected the talents of boxer, unexpected surprise, and combat master. Talent selection successful. Simulation begins. Age 0. You are born into a well-off family as a boy. Age 3. You thrive and grow. That same year, humanity discovers a new extraterrestrial civilization. Age 6. You develop a keen interest in practicing martial arts and self-learn the bull fist technique. Your parents are delighted, for a good skill set is the foundation for becoming a battle mecha master. Age 17. You excel in your studies and gain admission to the Starry University, majoring in combat mechas, becoming a reserve battle mecha master. Age 20. During a practical space mecha exercise, You land in a small asteroid belt and inadvertently discover the core design blueprints of mechas left behind by other civilizations. Age 30. By submitting the mecha design blueprints and demonstrating your bravery in battle, you ascend quickly, becoming the youngest major general in the human alliance. Age 35. Your parents and friends constantly urge you to marry. But you disregard their advice, believing that women only hinder your speed in combat. Age 40. Your bull fist technique reaches a peak state, significantly enhancing your physical strength and achieving a harmonious unity with your mecha. Age 42. Armed with the most advanced mecha and your formidable strength, you traverse the stars, earning the title of the #1 master among humans from foreign races. That same year, you are promoted to a 5-star general. Age 50. Several different civilizations view you as a formidable enemy, uniting to send their elite to ambush you in the cosmos. You unleash your unparalleled strength, vanquishing all foes with your fists. Age 60. Due to years of warfare, your physique begins to decline, and as the foremost master of the cosmos, you gradually find yourself outmatched. Age 70. You officially retire and spend your remaining years in peace at home. While human civilization flourishes, age 80, practice boxing. Age 90, practice boxing. Age 110, practice boxing. Age 112, you pass away, you have died, and this simulation concludes. After the simulation ended, Chi Chongfeng chose to retain the combat master talent. Thus, all 3 talent slots were filled with boxer, unexpected surprise, and combat master. The insights gained from a century of arduous boxing training flowed into Chi Chongfeng's consciousness. Again, Chi Chongfeng prepared to forge ahead and simulate a few more times. Half an hour later, Chi Chongfeng let out a long breath. He had simulated twice in random white worlds and twice in random green worlds. Both white world simulations were technologically advanced, while one green world was technological. And the other was peculiar. Apart from acquiring a blue talent in boxing genius and a deeper understanding of boxing, he did not gain much else in every simulated world. Chi Chongfeng primarily focused on practicing boxing. It seems that technological worlds dominate the simulations. I wonder if this will change as my simulation levels increase, Chi Chongfeng thought wistfully. Regrettably, after acquiring the boxing genius talent, Chi Chongfeng replaced the unexpected surprise talent. Then it was discovered that the talents of the Fist Path Genius and the Fist Master could only take effect one at the highest level and could not be stacked. However, this also allowed Chi Chongfeng to grasp some of the rules regarding the simulator's talents. Helplessly, Chi Chongfeng had to replace the Fist Master talent with the sturdy physique talent, White. For the next simulation, he felt that his physical body had grown slightly stronger, albeit marginally. He opened his status panel. Name: Chi Chongfeng. Race: human, born of the earth and sky. This body is transformed by the power of the universe, possessing considerable potential and compatibility. Age: 16 years. Realm: peak of postnatal first-class martial arts. Hunting: gray. Great accomplishment. Bull fist: white. Great accomplishment. Fist intent: incomprehension. Simulation points: 490 point simulation attempts. White 2 talents. Fist Path Genius: blue. Combat Master: blue. Sturdy physique: white. Talent slots: 3. Full evaluation. At this moment, it would not be an exaggeration to call you a prodigy. Through several consecutive simulations, Chi Chongfeng summarized some experiences. When encountering worlds completely unrelated to his own power system, aside from hoping for good talents, one should not expect to gain much. When facing worlds with a similar power system but lower upper limits, there would also be no significant qualitative changes. It was best to diligently practice martial arts and enhance personal comprehension. Strange worlds were essentially a pitfall, where one often met an untimely demise, unable to even find time to train. The world that could lead to a breakthrough was one where the power systems were similar and could compensate for personal shortcomings or integrate a new system into oneself, particularly one where spiritual power could be cultivated. After all, cultivation could not be taken out, but insights and techniques could be carried into the real world. Chi Chongfeng could not help but reminisce about the first world of simulation. In that world, he reached the realm of vitality, gaining a qualitative leap in spiritual power, significantly enhancing his control over it in the present world. His fist intent was also beginning to sprout. However, in that world, there were higher realms beyond, such as shattering void and unbreakable divine vision, the scenery of which remained unknown to him. Suddenly, Qi Changfeng was taken aback. The system had a feature that allowed the expenditure of simulation points to lock worlds. But after completing the first simulation, he had not had points left to lock it, and he did not know if it could still be locked now. With a thought, Qi Changfeng activated the function. Ding! The host can spend 200 simulation points to lock the previously simulated white world. Locking a simulated world costs 10 times the simulation points of that level. Would you like to lock the National Martial Arts world? Lock! Qi Changfeng was overjoyed. Ding! Lock successful. Host's remaining simulation points. 290. Chapter 8. Unbreakable Divine Vision. With the locking of the National Martial Arts world, Qi Changfeng could now enter at any time by consuming ordinary white simulation attempts. Each entry costs 20 simulation points. Qi Changfeng steadied his mind and began the simulation. Ding! Consuming 20 simulation points. Simulation commencing. Target: locked white world. Simulation about to begin. World synopsis, brief. The host selects 3 talents from the following. Sunshine Boy, white, you possess a sunny and cheerful disposition, making you more appealing to the opposite sex. Firearm Expert, green, you have a high talent for the use of firearms. Becoming a sharpshooter is a piece of cake for you. Qi Changfeng glanced at the talents, finding nothing that could enhance his abilities, thus opting for his existing 3 talents. Fist Path Genius, blue. Combat Master, blue. Sturdy Physique, white. Compared to his first entry into this world, it could be said he had upgraded from a bird gun to a cannon. Talent selection successful. Simulation begins. 0 years. You are born, and you are a girl. Your parents are overjoyed with their precious daughter. 6 years. You develop rapidly, towering over your peers, becoming the leader among children. 12 years. Upon graduating from elementary school, you express to your parents your desire to practice martial arts. Although they are not entirely supportive, seeing you almost matching their height, they agree. 13 years. You enter a martial arts school, only to discover that the founder is none other than your previous simulated self, a martial arts lunatic. 15 years. You display terrifying martial arts talent. The male students in the school are no match for you. 16 years. You break through to the Mingjian realm, achieving the Dark Gene realm. The head of the martial arts school is astonished by your talent, considering you a rare martial arts prodigy. 20 years. Your breakthroughs seem to have no bottlenecks, as you continuously advance through the Dark Gene and Hua Gene realms, becoming a Danjin powerhouse, now the top expert of the martial arts school. 25 years. You venture out into the world, making a significant name for yourself, and your cultivation continues to progress. 30 years. You successfully break through to the Vitality realm, becoming an expert comparable to the founder of the martial arts school. Still brimming with vigor. 40 years. A decade of hard training has brought you to the limit of the Vitality realm. The essence of your being has become more refined, and you can find no worthy opponent. 43 years. You fall into confusion, with no way to advance further. Your future appears bleak. As for breaking the void and achieving unbreakable divine vision, you have no clues. 60 years. Your vitality begins to wane. Combat power declines, yet your spiritual power becomes even more formidable. 70 years. Realizing that you have no hope in this life, you decide to make a desperate gamble. You stand on level ground, facing various firearms from a distance. As a barrage of bullets is unleashed, your spiritual power undergoes a transformation under the pressure of impending death. Unseen and unheard, you evade danger. Your spiritual power finally breaks through, revealing a path ahead. You sustain grave injuries and pass away with a smile. Simulation ends. Qi Changfeng absorbs the insights from the simulated world, feeling a refreshing clarity in his sea of consciousness. At this moment, his spiritual power undergoes another metamorphosis, reaching the advanced realm of unseen and unheard, evading danger. According to the records in the simulated world, this is indeed a prerequisite for achieving the realm of shattering void and unbreakable divine vision. After a considerable time, Qi Changfeng finally recovered from the transformation of his spiritual power, feeling a vague perception of everything around him, even without seeing or hearing. Truly remarkable, Qi Changfeng sighed. The transformed spiritual power, combined with decades of martial arts training in the simulated world, made Qi Changfeng feel that he was just a step away from comprehending fist intent. He was determined to push forward and reach the realm of unbreakable divine vision. He simulated 3 more times in succession. Unfortunately, each simulation only reached the vitality realm at most, and even with his spiritual power achieving the level of evading danger, unbreakable divine vision remained elusive. Qi Changfeng understood that this was because, within the simulated world, he could not find any formidable opponents that could exert life and death pressure on him. The peak of vitality, combined with the enhancement of 3 talents, meant that even a group of ordinary vitality experts posed little threat to him. However, during consecutive simulations in the same world, Qi Changfeng noticed that the timeline of the simulated world was also advancing and was coherent. Upon re-entering this simulated world, he could find traces left from previous simulations. Could it be that these simulated worlds truly exist? Qi Changfeng pondered. Yet, he did not dwell on it too much, as it felt distant from him. He could explore it further when his realm deepened in the future. Looking at his remaining 210 simulation points, he hoped for better luck this time. Qi Changfeng sighed inwardly and continued the simulation. 35 years. You reached the peak of the vitality realm, and the level of evading danger has long been achieved. 40 years. You continue your rigorous training in hopes of breaking through to unbreakable divine vision. 43 years. You hear of a master who has achieved unbreakable divine vision in the extreme north. You are filled with excitement and immediately set off to seek him out. 45 years. You find the master, a shepherd in the northern lands. Eagerly, you challenge him to a life and death duel. Despite his age, his vitality shows no signs of decline. You engage in a fierce battle, and against the unbreakable divine vision expert. You do not fall behind despite not having achieved that realm yet. Ultimately, you both sustain injuries, and he, knowing he cannot win, flees. 50 years. After the great battle, you enter seclusion for 5 years and break through to the realm of unbreakable divine vision. 60 years. Practicing martial arts. 100 years. Practicing martial arts. 120 years. Practicing martial arts. In the same year, you pass away peacefully, your vitality still extraordinarily robust at the time of death. You have died. And this simulation concludes. Exiting the simulation, Qi Changfeng sat in contemplation, his mind swirling with tumultuous waves. Upon entering the state of seeing God without decay, he gained perfect control over his body, allowing him to perceive the most subtle nuances of his physical form. Through the power of his spirit, he could perpetually adjust himself to an optimal state, ensuring that even as he aged, his vitality would not wane, remaining in a pinnacle condition. After approximately an hour, Qi Changfeng finally completed his breakthrough. Opening his eyes, a radiant light seemed to burst forth from them. He felt that his mastery over his body had reached its zenith. With a mere thought, his entire skeletal and muscular structure shifted, transforming him into a stranger with an entirely different visage and stature. Glancing in the mirror, Qi Changfeng nodded in satisfaction before reverting to his original form. This exemplified the extraordinary control over the body that the seeing God without decay state provided. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt that ordinary innate experts were no longer his match. At this moment, with approximately 2 weeks remaining until the entrance examination, Qi Changfeng had become a vastly different individual compared to just a few days prior. Observing the remaining 190 simulation points, he concluded that further simulations in the short term would yield diminishing returns. Instead, he decided to hone his martial arts in the real world, allowing for deeper refinement and greater enhancement. As for breaking through to the innate realm. After numerous simulations, Qi Changfeng believed it was not particularly challenging. However, achieving this breakthrough would be detrimental to his performance in the entrance examination, for the Huangding sect assesses talent, mindset, and combat prowess, and being a peak postnatal at the age of 16 was already commendable. To display the combat capabilities of a top innate expert while still in the postnatal realm, who could resist calling one a prodigy? A hasty breakthrough would only diminish his expressiveness, resulting in a net loss. Furthermore, Qi Changfeng had already perfected the barbarian bull fist, reaching a point of no further advancement. The Huangding sect possesses countless profound texts, and selecting a more suitable martial art for his breakthrough to the innate realm could be postponed. In the following days, Qi Changfeng diligently practiced his martial arts, refining his physical form. During his leisure, he also ventured to the center of Qingyou town to gather information. As the date of the entrance examination drew near, Qingyou town became increasingly lively. After reaching the seeing God without decay state, Qi Changfeng's mental prowess became increasingly extraordinary, and his martial arts progressed steadily. Each punch he delivered left a path of destruction, reducing all flora and stone to mere dust. The gains from his recent consecutive simulations were fully absorbed and integrated into his own martial philosophy. His understanding of the essence of martial arts deepened, and Qi Changfeng felt that the day of comprehending the essence of the fist was not far off. On one particular day, Qi Changfeng practiced as usual in a clearing within the woods. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him, and he stood there with closed eyes. After a moment, he began to move slowly, his internal energy retracting, resembling a frail youth. Gradually, waves of energy surged around him, and his presence grew increasingly formidable. His actions transitioned from slow to swift, and the energy emanating from him exploded outward, obliterating everything in its path. Upon opening his eyes, he couldn't restrain a triumphant roar. Today, he had comprehended the essence of the fist. Observing the chaotic scene around him, as if some unseen force had repeatedly crushed it, Qi Changfeng hurriedly departed the area. The ruckus might attract attention from the townsfolk, so it was best to leave promptly. Sure enough, shortly after Qi Changfeng left, a man in a brocade robe arrived at the site where he had just practiced. What formidable fist intent! I wonder which master was practicing here, the brocade-clad man exclaimed. After a while, without any sign of movement, he mused, has he departed? After further investigation yielded no results, the brocade-clad man turned to leave. Returning to his own courtyard, Qi Changfeng reveled in the overwhelming essence of the fist coursing through him. A smile of delight gracing his features, as the essence surged, a glint of fierce light flashed in his eyes, and a piece of blue stone in the corner of the courtyard was reduced to powder. While the surrounding area remained untouched, the mental control afforded by the seeing god without decay state allowed Qi Changfeng to manipulate the essence of the fist with remarkable precision. Having just broken through, he was already on par with those who had comprehended it for years. Smashing fist intent, indeed. Qi Changfeng expressed his satisfaction. With unwavering determination, he resolved to obliterate all adversaries on the path to the highest ideals. The attributes of Qi Changfeng's fist intent possessed immense destructive power. With his mental prowess reaching the seeing god without decay state and successfully grasping the essence of the fist, he brimmed with confidence. He was eager for the impending entrance examination. Gazing at his remaining 190 simulation points, he decided that there was no time like the present to conduct a green simulation, hoping to secure a superior talent to replace his current aptitude for physical strength. White. Ding. Consumed 100 simulation points, exchanging for green simulation attempts. Ordinary. 1. Simulation commencing. Initiating search for a random green simulation world. Simulation about to begin. World synopsis. This is a realm where demons devour humans, and humans slay demons. Legends tell of malevolent spirits that emerge at dusk, preying upon the living, while demon hunters strive to vanquish these fiends and protect humanity. The malevolent spirits fear sunlight, only appearing after dark. To slay these demons, an exceptional talent has devised a breathing technique that significantly enhances human physicality, enabling them to contend with the demons. The fabled Demon King leads 12 formidable evil spirits and countless minions. Vowing to eradicate the demon-slaying brigade and reduce humanity to mere livestock for the malevolent spirits. Commencing talent selection. Please choose 3 talents from the following options. Evil Spirit Body. Green, you will be born into the Evil Spirit Clan. Copper Skin, Iron Bones. Blue, your physical endowment is extraordinary, with a robust body and remarkable recovery capabilities. Night Vision. White, you can see everything clearly in the dark. Born a woman. White, you are guaranteed to be female upon birth. Blacksmith. Green, you possess a high aptitude for forging, with the potential to become a master blacksmith. Upon reviewing the available talents, Qi Changfeng's heart leapt with joy. The Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Blue, was indeed an excellent talent, enhancing his physical strength and recovery abilities, truly indispensable for both home and adventure. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Changfeng selected Fist Art Prodigy, Blue, Battle Master, Blue, and Copper Skin, Iron Bones, Blue, as his 3 talents. Initiating the simulation. 0 years. You are born in a small mountain village as a boy. 12 years. You develop rapidly, reaching adult height. endowed with copper skin and iron bones, and possess exceptional martial prowess. 14 years. After years of practicing martial arts, you become the tyrant of the village. 16 years. Evil spirits attack your village. You fight valiantly and crush the head of the demon. The demon-slaying brigade members, arriving too late, are astonished by your talent and invite you to join their ranks. 17 years. As a member of the demon-slaying brigade, you are taken as a disciple by the brigade's commander. Soon, you learn the rock-breathing technique and integrate it into your martial arts. 20 years. Mastering your martial arts, you become the strongest within the demon-slaying brigade. Your mentor wishes to pass the commander's position to you, which you decline. 21 years. You encounter one of the 12 most powerful evil spirits under the Demon King, who underestimates you due to your obscurity, only to be obliterated by your punch. The spirit's incredulous gaze before death amuses you. 23 years. The Demon King leads his formidable minions in a surprise assault on the demon-slaying brigade's headquarters, where you are stationed. None of the evil spirits stand a chance against you, and the Demon King flees in terror. The world enjoys a brief return to tranquility, but the immortal Demon King vows to outlive you, believing someone of your strength cannot endure long, as the profound breathing techniques are a form of overextension on the body. 40 years. You are still alive. Your strength has increased even further, and the Demon King trembles at the mere sight of you. 50 years. You remain at your peak. 70 years. The Demon King grits his teeth in hatred, suspecting you are not human but rather a new species. 90 years. You become a legend within the demon-slaying brigade, bestowing 70 years of peace upon the world, earning the respect of all who call you Lord Mingwang. 105 years. Your lifespan comes to an end, and you pass away. After your death, the news is kept secret, and even after 10 years, the Demon King still dares not reveal himself. The simulation concludes. After the simulation, Qi Changfeng chose the copper skin iron bones talent, replacing his previous aptitude for physical strength. Instantly, he felt his physical strength elevate several levels. He drew a dagger and pressed it forcefully against his palm. Leaving only a faint white mark, Qi Changfeng realized that an ordinary innate expert, without utilizing the forces of heaven and earth, could not harm him in the slightest while standing still. Simultaneously, the insights gained from the simulated world integrated into Qi Changfeng's consciousness. The breathing technique is quite intriguing. Qi Changfeng felt fortunate to have entered this green simulation world, believing it to be a stroke of great luck. The breathing technique belongs to a novel system of power and can be integrated into martial arts. Enhancing Qi Changfeng's explosive strength. It is estimated that by activating the breathing method, one can significantly elevate their physical strength, with notable gains in speed and power as well. By suddenly unleashing this technique, it is likely to catch opponents off guard. Once he has accumulated enough simulation points, Qi Changfeng plans to focus on this simulated world to fully explore the potential of the breathing method. Feeling certain that it possesses even deeper applications. At this moment, only 3 days remain until the entrance assessment begins. Qi Changfeng opened his status panel. Name: Qi Changfeng. Race: human, born of heaven and earth. His body transformed by their powers, possessing considerable potential and compatibility. Age: 16 years. Realm: peak of postnatal first-class martial arts. Hunting: gray. Great achievement. Wild ox fist: white. Pinnacle: breath of the rock: green. Great achievement. Mental strength: indestructible spirit. Shattering fist. Intent simulation points: 90 points. Simulation attempts: white. 2 talents: martial arts genius: blue. Battle master: blue. Copper skin iron bones: blue. Talent slots: 3. Full evaluation: a potential dragon soaring in the abyss. Scales and claws soaring: a young tiger roaring in the valley, 100 beasts trembling in fear. Gazing at his panel, Qi Changfeng let out a long breath. The tremendous progress he had made over the past month filled him with confidence. Come on, entrance assessment. Let me witness how much weight the top talents of the southern region carry. Chapter 10. The assessment begins in the blink of an eye. 3 days had passed. During these days, Qi Changfeng adjusted his spirit and vitality to their peak. Everything was ready, only the east wind was lacking. Estimating that the time was about right, Qi Changfeng took the few possessions he had and left his home, heading to his adoptive father's grave. Old man, I am leaving. I do not know when I will have the chance to return. Qi Changfeng spoke softly, I won't be able to visit you often in the future. If you hadn't rescued me from the mountains, I would have long been prey for wild beasts. At this moment of parting, a hint of sorrow welled up within him. However, it was quickly brushed aside. Surely, his adoptive father would wish to see him forge ahead, thriving in martial arts. At that moment, a resounding bell echoed across the heavens and the earth. Qi Chongfeng's expression tightened. The entrance assessment had commenced. As if the world spun around him, Qi Chongfeng was transported to the mountain gate by the protective formation. Although he did not possess an entrance token, individuals like Qi Chongfeng, of appropriate age and native to the area, had already had their essence recorded by the formation spirit. After the assessment began, he would be teleported to the Huangting sect's mountain gate like those with entrance tokens. Having spent 16 years in the Xinyuan continent, Qi Chongfeng had never ventured far. Now, upon seeing the majestic and grand mountain gate of the Huangting sect, he found himself momentarily entranced. A towering sword peak jutted into the clouds, its summit obscured from view. Surrounded by ethereal mists and soaring exotic beasts, at the foot of the sword peak lay the square where Qi Chongfeng and other participants stood. The square, entirely snow-white, exuded a misty aura, and standing within it felt as though one was floating. Light as air, within the square stood a dense throng of participants for this assessment, numbering in the tens of thousands. It seemed that there were at least several thousand villages similar to Qingyou town surrounding the Huangting sect. Qi Chongfeng estimated. Before the mountain gate, several figures stood, the powerful individuals presiding over this assessment for the Huangting sect. I have met Master Lu before. I did not expect him to preside over this entrance assessment, remarked an elder in black robes. Haha, Elder Li, you flatter me. This assessment requires your assistance alongside Protector Wang. I appreciate both of your efforts, replied a middle-aged man standing in the center with a smile. This man was Lu Chongqing, the master of Tianzhu Peak, one of the 108 peaks of Huangting sect, and held a prominent position within the sect. He was tasked with presiding over this entrance assessment, with Elder Li and Protector Wang as his aides, jointly overseeing the proceedings. This assessment was of great importance to the sect. The old ghost from Tianzhu Peak had predicted that the caliber of talents participating in this entrance examination was exceptionally high. With the possibility of encountering a peerless prodigy, Lu Chongqing stated seriously, "Peerless prodigy? Such a rare individual could appear in this entrance assessment. How is that possible?" Protector Wang responded, puzzled. Those capable of battling across a major realm can be called prodigies. Those who can contend across two major realms are deemed peerless prodigies. It is important to understand that each advancement in major realms signifies a qualitative change. To challenge an opponent across one major realm is already unfathomable for most. Let alone defeating a master in the postnatal realm or contending with a grandmaster in the innate realm is utterly absurd. Such figures would never remain unknown. As soon as news spread, powerful individuals would rush to take them as disciples, so why would they participate in an entrance assessment? Lu Chongqing elaborated. I do not have precise information on this matter, but we shall observe. Even if there is a peerless prodigy among the assessment participants, could they possibly escape? Lu Chongqing continued. You are quite right, Master Lu. Protector Wang, let us remain calm and proceed with the assessment as planned. Elder Li promptly suggested. Lu Chongqing nodded, and with a wave of Elder Li's hand, the crowd in the square divided into 100 groups. Subsequently, 100 beams of golden light shot from his hand, stopping before each group of participants. They were golden orbs, crafted by the Huangting sect, capable of detecting whether one possesses the talent for cultivation. Please do not resist the golden light emitted by the orbs. It will conclude after a brief moment. Elder Li's voice resonated in the ears of all participants. This is the first stage of the entrance assessment, the talent test. The threshold for martial arts is low. As long as one is willing to put in the effort, anyone can enter. However, the path of immortality is different. It requires innate talent for cultivation to step onto this path. As the Huangting sect stands as a dominant force in the southern region. Not just anyone can join. Only those who can cultivate both martial and immortal arts will be accepted. As the light from the talent orbs enveloped all participants, the moment passed, and about 1/10 of the assessors were teleported away, all lacking the talent for cultivation. They hailed from the nearby mortal settlements of Huangting sect. After all, There was no cost to participating in the assessment, so why not try? What if they succeeded? Those holding entrance tokens from the outside world remained in the square, as the Huangting sect only accepted those with the talent for cultivation, which was no secret. Who would waste a precious entrance token to accompany the unqualified? Elderly beckoned, and the talent orbs flew back to him. The three sensed the information within the orbs and revealed faint expressions of confusion. This is unexpected. Although the average talent of the assessors is decent, there are no legendary physiques present. Could it be that Tianji Peak miscalculated? Protector Wang speculated. That is a possibility, but it is hard to say. Perhaps the peerless prodigy's strength does not lie in their physique? Elderly replied. Very well, there are still many with decent talent. Physiques such as the innate body, formless body, and fiery body have also appeared. Let us compile the information and transmit it to the protective formation. Those interested in taking disciples will pay attention, Lu Chongqing instructed, urging the two to relay the information. My physique is indeed the innate body. Upon reflection, it makes sense, as it is the result of the system utilizing the powers of heaven and earth. After the golden light from the talent orb enveloped him, Qi Changfeng received a message in his mind. This was an additional function of the talent orb, which would inform the tested individual of their talent results. The innate body possesses a high aptitude for cultivation, allowing the body to absorb and contain spiritual energy far beyond that of ordinary individuals. With high plasticity and compatibility, Qi Changfeng was quite satisfied with this result. As his physique was not his strong suit, splendid, I, too, possessed the talent for cultivation. A voice of surprise rang out from not far away. Qi Changfeng looked over to find a young man in his early 20s. Dressed similarly to himself, a native of the Huangting sect's vicinity. Who would have thought Ernyo would also have the opportunity to join the Huangting sect? Once I rise to prominence, I shall make sure to give Li Guden a hard time. The youth named Ernyo, perhaps overly excited, wore a somewhat comical expression. Qi Changfeng shook his head, no longer paying attention. With such a temperament, dreaming of joining the Huangting sect was indeed wishful thinking. At this moment, Elder Li's voice resounded once more in everyone's ears. Congratulations to all. You have passed the first stage of the assessment. We will now proceed to the second stage. I wish everyone the best of luck. Chapter 11. The Path of Heart Refinement. As Elder Li's words fell, changes occurred between the sword peak and the square. A radiant path of light extended from the mountain gate of the sword peak down to the feet of every participant in the square. This was the path of heart refinement. Stepping into it would test everyone's spirit and heart. Moving forward to ascend the mountain gate would signify passing the second stage. Elder Li did not engage in unnecessary chatter and announced the commencement of the second stage. As Qi Changfeng stepped forward, he immediately felt a sense of disorientation. As everyone around him vanished from sight, it appeared that the path of heart refinement created a separate space, where each individual would face different challenges. Qi Changfeng mused internally, detecting the realm of the participant, peak of postnatal first class. The path of heart refinement begins. The path of heart refinement is an integral extension of the great protective formation of the sect. Upon entry, the challenger's cultivation levels are automatically assessed, and they are subjected to a mental pressure that exceeds one major realm. Under such formidable mental strain, they must also confront the myriad illusions along the path. Enduring trials of the 7 emotions and 6 desires, it remains to be seen how many of these young ones will persevere, for this trial has the potential to eliminate the vast majority. The 3 eminent figures engaged in discussion. Well, everyone has entered. It is time for us to begin our task, Lu Chongqing remarked. With a flick of his finger, a luminous screen materialized before the trio, displaying the real-time status of all the challengers on the path of heart refinement. Let us observe which young ones require an increase in mental pressure. After all, some prodigies possess innate mental fortitude or have practiced mental secret techniques, rendering pressures that exceed one major realm insufficient to reach their limits. If they do not reach their limits, the potency of the illusions will diminish significantly, failing to serve their purpose of testing one's character. Lu Chongqing stated, as he, along with Elder Li and Protector Wang, scrutinized the screen. Soon, those who found themselves struggling under the mental pressure upon entering the path were swiftly filtered out. The screen retained only a few hundred images. These challengers, facing pressures surpassing their own major realm, appeared remarkably composed, exhibiting little strain. Heh, let's ramp it up, little ones, Protector Wang chuckled, subsequently connecting to the protective formation to elevate the mental pressure on the path of heart refinement. Once Qi Changfeng stepped onto the path, he immediately felt a wave of mental pressure wash over him, akin to a gentle spring breeze. Is this it? Qi Changfeng mused, momentarily taken aback, estimating the mental force to be at the peak of the innate realm. He did not hesitate to stride forward. Dado, elderly, upon observing Qi Changfeng's image, couldn't help but feel astonished. Judging by his attire, he appeared to be a native from the vicinity of Huangning sect. It had been many years since a prodigy of such mental prowess had emerged among the common folk. Elderly harbored an innate fondness for Qi Changfeng, as he was a local from the same roots. Let me add a bit more pressure for you, young man. I trust you can withstand it, elderly thought, heightening the mental pressure Qi Changfeng experienced on the path to the early master realm. The mental pressure has increased? As Qi Changfeng continued forward, he suddenly sensed a sharp rise in the mental strain. He furrowed his brow slightly but did not dwell on it. It was merely a shift from spring breeze to autumn wind. With little distinction, elderly, witnessing this scene, was taken aback. This young man possesses such formidable mental strength? Elderly promptly intensified the mental pressure further. Mid-master, late master, peak master, early grandmaster. As the mental pressure grew ever more potent on the path, Qi Changfeng became intrigued. Elderly was beginning to feel numb. Could the path of heart refinement be malfunctioning? Yet, observing the other challengers on the screen, struggling tremendously, he dismissed that thought. Having attained a spiritual realm where he could perceive the divine without harm and comprehended the essence of the shattering fist, Qi Changfeng's mental strength, though not vast in quantity, had already reached an exceptionally high caliber in essence. Just as an immense flow of water cannot erode a steel needle, the current intensity of mental pressure on the path posed little challenge for Qi Changfeng. Elderly, what is happening on your end? Lu Chongqing inquired, intrigued by Elderly's expression. Elderly relayed Qi Changfeng's performance to Lu Chongqing. Upon hearing the news, Lu Chongqing's demeanor brightened, and he promptly directed his gaze to Qi Changfeng's image. Indeed, he saw a youth strolling leisurely along the path, seemingly impervious to the mental pressure. The illusions designed to test character had little effect on him. Increase the pressure further. Let us ascertain this lad's limits. Lu Chongqing commanded. Elderly nodded in agreement, continuing to amplify the mental pressure. Mid-grandmaster, late grandmaster, peak grandmaster. Gradually, Qi Changfeng began to feel the weight of the pressure, growing heavier, as if his feet were encased in lead and two mountains bore down upon his back. Should we increase it further? Elderly inquired. Let us see if we can reach the early celestial realm, Lu Chongqing replied, clenching his jaw as he observed Qi Changfeng's performance on the screen. Elderly hesitated momentarily but ultimately escalated the mental pressure to the early celestial realm. Instantly, Qi Changfeng was inundated with pressure akin to a tsunami, leaving him momentarily disoriented. Gritting his teeth, he struggled onward. Suddenly, an illusion was triggered. The force within the illusion surged forth, ensnaring Qi Changfeng's consciousness within its grasp. This should suffice. He is nearing his limits, Lu Chongqing commented. Truly remarkable. A mere post-innate youth withstands the mental pressure of the celestial realm. Could it be that he has been honing his mental prowess since birth? Reviewing records from the first trial, they noted that Qi Changfeng was indeed of the innate body type, a promising prospect for the future. Even if he were to falter in the second trial of the path of heart refinement, Elderly believed many seasoned practitioners would be eager to take him as a disciple. The three engaged in conversation. Within the illusion, Qi Changfeng felt as though he had entered a dream. In the haze, he glimpsed his adoptive father, the villagers of Qingyou town, and some of his family and friends from his past life. He seemed to witness himself failing the assessment, returning to Qingyou town to lead a mundane existence. At that moment, a glimmer of clarity sparked in Qi Changfeng's eyes, and his consciousness surged back into focus. How could he, who had comprehended the essence of the shattering fist, be ensnared by mere illusions? In this life, I seek not the past, nor do I yearn for reincarnation. I strive solely for supremacy in this existence. I shall ascend to greater heights and behold boundless vistas. All obstacles ahead, I shall shatter with a single fist. In an instant, the illusion shattered, and Qi Changfeng continued his arduous journey forward. How is this possible? Lu Changqing's expression shifted to one of astonishment. The rapidity with which he broke free from the illusion was truly unexpected. Excellent, truly a promising disciple. Though uncertain of the source of Qi Changfeng's remarkable tenacity, Lu Changqing nonetheless transmitted information regarding his performance to the protective formation. Some of the older practitioners would certainly be unable to remain idle now, Lu Changqing mused. Chapter 12. Conversation. Qi Changfeng trudged along the path of heart refinement. Bearing the immense mental pressure, unbeknownst to him, he could not ascertain the level of this mental strain. His sole thought was to press forward, relentlessly. Illusions shattered one after another along the path, depleting Qi Changfeng's mental strength. In the distance, he vaguely perceived the mountain gate, yet it remained perpetually out of reach in his perception. Time itself seemed distorted. It might have been an eternity, or merely a fleeting moment. Suddenly, as Qi Changfeng took a step forward, he felt a lightness envelop him, as if all mental pressure had dissipated. Surveying his surroundings, he discovered he had arrived before the mountain gate of Huangting's sect. Before him stood three inscrutable figures, undoubtedly the examiners for this entrance assessment. Upon laying eyes on them, Qi Changfeng felt a tightening in his chest. An instinctive sense of danger flooded his consciousness. This was a profound disparity in life levels, akin to an ant standing before a dragon, instinctively invoking fear. Yet, in a mere breath, Qi Changfeng composed himself, bowed respectfully to the three figures, and stepped aside to stand quietly. Young man, quite impressive. You are the first to pass the path of heart refinement under the mental pressure of the celestial realm, remarked the elder in black robes on the right, a smile gracing his features. Upon hearing his voice, Qi Changfeng recognized him as the one who had announced the rules earlier. You flatter me. Esteemed elder, I merely benefited from good fortune. The path of heart refinement is indeed formidable, and I nearly failed to pass. Qi Changfeng replied respectfully, Haha, you still maintain modesty. To withstand the pressures of the celestial realm, your mental prowess is among the finest even within the master realm. According to your information, you are only 16 years old. A true anomaly. The young man on the left exclaimed. Enough with the flattery. We must not intimidate the youth. Young man, I am Lu Changqing, the chief examiner for this entrance assessment and the peak master of Tianzhu Peak. These two are Elder Li and Protector Wang. Also examiners for this assessment, the middle-aged man said to Qi Changfeng, a hint of a smile still lingering on his face. I pay my respects to Master Lu, Elder Li, and Protector Wang. Qi Changfeng hastily returned the greeting. Haha, Qi, no need to be so formal. Once you join Huangting's sect, we will be his family. There's no need for such politeness, Elder Li chuckled. Changfeng, after the third trial, it will be time for disciples to be accepted. With your talents, many formidable practitioners will undoubtedly wish to take you under their wing. Prepare yourself to choose a worthy mentor, Lu Changqing remarked, tossing Qi Changfeng a jade slip. This jade slip contains basic information about the various peaks of Huangting's sect. You can familiarize yourself with it in advance to have a better understanding, Lu Changqing added. Qi Changfeng was overjoyed and expressed his gratitude profusely. Tio Lu Changqing. This jade slip was of little consequence. He offered it to Qi Changfeng merely to establish a good rapport. That moment, others began to arrive, having also successfully traversed the path of heart refinement to stand before the mountain gate. Faced with the three eminent figures, they dared not speak much, merely bowing before taking their places to the side. After approximately 2 hours, Lu Changqing suddenly raised a hand, and the path of heart refinement vanished from sight. The second trial has concluded. Congratulations to all. You have passed the second trial. You are but a step away from joining the Huangting sect. However, this merely marks the commencement of your spiritual journey. Gazing around, Qi Changfeng noted that there were only 300 to 400 individuals present. It is worth mentioning that when entering the heart refinement path, a staggering 30,000 had entered. Yet this path boasts a mere 1,000th success rate. The road of cultivation is a long and arduous one. The Huangting sect seeks not a multitude of low-tier practitioners, but rather companions who can support one another in the future. Without immense willpower, profound wisdom, and great fortune, achieving greatness remains elusive. The Huangting sect can bestow upon you great fortune, wisdom can be acquired through relentless study, yet perseverance and character are the rarest treasures. Those who can traverse the heart refinement path before formally joining the Huang Ting sect are deemed suitable in temperament, possessing a resilient heart that yearns for the Tao. The third test will assess combat prowess. Fret not, for there is no danger to life, and even if one performs poorly, entry into the outer sect is still granted. Lu Chongqing proclaimed. He then produced a treasure resembling a seed, casting it into the air, where it emitted a faint green glow. Instantly, all those undergoing assessment felt a wave of comfort, as the mental energy expended on the heart refinement path rapidly rejuvenated. You have 1 hour to recuperate. The third test will commence in 1 hour. With that, the 3 examiners vanished from sight. Upon hearing this, the crowd displayed expressions of joy. Regardless of the circumstances, they had secured their place in the Huang Ting sect, lifting a great weight from their hearts. Once the 3 examiners departed, the atmosphere among the crowd gradually became lively, with individuals beginning to converse softly. Chi Laodi, it seems fate has brought us together. I never anticipated we would meet at the Huang Ting sect. Chi Chongfeng turned to find Morong Qing standing before him. Morong Laoj, Chi Chongfeng exclaimed, filled with delight. He had not expected Morong Qing to have also passed the heart refinement path and gained entry into the Huang Ting sect. I knew from the outset that Chi Laodi was extraordinary. I heard you were the first to pass the heart refinement path. Truly remarkable. It was merely luck. I nearly succumbed to the mental pressure myself. At this moment, several others approached, exchanging greetings with Chi Chongfeng before engaging in conversation. They were all of similar age and cultivation level, predominantly at the peak of the acquired realm or the innate realm. Chi Chongfeng also encountered Ji Tianyun, the 7th prince of the vast emperor dynasty, whom he had heard of at the tavern, an 18-year-old innate master with notable mental prowess and some cultivation in the Qi refining stage. Ji Tianyun treated Chi Chongfeng with courtesy, and they found familiarity in their interactions, enjoying a harmonious atmosphere. There was no sign of the typical second-generation heir scenarios often depicted in novels. Chi Chongfeng couldn't help but scoff internally at such narratives. However, it made sense. Those who could pass the heart refinement path surely could not be of such low caliber. All present were earnest in their pursuit of the Tao. Unless there were grievances obstructing the path, who would seek to create enemies without cause? After a while, under the green glow of the treasure, everyone's mental energy was nearly restored. They ceased their conversations and closed their eyes to meditate. Preparing for the imminent third test, Chi Chongfeng found a corner for himself, aligning his heart toward the heavens, directing his mental energy into the jade slip provided by Lu Chongqing, perusing the information within. The Huang Ting sect, aside from the main hall where the sect master resides and the sacred ground where the elders meditate, comprises 108 main peaks, each presided over by powerful beings of the combined realm or higher. Beneath the peak masters, numerous elders and protectors of the combined realm also reside. The jade slip provided a brief introduction to each peak's master and some renowned elders and protectors, detailing their primary cultivation directions. Before long, Chi Chongfeng had comprehended the information, noting a few peak masters specializing in martial arts that aligned with his aspirations. I wonder if these peak masters accept disciples. Chi Chongfeng pondered silently. Chapter 13. The Star Tower. While Chi Chongfeng and others engaged in conversation, the results from the first 2 trials of the entrance examination had already been transmitted via the protective array to the sect master. The peak masters, elders, and protectors. Due to the predictions of the heavenly machine peak, this entrance examination was of significant importance to the Huang Ting sect, and many peak masters were closely monitoring the situation. At the heavenly blade peak, an elderly man clad in white was fishing amidst the sea of clouds when suddenly, his spirit stirred. A 16-year-old innate body, capable of withstanding the mental pressure of the celestial realm? Quite impressive. Could this be the unparalleled genius predicted by the heavenly machine peak? Perhaps not, as the combat assessment has yet to occur. There may be other hidden talents. Receiving the information transmitted from the protective array, the elderly man felt a surge of interest. This man was Li Chunyang, the master of the heavenly blade peak, at the pinnacle of the tribulation phase, known as the contemporary heavenly blade of the Huang Ting sect. Those 2 useless disciples have gone who knows where, lacking even the proper form of a blade cultivator. I doubt they will inherit the name of my heavenly blade. Perhaps it is time to take on another disciple. Li Chunyang contemplated. Once the third test begins, I shall observe. If a promising candidate emerges, I will take them as my disciple, he resolved. Meanwhile, atop the Five Elements peak, a robust man was drinking with an elderly Taoist clad in a crimson robe. The third entrance examination is about to commence. Shall we go take a look? I've heard that this time, several promising talents may emerge, perhaps even an unparalleled genius, remarked the red-robed Taoist. What, Liuhua, are you thinking of taking in another disciple? I am not saying this out of malice, but how many disciples have you taken? I have yet to see one of them amount to anything significant. Your vision is lacking, the robust man scoffed. Qin Feng, what you say is quite unfair. What is wrong with my disciples? Besides, having more disciples could lead to one surpassing both you and me one day, the man named Qin Feng replied. Somewhat exasperated. Very well, I shall accompany you to take a look. Exactly. You might find someone you fancy to take under your wing. Taking on disciples is impossible. Teaching them is far too troublesome. It's much more enjoyable to have one's own freedom. Qin Feng retorted, pursing his lips as he took a sip of his drink. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed, and the third test was about to commence. Lu Chongqing, accompanied by Elder Li and Protector Wang, reappeared, holding a token in his hand. Infusing it with spiritual energy, he proclaimed loudly, by the order of the sect master, summon the Star Tower. As soon as the words left his mouth, an imposing 9-story tower materialized above the mountain gate. Upon its appearance, it pierced the clouds, its summit obscured from view. The tower, shaped like a square pyramid, bore a striking resemblance to some towers Qi Chongfeng had encountered in his past life. Surrounding the magnificent 9-story tower were seemingly infinite swirling nebulae, their vibrant colors captivating all who beheld them. The crowd of assessors below, having never witnessed such a treasure, stood in awe, mouths agape. The emergence of the Star Tower signified that the third test was imminent. Those peak masters and elders interested in taking on disciples hurried to the mountain gate. After exchanging greetings, over 30 of them took their positions beside the 3 examiners. Qi Chongfeng and the other candidates felt invigorated. These were all top-tier powers, the upper echelon of the Huangting sect. Being accepted as their disciple would indeed propel one to great heights. This tower is known as the Star Tower. The treasured cornerstone of our Huangting sect. It contains an independent space. This combat assessment will take place within the confines of the Star Tower. You are prohibited from utilizing pills or weapons beyond your cultivation level. Upon entering the Star Tower, you will be separated into independent spaces where you will face adversaries of the same cultivation level. Upon defeating your foes, you may challenge enemies of higher levels until you reach your own limits. The Star Tower will transport you out before you meet your demise. Therefore, fear not, and bravely unleash your full potential. Those who perform exceptionally will be accepted as disciples by the esteemed peak masters and elders behind me, while those who do not fare as well will still be allowed to train in the outer sect. The third test officially begins. With his declaration, a surge of power emanated from the base of the Star Tower, drawing all candidates within the same time. The powerful spectators connected their protective arrays, projecting the real-time performances of the candidates within the Star Tower. As Qi Chongfeng entered the Star Tower, a figure clad in black appeared in the distance, rushing toward him without a word. Not daring to be negligent, Qi Chongfeng threw a punch, obliterating the black-clad individual from afar. Many powerful beings were watching Qi Chongfeng at that moment. Seeing this, an elder in purple robes remarked, "Such solid externalized true energy. Its power rivals that of the pinnacle of the innate realm. Truly a prodigy. Coupled with his extraordinary mental prowess, he is well suited to inherit the teachings of our sect. Would my fellow Taoists be willing to part with him so that I may take him as my disciple? Chow Lao Dao, your calculations are astute. Although this lad possesses remarkable mental strength and is indeed suitable for your heavenly heart peaks techniques, we all can see that he is treading the path of overpowering all with sheer force. Moreover, this is merely the first opponent. Why the rush? Are you afraid he might be an unparalleled genius and wish to claim him early?" Li Chunyang, the master of the heavenly blade peak, scoffed. The purple-robed elder found himself at a loss for words and had no choice but to relent. At that moment, another black-clad adversary charged at Qi Chongfeng. Exuding the aura of a pinnacle innate master and wielding a long sword, a sword energy sliced toward him. Qi Changfeng neither dodged nor flinched, allowing the blade to strike at his neck. With a clang of metal against metal, the sword energy merely left a white mark on his neck, failing to breach his defenses. The black-clad individual appeared taken aback by this outcome, momentarily frozen. Qi Changfeng seized the opportunity to close in, delivering a powerful punch squarely to the opponent's chest. In an instant, the figure clad in black was reduced to mere powder, along with his sword. Could he be a monster? Possessing such formidable physicality at the pinnacle of postnatal cultivation, yet showing no signs of having practiced any body-refining techniques, I have never heard of the innate body enhancing one's flesh in such a manner. It is astonishing that a prodigy has emerged in the mortal villages near our Huangting sect. The powerful beings began to exhibit signs of unease. This young man, with such exceptional physical talents and a path suited for sheer brute force, would be a perfect disciple for Mount Fulong. One bald elder proclaimed. You, bald one, think quite highly of yourself. He would be far better suited for my Tiangang Peak. Why should he fall into your hands? The master of Tiangang Peak retorted. Enough of this bickering, as per our custom. Should we fail to reach a consensus, we shall allow the young man to choose his master after the assessment concludes. Let us wait for his emergence, an elderly man with white hair interjected, attempting to mediate. The assembled powers exchanged glances, recognizing that no one was willing to concede. Thus they all acquiesced to the proposal. At that moment, within the Star Tower, 5 figures clad in black materialized simultaneously, each at the pinnacle of the innate realm. Upon their arrival, they immediately summoned the forces of heaven and earth to strike. Faced with this overwhelming power, Qi Changfeng sensed impending danger and dared not confront it head-on. Instead, he mobilized his entire vitality to meet the onslaught. Chapter 14. The fragrance of victory. Warning: masters at the innate level can initially harness the forces of heaven and earth, significantly amplifying the power of their strikes. In the face of the 5 attackers, Qi Changfeng remained unperturbed, drawing upon centuries of battle experience from his simulated world, enabling him to respond calmly to any situation. Instead of projecting his vitality outward, Qi Changfeng concentrated it within his fists, launching himself into close combat against the 5 assailants, each punch resonating with the might of a bull. With his extensive combat experience and acute sense of danger, Qi Changfeng grew increasingly emboldened, gradually gaining the upper hand as he unleashed his perfected bull fist technique upon the 5 adversaries. The majority of their attacks were deftly evaded, and those he could not dodge were forcefully dismantled with his fists, the residual shockwaves causing no significant harm to his physique. Bolstered by the innate talent of a combat expert, Qi Changfeng's fighting spirit surged as he sought the opportunity for a decisive blow. There! He detected a flaw in one of the black-clad figures, deftly deflecting an attack from a nearby assailant, his eyes glinting with determination. With a powerful left punch, he struck at the black-clad figure who was gathering energy not far away. Caught off guard, the figure was struck squarely in the chest, disintegrating into nothingness. With one adversary eliminated, the remaining 4 were no match for Qi Changfeng, who swiftly dispatched them all. The observing powerful beings were left in a state of profound disbelief. Was the talent orb malfunctioning? This young man must be a combat saint body. The 5 had surrounded him, yet he toyed with them as if they were mere playthings, despite the Star Tower conjuring somewhat simplistic foes. This was not the behavior expected of a mere 16-year-old. Indeed, his fist techniques have reached an unparalleled level. While the rank of his techniques may be low, one cannot achieve such proficiency without practicing since infancy. It seems this young man possesses an extraordinary talent for martial arts. Qi Changfeng's performance truly astonished the assembled powers. Facing 5 innate pinnacle experts wielding the forces of heaven and earth, he remained composed, skillfully evading while searching for the perfect moment to strike decisively. His combat style was nothing short of exemplary. The perfected bull fist demonstrated his exceptional talent for cultivation techniques. Qin Feng felt a stirring in his heart. This young man was undoubtedly to his liking. However, recalling his earlier words to the fiery elder, Qin Feng restrained himself, asked the esteemed master of Tianquan Peak. Would he not care for his reputation? If he were to reveal a desire to take on a disciple, he would surely be ridiculed by the fiery old man afterward, he mused. Yet, I suspect this young man has reached his limits. The next adversaries to emerge should be at the Master Realm. Based on his current performance, while his physique is commendable and his vitality robust, he is unlikely to match a master point, one of the powerful beings remarked. And others nodded in agreement. Qi Chongfeng's primary advantage lies in his extraordinary mental prowess. However, it appears he has yet to fully harness the true power of his mental abilities. If I were to instruct him, he would surely make rapid progress. The master of Tianxin Peak, Elder Chao, declared. Chao, you again. Did we not agree that he would choose after the assessment? The other powerful beings chided. Elder Chao was left in a state of mild embarrassment. He genuinely wished to take Qi Chongfeng as his disciple, believing that with such an extraordinary mental talent, he could achieve great things through the heart cultivation methods of Tianxin Peak. Within the Star Tower, more participants began to falter, being teleported out. After Qi Chongfeng triumphed over the 5 and 8 pinnacle black-clad figures, a surge of purple energy enveloped the space he occupied, rapidly restoring his expended vitality and mental energy. This was an unspoken benefit of the assessment, allowing participants to recover to their peak before each battle. That moment, a figure clad in red appeared not far from Qi Chongfeng, emanating an aura that had already reached the early master realm. Masters possess even more formidable physiques and vital energy, wielding the forces of heaven and earth with deft precision and capable of flight. The most elite experts within the master realm can comprehend the essence of power, significantly enhancing their combat strength. Such individuals, having comprehended this essence, are typically on the cusp of the Grand Master realm, easily suppressing ordinary masters with a mere flick of their hands. Those who cultivate sword techniques grasp the essence of the sword. Those who practice blade techniques comprehend the essence of the blade. Those who refine fist techniques understand the essence of the fist. To comprehend such essence, one must have dedicated years to this path, becoming a master with clarity of heart and mind. Clearly, the master-level opponent Qi Chongfeng faced lacked this essence. It is about to conclude. One powerful being announced. The red-clad figure surged toward Qi Chongfeng. The forces of heaven and earth and a potent aura of vital energy bearing down with tremendous pressure. The might of a master is not something Qi Chongfeng's physique and vital energy can withstand. To contend with a master at the postnatal level, one typically requires legendary physiques, such as the Combat Saint body, the Ancient Saint body, the Innate Tao body, or the Dragon Phoenix body, among others. At that moment, Qi Chongfeng's demeanor shifted. His robes fluttered without wind, and a profound essence of fist enveloped him. Be shattered, he exclaimed, taking a half-step forward, unleashing a punch that combined vital energy with fist essence, as if a steamroller barreling through the red-clad figure. In an instant, the red-clad figure was reduced to mere fragments, vanishing within the Star Tower. My heavens, the essence of destruction in his fist. The onlooking powerful beings were left agape, some even cursing in disbelief. The notion of a postnatal cultivator comprehending fist essence, a phenomenon unheard of throughout history, was unfolding before them. This was indeed fist essence. Most masters cannot even comprehend it, yet this mere 16-year-old has not only grasped it but wields it with apparent ease. Could this young man be a reincarnated celestial being, returning with memories to cultivate anew? One powerful being pondered. Impossible. He is a native within the protective array of our Huangting sect. If a powerful being were to reincarnate and cultivate again, it would certainly not escape the notice of the protective array. I have traced his aura within the protective array and confirmed he is merely a 16-year-old native youth, Lu Chongqing countered. It seems the unparalleled prodigy predicted by Tianji Peak is none other than this young man. If a powerful being were to reincarnate, Tianji Peak would not be able to foresee it. The gazes of the gathered powers began to burn with fervor. Such an exceptional prodigy is a rare treasure. Unlike those prodigies who rely on legendary physiques to transcend two major realms in battle, Qi Chongfeng's rise through personal understanding makes him even more precious. A physique may provide advantages in battle, but when faced with a bottleneck at advanced levels, only one's own character and insights can propel one to new heights. Qin Feng's heart surged with excitement. As the master of Tian Quan Peak, I practice fist techniques, aligning perfectly with this young man's path. It seems my prospects are quite promising. A 16-year-old grasping fist essence, a prodigious talent, will undoubtedly inherit my legacy. If I nurture him well, I can eventually pass the mantle of Tian Quan Peak to him, allowing me to pursue a life of leisure. And who would dare claim that I, Qin Feng, do not take on disciples? Alas, after thousands of years of cultivation, I have never taken a disciple. Could my first pupil truly be an unparalleled prodigy? Qin Feng mused with delight, having completely forgotten his earlier words to the fiery elder. What words? The fiery elder would only envy my possessing such a fine disciple. Chapter 15. The conclusion of the assessment. The astonished expressions of the powerful beings drew the attention of those who had already been eliminated from the Star Tower. Though they could not see Qi Changfeng's performance on the light screen, they could vaguely infer from the discussions among the powerful that an extraordinary prodigy had emerged in this assessment. Most likely Qi Changfeng. The crowd erupted in a flurry of excitement, resembling a boiling pot, prompting Protector Wang to step forward and restore order, allowing the commotion to settle. Within the Star Tower, in the space Qi Changfeng occupied, another figure clad in red appeared. Upon arrival, he immediately locked onto Qi Changfeng with his sword essence. In that instant, Qi Changfeng felt an icy chill run down his spine, a profound sense of danger enveloping him. A master at the pinnacle level wielding sword essence, Qi Changfeng suddenly felt a sense of foreboding. Although his fist intent was no less formidable than his opponent's sword intent, the disparity in physical strength and true energy was considerable. Once the opponent fused their sword intent into their technique, it would be nearly impossible for Qi Changfeng to withstand their assault. His mind raced as he pondered strategies to counter this foe. Just as he feared, the red-clad figure manifested a blood-colored longsword, thrusting it towards Qi Changfeng with alarming speed, unleashing a colossal wave of sword energy imbued with intent. Breath of the Rock, activate. Qi Changfeng silently intoned. The Breath of the Rock, once initiated, could significantly enhance the user's strength, vitality, and physical prowess, albeit at the cost of considerable stamina. Qi Changfeng felt his blood surge, his muscles bulging slightly as he concentrated his fist intent. Delivering a powerful strike forward, with a thunderous boom, the sword energy dissipated, but he staggered back 2 steps, his arms tingling with numbness. This approach was unsustainable. While activated, the Breath of the Rock allowed him to barely withstand the opponent's attack. But the intense energy drain would not permit him to endure for long. He needed a swift resolution. Resolute, Qi Changfeng charged forward, prompting the red-clad figure to respond with caution, deftly evading his shattering fist intent. It appeared his adversary was somewhat fragile. Qi Changfeng mused, formulating a plan. He thrust his fist against the red-clad figure's long sword, unexpectedly colliding with their chest. The opponent, caught off guard, was pinned in close proximity. Qi Changfeng's arms wrapped tightly around the red-clad figure as his fist intent surged, preparing to reduce them to dust. The red-clad figure, disregarding all else, exerted every ounce of strength to counter with their sword intent. Unfortunately, their water-based sword intent, though flexible, lacked the destructive power of the shattering fist intent. With his indomitable mental strength, Qi Changfeng concentrated all his fist intent into his hands as if it were a tangible entity. In an instant, he breached the red-clad figure's watery defense, crashing into their body. In mere moments, the red-clad figure was reduced to fragments, vanishing without a trace. Exhausted, Qi Changfeng released the Breath of the Rock and collapsed onto the ground. Racked with pain and concentrating his fist intent for that desperate gambit, he had let down his guard, and though he had swiftly vanquished the red-clad figure, he had also allowed the water sword intent to infiltrate his body, leaving him feeling as though 1,000 blades pierced his heart. At that moment, the purple aura within the Star Tower re-emerged, flowing into Qi Changfeng's body, rapidly dispelling the sword energy and healing his injuries. In a matter of moments, his vitality and energy returned to their peak. What a remarkable Star Tower, Qi Changfeng marveled. This battle had been perilously intense. In terms of strength, Qi Changfeng was no match for the red-clad figure, a master at the pinnacle of sword intent. Had it not been for the somewhat rigid nature of the enemies conjured by the Star Tower, he would undoubtedly have faced defeat. Not to mention, As long as that red-clad figure soared above him, unleashing sword energy upon the grounded Qi Changfeng, he could not have endured for long without the ability to fly. This lad is truly decisive. He managed to secure victory. I would believe he is 160 years old, a powerful figure remarked. Well then, Qi, your challenge within the Star Tower is likely at an end. Once all assessments are concluded, this batch of newcomers will be accepted into our Huangning sect. Upon a brief glance, aside from Qi Changfeng, there are numerous promising talents. There are at least a dozen geniuses at the Tianjiao level alone. That fiery physique. I've claimed it, the fiery elder quickly interjected. Do not compete with me for it, fine. I won't contest you for it. I wonder what you intend to do with so many disciples. The assembled powers retorted. Indeed, Qi Changfeng soon exited the Star Tower. Moments ago, 5 masters at the pinnacle of sword intent had surged towards him. In just one exchange, they had swept him out of the Star Tower. Rubbing his nose, Qi Changfeng felt a twinge of helplessness. The gap in strength was too vast, and he might not even be able to defeat one, let alone 5 working together. Upon arriving at the assessment crowd, Qi Changfeng noticed that over half had already emerged, with a small number still persevering within the Star Tower. Brother Qi, truly a hidden gem. A peerless genius, rare to encounter in hundreds of years. Congratulations, Brother Qi. After the assessment, you will undoubtedly become a direct disciple of Huangning sect, which is a cause for celebration. The crowd congratulated Qi Changfeng upon his emergence from the Star Tower. You are too kind. Once I join Huangning sect, we shall be comrades, and we should encourage each other on the path of cultivation, Qi Changfeng promptly responded. Such humility and composure. With such temperament and talent, his future is boundless. The powerful figures thought, feeling a sense of admiration. After another half an hour, all assessment participants had exited the Star Tower, marking the official conclusion of the 3rd round of evaluations. The imposing Star Tower vanished in an instant. I hereby announce the end of the 3rd round of assessments. Congratulations to all for joining Huangning sect. The next step will be the disciple selection ceremony. Those chosen by the esteemed powers may become inner disciples or direct disciples, while those not selected may choose to join any main peak as outer disciples, Lu Chongqing proclaimed with a resounding voice. The assembled candidates felt a wave of anxiety wash over them, as everyone hoped to be chosen by a powerful figure as a disciple. Although one could still strive to become an inner disciple or even a direct disciple after joining as an outer disciple. Who wouldn't want a higher starting point? Jiyun Tian. I am the master of Haoyang Peak. Your talents are exceptional, and you possess the Wuxiang physique. Would you be willing to take me as your master and become an inner disciple? A peak master inquired. I am willing, Jiyun Tian, the 7th prince of the vast emperor, replied with great excitement, bowing deeply. Shangguan Fei, I am the guardian of Divine Sword Peak, specializing in swordsmanship. Would you be willing to take me as your master and become an inner disciple? A guardian-level power asked. I am willing. I pay my respects to my master. Shangguan Fei quickly expressed his gratitude. Soon, a dozen Tianjia-level prodigies were taken under the wings of various peak masters and elders. Among them was Mu Rongqing, the genius with the fiery physique, who became a disciple of the fiery elder of the 5 Elements Peak. Seeing that no powerful figures had yet shown interest in accepting him as a disciple, Qi Changfeng remained unperturbed, standing quietly to the side and observing. Chapter 16. The disciple selection. The esteemed powers, observing Qi Changfeng's calm demeanor, held him in even higher regard. All right, young Qi, I won't tease you any longer. As a peerless genius, Huangting sect grants you a privilege. You may choose any one of us to be your master, and regardless of your choice, you will enjoy the treatment of a direct disciple. Lu Chongqing said with a smile. Upon hearing this, the crowd felt envious. It was noteworthy that no direct disciples had emerged during the earlier selection ceremony. Clearly, Qi Changfeng was the only true direct disciple of this cohort. A fitting recognition for such an extraordinary talent. Qi Changfeng felt a surge of excitement within, though he masked it with composure. Stepping forward, he bowed to the assembled powers and spoke. To have the honor of taking the esteemed seniors as my masters is a stroke of fortune for me. How could I dare to be choosy? However, I am deeply passionate about the way of the fist, and I am particularly interested in physical cultivation. I hope to be taken under the wing of a senior who specializes in fist techniques. At these words, the powerful figures exchanged glances of surprise, instinctively directing their attention to Qin Feng, the master of Tianquan Peak. Huangding sect boasted 3 peak masters specializing in fist techniques, 2 of whom were absent from this gathering. What was even more astonishing was that the usually reclusive Qin Feng had inexplicably chosen to appear at the entrance examination, as for the elders and guardians who practiced fist techniques. None dared to vie for disciples against a peak master. This fellow has truly struck gold, a powerful figure thought bitterly. Ha ha ha, Chang Feng, I could tell at a glance that you are a genius in the art of the fist. I am Qin Feng, the master of Tianquan Peak, specializing in the way of the fist. Would you be willing to take me as your master? Qin Feng exclaimed, momentarily taken aback before expressing his delight at Qi Changfeng's words. He cast a threatening glare at the elders and guardians who specialized in fist techniques, signaling his clear intent. Some elders who wished to speak were left speechless, suppressing their words. I am willing. I pay my respects to my master, Qi Changfeng replied earnestly, bowing to Qin Feng. The jade slip provided by Lu Chongqing contained an introduction to Qin Feng, a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage, renowned for his mastery of fist techniques, ranking among the top 3 within Huangding sect. Known for his generous spirit and carefree nature, he had never taken on a disciple before. Qi Changfeng was pleasantly surprised to have the opportunity to become a disciple of a peak master. On one hand, being a disciple of a peak master was far superior to being taken on by an elder or guardian. On the other, as Qin Feng had never accepted a disciple before, Qi Changfeng would likely receive greater attention as his first disciple. Very well, from today onward, you shall be my direct disciple, Qin Feng declared with a beaming smile. The assembled powers, witnessing the arrangement solidify, offered their congratulations to Qin Feng. Qin Feng, you must supply me with at least 10 bottles of that treasured celestial brew of yours. If I hadn't brought you here to witness this, how would you have acquired such an excellent disciple? The fiery elder remarked with a hint of envy. Of course, I will deliver them to you. Qin Feng readily agreed, prompting the fiery elder to feel a pang of regret for what he perceived as a loss. With their newly accepted disciples in tow, the powerful figures returned to their respective main peaks. Those outer disciples who were unable to be accepted as apprentices by the great powers were taken away by Lu Chongqing to the Welcome Pavilion, where they would choose the main peak they wished to join. The Welcome Pavilion serves as a venue for each main peak to recruit outer disciples after the entrance examination. Many senior brothers and sisters from various main peaks had already been waiting here for quite some time. As soon as the newcomers arrived, they eagerly introduced the advantages of their respective peaks, resembling the recruitment drives of university clubs in Qi Changfeng's past life. Qi Changfeng was also led by Qin Feng towards Tianquan Peak. In order to guide Qi Changfeng, Qin Feng chose not to use teleportation techniques but instead flew, taking the opportunity to introduce the cultural geography of the Huangding sect to him. This region belonged to Tianxin Peak, which was rather unique, primarily focusing on the cultivation of mind power. Mind power is derived from the comprehension of spiritual strength, which is rather ineffective in the early stages and lacks combat prowess. However, when mastered deeply, a mere thought can influence the reality of the world. It is said that top powers specializing in mind power can manifest their will into reality and create from the void. Those who comprehend mind power have a broad range of attack, capable of killing invisibly, akin to a scythe cutting through grass. Unfortunately, few can cultivate mind power, and even fewer achieve significant accomplishments, which leaves Tianxin Peak somewhat lacking in talent. Qin Feng explained to Qi Changfeng. Upon hearing these words, Qi Changfeng maintained a calm demeanor, yet his mind was racing with thoughts. Such a miraculous power, influencing the reality with spiritual strength, seemed quite fitting for him. With the Immortal Martial Simulator, his enhancement in spiritual strength and realm would undoubtedly be swift, and this mind power could transform his spiritual strength into combat capability. Unintentionally, the words struck a chord with Qi Changfeng, who decided that if the opportunity arose, he would also cultivate mind power. Ahead lay Tianju Peak, whose master you are familiar with, the chief examiner of your examination, Lu Chongqing. The cultivation at Tianju Peak is quite diverse, with various specializations. The peak master, Lu Chongqing, is also a genius who has just assumed the position not long ago. As they passed each main peak, Qin Feng would explain its characteristics to Qi Changfeng. seemingly ignited by the desire to teach after his first experience of accepting a disciple. Up ahead was Wuxing Peak. Beyond it lay our Tianquan Peak. The current Wuxing Peak primarily focuses on fire-related techniques, with metal, wood, water, and earth serving as supplements. The Peak Master, the old Taoist of flaming fire, has a good relationship with my master. Whenever the leadership of Wuxing Peak changes hands, the current leaders engage in a contest, the victor assuming the position of Peak Master, with the remaining 4 leaders serving as deputies. Last time, it was the old Taoist of flaming fire who emerged victorious. As they spoke, Qin Feng had already led Qi Changfeng through the territory of Wuxing Peak. We have arrived. This will be your training ground in the future, Tianquan Peak. Fist also means authority, hence our Tianquan Peak primarily cultivates the way of fist techniques. As my only direct disciple, you shall be the current master senior brother of Tianquan Peak. So you must strive diligently, Qin Feng stated. Qi Changfeng was taken aback. The master senior brother of Tianquan Peak. Such a grand title right from the start? In an instant, Qi Changfeng's mind conjured numerous grand scenarios. With his low cultivation, stepping into such a high position upon arrival would surely infringe upon the interests of other disciples. After all, there were many inner disciples under the care of elders and protectors at Tianquan Peak, and conflicts would inevitably arise. However, not wanting to cause trouble did not mean he feared it. Should anyone dare to bully him, he would not show mercy, Qi Changfeng thought to himself. Master, what does it mean to be a master senior brother? Being a master senior brother means that among the disciples of Tianquan Peak, your status is the highest. You will also need to assist me in managing the other disciples. You have the authority to punish them, and they will look to you in times of trouble. In simple terms, you are the face of our Tianquan Peak disciples, Qin Feng explained. Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng felt even more burdened. Master, I am currently of low cultivation. How can I bear such a heavy responsibility? I implore you to reconsider. If I say you can, then you can. It's one thing if I had no disciples before, but now that I do, my disciple must certainly be the master senior brother of Tianquan Peak. Otherwise, where would I place my dignity? Qin Feng replied nonchalantly. Rest assured, it's not as difficult as you imagine. With me supporting you, you'll be fine. Qi Changfeng, feeling helpless, could only agree. Chapter 17. Master Senior Brother of Tianquan Peak. The major peaks of the Huangding sect are not merely singular mountains, but an entire mountain range. Each inner disciple, true disciple, elder, and protector of Tianquan Peak has their own independent mountain as their place of cultivation. Outer disciples do not possess independent cultivation grounds. Instead, there is a designated mountain for their residence and practice. In the absence of elders or protectors accepting apprentices, when outer disciples reach the realm of Grandmaster in martial arts or attain the golden core in the immortal path, they automatically become inner disciples, enjoying the benefits and treatment associated with that status. Qin Feng pointed to a distant mountain and said to Qi Changfeng, Changfeng, this mountain will be your place of cultivation in the future. You may practice here. This mountain was my place of cultivation before I became the Peak Master, and it is not far from the main peak, making it convenient for you to seek me if needed. Here is the control token for the array of this mountain. Take it. With that, he tossed Qi Changfeng a white token. After dripping your blood on it, this token will recognize you as its master. You may try it now. Hearing this, Qi Changfeng squeezed out a drop of blood and let it fall onto the token. The token transformed into a beam of white light, flying into Qi Changfeng's body. At that moment, he could clearly sense the presence of the array within the distant mountain and could control it with his spiritual strength. This is truly remarkable, Qi Changfeng mused inwardly. Just then, Qin Feng took out a small golden bell and shook it, producing a melodious chime that echoed throughout the Tianquan Peak area, ringing 3 times. This is the Peak Master's golden bell. When it rings 3 times, all disciples still present at Tianquan Peak and not in closed-door cultivation must come to the main peak to heed the Peak Master's instructions, Qin Feng explained. As the ringing concluded, figures began to appear from various mountain peaks. Some flying swiftly, others slower, while a few, unable to fly, were escorted by their senior brothers and sisters. Why did the Peak Master's golden bell ring? That's quite rare. The last time it rang was decades ago during the martial arts exchange with the prodigy from the Tiangong sect. Really? This is my first time witnessing the Peak Master's golden bell. If it weren't for the array's reminder, I wouldn't even know the meaning of that chime. Disciples conversed as they traveled. I wonder why the Peak Master has summoned all disciples. Could it be another exchange event? Haven't we had enough of those? It shouldn't be. Today marks the decade-long entrance examination, so it might be related to that. Could it be that the Peak Master has accepted a new disciple? How is that possible? With the Peak Master's discerning eyes, what kind of talent could possibly catch his attention? I've never heard of the Peak Master accepting a disciple before. Otherwise, how could the position of Master Senior Brother at Tianquan Peak have remained vacant for so many years? One can never say never. What if an extraordinary prodigy appears, especially one who excels in fist techniques? You do have a point. If that were the case, Lu Shixiang would surely be overjoyed. Ha ha ha, indeed. Well, let's not speculate too much. We'll find out when we reach the main peak. Similar exchanges occurred along the way, and within the span of an incense stick, all disciples of Tianquan Peak had gathered at the main peak. Inner disciples stood in front, with outer disciples behind, numbering in the hundreds. Due to Qin Feng's long-standing refusal to accept disciples, Tianquan Peak lacked true disciples. Usually, only Peak Masters can accept true disciples, unless they are exceptional talents like Qi Changfeng, who become apprentices to elders. Otherwise, disciples taken in by elders and protectors are only classified as inner disciples. Of course, Peak Masters can accept inner disciples as well, and while other Peak Masters often take several inner disciples, it is quite rare for someone like Qin Feng, who avoids hassle, to take none at all. As the disciples arrived, they noticed the Peak Master hovering in midair, accompanied by a youth who had yet to reach the innate realm. Stirring a sense of speculation among them, the leading disciples' eyes sparkled with evident joy. Seeing that most of the disciples had arrived, Qin Feng descended from the air with Qi Changfeng. Greetings, Peak Master. The disciples saluted. Enough with the formalities. The reason I summoned you all is to announce an important matter. I have accepted a direct disciple, and from today onwards, he shall be the current Master Senior Brother of Tianquan Peak. Qin Feng declared, pointing at Qi Changfeng, we humbly obey the Peak Master's decree. We greet the Master Senior Brother. The hundreds of disciples bowed in unison. Following this, Qin Feng gestured for Qi Changfeng to step forward and say a few words. Qi Changfeng, feeling helpless, forced a smile and stepped forward. Greetings to my fellow disciples. I am Qi Changfeng. Today, I bear this heavy responsibility and feel quite anxious. I will need everyone's support moving forward. And if I err, I hope for your understanding. The leading youth disciple, upon hearing Qi Changfeng's words, beamed with a smile, saying, Master Senior Brother is being modest. We will certainly assist you wholeheartedly. The others echoed in agreement. Seeing this, Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction, waving his hand as hundreds of streams of light entered the disciple's possession. As I take on a disciple, these pills are bestowed upon you all for good fortune. That is all. You may return now. With that, he vanished alongside Qi Changfeng. After the departure of Peak Master Qin, the disciples gradually became lively. Congratulations, Lu Shixiang. Fortune has smiled upon you. An inner disciple remarked to the leading youth with a grin. Haha, indeed, I, Lu, have temporarily held the position of Master Senior Brother of Tianquan Peak for so many years, and today, I am finally liberated. The youth chuckled. This individual, named Lu Chuan, is an inner disciple of the great elder Gu Tianchong from Tianquan Peak, a prodigy in martial arts and a master of celestial cultivation, having attained the nascent soul stage. Over the years, he has temporarily assumed the role of the senior brother of Tianquan Peak. Despite my repeated attempts to persuade my master to relinquish this duty, he has consistently insisted that I continue in this position, telling me to manage it for the time being. I have been the one to handle challenges from disciples of other peaks, oversee gatherings within the sect, and mediate conflicts among the disciples. All these trivial matters. Do I wish to manage them? Not at all. In terms of resources, my master has no other disciples. I lack for nothing. Once I hand over the responsibilities of Senior Brother to Senior Brother Qi, I can retreat for an extended period of contemplation and delve into my martial techniques before embarking on further adventures. Lu Chuan mused contentedly. For all these years, he had been reluctant to shoulder the responsibilities of acting Senior Brother. Each time he interfaced with other peak leaders, he felt dwarfed by their direct disciples as an inner disciple. Finally, The Peak Master has come to his senses and recognized the value of taking on disciples, Lu Chuan exclaimed. Senior Brother Qi appears rather unremarkable. I cannot fathom why the Peak Master chose him as a direct disciple. Suddenly, a disciple voiced his confusion. Indeed, the Peak Master has not taken in any inner disciples for many years. What exceptional qualities could Senior Brother Qi possess to earn such recognition? Do not rush. I shall inquire with my master to see if he is aware of the situation, Lu Chuan replied. After speaking, he focused his mind and sent a message to the great elder Gu Tianchong through the protective array of the sect. Before long, Gu Tianchong responded. Upon reading the message, Lu Chuan's face was filled with astonishment, his eyes wide open. What is it, Senior Brother Lu? A disciple asked, puzzled. It turns out he is an extraordinary prodigy. At the mere age of 16, he comprehended the essence of the Shattering Fist and achieved mastery in the Starry Tower by slaying a master-level swordsman. After regaining his composure, Lu Chuan remarked, What? A prodigy who comprehended the essence of the fist at 16. The disciples were incredulous. In a short while, news of Qi Changfeng being a prodigious talent spread among the disciples, and the disciples of Tianquan Peak quickly developed a sense of recognition towards him. This senior brother undoubtedly possesses exceptional talent. Chapter 18. Paying homage to the ancestor after Qin Feng escorted Qi Changfeng away from the main peak of Tianquan, he executed a spatial shift. Arriving outside the hall of Fengtian, Qi Changfeng felt a momentary blur, as the surroundings transformed into an entirely different realm. The capabilities of the powerful beings are truly terrifying, he thought, filled with deep admiration. Noticing Qi Changfeng's astonished expression, Qin Feng smiled and explained, Changfeng, this is the technique of spatial shifting. Once one reaches the combined body stage, one can grasp it at a rudimentary level, without waiting for further questions from Qi Changfeng. He led him directly to the entrance of the grand hall there. The hall loomed magnificently, resplendent in gold and jade, occupying an unknown expanse. Above the entrance hung a plaque inscribed with the 3 characters Fengtian Hall. This hall serves as a sanctuary for venerating the ancestors of our Huangting sect, where inner disciples and true disciples are taken by their masters to pay their respects upon entering the sect. After explaining, Qin Feng produced a token and infused it with spiritual energy, causing the grand doors of Fengtian Hall to swing open. He strode in with Qi Changfeng. Immediately upon entering, they encountered a massive screen. Beyond the screen sat an elderly man in a white robe, meditating with his aura concealed, his depths indiscernible. Sensing their presence, the old man opened his eyes and gazed at Qin Feng and Qi Changfeng. I see you, Master Hua. I did not expect it to be your turn to preside. Qin Feng greeted the elder with a bow. You previously did not take in disciples, so how could you remember to come to Fengtian Hall? It has been a century since it was my turn to oversee this. I still have 60 years before returning to the Holy Land for rotation, the elder replied somewhat gruffly. Qin Feng smiled awkwardly but did not respond. Instead, he turned to Qi Changfeng and said, This is Master Hua, our supreme elder of Huangting sect. Quickly, go greet him. I pay my respects to the ancestor. Qi Changfeng stepped forward to bow. I have heard that you, Qin Feng, just took in an extraordinary prodigy as a disciple. Splendid, splendid. It seems Tianquan Peak has a promising successor, the elder observed, appraising Qi Changfeng with satisfaction. Not long ago, several peak masters and elders brought their newly accepted inner disciples to Fengtian Hall. You must have delayed slightly due to your visit to Tianquan Peak. The Supreme Elder, having heard from other powerful beings about Qi Changfeng's accomplishments and having gleaned detailed information from the protective array, held him in high regard. Since you call me ancestor, I cannot fail to present a gift. Here is a drop of Kuenyo's essence blood, which greatly benefits body refinement. A white vial transformed into a streak of light and entered Qi Changfeng's embrace. Do not forget to express gratitude to Master Hua. This essence blood is a precious treasure, Qin Feng chuckled. Thank you for the invaluable gift, ancestor. Qi Changfeng promptly expressed his gratitude. Enough formalities, quickly proceed inside. After paying homage to the ancestors, do not forget to come to me to receive your true disciple token. The Supreme Elder waved his hand dismissively. Upon entering the hall, they found a statue of a middle-aged Taoist in the center. Wielding a long sword, clad in a purple-gold robe, with a graceful demeanor and an extraordinary appearance. This was the founder of Huangting's sect. Surrounding it were tablets commemorating the ascended or fallen powerful beings of the sect throughout the ages. Qin Feng led Qi Changfeng closer to the statue. Our Huangting sect was founded during the travels of an upper realm power, intricately linked to the upper realm. It is said that our sect's backing is among the top forces in the upper realm. The founder is known as Yun Zhongzi. Step forward and pay your respects, Qin Feng instructed, gesturing for Qi Changfeng to approach. At that moment, Qi Changfeng's heart surged with tumultuous waves, though he did not let it show. He stepped forward steadily, lit 3 incense sticks, and performed the traditional 3 bows and 9 prostrations, completing his homage. Yun Zhongzi, could it truly be the great being I have known in my past life? Surely not. I cannot have arrived in a subordinate world of the primordial great world. Qi Changfeng pondered. It is also possible that it is merely a coincidence of names. My current realm is still lowly, and there is no need to dwell on such matters in time. As I grow stronger, the truth will reveal itself. After completing his homage, Qin Feng led him out of the hall. Before leaving, the white-robed Supreme Elder handed Qi Changfeng the true disciple token. After recognizing it with your blood, you will be able to use the protective array of the sect. The protective array envelopes Huangting's sect and the surrounding millions of miles. It is our sect's most treasured asset, capable of annihilating true immortals under the command of the sect leader. This array was personally established by our founding ancestor and possesses numerous functions: transmitting messages, exchanging treasures, accessing information, and inheriting techniques. Among others, you will need to explore these yourself, Qin Feng informed Qi Changfeng. Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng drew a drop of blood and let it fall onto the true disciple token in an instant. He felt the ability to manipulate the token, and a stream of information flowed into his mind. As a true disciple, he would receive 1,000 spirit stones and 1,000 exchange points as monthly rewards at the acquired stage. At the innate stage, the rewards would increase to 10,000 spirit stones and 10,000 exchange points. At the master stage, it would be 50,000 spirit stones and 50,000 exchange points monthly. At the grandmaster stage, the rewards would rise to 100,000 spirit stones and 100,000 exchange points monthly. Rewards for other realms remain unknown for now. Spirit stones are for daily expenses, while exchange points can be used to acquire treasures from the sect's treasury. True disciples can study 3 techniques or spells for free, without any level restrictions. Should one wish to continue learning beyond that, exchange points will be necessary. With the true disciple token, Huangting sect can also monitor the life and death status of its disciples, and powerful beings will intervene when necessary. The treatment of a true disciple is indeed remarkable, Qi Changfeng thought to himself, feeling quite pleased. In just a month, he had transformed from an ordinary villager in a mundane town to a true disciple of Huangting's sect, unimaginable in the past. This immortal martial simulation system is truly a marvelous tool. Once I break through to the innate stage, I intend to enter seclusion and simulate my training diligently. However, what I need most now is to select a technique. My Maniubo fist is finally ready for an upgrade. Sensing Qi Changfeng's thoughts, Qin Feng suddenly remarked, Changfeng, as a true disciple, you have the benefit of freely selecting 3 techniques. You must seize this opportunity and ensure that you choose the top techniques passed down by the sect, balancing both martial and celestial paths. If you miss this chance, even as a true disciple, acquiring those top techniques will be exceedingly difficult. Come, I will personally guide you in your selection. Let us return to Tianquan Peak. With that, Qin Feng waved his sleeve, and Qi Changfeng felt a blur before arriving in a secluded chamber. This is within the main peak of Tianquan. It is a place where I often enter seclusion. Free from disturbances, Qin Feng explained. Calming his mind, Qi Changfeng connected his spiritual energy to the protective array through the true disciple token. Qin Feng instructed him on how to use the protective array. Soon, Qi Changfeng sensed his spiritual energy entering a wondrous space, manifesting into his own likeness, while his physical body in the real world remained free to move. It was as if 2 perspectives had appeared before him. This novel experience was unlike anything he had encountered before. The place where your spiritual energy resides is your virtual space within the protective array. Without permission, no one else can enter. I will add your contact information, and then I can request access to your virtual space. Qin Feng elaborated. Having spoken, Qi Changfeng sensed a surge of information. The master of Tianquan Peak, Qin Feng, requested to add you as a contact. Do you agree? Qi Changfeng hastily consented, and shortly after, another request arrived. The master of Tianquan Peak, Qin Feng, requested to enter your virtual space. Do you agree? Upon granting permission, Qin Feng's figure materialized within Qi Changfeng's domain. Chapter 19. The choice of cultivation methods. Qi Changfeng was enveloped in an overwhelming sense of unreality. This world of immortals and martial arts was far removed from his expectations. Compared to the social media of his previous life and the protective formations, this was utterly inferior. Steadying his mind, Qi Changfeng quickly acclimated to the new reality. Isn't it marvelous? I recall my own initial reaction when my master first connected to the protective formation of our sect, Qin Feng remarked. Under Qin Feng's guidance, Qi Changfeng's consciousness stirred, and a luminous screen appeared in the virtual space, displaying treasures available for exchange with points. Upon selecting the cultivation method's interface, the techniques inherited from the Huangting sect materialized before him. Huangting scripture, allegedly created by the Tao ancestor, frequent recitation of the Huangting scripture can enlighten one to the great Tao and enhance one's spirit, making it an unparalleled technique for spiritual cultivation. However, few have reaped its rewards. Requires 10 million exchange points, 1 golden medal for redemption. Liuji Immortal Scripture, a top-tier immortal cultivation technique capable of leading one to ascension. When cultivated to profound depths, it can summon ethereal manifestations of 6 paths of immortal energy to assist in battle. Requires 10 million exchange points, 1 golden medal for redemption. Evergreen Technique, a premier immortal cultivation method that enables ascension. Each breakthrough significantly extends one's lifespan, far exceeding that of peers. Requires 10 million exchange points, 1 golden medal for redemption. Flying Immortal Decision, a supreme immortal technique more suited for women. When cultivated deeply, it can generate the power of flight, aiding in overcoming tribulations during ascension. Requires 10 million exchange points, 1 golden medal for redemption. Great Sun Burning Heaven True Scripture, a top-tier immortal technique, a combat holy method that unleashes the power of the sun with every movement, rarely encountering opponents of the same tier. Requires 10 million exchange points, 1 golden medal for redemption. Indestructible Thunder Body, a premier martial technique that tempers the physical body with the power of heavenly thunder, achieving great mastery and unafraid of the trials of heavenly tribulation. Requires 10 million exchange points, 1 golden medal for redemption. Mystical Heaven Sacred Body, a top martial technique, the orthodox path of body refinement that absorbs rare treasures of heaven and earth, extracting the essence of the sun and moon. When fully mastered, it can resist all forms of attacks, rendering the body nearly indestructible. Requires 10 million exchange points, 1 golden medal for redemption. 10,000 Treasures Body Refinement Decision, a premier martial technique that transforms the body into a treasured artifact. When perfected, it allows one to confront celestial artifacts unarmed. Requires 10 million exchange points, 1 golden medal for redemption. Before them lay a series of the most elite immortal and martial cultivation methods, and merely reading their descriptions filled Qi Changfeng with exhilaration. The most exceptional techniques cannot merely be exchanged for points. They also require golden medals, which can only be obtained through significant contributions to the sect. My disciple, now do you comprehend the significance of the opportunity to select 3 techniques at no cost? Qin Feng advised, I suggest you choose 1 top-tier martial technique and 1 immortal technique, reserving the last chance for a divine ability or to keep it in reserve. Master, could you elaborate on the Huangting scripture? After a moment of contemplation, Qi Changfeng respectfully inquired of Qin Feng. The Huangting scripture? Few choose this method. It is more of a scripture than a true technique, lacking specific cultivation methods. Aside from those at Tianquan Peak who primarily focus on mental prowess, hardly anyone opts for this scripture. Qin Feng explained patiently. Those who choose the Huangting scripture rarely gain substantial benefits. It is said that frequent recitation is necessary, and when the opportunity arises, one may gain insight. It is similar to mental prowess, quite enigmatic. He continued, I believe I possess some innate talent and mental strength and wish to give it a try. Even if I gain little, it will not impede my choice of techniques in both martial and immortal paths. Qi Changfeng stated. Qin Feng pondered for a moment, finding some merit in Qi Changfeng's reasoning. Should he choose the divine ability for the third opportunity, given his current realm, he would be unable to cultivate it. If he selected the Huangding scripture and happened to gain insight, it would be fortuitous, especially as it was said to be transmitted by the legendary Tao ancestor, thereby holding the highest rank within the sect. Furthermore, the Huangding sect was named after this scripture, indicating its significant pedigree. Thus, Qin Feng nodded in agreement with Qi Changfeng's decision. For your martial technique, I advise you to choose the mystical heaven sacred body. As you are innately gifted, it aligns harmoniously with the mystical heaven sacred body, and this method follows a righteous and honorable path, perfect for those of us who practice martial arts. It is said that the mystical heaven sacred body is connected to a certain supreme technique from the upper realm. I myself practice the mystical heaven sacred body, which can help you avoid many detours, Qin Feng elucidated. Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng's heart stirred. Could it be that the supreme technique from the upper realm was the fabled one? Without further hesitation, he chose the mystical heaven sacred body as his martial technique. As for the immortal technique, after a discussion between master and disciple, they settled on the great sun burning heaven true scripture. This technique boasts formidable combat prowess, but it requires a comprehension of the power of the sun, making both entry and advancement quite challenging. Qi Changfeng felt confident regarding the comprehension required for this technique, as his immortal martial simulation system afforded him significantly more time for insight than others. Disciple, remember to give equal importance to both martial and immortal paths. The path of cultivation has a significant hurdle at the integration realm. Only those who cultivate both paths have hope of transcending into the integration realm. Once one enters the integration realm, the paths of martial and immortal cultivation converge, eliminating distinctions in realms. The martial path consists of innate master, grandmaster, celestial being, and earthly immortal. The immortal path consists of Qi refinement, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and divine transformation. By cultivating both paths, should one reach the divine transformation realm in immortality and the earthly immortal realm in martial arts, there lies the potential for the two to merge, achieving the integration realm. Those who reach the integration realm may be referred to as great beings, Qin Feng advised Qi Changfeng earnestly. Those who solely cultivate one path, under normal circumstances, can only halt before the integration realm. At this moment, Qi Changfeng understood why the Huangding sect only accepted those who practiced both martial and immortal paths, firmly etching Qin Feng's admonitions into his heart. He chose to exchange for the Huangding scripture, the great sun burning heaven true scripture, and the mystical heaven sacred body. After much deliberation, the master and disciple ultimately made their selections. 3 resplendent crystals appeared out of thin air, hovering before Qi Changfeng. These are the stones of the top-tier cultivation methods, containing the essence of the techniques. Such high-level methods cannot be contained within ordinary jade slips, in the outside world. Each of these transmission stones would incite bloodshed and turmoil. By using his mental strength to connect with the transmission stones, Qi Changfeng could grasp the true essence of the techniques. Qi Changfeng's mental force connected with the stones. A continuous stream of brilliant starlight flowed into his ethereal spirit. After a duration of half an hour, as the 3 transmission stones were consumed, the transmission of the techniques concluded. The transmission of the techniques is complete. Disciple, return to the dojo and contemplate earnestly. Should you have any matters, contact me directly through the protective formation of our sect. Qin Feng chuckled. Thank you, Master. I shall diligently cultivate and not disappoint your expectations, Qi Changfeng declared with resolute eyes. With a thought, their consciousnesses departed from the protective formation space, returning to the quiet room. At this moment, Qin Feng manifested a ring in his hand and tossed it to Qi Changfeng, who instinctively caught it. This is a storage ring, capable of holding various items. As per usual, simply drop blood to recognize it as your own. Inside, you will find the rare treasures required for the initial 3 layers of the mystical heaven sacred body, along with protective items from your master. Be sure to keep them safe, Qin Feng instructed. Qi Changfeng was momentarily taken aback, about to speak, but Qin Feng waved his hand to interrupt him. No need for pleasantries. These items are of little consequence to me. Moreover, sending a newly accepted disciple back empty-handed would surely invite ridicule from other great beings. Master's kindness is deeply appreciated, Qi Changfeng responded earnestly. Qin Feng refrained from saying more. And with a flick of his sleeve, Qi Changfeng vanished from the quiet room. Chapter 20. Secluded cultivation. As Qi Changfeng's vision shifted, he found himself at the entrance of the dojo. The dojo was perched atop a mountain, shrouded by a great formation, rendering it somewhat obscured. With a thought, Qi Changfeng activated the formation, creating an opening. Stepping inside felt akin to entering a new realm. The dojo was vast, its expanse unknown, filled with rich spiritual energy that made him feel light and invigorated with each breath. Upon sensing the formation, Qi Changfeng discovered that the dojo was divided into several distinct areas: a great hall for receiving guests, quiet chambers for secluded cultivation, a medicinal garden for growing spiritual herbs, a pen for raising spiritual beasts, and a training ground for practicing techniques, among others. However, due to years of abandonment, each area contained only basic facilities and abundant spiritual energy, lacking any further embellishments. Truly, as a true disciple. The dojo was ample in spiritual energy and impressive in stature. Qi Changfeng felt quite satisfied. This would be his territory from now on. Once he became affluent, he would ensure to tidy up the place. Otherwise, should any fellow cultivator visit and find the place barren, it would be quite embarrassing, he mused. Suddenly, Qi Changfeng received a message from the protective formation. It turned out that this peak had regained a master and required the dojo's owner to assign a name for registration within the protective formation, facilitating interactions among fellow disciples. After a moment of contemplation, Qi Changfeng decided to name it when Dao Peak. Name is already in use. Please choose another, came the response, leaving Qi Changfeng somewhat speechless. It would have been better to mention it earlier. After much contemplation and recollection of memories from past lives, he ultimately chose the name Zayas Yufeng. With the naming concluded, Qi Changfeng entered the secluded meditation chamber, which housed a spirit-gathering array. It was time to enter seclusion to comprehend the martial arts and break through to a new realm. Activating the spirit-gathering array and settling onto the meditation cushion, Qi Changfeng began his closed-door training. He retrieved the storage ring gifted by his master, and after pledging his blood to recognize it as his own, his spiritual energy delved within. The myriad treasures and elixirs dazzled him, leaving him momentarily stunned. Master, you have provided me with an abundance, Qi Changfeng mused, feeling a swell of joy within. He extracted all the items from the storage ring and placed them beside him. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures were essential for cultivating the Shintian sacred body's first 3 tiers, numbering in the hundreds. It was no surprise that Qin Feng, who also practiced the Shintian sacred body, had such a stockpile. Alongside the treasures lay 3 artifacts, a jade tablet and a collection of elixirs. Judging by their appearances, the 3 artifacts were an inner armor, a pair of wings, and a set of gloves. With practiced ease, Qi Changfeng recognized the information of the 3 artifacts after pledging his blood. He learned that the Tianyu inner armor was a low-grade artifact capable of significantly enhancing the user's physical defense, rendering attacks from grandmasters or below ineffective, and substantially diminishing the power of assaults from grandmasters or golden core cultivators. The Mayan wings, also a low-grade artifact, granted the user luminous wings upon activation, greatly increasing speed and agility, making it impossible for foes below the nascent soul stage to catch up. The Basa gloves, another low-grade artifact, integrated with his fists, dramatically enhancing the power of his martial techniques and intent. Low-grade artifacts were the highest tier Qi Changfeng could currently wield. Artifacts, treasures, spiritual instruments, and Dao devices each fell into 3 grades: upper, middle, and lower. Generally, Qi refining and foundation establishment cultivators could only manipulate artifacts, while golden core and nascent soul practitioners could wield treasures. Only those at the transformation and integration stages could command spiritual instruments, and Dao devices required the spiritual strength of those who had undergone tribulation and reached the Great Ascension stage. As for higher-level immortal artifacts, they possessed spirit essences that granted immense power without the need for conscious activation. Within the Huangning sect, immortal artifacts were regarded as treasures of the sect, unattainable by ordinary powerful beings. Qi Changfeng's current spiritual strength was roughly at the initial stage of the Golden Core Realm, initial Grandmaster. Thus, low-grade artifacts represented his utmost limit. Since Qi Changfeng had yet to step onto the immortal path and lacked spiritual energy within, He would need to expend spirit stones to supply the necessary energy for these artifacts. Each of the 3 artifacts was perfectly suited to him. One enhanced defense, another increased escape speed, and the last augmented the power of his martial techniques. With these artifacts activated, Qi Changfeng felt confident in exchanging blows with the Grandmaster. After recognizing the artifacts with his blood, they transformed into streams of light and merged into Qi Changfeng's body. He discovered that the armor-like artifact was particularly unique, functioning passively without requiring constant spiritual energy supply. As long as his spiritual strength was adequate, it would enhance his defense. Grasping the jade tablet beside the artifacts, information flowed into his mind. Disciple, this jade tablet contains my aura and a defensive strike. Do not activate it unless in great peril. The message was left by Qin Feng, and the jade tablet embedded itself into Qi Changfeng's body. Hovering within his sea of consciousness, as for the pile of elixirs, Qi Changfeng observed that they encompassed various types for enhancing cultivation, healing injuries, sustaining life, detoxifying, and more, all of which were of the highest quality among elixirs. Qi Changfeng felt deeply touched, appreciating Qin Feng's thorough consideration for him. With heavenly materials and earthly treasures to bolster his cultivation, 3 artifacts to amplify his prowess, jade tablet as a life-saving safeguard, and a variety of elixirs to address different situations, he now possessed all the essentials for his future cultivation, instilling him with confidence. Qi Changfeng resolved to first comprehend the Immortal Path's techniques, step into the Qi refining realm, and subsequently cultivate the Xintian sacred body to break through to the innate realm. Closing his eyes, he directed his heart towards the heavens as the great sun burning heaven scripture materialized within his sea of consciousness. The scripture comprised 9 levels, corresponding to the Qi refining, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, integration, tribulation, great ascension, and ascension realms. Mastery of the scripture's fundamentals would allow entry into the Qi refining stage. As he activated the methods within the scripture, Qi Changfeng felt the surrounding spiritual energy intensifying. Soon, he was able to draw energy into his body, circulating it according to the scripture's prescribed route in the span of half a stick of incense. The energy completed a full cycle within him. His formidable and refined spiritual strength, alongside his robust physique, expedited Qi Changfeng's journey along the immortal path. After approximately half an hour, he had already become adept at manipulating spiritual energy. I have officially entered the Qi refining first level. I can consider myself on the immortal path, Qi Changfeng thought. Continuing his practice, the rich spiritual energy in the dojo, augmented by the spirit-gathering array, allowed him to cultivate at a pace far surpassing that of the outside world. Within just a day, he attained the Qi refining 5th level. Expelling a breath of turbid air, Qi Changfeng ceased his training of the great sun burning heaven scripture. Achieving the Qi refining 5th level in one breath was a testament to his accumulated efforts. Although he could continue to cultivate and break through, haste would lead to instability. Having entered the immortal path and reached the mid-Qi refining stage, it was time to cultivate the Xintian sacred body and advance to the innate realm, he mused. With eyes firmly shut, he attuned himself to the Xintian sacred body's techniques within his sea of consciousness. The Xintian sacred body encompassed 10 levels. Upon successfully cultivating the first level, one would attain the pinnacle of postnatal martial prowess. Completing the second level would elevate one to the pinnacle of innate martial prowess, while mastering the 10th level would grant the body the combat strength of a true immortal. Qi Changfeng's martial prowess had already reached the pinnacle of postnatal, making the cultivation of the first level of the Xintian sacred body relatively straightforward. Taking out the heavenly materials and earthly treasures his master had provided, he directed the energy within his body in accordance with the Xintian sacred body's methods. Remarkably, those treasures began to be refined and integrated into Qi Changfeng's being. Gradually, the vitality within him surged, bones cracking and meridians resonating as his previously honed physique was transformed, with a golden hue beginning to emerge in his once leaden blood. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures were gradually refined. The golden hue in Qi Changfeng's blood intensified. With the final treasure's disappearance, a violent surge of vitality erupted within him, manifesting as a golden shell-like membrane enveloping him. Qi Changfeng remained motionless, eyes shut. Within this golden cocoon, resembling a statue, gradually, the golden membrane transformed into a gaseous form, dissipating into his body. Suddenly, Qi Changfeng opened his eyes, a flash of golden light illuminating them. He had successfully cultivated the first level of the Xintian sacred body. At this moment, all the blood within him had turned golden, and his physical strength had increased several tiers compared to before. Is this the distinction between top-tier martial arts and ordinary ones? Despite both being at the pinnacle of postnatal, the disparity in physical strength is so pronounced, Qi Changfeng reflected. However, the Maniubian fist was merely a white-tier martial art, so high expectations could not be held. According to the Xintian sacred body, upon successful completion of the first level, the physical body would possess the strength of a low-grade artifact, while the second level would elevate it to the strength of a mid-grade artifact. Though the improvement may seem minimal, the difference in strength between mid-grade and low-grade artifacts was indeed significant. It is worth noting that the first 3 tiers of the Xintian sacred body are the easiest to cultivate, with the difficulty spiking from the 4th level onward. Furthermore, with Qi Changfeng's copper-skinned, iron-boned, blue, talent enhancement, his physical strength was already comparable to that of a mid-grade artifact. Having achieved the first level, Qi Changfeng was not content. The postnatal realm merely marked the inception of the martial path. It was the innate realm that truly initiated one into martial arts, enabling control over the forces of heaven and earth and the ability to soar through the skies, capabilities far beyond those attainable by mere mortals. With Qi Changfeng's initial Grandmaster-level spiritual strength, the forces of heaven and earth were no longer a mystery to him. Previously, in order to make a remarkable impression during the entrance examination, and due to his insufficient cultivation technique level at the time, he had refrained from breaking through to the innate realm. Now, having achieved his goals of becoming a direct disciple of Huangting's sect and acquiring top-tier techniques, he had soared to new heights in just a few days. Thus, it was time to step into the innate realm. Qi Changfeng retrieved the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for the second level of the Xintian sacred body, closed his eyes, and extended his spiritual energy outward. As he manipulated his spiritual energy, the forces of heaven and earth surged around him. The essence of the forces of heaven and earth is fundamentally spiritual energy, differing only in nomenclature between martial and immortal paths. Martial arts utilize the powerful physical body to mobilize and compress the spiritual energy of the world for personal use, while the immortal path absorbs spiritual energy into the body, enhancing one's realm and purifying the energy within, allowing the practitioner to wield spells or divine abilities. Having reached the Qi refining 5th level of the immortal path, Qi Changfeng was well acquainted with spiritual energy. As he activated the methods of the second level of the Xintian sacred body, the spiritual energy flowed effortlessly, and the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were rapidly consumed, continuously refining his body, with glimmers of gold radiating from his blood. Approximately an hour later, as the heavenly materials and earthly treasures were nearly exhausted, Qi Changfeng's breakthrough approached its conclusion. With a resounding boom, he suddenly found himself levitating in mid-air, as if an invisible force was supporting him. The innate realm came naturally, and he successfully cultivated the second level of the Xintian sacred body. At this moment, Qi Changfeng's physical strength had become comparable to that of a superior grade artifact. It is worth noting that exquisite artifacts are indeed the finest treasures that an ordinary foundation establishment cultivator can wield. Coupled with the defensive enhancements of the heavenly domain armor, even Golden Core or Grandmaster level experts would likely find it impossible to breach Qi Changfeng's defenses. Qi Changfeng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. To traverse further along the path of cultivation, the ability to safeguard one's life is of paramount importance. As a top-tier martial arts technique, the Xintian sacred body allowed Qi Changfeng to reach the pinnacle of the innate realm upon the completion of its second layer. One should not underestimate the difficulty of achieving the second layer. Primarily, it was due to Qi Changfeng's elevated level of spiritual power, having reached the Grandmaster stage, combined with the rare resources that Qin Feng had prepared for him to cultivate the Xintian sacred body, requiring only his refinement. The resources needed to cultivate the second layer of the Xintian sacred body would cost no less than several 100,000 exchange points within the Huangning sect. Highlighting Qin Feng's regard for Qi Changfeng. After breaking through to the innate realm, Qi Changfeng acquired the ability to fly, he soared around the quiet chamber a few times, satisfying his curiosity, as he had long yearned for the ability to traverse the skies across 2 lifetimes. With his celestial path reaching the 5th level of Qi refinement, and his martial arts attaining the pinnacle of the innate realm, Qi Changfeng's cultivation reached a temporary conclusion. With a thought, he activated the celestial and martial simulation system, and his personal panel materialized in his mind. Name: Qi Changfeng race, human age, 16 years realm, pinnacle of innate martial realm, 5th level of Qi refinement. Martial arts techniques: hunting, gray, great accomplishment; barbarian bull fist, white, peak; breath of the rock, green, great accomplishment; Shintian sacred body, pink, 2nd layer; sun fire burning heaven sutra, pink, 1st layer; Huangting sutra, orange, not yet initiated. Spiritual power, early grandmaster, shattering fist intent. Simulation points, 90 points. Simulation attempts, white x2 talents; fist path genius, blue; combat master, blue; copper skin iron bones, blue; talent slots, 3, full evaluation. You have soared to great heights, and the path ahead in your cultivation journey is wide and clear. Keep going, young one. Gazing at his panel, Qi Changfeng could not help but be astounded. The Shintian sacred body and the sun fire burning heaven sutra were rated as level 6 pink in the system's evaluation, which did not come as a surprise to him. However, the Huangting sutra's evaluation was astonishingly level 8 orange, second only to the highest level of rainbow hues, which left Qi Changfeng quite taken aback. Choosing the Huangting sutra, Qi Changfeng was focused on cultivating his mental strength. He believed that with the simulation system and ample time for comprehension, his progress in spiritual power would be significantly expedited, giving him a natural advantage in cultivating mental strength. He did not expect the Huangting Sutra to be of such high caliber. It truly felt like a stroke of fortune, as it seemed to be passed down by the Tao ancestor. Undoubtedly containing the essence of supreme truths, Qi Changfeng silently vowed to delve deeper into this scripture within the simulation world going forward. Chapter 22. The path ahead. Having stepped into the innate realm, Qi Changfeng was prepared to claim this month's rewards as a true disciple and then exchange some items from the protective formation of the sect. He had refrained from claiming them earlier due to being in the postnatal realm, which only allowed him to receive 1,000 spirit stones and 1,000 exchange points. However, as an innate realm true disciple, he was now entitled to 10,000 spirit stones and 10,000 exchange points each month, a 10-fold increase. Understanding how to maximize his gains, Qi Changfeng connected his spiritual power to the protective formation and opted to claim this month's rewards. In an instant, a chest of spirit stones appeared beside him, and upon opening it, he found exactly 10,000 spirit stones. Qi Changfeng could not help but marvel at the wonders of the protective formation. It seemed to be connected to the sect's treasury, capable of instantly relocating resources to his side. This was far more reliable than any courier service from his previous life, he mused internally. His exchange points had also risen to 10,000, prompting Qi Changfeng to prepare for the exchange of some necessary treasures. Entering the personal virtual space within the protective formation, he skillfully opened the exchange list. 10,000 exchange points was neither too much nor too little. He dismissed the idea of top-tier techniques and precious artifacts, as he was not in want of such items at the moment. After some contemplation, Qi Changfeng decided to exchange for a fist technique suitable for his current stage. Upon selecting the fist technique category, various options caught Qi Changfeng's eye. 9 Suns Shattering Fist, a top-tier technique, requiring a spiritual power strength of the combined realm or higher, and comprehension of the Sun Fist intent for cultivation. Upon reaching great accomplishment, the fist unleashes the power of 9 suns, incinerating all and countering all malevolent spirits. 8 million exchange points. Silver medal required. Starry Dominance Fist, a top-tier technique, requiring a spiritual power strength of the combined realm or higher, and comprehension of the Starry Fist intent for cultivation. Upon reaching great accomplishment, the fist descends like a great star, crushing all. 8 million exchange points. Silver medal required. Eternal Guardian, a top-tier technique, requiring a spiritual power strength of the combined realm or higher, and comprehension of the Earth Fist intent for cultivation. Upon reaching great accomplishment, it boasts unparalleled defense, rendering one invincible among peers. 8 million exchange points. Silver medal required. As Qi Changfeng perused the top-tier fist techniques, he felt a strong desire to acquire them, but upon realizing the cultivation requirements and exchange costs, he promptly abandoned the thought. The top-tier fist techniques of Huangning sect had notably lower exchange conditions compared to those of the highest-grade techniques. However, it was understandable, as techniques serve as the foundation while fist techniques and divine abilities are merely means of combat. Moreover, the cultivation requirements for these top-tier fist techniques were quite stringent, typically accessible only to exceptional individuals. Not wishing to dwell further, Qi Changfeng continued to browse through the display, searching for a fist technique suitable for his current level. Tremor Fist requires a spiritual power strength of the Grandmaster realm or higher, and comprehension of the earth fist intent for cultivation. Upon reaching great accomplishment, one can unleash a punch that shakes the earth. 9,000 exchange points required. Shattering Void Divine Fist requires a spiritual power strength of the Grandmaster realm or higher, and comprehension of the shattering fist intent for cultivation. Upon reaching great accomplishment, it becomes indestructible, shattering all in its path. 9,000 exchange points required. Blazing Sun Fist requires a spiritual power strength of the Grandmaster realm or higher, and comprehension of the Sun Fist intent for cultivation. Upon reaching great accomplishment, it significantly enhances the might of the Sun Fist intent, with the punch accompanied by blazing flames. 9,000 exchange points required. There were many fist techniques available for those at the Grandmaster realm, encompassing various attributes of fist intents. Further down the list were techniques suitable for practitioners who had yet to comprehend any fist intents, with exchange points required plummeting to around 100. After deliberating for a moment, Qi Changfeng selected a technique named the 8 Desolations Shattering Jade Fist. This technique was suitable for practitioners who had comprehended the shattering fist intent and possessed a spiritual power strength at the Grandmaster realm. Spending 9,000 exchange points, he successfully exchanged for it, and a transmission jade slip suddenly appeared, adhering to Qi Changfeng's forehead. In a short while, the transmission was complete. Qi Changfeng gleaned the essence of the 8 Desolations Shattering Jade Fist, which comprised 3 levels. The first level was named Shattering Mountains and Rivers, the second level Shattering Sun and Moon, and the third level 8 Desolations Shattering Jade. This technique significantly amplifies the power of the shattering fist intent, and with diligent practice, it can enhance the intensity of the fist intent, reaching the third level, where its strength can rival that of a celestial realm expert. There exists a distinction between the strength and attributes of fist intents. Once one comprehends a specific attribute, the strength of the fist intent is contingent upon one's spiritual power level. For instance, the Sun Fist intent of a Grandmaster level spiritual power differs vastly in potency from that of a combined realm. Despite both being the Sun Fist intent, their power is certainly incomparable. At this point, Qi Changfeng no longer felt lost on his cultivation path, as his direction was now clear in terms of the celestial path. He would cultivate the Sunfire Burning Heaven Sutra, while for martial arts, he would practice the Shintian Sacred Body. Both serve as the bedrock for his breakthroughs. Through the celestial and martial simulation system, he would cultivate in various simulated worlds, rapidly enhancing his spiritual power. Surpassing several major realms in spiritual power strength would, in turn, benefit his actual cultivation speed in the real world. Moreover, a high realm of spiritual power not only amplifies the might of his fist intents, but also enables him to wield higher-tier magical artifacts, allowing him to confront foes across multiple major realms. The talents bestowed by the celestial and martial simulation system would further accelerate his cultivation speed and bolster his combat prowess. Currently, Qi Changfeng stood at the pinnacle of the innate martial realm, with his celestial path at the 5th level of Qi refinement. His physical strength had reached the level of exquisite artifacts, while his spiritual power and fist intent strength were at the early Grandmaster stage. With the enhancement from his combat master talent, he was now capable of engaging in a contest of strength with experts at the pinnacle of the Grandmaster realm. After all, it is exceedingly rare for a Grandmaster to cultivate martial arts techniques of the Shintian Sacred Body level, as the physical strength of ordinary Grandmasters falls significantly short of exquisite artifacts. Once Qi Changfeng fully cultivates the 8 Desolations Shattering Jade Fist to great accomplishment and activates the 3 magical artifacts bestowed by his master, he would not be unable to contend with experts of the celestial realm. To confront an opponent across 3 major realms was a feat documented only in the upper realms. Such occurrences had never been heard of in the lower realms. With 1,000 exchange points remaining, Qi Changfeng thought briefly before deciding not to hold on to them. He exchanged for some supplies for the dojo through the protective formation. These included seeds and saplings of spiritual herbs, low-tier spiritual beast cubs, as well as spiritual tea for entertaining guests, and spiritual bamboo to be planted within the dojo and on the peaks, totaling 800 exchange points. Upon exiting the quiet chamber, Qi Changfeng planted the spiritual herbs in the medicinal garden, released the spiritual beast cubs into their pens, and filled the open areas of the dojo with spiritual bamboo. There is no need for any particular techniques. The atmosphere within the dojo is suffused with an abundance of spiritual energy, allowing the plants and beasts to thrive merely by being planted. Unlike other practitioners, the spiritual plants and beasts exchanged by Qi Changfeng are not merely varieties intended for alchemy or guardianship. Instead, he selects those meant for culinary delights. The beast enclosure is filled with exquisite ingredients such as 8 treasures chicken, dragon-patterned duck, and earth-walking ox. Observing the rejuvenated scene of the dojo, Qi Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. With these ingredients at hand, my exceptional culinary skills will not go to waste, and I shall have the opportunity to prepare some delectable dishes for my master, he mused. Chapter 23. The breath of the sun and the transparent world having sorted through his own powers and determined the path forward, Qi Changfeng prepared to continue his training in the simulated world. Returning to the tranquil retreat where he had been in seclusion, he took stock of his resources, in terms of spirit stones. He possessed over 10,000, sufficient to simulate the blue world 10 times. If additional simulation points were needed, he could exchange them using the elixirs provided by his master, thus ensuring he had enough for the short term. Before participating in the entrance assessment, the last world Qi Changfeng simulated was a green-level world of malevolent spirits. In this realm, he had learned the method of employing the breath of rock. He had intended to lock onto this world for further exploration of the mysteries of breathing techniques once he had amassed enough simulation points. However, it now seemed that the power ceiling of a green simulation world was rather low. The breath of rock offered limited enhancement for Qi Changfeng at this stage. Locking onto this world would require 1,000 simulation points, which he found somewhat unworthy. Yet, recalling the despairing world where a malevolent spirit preyed upon humanity, he felt compelled to return and slay the Spirit King, for his existence had granted over a century of peace to the people, who regarded him with genuine respect and admiration. 1,000 simulation points were not excessive. It was merely a trifling sum compared to his monthly salary, akin to entering a training session for martial arts. Thus, Qi Changfeng convinced himself. He exchanged 2,000 spirit stones for simulation points and chose to lock onto the previous world of malevolent spirits. Ding! Green world locked successfully. The host may consume 100 simulation points to designate one simulation of this world. Consuming 100 simulation points, the simulation commenced. Objective: locked green world. The simulation was about to begin. World description: omitted. The host must select 3 talents from the following options. Feed: gray, you may jump into the mouths of various creatures at any time. Ballet: green, you possess exceptional talent in ballet. Graceful and timeless. Amnesia: white, what was the effect of this talent again? Bald strong. White, you are a born lumberjack, a collection of trivial talents. Qi Changfeng glanced over them without hesitation and selected the talents of martial genius, blue. Combat master, blue. And iron skin, blue. Promptly commencing the simulation. Age 0. You were born, weighing 9 pounds and 9 ounces, a robust infant. Age 10. You bid farewell to your parents, preparing for a journey. They worried for your safety due to your young age, but upon seeing your physique surpassing that of adults, they relented. Age 12. You joined the Demon Slayer Corps, learning that 50 years had passed since the death of the Bright King, and there was no one left in the Corps that you recognized. Age 13. Your mastery of the breath of rock advanced rapidly, integrating it into your martial arts. Soon, your prowess earned you the position of sub-team leader within the Demon Slayer Corps. That same year, you began training in the 8 Desolation Shattering Fist. Age 15. You became the strongest member of the Demon Slayer Corps, and upon the death of the commander, you naturally ascended to the rank of new commander. Age 16. Gradually, malevolent spirits re-emerged in the world. as the Spirit King believed the Bright King had perished and decided to once again reclaim the human realm. Age 17. You encountered the destined protagonist of this world, a 13-year-old boy whose entire family had been slain by the Spirit King, leaving only him and his recently transformed sister. The sister, now a spirit, regained her senses, which astonished you. You intervened to prevent other members of the Demon Slayer Corps from killing her and brought the siblings back to the Corps. From the protagonist, you learned he was a descendant of the ancient founder of breathing techniques and possessed the methods of the Breath of the Sun. Age 18. You learned the methods of the Breath of the Sun from the destined protagonist. The power of this fundamental breathing technique filled you with delight, as it contained the strength of the sun. Age 19. The 12 new malevolent spirits created by the Spirit King launched a surprise attack on the headquarters of the Demon Slayer Corps. With the Spirit King himself absent, to avoid alarming the enemy, you refrained from intervening, while the other commanders struggled to fend off the assault, ultimately driving the spirits back. During this battle, the destined protagonist awakened a power known as Transparent World, which piqued your interest. Age 20. The Spirit King, convinced the Bright King was dead, believed there were no unparalleled experts left in the Demon Slayer Corps. On New Year's Eve, he led a surprise attack on the headquarters. And upon his arrival, you firmly locked onto him with your martial intent, leaving him no escape. With a single punch, you reduced the Spirit King to ashes, dissipating into the ether. You would never forget the Spirit King's incredulous gaze before his demise. It was truly amusing. The remaining spirits were swiftly eradicated by you, and without the Spirit King, the source of their lineage was lost, ensuring their inevitable extinction in this world. Age 22. Breakthroughs in human medicine led to the destined protagonist's sister transforming back into a human. Age 25. The world was free of malevolent spirits, and the Demon Slayer Corps disbanded, with its members returning to their hometowns to marry and raise families. You too chose seclusion. Age 35. You perfected the first level of the 8 Desolations Shattering Fist, enhancing your martial intent. Age 40. Having mastered the Breath of the Sun, you comprehended the Transparent World, a wondrous ability that magnified your perception, allowing you to discern your enemy's weaknesses, significantly enhancing your combat capabilities. Age 50. You diligently practiced your martial techniques. Age 60. You continued your rigorous training. Age 70. Former members of the Demon Slayer Corps began to pass away, and you attended their funerals. Age 90. You persisted in your rigorous training. Age 120. Your lifespan reached its end, and you passed away. The simulation concluded. After the simulation, the insights gained flowed into Qi Chongfeng's consciousness without interruption. And within the span of a tea's brewing time, he had fully absorbed them. Qi Chongfeng's mental prowess advanced, subtly trending towards the mid-tier of a grandmaster. The first level of the 8 Desolations Shattering Fist was completed, allowing him to execute the Shattering Rivers and Mountains technique. What had begun as a simple intention to eliminate the Spirit King had unexpectedly yielded such substantial rewards. The Breath of the Sun and the Transparent World, truly remarkable treasures. Qi Chongfeng could not help but exclaim. Moreover, during this simulation, he encountered a destined protagonist. Why would there be a protagonist within this realm? Qi Chongfeng fell into contemplation. Could it be that this malevolent spirit world was one created in the works of my past life? How vexing! I had not seen enough in my previous existence. Furthermore, how could such a despicable antagonist exist? This Spirit King truly was contemptible. Qi Chongfeng could not restrain his criticism in his previous life. He had only consumed a few well-known anime, films, and novels, never delving into fandom. Otherwise, with a clearer understanding of the plot, he could have derived greater benefits. Returning to the present, Qi Chongfeng clenched his hand, igniting a golden-red flame upon his fist, the very essence of solar power. The mastery of the Breath of the Sun not only significantly enhanced the potency of his martial techniques, but also greatly aided his comprehension of the Great Sun Incineration Scripture. The expenditure of over 1,000 simulation points was indeed worthwhile, Qi Chongfeng thought with satisfaction. Chapter 24. Pinnacle of the Qi Refining Realm. Among the novice gift packages, 3 opportunities for white simulations that aligned with his essence were provided. Qi Chongfeng had only utilized one, simulating a world of national martial arts. There, he experienced a qualitative enhancement, with his mental strength soaring and his abilities undergoing a transformative change. It could be said that without the experience from the National Martial Arts simulation, Qi Changfeng would likely have emerged as merely an outer disciple during the entrance assessment, and with a stroke of luck, he might have become an inner disciple, while the notion of becoming a true disciple would have been out of the question. Now, only 2 opportunities for white simulations remained, which Qi Changfeng had initially hesitated to use, opting to save them. Previously, he had regarded these 100% self-aligned simulation opportunities as exceedingly precious, not wishing to exhaust them all at once. However, it now appeared that he had made an error in judgment. Any further white simulations that aligned with his essence would remain at the white level, and their power systems offered little assistance to Qi Changfeng at this stage. Thus, these 2 simulation opportunities had become akin to a useless appendage, tasteless to consume yet regrettable to discard. Had he utilized these 2 white simulation opportunities before the entrance assessment, his strength would have surely surged. It seemed that in future situations, he must be more decisive, prioritizing enhancement before all else. Resolving to utilize the remaining 2 white simulation opportunities, Qi Changfeng proceeded. Indeed, in consecutive simulations, he entered 2 martial arts-themed worlds. In the simulated worlds, he became invincible before reaching the age of 20, sweeping through the myriad heroes of the martial arts realm. The martial arts manuals from these worlds were of such a low caliber that they held no further relevance for him. Due to the low level of the worlds, his cultivation of the 8 desolations shattering fist within these 2 simulations was likewise unsatisfactory, remaining stagnant at the first level. However, it is worth noting that during the second white simulation, he found himself in the world of demigods and semi-demons, a martial arts novel that he had cherished in his past life. This confirmed his previous conjecture that some simulated worlds reflected the various works from his former existence. The timelines of the simulated worlds are interconnected, and his experiences within one simulation would manifest in subsequent simulations of the same world. These various simulated worlds ought to exist in reality. They merely do not occupy the same space-time continuum as the celestial realm I currently inhabit. Each simulation, in essence, represents my soul and spiritual energy traversing into that world. Thus, I can only bring back enhancements to my spiritual energy and insights. My cultivation and tangible objects cannot be retrieved, which explains the situation. Qi Changfeng speculated within. If this is indeed the case, then based on the clues I have gathered, the world I currently inhabit is likely a subsidiary realm of the legendary Honghuang Great World. A wave of astonishment surged through Qi Changfeng. It is, after all, Honghuang, the world birthed by the great Pango, where even the Deluo is as insignificant as a dog and quasi-saints abound. However, soon after, Qi Changfeng felt invigorated. If my conjecture holds true, then the world I find myself in possesses a sufficiently high upper limit for levels. According to the system's standards, it should be of the rainbow level. This is promising, as it grants me the opportunity to ascend to the pinnacle and achieve greatness. Qi Changfeng's resolve strengthened further. His journey of cultivation had only just begun, with a long path ahead. After simulating 3 times in succession, Qi Changfeng felt that he could enhance his cultivation. The paths of martial and celestial cultivation must progress in unison, which was the fundamental strategy he had set for himself. At present, his martial prowess had reached the peak of the innate realm, while his celestial cultivation was only at the 5th layer of the Qi refining stage. Thus, Qi Changfeng planned to elevate his celestial cultivation next. After all, without reaching the peak of the 9th layer of Qi refining, he could not break through to the Grandmaster realm in martial arts. Sensing the time, it was just before dawn, and Qi Changfeng left his secluded chamber to ascend to the summit of Shaozhu Peak. At that moment, the great sun was rising, and the first rays of sunlight kissed the earth. Qi Changfeng sat cross-legged on the ground, his eyes tightly shut, channeling the techniques from the De Reef and Tianjin. He observed a swirl of purple energy gradually coalescing. As soon as it took shape, it entered his body. After a brief moment, Qi Changfeng opened his eyes, feeling a warm sensation enveloping him. Each morning, at the break of dawn, the first ray of sunlight contains innate purple energy, illuminating all things. The De Reef and Tianjin includes methods to extract this innate purple energy and refine it within oneself. Although immediate effects may not be evident, Consistent practice over time will greatly benefit the comprehension of the true meaning of the sun and facilitate breakthroughs in the Deri Fantianjiang's realm. Cultivation is a gradual endeavor. Within the realm of cultivation, the concept of time diverges significantly from that of mortals. A mortal's lifespan may extend to a century at most, spent in the relentless pursuit of daily survival, leaving behind nothing but a handful of dust after 100 years. Upon entering the innate realm or the seventh layer of chi refining, one's lifespan significantly increases, free from calamities, allowing one to live for 300 years without worries about sustenance. As one can simply absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the Grandmaster or foundational stage, one may enjoy 500 years of life, the Golden Core or Great Grandmaster level. One can reach 1,000 years. Upon attaining the celestial being or nascent soul realm, one may live for 3,000 years, and at the transformation or earthly immortal level, one can even reach 5,000 years. Once martial and celestial paths merge, achieving the convergence realm and becoming a formidable being, one may extend their lifespan by 10,000 years. Entering the tribulation realm can grant an additional 50,000 years. After overcoming the heavenly tribulation and entering the great ascension realm, concerns about lifespan cease to exist, although one may only remain in the lower realm for a maximum of 100,000 years. After that period, barring any extraordinary means, one will be forcibly ascended to the upper realm, achieving true immortality. The elevation of life's tier holds such profound mysteries. For great cultivators, a brief retreat may consume a mortal's entire life. Qi Changfeng, now in the innate realm, possesses a lifespan of 300 years, allowing ample time for cultivation. An ordinary cultivator, progressing from the first to the ninth layer of qi refining without encountering bottlenecks, would likely require several decades. Qi Changfeng believed he could soon reach the ninth layer of qi refining, as the mastery of the sun's breath had granted him a profound understanding of the Deri Fantianjiang, and the rich spiritual energy of the true disciples' training grounds ensured that his cultivation speed was nothing short of astonishing. Setting a modest goal for himself, he aimed to reach the ninth layer of qi refining within a month. Thus, Qi Changfeng devoted each day to secluding himself in the Deri Fantianjiang, absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, with his celestial cultivation soaring. Naturally, he allocated an hour each day to practice the Ba Huang Sui Yu Fist, for the martial path emphasizes the value of consistent practice. Time flew by, and over 20 days had passed. One day, Qi Changfeng emerged from the training ground, donned in the dark white attire of a true disciple, his face radiating joy. After more than 20 days of seclusion, his celestial cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the qi refining stage, on the verge of breaking through to the foundational level. Now, Qi Changfeng's martial and celestial cultivation levels were finally comparable, and he could consider advancing to the next realm. Having spent nearly a month in the training ground, Qi Changfeng decided it was time to step outside for a breath of fresh air. Just as he exited the training ground, he encountered a group of inner disciples approaching. At the forefront stood the young man who had previously gathered the disciples during Qin Feng's assembly. Qi Changfeng felt a jolt of surprise, yet maintained his composure as he approached. "Greetings, senior brother," the inner disciples bowed in unison. "You are all too kind. May I inquire what brings you to seek me?" Qi Changfeng responded courteously. "Senior brother is truly a dedicated practitioner, having remained in seclusion since joining our sect. You are a role model for us all. We have long wished to meet you and become better acquainted. Yet the enchantment of Shaozhu Peak has remained closed, and we feared it would disrupt your cultivation, hence our hesitance to visit. However, we have just received word from the protective formation that your seclusion has concluded. So we have come to pay our respects," the leading youth explained. "This is not what I expected. Are they truly not here to cause trouble?" Qi Changfeng mused internally, feeling somewhat perplexed. One should never strike a smiling face. And moreover, our sect forbids inner disciples from engaging in combat with one another unless in the martial arena. Thus, I harbor no concerns regarding their intentions, he thought, and warmly led them into the Shaozhu Peak training ground. Inside the training ground, everyone settled in the grand hall, and Qi Changfeng waved his hand to serve them spiritual tea. As they sipped tea, introductions ensued among the group, comprising around 20 inner disciples. All disciples of the elder protectors from Tianquan Peak. Aside from Qi Changfeng, The youngest had already been a disciple for 10 years. During this entry examination, the protectors and elders of Tianquan Peak had not accepted any new disciples. The highest ranked among them was the leading youth, named Lu Chuan, a disciple of the great elder Gu Tianchong, achieving martial prowess at the celestial being level and celestial cultivation at the nascent soul stage. Having entered Huangding sect for 300 to 400 years, Lu Chuan practiced top-tier techniques in both martial and celestial paths, truly a prodigious figure, and previously, Tianquan Peak's reputation relied on him, with his combat strength likely reaching the level of an earthly immortal, making him far from a match for Qi Changfeng in his current state. A century ago, Lu Chuan served as the acting senior brother of Tianquan Peak until now. He had repeatedly petitioned his master to relinquish this position but had never succeeded. Senior brother Qi, I am aware of your concerns. To be candid, I have long wished to step down from this acting senior brother role. In terms of talent, I believe I am capable, yet I pale in comparison to those true disciples from the main peaks. Who in Huangting sect does not know that our peak master does not accept disciples? Tianquan Peak does not have a single true disciple. In terms of strength, Tianquan Peak ranks among the top 20 of the 108 main peaks. We are not among the weaker ones. Each time I take charge, I am subjected to the disdain of those true disciples. My master currently has only me as a disciple, and resources are not lacking. Previously, I did contemplate whether I could be promoted to a true disciple, but eventually, I came to realize that with my talent, reaching the convergence realm would be a significant achievement. It is unlikely for the peak master to elevate me to the rank of a personal disciple. Instead of wasting time on that, I would rather delve into seclusion for enlightenment or embark on a journey outside the sect, hoping to encounter some fortuitous opportunity for further advancement. Lu Chuan spoke candidly. Leaving Qi Changfeng momentarily taken aback, I am genuinely pleased that you have been accepted as a true disciple, senior brother Qi. With your unparalleled talent, you will undoubtedly elevate the prestige of Tianquan Peak. The other inner disciples echoed in agreement, well aware that Lu Chuan had long wished to relinquish his position. While Lu Chuan was disinterested, others among the inner disciples aspired to take on the role but lacked the support of their master. Thus leaving Lu Chuan as the sole candidate, Qi Changfeng pondered this, finding it both amusing and perplexing. Junior brothers, there is no need for such words. I will need your support in the future. As Tianju Peak belongs to us all, Qi Changfeng then produced some spiritual wine he had previously exchanged. The atmosphere in the Shaozhu Peak training ground grew lively as they engaged in light-hearted conversation. As the excitement peaked, someone suggested, I have heard of senior brother's extraordinary talent. Might you showcase your skills for the younger disciples? Indeed, senior brother. Why not take this opportunity to demonstrate your prowess? The others chimed in, their eyes sparkling with anticipation. Given Qi Changfeng's relatively low realm, if he did not take this chance to spar now, he would likely find himself on the receiving end of blows once his level increased. Qi Changfeng, feeling a surge of bravado, declared, very well, let us engage in a friendly spar today. I have now entered the innate realm, so anyone below the celestial being realm among you is welcome to challenge me. The crowd gasped in astonishment. According to the information from the protective formation, Qi Changfeng had displayed peak mastery of fist intent during the entrance examination. Now, having entered the innate realm in just a month, was it possible for him to be invincible even within the great Grandmaster realm? It is essential to understand that all present are disciples of the inner sect of the Huangting school, each possessing exceptional skills and abilities that far surpass those of the so-called grandmasters from the outside. Senior brother, I, Huang, humbly request your guidance. An inner disciple named Huang Shun rose and stated. Huang Shun, a disciple of an elder from the Tianquan Peak, had been part of the sect for nearly a century, excelling in both celestial and martial arts, currently at the mid-stage of the Golden Core Grandmaster realm. Very well, Huang Shidi, please proceed, Qi Changfeng replied, leading everyone to the martial arts arena. Within the arena, Qi Changfeng and Huang Shun stood a short distance apart, both poised for action. Huang Shidi had been in the Grandmaster realm for some time, and his cultivation techniques were of the highest caliber. In terms of power, he could contend with an ordinary early-stage celestial. Could senior brother truly be his match? I am uncertain, yet I believe Huang Shidi should prevail. After all, senior brother's training period has been rather brief, and even the most extraordinary prodigies require time to mature. Indeed, It is unclear how long senior brother can endure it. We shall see. The spectators nearby engaged in lively discussions. At that moment, the request for a spar between Qi Changfeng and Huang Shun was approved by the sect's protective formation. Should one party be defeated, the formation would separate them to avert any life-threatening situations. Begin! The two unleashed their full vitality and charged at each other. Shatter mountains and rivers. Qi Changfeng struck out with a punch, causing Huang Shun's expression to shift dramatically as he summoned his full martial intent. Quake the earth! He retaliated with an equally powerful punch, creating a vacuum in the space where their fists met. Both fighters recoiled 2 steps, each equally matched in the power of their strikes. How can this be? Huang Shidi's second layer of earth-shattering fist has been perfected. How can it be on par with senior brother's first layer of 8 desolate shattering jade fist? Lu Chuan expressed his confusion, unbeknownst to him. It was precisely the innate talent of Qi Changfeng as a martial arts genius and combat expert that elevated the might of his martial intent beyond expectations. The two resumed their battle in the arena. After assessing each other's martial intent, they ceased employing flashy long-range attacks and engaged in close combat, their fists clashing with a cacophony of metallic sounds. Huang Shun's martial intent was grounded in the earth, simple yet profoundly powerful. Although Huang Shidi's Earth Divine Body martial arts technique was not among the most elite within the sect, it was still formidable. At the Grandmaster level, his physical prowess could rival that of inferior magical artifacts. Combined with his inferior-grade defensive artifact armor, his physical strength could match that of such artifacts, yet he was only evenly matched with senior brother? Observing the golden aura of Qi Changfeng, it was evident he had cultivated the sect's most esteemed martial art, the Xintian sacred body. However, even at the innate realm, the physical strength of the Xintian sacred body was only comparable to that of mid-grade artifacts. How could he be so formidable? Lu Chuan's eyes widened in disbelief. The two continued their duel. After several exchanges, Qi Changfeng, leveraging his superior combat experience and the advantages of a battle prodigy, began to gain the upper hand, while Huang Shun found himself increasingly on the defensive. The spectators were at a loss for words. Who exactly had trained for over 100 years? Their combat skills were simply absurd. Realizing he was at a disadvantage, Huang Shun opted for a war of attrition, relying on his Grandmaster-level cultivation, which provided him with greater vitality and spiritual power than Qi Changfeng. He contracted his earth martial intent, forming a protective barrier around himself, resembling a turtle shell. The onlookers near the arena could not help but scoff. How can Huang Shixiang resort to such tactics? If he cannot win, must he rely on stalling? One young woman in yellow attire expressed her displeasure. What else can he do? To lose as a grandmaster to someone at the innate level would be even more humiliating. Huang Shidi merely wishes to avoid a crushing defeat. Lu Chuan chuckled. Today has truly been an eye-opener. I've never witnessed such combat prowess from an innate-level practitioner. Truly, the prodigy lives up to their reputation, he added, with others nodding in agreement. In the martial arts arena. Observing Huang Shun adopt a defensive strategy left Qi Changfeng somewhat speechless. Does he truly believe I cannot breach his shell? Qi Changfeng thought to himself. Breath of the sun. Activate. Suddenly, Qi Changfeng's physical speed and strength surged, his fists igniting with golden-red flames. Perception of the world. Activate. He felt his senses amplifying several times over. Huang Shun's movements appeared to slow, and his vulnerabilities became apparent. Break for me, with a powerful punch. Huang Shun had little time to react. His protective martial intent shattered, sending him hurtling like a shooting star off the arena. Forgive me, Huang Shidi. Qi Changfeng clasped his hands in apology, gazing down at Huang Shun. The atmosphere around the arena fell silent, everyone in astonishment. Thank you, senior brother, for your mercy. I accept my defeat wholeheartedly, Huang Shun replied, rising to express his gratitude. After Qi Changfeng dismantled his protective barrier, he had not struck with malice, merely sending him off the arena with the force of his punch, leaving Huang Shun relatively unscathed. As Huang Shun expressed his thanks, the crowd began to stir. What just transpired? How did Huang Shun lose in an instant? I couldn't see clearly. It felt as though that flame contained solar energy, yet it didn't resemble the great sun fist. Senior brother must have employed some secret technique to instantaneously enhance his power. They speculated among themselves. All right, the sparring session has concluded. Let us return to the main hall for refreshments, Qi Changfeng announced. The chatter ceased as everyone returned to the main hall. Following this battle, the inner disciples held Qi Changfeng in high esteem. With exceptional talent, a formidable background, and a humble demeanor devoid of arrogance, where could one find such a senior brother? After indulging in approximately 2 more hours of revelry, they finally concluded their festivities. Before departing, Qi Changfeng exchanged contact information linked to the sect's protective formation, ensuring that in the future, they could communicate directly within the sect. Once he bid farewell to his fellow disciples, Qi Changfeng returned to his sanctuary. He had officially established himself on Tianquan Peak, and these younger disciples proved quite entertaining. A smile crept onto his face. However, he recognized the necessity of continued diligence, for he had only triumphed over a mid-stage Grandmaster disciple through the full utilization of his abilities. Following this incident, Qi Changfeng lost the desire to venture outside and resolved to retreat for further cultivation. Back in his quiet chamber, Qi Changfeng sat cross-legged, connecting his spiritual energy to the protective formation. During the banquet with his fellow disciples, he had often heard mention of a platform for communication, a function of the protective formation, which, based on descriptions, resembled a forum from his previous life. Intrigued, he sought out this function upon connecting to the protective formation. With a mere thought, a luminous screen appeared before him, filled with a plethora of rapidly scrolling information. Detected that this is your first use of the communication platform. Please choose a virtual name or use your real name. An abrupt message prompted him, and Qi Changfeng hastily opted for a virtual name. Naturally, which sensible individual would use their real name online? One would not wish to risk social embarrassment, he mused. After adopting a moniker as a master chef, Qi Changfeng began to explore the communication platform. After browsing for a while, he discovered that this platform was akin to a forum from his previous life, allowing users to create posts and comment on others' threads. The communication platform featured 5 distinct channels: outer sect disciples, inner sect disciples, true inheritors, elders and protectors, and peak masters and sect leaders. Given his level of access, he could only enter the first 3 channels. There were no doubts regarding the designated users of each channel, and higher-ranking practitioners could post in lower-level channels. The most bustling channel was that of the outer sect disciples, as they constituted the majority within Huangning School. And many inner sect and true inheritor disciples likely posed as novices therein. Qi Changfeng entered the outer sect disciples channel, where the posts varied widely. Some sought assistance, others exchanged gossip, some traded rare resources. And even requests for partners were present. Popular posts with numerous comments were pinned at the top. One particularly popular post had been pinned for nearly a month. The entrance examination has just concluded. Does anyone have insider information? I heard that this entrance examination produced an extraordinary prodigy who was accepted as a true inheritor by the peak master of Tianquan Peak. Is this true? It is indeed true. I am a newly initiated disciple who was present at the scene. Wow, we have captured a novice. Are you a junior brother or sister? You are just an old hand. Do you still wish to prey on tender grass? I inquired with my master, and it seems this individual is a prodigy at the innate level with an understanding of martial intent, possessing peak grandmaster combat strength. Wow, who is this inner sect or true inheritor senior? I seek sponsorship. Our 5 elements peak master has just taken in an inner sect disciple who is said to be a fire-bodied. By the way, don't you think the 5 elements peak has too many inner sect disciples? As everyone conversed freely under their pseudonyms, Qi Changfeng felt a slight sense of unreality. It was strikingly similar to his previous life spent lurking on forums. After perusing several posts, such as 8 tips for breaking through to the Grandmaster level in innate realm and 10 top techniques for sword maintenance, I gathered some intriguing insights as I prepare for an upcoming journey to the Eastern Domain. Suddenly, I noticed a post rapidly gaining traction. Feel my astonishment, it featured the sole true disciple of Tianquan Peak, a Grandmaster of the innate realm, showcasing his remarkable prowess, with an accompanying video. Upon clicking, I found footage of my battle with Huang Shun, accompanied by a flurry of comments. Blinded by the brilliance of the discussions, I couldn't help but question if this was truly innate realm. The privileges of a true disciple are indeed enviable. They They can cultivate dual top-tier techniques right from the outset. Another Grandmaster-level senior I am acquainted with is Huang Shun, a disciple of the inner sect of Tianquan Peak, whose formidable strength is quite intimidating indeed. I am familiar with Huang Shun. He is at the mid-tier of the Grandmaster level, possessing enough strength to challenge an ordinary celestial realm expert from outside the sect. How could this be that he was defeated by a junior, especially one who had only just begun his training a month prior? It seems a bit embarrassing, doesn't it? Who says the senior lost to the junior? Senior Qi was appointed as our big brother of Tianquan Peak by the Peak Master upon his entry. Oh? Lu Chuan has resigned. That aligns perfectly with his temperament. He likely relishes the idea, though regrettably, he may not have another chance to exert control over him. If Senior Qi ventures into the Sky Tower, he might surpass the 40th floor, truly a prodigy, if that is the case. Then the plans of Brother Jiang from Tiandao Peak would be thwarted. Alas, one cannot outsmart destiny. Senior Qi is quite dashing. Observing these comments, Qi Changfeng found himself at a loss for words. He wondered which old acquaintance had recorded his battle and promptly posted it on the exchange platform. What a futile endeavor! Qi Changfeng glanced at the name of the poster and silently vowed, "If I find out who you are, I shall certainly make you regret it." Chapter 27. 8 Gates of Duanjia beneath the post. Others were analyzing why Qi Changfeng's combat prowess seemed so extraordinary, with a plethora of theories circulating. Having no desire to delve deeper, Qi Changfeng closed the post and returned to lurking for a while before ultimately exiting the exchange platform. My techniques are now largely known to others. This won't do, I must devise some hidden cards to feel secure, Qi Changfeng pondered. Continuing with his simulations, he decided to try out the blue simulation frequency. Taking out 5,000 spirit stones, he exchanged them for 5,000 simulation points. Current simulation points, 5990. Ding. Consumed 1,000 simulation points to exchange for 1 blue simulation frequency. The simulation commences, and the search for a random blue simulation world begins. The simulation is about to start. World Introduction. This is a world of ninjas, where they harness chakra to unleash a variety of ninjutsu. Powerful ninjas can effortlessly obliterate an entire nation. The world is divided into 5 great nations: fire, water, thunder, rock, and wind, as well as several inconspicuous smaller nations. Continuous warfare ensues among the 5 great nations as the populace yearns for peace. The ranks of ninjas are classified as Jinin, Chunin, Jonin, Kage, Super Kage, and 6 paths. Qi Changfeng was taken aback, filled with delight. It is indeed the world of Naruto. It appears my earlier conjectures were correct in my previous life, although I did not indulge excessively in films, anime, and novels. I was nonetheless familiar with most of the renowned titles. I had even watched the infamous Deathfire Sea. Among the characters in Naruto, Qi Changfeng's favorite is the illustrious Might Guy, known as the Azure Beast of Konoha. This man, through sheer effort, unlocked the 8 gates of Duanjia and nearly kicked the series into its conclusion, standing as a refreshing stream amidst the rampant cheat-like abilities within the Naruto universe. In the Naruto world, combat is predominantly executed through chakra, a force that diverges from the path Qi Changfeng has chosen. However, there is one notable exception: physical techniques. The 8 gates of Duanjia, the most potent physical technique in the Naruto universe, allows the user to open the chakras within their body, igniting their own strength to achieve several times, even dozens of times, their normal power for a brief period. The technique comprises 8 gates: the Open Gate, Rest Gate, Life Gate, Injury Gate, Dull Gate, View Gate, Shock Gate, and Death Gate. Each additional gate opened amplifies one's power significantly. The drawback is that it inflicts damage upon the body and cannot be sustained for long. Opening all 8 gates will consume one's life force, and thus, should only be resorted to in dire circumstances. Qi Changfeng resolved that his objective in this simulation world would be to acquire the 8 gates of Duanjia. For if successful, it would serve as a formidable hidden card for him. He began the selection of talents. Upon detecting that this was the host's first use of blue simulation frequency, a talent slot was added. Please select 4 talents from the retained talents and the following options to incorporate into the simulation world. Ninjutsu Genius. Blue, you possess exceptional talent in ninjutsu, allowing you to learn any ninjutsu rapidly. Class Favorite. White, you can easily foster good relationships with your classmates. Minority ethnicity. white you receive an additional 5 points in examinations. Longevity gene, green your lifespan will be extended. Gaining an extra talent slot? Qi Chongfeng's Spirit Sword. Previously, the Immortal Martial Simulation system indicated that enhancing his abilities would yield additional talent slots. After breaking through to the innate realm, Qi Chongfeng had specifically checked the talent slots and found no increase. At that time, he surmised that perhaps only by breaking through to the Grandmaster or Great Grandmaster levels would the number of talent slots increase. Yet here it was. It turns out that the enhancement of abilities does not refer to personal cultivation, but rather to the enhancement of earning capacity. Truly clever. U-Sly System. Qi Chongfeng couldn't help but scoff. An increase in talent slots is undoubtedly a positive development, and he has now discerned the pattern regarding the number of talent slots. Following my first use of purple simulation frequency, an additional talent slot should be granted. Calculating this way, I will ultimately possess 9 talent slots. At that point, if I equip 9 talents of rainbow caliber, who could possibly rival me? Qi Chongfeng reveled in the thought. Without further hesitation, he chose the talents of Martial Arts Genius, Blue, Combat Master, Blue, Iron Skin, Blue, and Ninjutsu Genius, Blue, and commenced the simulation. 0 years. You are born in the land of fire. In the village of Konoha, as a boy. Your parents are both commoners from Konoha, and at this time, the ninja villages of the 5 great nations have only been established for a few years. With the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, in power. 6 years. You enter the Ninja Academy to study, demonstrating astonishing talent and physical techniques. In the same year, Senju Hashirama engages in battle with Uchiha Madara at the Valley of the End. Returning alone. 11 years. You graduate from the Ninja Academy with outstanding performance, regarded as a genius among commoners. In the same year, the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, passes away due to injuries, succeeded by his brother, Senju Tobirama, as the second Hokage. 13 years. With the deterrence of Senju Hashirama gone, discontent over the distribution of interests among the great nations leads to the outbreak of the First Shinobi World War. And you step onto the battlefield, beginning to make a name for yourself. 14 years. While the second Hokage is in the Land of Thunder signing an alliance treaty, he is ambushed and killed. His disciple, Sarutobi Hiruzen, succeeds him as the third Hokage. 15 years. Through your exceptional physical techniques, you display great might on the battlefield in the Land of Thunder, overpowering the third Raikage, who is unable to match your strength. Leading Konoha to victory in the First Shinobi World War. 16 years. With your considerable accomplishments, you are appointed as the captain of the Umbu by the third Hokage. You oversee the Forbidden Techniques Compendium of Konoha, easily accessing its contents, including the 8 Gates of Duanjia. 17 years. You begin to cultivate the 8 Gates of Duanjia, making rapid progress. 25 years. Continuing your training in the 8 Gates of Duanjia and the 8 Desolations Shattering Fist. You, well-versed in the plot, refrain from revealing your Super Kaga level strength. 35 years. The Second Shinobi World War erupts, and you lead the Umbu while remaining stationed in Konoha, avoiding the battlefield. 40 years. The legendary Sannin and Konoha's White Fang achieve great renown on the battlefield. And following the war, Konoha emerges victorious. 41 years. You logically transfer the position of Umbu captain to Konoha's White Fang, Hataki Sakumo, citing old injuries as your reason for stepping back. 45 years. You diligently train in the 8 Desolations Shattering Fist and the 8 Gates of Duanjia. 48 years. The Third Shinobi World War breaks out, and Namake's Minato wreaks havoc on the battlefield, earning the title of Yellow Flash through his Flying Thunder God technique. 51 years. The Third Shinobi World War concludes, with Konoha remaining the victor. That same year, Namake's Minato succeeds as the fourth Hokage. 52 years. You successfully cultivate the second layer of the 8 Desolations Shattering Fist, Shattering Sun and Moon, while the 8 Gates of Duanjia have also reached perfection. You feel invincible, believing even a 6 paths level powerhouse would be no match for you. 53 years. The destined protagonists, Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke, are born on the night of Naruto's birth. Uchiha Obito instigates the Nine-Tails chaos. In this crisis, you decisively intervene, subduing the Nine-Tails with one hand and sealing it back within Naruto's mother. 56 years. Black Zetsu, observing that there exists such an unparalleled master in Konoha, is utterly astonished. Your presence completely disrupts his plans. 58 years. Black Zetsu successfully employs the Rinnegan of Nagato to resurrect Uchiha Madara, hoping to contend with you. Tio Honor Madara, you unlock the shock gate and, with a single move, shattering sun and moon, send Uchiha Madara back to the Pure Land. Before his demise, Uchiha Madara acknowledges you as the strongest. 70 years. The unification of the shinobi world has persisted for over a decade, and peace has finally arrived in the world. At the age of 72, the protagonist of Destiny has matured, retreating from the forefront to a more reserved position, no longer concerning himself with mundane affairs. By 75, he diligently practices martial arts, delving into the profound teachings of the Huangding Classic. At 110, he continues his martial training and further comprehends the Huangding Classic. Upon reaching 120, the world marvels at his longevity and remarkable achievements, venerating him as the savior immortal. At 125, his lifespan comes to an end, and he passes away. This simulation concludes. Chapter 28. Abundant Harvest. Upon the conclusion of the simulation, Chi Changfeng opts to fill his fourth talent slot with the genius of ninjutsu. Although its practical application in the real world may be limited, it is better than nothing. Subsequently, a wealth of insights floods into his consciousness. Apart from the Huangding Classic, which remains elusive, he makes significant strides in the other martial arts he practiced within the simulated world. The second level of the Eight Desolations Shattered Jade Fist is successfully cultivated, enhancing his mental strength to the mid-stage of a grandmaster. Moreover, the 8 gates of Duanjia have reached a consummate state, allowing him to open the 8 gates instantaneously if he so desires. In addition, Chi Changfeng has acquired numerous ninjutsu techniques through his talent as a ninjutsu prodigy, including mystical arts and forbidden techniques documented in the sealing scrolls, such as the Flying Thunder God technique. The 5 layers of the Rebirth Gate, the Impure World Reincarnation, and the Dark Travel Technique. It can be said that during his century-long sojourn in the world of ninjas, Chi Changfeng has mastered every available technique, aside from those inherent to his bloodline limit. After all, with the power to pacify 4 nations single-handedly, no one could hinder his pursuit of ninjutsu. Unlike physical techniques, ninjutsu can only be executed through chakra, which Chi Changfeng cannot harness in the real world due to its absence. Nevertheless, he remains unconcerned. After all, they are merely ninjutsu, and if he cannot utilize them, so be it in the realm of immortal martial arts. The multitude of divine powers and techniques far surpasses the limited potential of those ninjutsu. As for the time-space ninjutsu of the ninja realm, Chi Changfeng knows intuitively that they cannot be employed in the real world. Compared to the Xinhuang continent, the world level and potential of the ninja realm simulation are vastly inferior. The temporal and spatial laws there are inapplicable in the Xinhuang continent. As a thought crosses his mind, Chi Changfeng recalls the so-called mystical arts in the ninja world. By absorbing natural energy and integrating it into his chakra, he can create Senjutsu chakra, which significantly amplifies the attack range and potency of ninjutsu. This Senjutsu chakra feels somewhat akin to spiritual energy. Could there be a commonality? Upon experimentation, Chi Changfeng swiftly discovers that substituting his own spiritual energy for Senjutsu chakra and channeling it according to the Senjutsu's operational methods allows him to unleash a fortified version of the mystical arts. This indeed proves to be a commendable gain, temporarily compensating for his limited mastery of techniques. Chi Changfeng feels a flicker of joy within. Having mastered mystical arts to perfection in the ninja world, he deftly wields these spiritual, energy-boosted versions of mystical techniques with remarkable proficiency. Arriving at the training ground, Chi Changfeng prepares to test the potency of these spiritually enhanced mystical techniques. Spiritual version, Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. A vast sea of flames erupts, engulfing the entire training ground. After testing several different techniques, Chi Changfeng expresses satisfaction. Some advanced mystical arts barely reach the blue-grade techniques available for exchange within the sect. The 8 Desolations Shattered Jade Fist is classified as a blue-grade martial art. Moreover, the ninja world boasts a plethora of mystical arts, with most ninjutsu having corresponding senjutsu versions, allowing Chi Changfeng to acquire numerous flashy skills. Yin-Yang Release mystical arts enhance his recovery and endurance, while illusionary mystical arts inflict mental attacks on his foes. Sealing mystical arts can address specific situations. In essence, Qi Changfeng has effectively mastered a compendium of beginner and intermediate techniques, transforming into a formidable hexagonal warrior. Although these methods may not hold much weight against equally matched opponents, they provide him with ample strategies for easily dispatching weaker adversaries. Furthermore, these spiritual energy-based mystical arts save him the expense of exchanging for beginner and intermediate techniques. Not to mention the considerable time saved in training, Qi Changfeng is relatively pleased with the outcomes of his first blue-grade simulation. However, the most significant gain from this simulation remains the 8 Gates of Duanjia, a powerful secret technique that serves as his trump card at this stage. The other gains are merely supplementary. It seems he has exhausted the resources of the ninja world, and further exploration is unlikely to yield additional rewards. This is fortuitous, as it spares him the expenditure of 10,000 exchange points. Qi Changfeng muses inwardly in light of the fruitful outcomes of this simulation. Qi Changfeng resolves to consolidate his gains and enhance his abilities. He first decides to cultivate the spiritual version of the Yin sealing technique, a fusion of Yin release and sealing techniques that allows him to seal a substantial amount of spiritual energy in his forehead, which can be unsealed in times of need or when his own energy is depleted. For 3 whole days, Qi Changfeng refines a significant amount of spiritual energy, sealing it at his forehead. Now, a golden diamond crystal rests there, exuding an extraordinary aura. After spending another day familiarizing himself with various spiritual version mystical arts, Qi Changfeng feels that his strength has escalated to a considerable extent compared to before the simulation. Should he engage in battle with Huang Shun again, with his array of unexpected techniques and the second level of the 8 Desolations Shattered Jade Fist, he could likely defeat him within 10 exchanges. Not to mention the potential of unleashing the 8 Gates of Duanjia. Once the first gate opens, with a single punch, Qi Changfeng estimates he would have to plead with Huang Shun not to perish. According to Qi Changfeng's calculations, with all 8 gates opened, even a celestial realm practitioner would likely find no match for him. The only uncertainty lies in whether he could survive the battle. He hopes that the elixirs provided by his master are sufficiently potent. At that moment, the protective array of the sect indicates that Qi Changfeng can claim his reward for the second month as a true disciple. Time has flown by. It has already been a month since he joined the Huangning sect. A moment of contemplation passes as Qi Changfeng reflects. Nonetheless, his rapid enhancement of strength prompts him to check the panel within the Immortal Martial Simulation System. Name: Qi Changfeng. Race: human, innate body, age: 16 realm, peak of innate martial path, peak of immortal Qi refinement. Techniques: Shintian sacred body, pink, second level, Great Sun burning heaven scripture, pink, first level. Huangting classic, orange, uninitiated, divine techniques, breath of the sun, blue, great accomplishment, 8 Desolations Shattered Jade Fist, blue, second level, spiritual version of mystical arts compendium, blue, great accomplishment, 8 Gates of Duanjia, purple, great accomplishment. Mental strength, mid-stage grandmaster, shattering fist intent, comprehending the world. Simulation points, 4990 simulation attempts. None talents, martial arts prodigy, blue, combat expert, blue, iron skin and bone, blue, ninjutsu genius, blue, talent slots, 4, filled, evaluation. As an innate practitioner, do you truly wish to strike down a celestial being with a single punch? Chapter 29. The grand competition of the 3 sects. Gazing at his panel, Qi Changfeng confirms his expectations. The spiritually enhanced version of his mystical arts has indeed reached the blue grade, which is commendable. Moreover, the 8 Gates of Duanjia has astonishingly attained the purple grade, indicating its formidable power. This secret technique, capable of temporarily unleashing several times, even dozens of times, one's strength, is indeed rare even within the Huangning sect. Within the exchange list of the protective array, Qi Changfeng observes only a handful of formidable techniques, such as the Heavenly Demon Disintegration Technique and the Floating Life Ashes, each with a steep price for exchange and a complicated cultivation process. These techniques share a common drawback. Their use inflicts substantial damage upon the user, with severe cases leading to instant demise, which is why so few choose to cultivate them. After all, practitioners seek longevity and freedom. During their daily meditations and cultivation, they scarcely find enough time, let alone to devote themselves to life-risking techniques. Qi Changfeng is also aware that he will not resort to using the 8 gates of Duanjia in every confrontation. It is a hidden trump card, and once revealed, it ceases to be a secret. Now that both his immortal and martial realms have reached their respective peaks, Qi Changfeng finds himself in a quandary. Should he enter seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough, or continue honing his skills within the simulation world and comprehending techniques? After all, he has yet to grasp any insights from the Huangting Classic, and he is reluctant to abandon it just yet. Suddenly, a message from Qin Feng arrives. Come to the main peak. I have matters to discuss. Qi Changfeng, not daring to delay, promptly exits his abode and soars toward the Tianquan Peak's main peak. Within half a stick of incense, he arrives before the main peak. Presenting his true disciple's token. In the next instant, his surroundings shift, and Qi Changfeng finds himself in the main hall, where Qin Feng stands before him. Greetings, Master. Qi Changfeng promptly bows. Haha, no need for excessive formalities. I have reviewed the footage of your battle with Huang Shun. Quite impressive. You have made substantial progress in this past month, Qin Feng remarks, astonished by Qi Changfeng's rapid growth and strength. I see both your immortal and martial paths have reached their respective peaks. You should be preparing for a breakthrough to the realm of master and foundation establishment soon. However, do not rush. There will be a grand event in a month, and I believe you should participate. It will yield numerous benefits. Noticing Qi Changfeng's confusion, Qin Feng elaborates, in a month's time, the 3 major sects of the southern region will hold their centennial competition, primarily to evaluate the caliber of each generation's young disciples and to showcase their martial prowess. All the second-tier sects in the southern region will send representatives to observe. The competition is hosted in rotation by the Huangding sect, Tianjin Pavilion, and the Wanhua Apothecary Valley, with this round being organized by the Wanhua Apothecary Valley. The grand competition is quite straightforward, consisting of 4 realms: innate, master, grandmaster, and celestial being. Each sect sends 1 representative to compete, typically held within the confines of a cave treasure. Participants of the same realm engage in a chaotic battle, with the final victor being crowned the champion of that realm, receiving considerable rewards. Battles across all 4 realms commence simultaneously, should a lower realm contestant achieve victory while higher realm contests remain unresolved. They may be transported to assist their fellow disciples in the higher realms battle. Qin Feng elucidated the rules of the century-held grand competition to Qi Changfeng. Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng immediately comprehended, as the rules were not overly complicated. Each sect sends forth its 4 most formidable fighters of the same realm, and a victor from a lower realm may assist their peers in a higher realm. I have observed your combat footage. I have never heard of anyone with such prowess in the innate realm. You shall represent the innate realm, and victory seems assured, his master proclaimed. This grand competition possesses a unique aspect. The Wanyao Imperial Court from the northern region has inexplicably chosen to participate. After discussions among the senior members of the 3 sects, this request was granted. Thus, this competition sees the participation of 4 distinct factions, making victory more challenging than ever. Our Huangting sect has never held those with scales and horns in high regard. Therefore, the victors of this competition shall be awarded silver or even gold medals by the sect. Since joining Huangting sect, Qi Changfeng, in addition to his meditative retreats, has utilized the protective array of the sect to glean information about the Xianhuang continent, such as the customs of different regions, top powers, renowned prodigies, and perilous forbidden zones, treating it as a diversion in his cultivation. Qi Changfeng has heard of the Wanyao Imperial Court. The entire northern region is a gathering place for the demon race. And the Wanyao Imperial Court is one of the 2 top powers in the region, having ruled for countless years alongside the Heavenly Demon Palace. It is said that the Wanyao Imperial Court is connected to the upper realm, serving as a branch of the demon race from the upper realm and the lower realm, though relations with the Heavenly Demon Palace are far from amicable, often resulting in conflicts. Upon hearing Qin Feng's words, Qi Changfeng felt a surge of excitement. The rewards for victory are substantial, and the sect also issues top-tier medals. Such incentives are indeed tempting. It is essential to know that within Huangting sect, simply having exchange points is insufficient. Corresponding medals are required for redemption. Once his cultivation improves, those premier spirit treasures will also necessitate medals for exchange. Qi Changfeng has long coveted the treasures listed for exchange. Master, I am willing to represent Huangting sect in the innate realm, he declared without hesitation. Excellent. Take some time to conquer the Tongtian Tower, raising your levels, and I shall submit your name to the sect. I anticipate no issues in representing the innate realm, Qin Feng responded. If there's nothing else, should you require any resources, communicate with me. Qi Changfeng readily acknowledged. With a flourish of his sleeve, Qin Feng transported Qi Changfeng back to the small Bamboo Peaks dojo. As for the Tongtian Tower mentioned by his master, Qi Changfeng was familiar with it. It serves as the testing ground for combat prowess within Huang Ting sect and is connected to the protective array, granting access through it. Legend has it that the Tongtian Tower is a rare treasure bestowed by a mighty being from the upper realm, containing its own space and capable of conjuring opponents of various realms. Should challengers defeat their adversaries, they may ascend to the next level. The higher the level, the stronger the opponent. Entry to the Tongtian Tower is by real name, and the final challenge level will be recorded on a leaderboard visible within the protective array for the top 100 in each realm. Previously, due to his meditative seclusion, Qi Changfeng had not yet ventured into the Tongtian Tower. Today, he prepared to experience it and perhaps climb the ranks. Striding into the dojo, he entered the quiet room for meditation. Qi Changfeng connected his mental energy to the protective array and located the Tongtian Tower. Entering the Tongtian Tower necessitates the challenger's true form. The tower will teleport the challenger out before they suffer serious injury or defeat. Ensuring their safety, each attempt requires the expenditure of 100 spirit stones. The Tongtian Tower comprises 100 levels. Levels 1 to 10 feature opponents of the postnatal realm, levels 11 to 20 present opponents of the innate realm, and levels 21 to 30 pit challengers against opponents of the master realm, continuing in this manner. Beyond level 90, opponents possess the strength of true immortals. Qi Changfeng perused the leaderboard, discovering that the top contender in the innate realm was named Jiang Wentian, who had reached the 33rd level and possessed the strength of an early grandmaster. He joined Huang Ting sect's Heavenly Blade Peak 30 years ago and is now an inner sect disciple. Indeed, Huang Ting sect is remarkable. Even among innate realm disciples, there exists such prowess. However, why has he not progressed to the master realm after all these years? Qi Changfeng pondered. Exceptional prodigies typically do not linger long in the innate realm. Thus, the outcomes of the grand competition held once every 100 years often hinge on whether any top-tier prodigies or extraordinary geniuses have emerged in recent years. Qi Changfeng suddenly speculated. Could it be that this Jiang disciple is stalling for the sake of this grand competition? Chapter 30. Conquering the Tongtian Tower, having honed his skills in the innate realm for nearly 3 decades. Attaining the strength of an extraordinary prodigy, participating in the grand competition, and securing victory in the innate realm contest would yield significant benefits. Moreover, those listed on the innate leaderboard of the Tongtian Tower receive additional rewards from the sect each month. The higher the rank, the more substantial the rewards. Coupled with the extra medals offered by Huang Ting sect for this competition, the advantages become even more enticing. After all, the innate realm possesses a lifespan of 300 years, and spending a mere 10th is not excessive. Furthermore, these 30 years were not wasted. He must have gained a deeper understanding of the essence of cultivation. If that is the case, this Jiang disciple is indeed unfortunate to encounter me. Qi Changfeng mused, shaking his head and turning his thoughts elsewhere. At this moment, within a dojo of an inner sect disciple at Heavenly Blade Peak, Jiang Wentian sat cross-legged in a quiet room. Fixated on the leaderboard of the innate realm in the Tongtian Tower, where he remained the top contender. Alas, how could I be so unfortunate? Just before the grand competition begins, such a prodigy emerges within the sect. How am I to survive this? Jiang Wentian lamented with continuous sighs. I in the innate realm, possessing the strength of an ordinary early celestial being, is utterly absurd. Alas, all I can do is leave it to fate. I hope he has little interest in this competition, or perhaps he can break through to the master realm within this month. Yet, Jiang Wentian was well aware that this was a mere wishful thought. There are numerous prodigies at the master realm within Huang Ting sect, and the leader of the master realm in the Tongtian Tower had reached the 44th level, possessing the strength of an ordinary mid-celestial being, a true disciple of the 5 Elements Peak who had reached the pinnacle of the master realm for many years. Unless Qi Changfeng loses his wits, he would not advance to the master realm to compete against that true disciple of the 5 Elements Peak. As for being uninterested in the competition, what nonsense! Who would pass up an opportunity for profit? Having scanned the leaderboard, Qi Changfeng formed a plan. He retrieved 100 spirit stones and chose to enter the Tongtian Tower. In the next instant, Qi Changfeng vanished from the quiet room. Detected as your first entry into the Tongtian Tower. Your cultivation is at the peak of the innate realm. This trial will commence from level 10. Should you enter the Tongtian Tower again, you will begin from the level where this trial concludes. The trial of the Tongtian Tower has commenced. Good luck. Qi Changfeng materialized on the 10th level of the Tongtian Tower. Facing an opponent at the peak of the postnatal realm. Without a moment's hesitation, he unleashed a punch, obliterating the foe with the force of his strike. Challenge at level 10 successful. Qi Changfeng was immediately transported to the next level of the Tongtian Tower. From levels 11 to 20, no adversary could withstand a single punch from Qi Changfeng, rendering the experience rather mundane. After overcoming level 24, his name began to ascend the innate leaderboard at an astonishing pace. Qi Changfeng noted that the enemies within the Tongtian Tower were not solely of the human race. Many levels featured demon opponents, though they were merely ordinary varieties, and the strength of their counterparts was not significantly disparate, posing no real obstacle for Qi Changfeng. Before long, Qi Changfeng reached the 40th level, where he faced a red-spotted leopard demon of peak Grandmaster strength. Summoning all his energy and vitality, he executed the Shatter Sun and Moon technique, resulting in the leopard demon's instantaneous demise. There was no remedy. The disparity in physical strength was too vast. With the heavenly domain armor equipped, Qi Changfeng's physical strength reached the level of a low-grade magical artifact. While an ordinary peak Grandmaster would only possess strength akin to a mid-grade magical artifact, coupled with Qi Changfeng's innate talents, it was only natural that a mere touch would shatter the opponent. The Tongtian Tower does not prohibit the use of magical artifacts, yet external forces may not be employed. Given Qi Changfeng's formidable mental strength, he could activate all three of his magical artifacts. But only the heavenly domain armor could be used consistently, as inner armor-type treasures do not require spiritual energy to activate. They merely require adequate mental strength to be donned. The Mo Yun Wings and the Crushing Gauntlets could only be activated briefly due to Qi Changfeng's current total spiritual energy. Although the Great Sun Burning Heaven scripture is a top-tier cultivation method, it differs from top-tier immortal cultivation techniques, as it can only elevate Qi Changfeng's total spiritual energy to the standard of an ordinary peak foundation establishment level. Unlike the Xin Tian Sacred Body, which is a top-tier martial arts technique, practitioners of the innate realm with the Xin Tian Sacred Body possess physical strength comparable to ordinary peak grandmasters, capable of achieving mid-grade magical artifact strength. When disciples of Huang Ting's sect are limited to selecting only one high-level technique early on, they typically opt for martial arts techniques. The cultivation techniques of the celestial path can suffice for the time being, with the possibility of switching to a more advanced method in the future. Higher-tier martial arts significantly enhance one's strength, albeit at a greater expense of resources. In many instances, celestial techniques merely require comprehension to transcend realms, whereas higher-tier martial arts typically necessitate external aids, such as rare treasures, for successful cultivation. Thus, Qi Changfeng increasingly expressed gratitude towards his master for providing him with the resources for the first 3 levels of the Xintian Sacred Body, which saved him considerable effort. On the 41st level, his opponent was a common human at the early stage of the celestial realm, with a physical body equivalent to a high-grade magical artifact, exuding a vast aura that also reached the ordinary early stage of the nascent soul realm. Qi Changfeng unleashed a technique named Shatter Sun and Moon, leveraging his superior physique to gain the upper hand. Perceiving that this opponent was comparable in strength to Huang Shun, suddenly, he executed the spiritual technique, Art of Dark Passage, with a clap of his hands. This illusion-based celestial technique could deprive the enemy of their sight, plunging them into darkness. The opponent's mental strength had already reached the early celestial realm, surpassing Qi Changfeng by a notable margin, and in an instant, he broke free from the shadow's grasp. However, within that fleeting moment, Qi Changfeng advanced towards him. With a clenched right fist and his left hand pressing against the opponent's chest, he invoked the Bagua Seal, a sealing technique powered by spiritual energy. Instantly, the opponent's internal spiritual energy became chaotic, diminishing their defensive capabilities. Now was the moment. Qi Changfeng swung his right fist, gathering his entire vitality. The technique Shatter Sun and Moon broke through the opponent's defenses. Reducing him to dust, he successfully passed the 41st level. The opponents on the 42nd and 43rd levels were also early celestial realm beings, posing little trouble for Qi Changfeng. Upon reaching the 44th level of the celestial tower, he faced a mid-stage celestial realm giant ape who roared and charged at him, arms swinging. Undaunted, Qi Changfeng met the charge with his own fists, engaging in a fierce battle of equals. After several exchanges, realizing he could not easily overcome his opponent, Qi Changfeng's aura surged, Breath of the Sun, activate, transparent world, unfold. The giant ape's movements appeared to slow in his perception, and he sensed the cracks in the ape's defense. Yet, before Qi Changfeng could strike, the openings vanished. With fists ablaze, imbued with solar power, he suppressed the giant ape. Seemed the disparity in mental strength between him and the giant ape was considerable. Rendering the transparent world ineffective, Qi Changfeng felt a sense of helplessness. Utilizing his innate advantages and physical prowess, he compensated for the gap in mental strength, but this advantage did not translate into a decisive victory. He could not afford to prolong the battle, as a war of attrition would not favor him. Open the life gate. Qi Changfeng activated the third gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, his body erupting with golden vitality, enhancing his speed and strength manifold. With the dual augmentation of the Breath of the Sun and the life gate, a single punch from Qi Changfeng sent the giant ape reeling, blood spewing forth. With another blow, one of the ape's arms flew off, and after 3 strikes, he sent the giant ape back to its origins within the celestial tower. Once he deactivated the life gate, Qi Changfeng exhaled deeply, having successfully cleared the 44th level. The first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia provided a safe zone, allowing for recovery afterward. However, the subsequent 5 gates would inflict bodily harm with each activated gate. The 7th and 8th gates were worlds apart. While the 7th gate's activation would lead to severe injuries that could still be treated, the 8th gate, known as the Death Gate, consumed one's life force, carrying a substantial risk of immediate demise. Yet, the greater the cost, the more formidable the power. Qi Changfeng dreaded the day he would have to awaken the Death Gate. Sensing his dissatisfaction, the celestial tower emitted a green light to restore him to his peak condition. What a splendid benefit! This celestial tower is truly fair. Qi Changfeng mused contentedly. He pondered whether the celestial tower could restore him after opening the 8th gate, but was wise enough not to tempt fate by attempting it within the tower. As his thoughts lingered, Qi Changfeng was transported to the 45th level. Unbeknownst to him, outside, a tumult was brewing. Chapter 31. Initial encounter with mental force. The opponents on the 45th and 46th levels of the celestial tower were also common mid-stage celestial realm beings. Qi Changfeng activated both the Breath of the Sun and the 8 gates of Duanjia, dispatching them with relative ease. Within the inner sanctum of the Tian Dao Peak, Jiang Wentian gazed at the celestial tower rankings, utterly flabbergasted. The number of levels you've surpassed in the celestial tower while in the innate realm is higher than that of the top master realm. Is this not absurd? Does one not care for their reputation? However, a flicker of hope ignited within him. What if this Qi brother were to break through to the master realm within this month? Contemplating this, Jiang Wentian deemed it improbable. Based on Huang Tingsect's overall strength during the Tri-Sect tournament, Qi Changfeng participating in the innate realm competition was indeed the most advantageous choice. Having rapidly dispatched his innate realm opponents, Qi Changfeng could then support the master and grandmaster battlefields, ensuring Huang Tingsect would win at least 2 of the 4 contests. As for the possibility of other sects producing a prodigy of Qi Changfeng's caliber, Jiang Wentian found that notion implausible. How could such a level of prodigy be as common as cabbages? I should focus on my own breakthrough. With the Tri-Sect tournament approaching, it's time for me to ascend to the master realm, he lamented, feeling the weight of 30 years of waiting turning to dust. He needed to recalibrate his mindset. At that moment, within the communication platform, the fervor surrounding Qi Changfeng's advancement through the celestial tower skyrocketed. What is happening? Is there an error in the celestial tower rankings? How can the top innate realm surpass the top master realm in levels? Good news. As the Tri-Sect tournament approaches, our Huang Tingsect has produced an extraordinary prodigy, poised to claim victory in every realm. It is baffling how an innate realm cultivator possesses such combat prowess. Can any experts provide analysis? Various threads flooded the forum, sparking lively discussions among the participants. With no battle footage from the Celestial Tower. What can we analyze? During the entrance examination, Chi Brother wasn't noted for any legendary physique. Could there have been an error in the assessment? Brother Fenglai must be anxious. If Chi Changfeng breaks into the Master Realm, that would mean the Master Realm competition would have nothing for Brother Fenglai. Indeed, however, Tianquan Peak and Wuxing Peak have always maintained a close relationship. Such detrimental situations are unlikely to manifest. Only Jiang Wentian felt the sting of loss. Lamenting for his fellow disciple, Tianquan Peak has truly struck a great deal. How envious, dear esteemed elder, might you be a peak master? I beseech your patronage. Within the Celestial Tower, Chi Changfeng arrived at the 47th level, facing a black and white tiger demon of late-stage celestial realm strength. The tiger demon was enveloped by a whirlwind, its speed remarkable, likely its innate divine ability. Upon the initial clash, Chi Changfeng sensed his inferiority and promptly activated both the Breath of the Sun and the Life Gate, managing to withstand the onslaught. This tiger demon is leagues stronger than the wolf demon from the previous level, Chi Changfeng thought. Seizing the opportunity presented by the Celestial Tower's restorative abilities, he resolved to test the efficacy of the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Without hesitation, he declared, 8th gate, open. His vitality surged like a volcano, strength and speed multiplying exponentially. Transforming into a streak of golden light, Chi Changfeng instantly positioned himself behind the tiger demon, who had no time to react. With a single punch, it dissipated within the Celestial Tower. Hastily, Chi Changfeng deactivated the 7th gate, as the activation had been brief, resulting in minimal bodily harm. Nonetheless, he felt a subtle ache coursing through his body. His skin ablaze. In the next moment, a green light from the Celestial Tower enveloped him, restoring his condition. The combat power boost from opening the 7th gate is astonishing. It likely equates to the strength of a terrestrial immortal. Though the bodily damage is considerable, speed is of the essence after activation, Chi Changfeng concluded, gaining clarity. Having completed his assessment of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Chi Changfeng prepared to conclude his trial within the Celestial Tower. The opponents ahead were all late-stage Celestial Realm and beyond. Given his current prowess, engaging without activating the 4 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia would likely spell defeat. There was no need to struggle further. With a thought, he was transported out of the Celestial Tower, reappearing within his secluded meditation chamber. Congratulations on clearing the 47th level of the Celestial Tower. Your next trial will commence from the 48th level. Congratulations on securing the top position in the innate realm. You may claim a reward of 10,000 spirit stones and 10,000 exchange points each month. Chi Changfeng's eyes brightened at the rewarding prospect of being the top innate realm cultivator. The rewards were indeed commendable, rivaling the monthly salary of a true disciple. He had no intention of breaking through to the Master Realm before the competition. He collected both his true disciple rewards and the top position rewards, amassing a total of 20,000 spirit stones and 20,000 exchange points. With resources in hand, Chi Changfeng intended to dedicate the upcoming month to thorough simulations, seeking to acquire exceptional talents while continuing to delve into the Huang Ting Classic, aiming to unravel the mysteries of mental force. Connecting to the protective array of the sect, he spent 1,000 exchange points to acquire a jade slip containing preliminary explanations regarding the unique power of mental force. Upon receiving the jade slip, Chi Changfeng delved into its contents, absorbing the information with great diligence. According to the slip, mental force is a special power evolved from spiritual energy, profound and enigmatic. Once one comprehends mental force, they can construct a world of the heart within their sea of consciousness. This world exists as both an illusion and a reality. As the realm of the heart ascends, it can even descend into the tangible world, manifesting with a myriad of profound effects. The Jade Tablet delineates the stages of heart power. The initial stage. One has just grasped the heart power techniques and is capable of generating heart power within the sea of consciousness. The desolate stage. The heart power realm has just begun to take shape, existing in a barren state, lacking the stability to constitute a complete realm. At this juncture, the heart power world remains quite unstable. The cave heaven stage. The heart power realm has formed its own domain, resembling a cave paradise. Though its expanse is modest, it has attained a significant degree of stability. With a mere thought, the realm of the heart can descend into the physical world, the all-things stage. The heart power realm can now evolve myriad entities. Its area has vastly increased, allowing one thought to obliterate foes in the real world. Subsequent realms such as the small thousand worlds and the middle thousand worlds are not elaborated upon in the Jade Tablet, merely stating that they are realms attainable only by formidable beings from higher realms. The descriptions of the heart power stages within the Jade Tablet leave Qi Changfeng filled with longing. The notion that a single thought can give rise to all things truly embodies the grandeur of a great practitioner. Aside from the Huangding scripture, the Huangding sect possesses a few other heart power cultivation techniques. However, practitioners of heart power are few and far between, and even those who cultivate multiple paths are scarce. Predominantly residing on the Tianxin Peak IT is not that heart power lacks strength or that individuals are unwilling to cultivate it. Rather, comprehending any form of heart power technique hinges upon opportunity and innate understanding. Each practitioner's path to grasping heart power is unique, leaving no discernible traces to follow. Those with keen insight and favorable circumstances may comprehend heart power between mere meals and sips, while those lacking sufficient understanding and fortune might toil for a century without yielding results. Such a fortuitous approach to cultivation is rarely chosen. Furthermore, within heart power cultivation techniques, none exist at a low tier. Even the most basic heart power technique within the Huangding sect is of the purple grade, commanding a relatively high exchange price. According to the Jade Tablet, the purity of heart power cultivated from the Huangding scripture surpasses that of other heart power techniques, resulting in a larger and more stable heart power realm. Albeit with the highest level of difficulty and comprehension in contemporary times, only the peak master of Tianxin Peak practices the Huangding scripture, while other heart power practitioners have no access to it and can only cultivate techniques of lesser caliber. Such as the realm of the heart and Tianxin Jude, Qi Changfeng had underestimated the challenges posed by the Huangding scripture. However, since he aspired to cultivate heart power, he was determined to pursue the best. With the immortal martial simulation system at his disposal, he was resolute in his belief that he could comprehend the Huangding scripture. He mused that blue simulations cost 1,000 simulation points each. And with the spirit stones he possessed, he could afford nearly 30 blue simulations. Purple simulations required 10,000 simulation points each, making blue simulations the more economical choice for understanding the Huangding scripture. Qi Changfeng prepared himself to leverage a significant number of blue simulation opportunities, hoping to enhance his talents and perhaps elevate his current abilities. He withdrew 20,000 spirit stones, opting to convert the entirety into simulation points, retaining around 3,000 spirit stones for future use. With the exchange complete, the host now possessed 24,990 simulation points. With points in hand, Qi Changfeng began his seclusion, ready to embark on consecutive simulations. Chapter 32. Feng Lai's visit. Just as Qi Changfeng was about to enter seclusion for his simulations, a message suddenly resonated from the grand array of the dojo, indicating that fellow disciples were outside delivering a visitation notice. The notice bore the names of Feng Lai, an esteemed disciple of the Five Elements Peak, and Murong Qing, an inner sect disciple. Qi Changfeng hurriedly exited the grand array to greet the two. Brother Feng, Junior Brother Murong, please come in. What brings you both here today? Qi Changfeng greeted with a smile. Junior Brother Qi, you are too kind. Our Five Elements Peak has always maintained a close relationship with Tianquan Peak. Now that you have joined the sect as a true disciple, I have yet to congratulate you. Today, I happen to conclude my seclusion and have come to visit your dojo and make your acquaintance. Feng Lai, clad in a blue robe, responded promptly, with Murong Qing also offering his greetings in the Huangding sect. Regardless of the time of entry, outer and inner sect disciples must address true disciples as brother or sister. Among true disciples, the one who became a true disciple first holds the title of brother. Qi Changfeng led the two into the dojo and into the reception hall, where they took their seats and enjoyed spiritual tea. Junior Brother Murong, you have also reached the innate realm. Congratulations. Qi Changfeng was the first to speak. Brother Qi, you flatter me. Compared to you, my achievement is nothing to mention, Murong Qing quickly replied. Junior Brother Qi truly deserves the title of an unparalleled prodigy in our Huangding sect, having conquered the 47th level of the Tongtian Tower at the innate realm. This is indeed unprecedented. I can't help but wonder if I've wasted my years of training, as you have surpassed me just a month after entering, Feng Lai remarked, a hint of bitter amusement in his tone. Qi Changfeng's accomplishments in the Tongtian Tower genuinely astonished him. As a true disciple, Feng Lai had cultivated the 10,000 treasures body refining technique and the 6 extremes immortal scripture, achieving mid-stage celestial human strength with his 5 elements god body, ranking among the top true disciples of the Huangting sect. Unexpectedly, a prodigy had emerged from the neighboring peak, surpassing him in strength at the innate realm, reaching late-stage celestial human prowess. While he did not know how Qi Changfeng achieved this, the levels he conquered in the Tongtian Tower were indisputable. The three continued to discuss various anecdotes, sect gossip, and the atmosphere gradually became more lively. Suddenly, Feng Lai turned serious and said, "Junior Brother Qi, I have a matter to inquire. Brother Feng, please speak that I shall respond truthfully." Qi Changfeng anticipated the question and replied, "I wonder if Junior Brother Qi has plans to break through to the Master Realm before the grand competition of the 3 sects?" Feng Lai inquired, "Haha, Brother Feng, rest assured I have no intentions of breaking through at present. I plan to do so only after the competition concludes." Qi Changfeng chuckled. Upon hearing Qi Changfeng's response, Feng Lai's face brightened. After learning of Qi Changfeng's achievement in the Tongtian Tower, he had been somewhat concerned that Qi Changfeng might suddenly break through to the Master Realm, potentially taking his spot in the competition. Thus, he had hurriedly brought Murong Qing to visit Qi Changfeng, both to get acquainted with this extraordinary prodigy and to gauge his intentions for future preparations. If Qi Changfeng did not break through to the Master Realm, he still felt confident in securing a spot for the Master Realm in the grand competition of the 3 sects. Now that Junior Brother Qi has said this, I am relieved. To be candid, I have made considerable preparations for this grand competition, and it seems my efforts will not be in vain, Feng Lai stated. Before Qi Changfeng could respond, Feng Lai produced a storage bag and handed it to him, saying, "Junior Brother Qi has just entered the sect, and I have yet to present a congratulatory gift. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Qi Changfeng hurriedly declined. "There is no need for brother to go to such expense. I should have been the one to visit first. Junior Brother Qi, do not be so polite. I have been in the Huangting sect for many years and have accumulated some resources. This is of little consequence to me. You, as a new entrant, will have many expenses. Please accept this gesture. Our 2 peaks are neighbors, and we have many days ahead of us. Once the competition begins, I hope you will assist me in the Master Realm battlefield after you sweep through your innate realm opponents." Feng Lai remarked, "Brother Feng, you need not worry. I will surely assist you," Qi Changfeng assured, no longer refusing the gesture. The 3 then debated various topics with Feng Lai, as a true disciple of the 5 Elements Peak, possessing extensive knowledge. Qi Changfeng, with his experiences from 2 lives, was also well informed. And Murong Qing, hailing from a renowned family of cultivators, contributed to the conversation. The spiritual tea was soon replaced with spiritual wine, and the 3 engaged in lively discussion. After about 2 hours, realizing the time was getting late, Feng Lai and Murong Qing stood to take their leave. Before departing, Qi Changfeng exchanged contact information for the protective array of their sect. After bidding farewell to the 2, Qi Changfeng returned to his secluded chamber. Retrieving the storage bag given by Feng Lie.as, he probed inside with his spiritual energy. He discovered a staggering 10,000 spirit stones. True disciples of the Master Realm receive a monthly reward of 50,000 spirit stones, and since Feng Lai ranked first on the master list of the Tongtian Tower, he presumably received an additional 50,000 spirit stones monthly. Over the years, his wealth must have been considerable. However, the costs of cultivation are also significant, not to mention which top-tier secret techniques and divine abilities within the Huangting sect do not require extensive resources for training. Additionally, one must procure various treasures and elixirs for protection. Leaving little remaining, Feng Lai's generosity was indeed notable. This 10,000 spirit stones likely represented his monthly income. This would alleviate some of the pressure Qi Changfeng felt regarding spirit stones, he mused. No longer dwelling on it, Qi Changfeng commenced consecutive simulations, in the blink of an eye. A day had slipped by, and Qi Changfeng paused his simulations, frowning slightly. During this day, he had undertaken 10 blue random simulations, consuming 10,000 simulation points. However, The results were less than satisfactory. His comprehension of the Huangting scripture remained elusive, merely advancing the 8 desolate shattered jade fist to the 3rd layer of the Great Perfection realm. While his mental power had reached the pinnacle of the Grand Master realm, the 10 blue simulation worlds did not resemble any he had previously encountered in his past life. Of these, 6 were technological worlds, yielding little in terms of gains. The sole consolation was that in one blue simulation, he acquired a modest fortune, blue, talent, replacing his ninja talent, blue. After all, he had already mastered the necessary ninja techniques and no longer required the ninja talent. The new talent would enhance his fortune, increasing his chances of encountering opportunities and averting calamities. Though it may sound somewhat mystical, Qi Changfeng believes that this talent should assist him in grasping the Huangting scripture to some extent. Observing the remaining simulation points and spirit stones at his disposal, Qi Changfeng concludes that he ought to venture into the purple simulation world. On one hand, it offers a chance of fortuity, and on the other, it would allow him to unlock a 5th talent slot. The cost for a single purple simulation is 10,000 simulation points, and without hesitation, Qi Changfeng opts to engage in a random purple simulation. Current simulation points, 14,990. Ding. Consumed 10,000 simulation points, exchanged for 1 purple simulation attempt. Simulation commencing, searching for a target random purple simulation world. The simulation is about to begin. Chapter 33. The Enlightened One and the Eternal Boxing Sage World Overview. After the Creator God Anu fashioned the world, he separated his essence of good and evil. Ultimately, a portion of the good transformed into heaven, while the evil morphed into hell. Heaven birthed angels, and hell nurtured demons. This is a realm of angels and demons, who relentlessly battle in the chaotic expanse for the world's stone, a manifestation of the Creator God's eye. This conflict has endured for an indeterminate duration, so prolonged that it approaches the concept of eternity. Hence it is referred to as the Eternal War. Heaven is governed by 5 archangels, while hell is ruled by 3 demon lords and 4 demon kings. The brutal battlefield of the Eternal War resembles a meat grinder, where countless angels and demons meet their demise. Commencing talent selection. Detection indicates that this is the host's first use of the purple simulation. Talent, slot 1. As anticipated, a new talent slot has indeed been added, which brings a glimmer of joy to Qi Changfeng's heart. Please choose 5 talents from the following list to be incorporated into the simulation world. Point 1. Stunning beauty. Purple, you possess the most exquisite beauty in the world, captivating entire cities and nations with a mere glance. Point 2. Banana virtuoso. Green, you can swiftly restore stamina by consuming bananas. Point 3. Tyrannosaurus rex. Green, you will possess a physique as robust as that of a Tyrannosaurus rex, albeit with notably short arms. Point 4. Diamond Barbie. White angelic visage, devilish figure. Point 5. Enlightened One. Purple, you possess a profound comprehension, allowing you to potentially grasp the ultimate truths from all things, thereby accelerating your cultivation speed. Qi Changfeng felt a surge of delight, his heart racing with excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, he selected the Enlightened One talent, marking it as his first purple-level talent. An increase in comprehension, the ability to fathom the profound truths of heaven and earth, and an enhancement in cultivation speed. This talent is indeed extraordinary, precisely addressing his urgent needs. Qi Changfeng harbored a premonition that, with this talent enhancement, he was not far from comprehending the essence of the heart. As for the stunning beauty talent, he chose to disregard it. Without further contemplation, Qi Changfeng selected the talents of Boxing Prodigy, blue, Combat Master, blue, Iron Skin, blue, Modest Fortune, blue, and Enlightened One, purple, thus initiating the simulation. 0 years. You are born in hell, a colossal demon birthed from the essence of hell itself. From birth, your physique exceeds that of other colossal demons of your kin. 3 years. You grow rapidly, utilizing your robust body and exceptional combat skills to become a member of the feared demon legion under the command of the demon god Diablo, and by the same year, you are appointed as a squad leader. 6 years. You become an elite colossal demon and are dispatched to the chaotic realm to join the Eternal War. 8 years. In the war against angels, you fight valiantly, and that same year, you are promoted to Centurion. 10 years. You dance on the edge of life and death, narrowly escaping demise on several occasions, yet ultimately, you survive by sheer luck. 12 years. On the battlefield, you encounter the Archangel Yinpulus. Facing the supreme leader of heaven, you are utterly powerless and perish on the spot. You have died. This simulation concludes. Choosing to retain the Enlightened One, purple, talent, Qi Changfeng exits the simulation, feeling slightly exasperated. Based on his experiences in this world, as well as the names of the demon lords and archangels, Qi Changfeng is reminded of a game he played in his past life called Diablo. Who would have thought that he would become a subordinate of the great Diablo, a character he had farmed for gear extensively in his previous life? This purple world is entirely unsuitable for cultivation. Although the world's potential is not low, the top-tier powerhouses are essentially incarnations of the Creator God, innately powerful. Engaging in simulations within this world, whether as an angel or a demon, would likely result in becoming cannon fodder in the eternal war. Qi Changfeng considers himself fortunate to have survived to the age of 12. The modest fortune talent provided considerable assistance. While this purple world yielded no tangible rewards, Qi Changfeng remained satisfied, having acquired an additional talent slot and a potent new talent. Upon acquiring the Enlightened One talent, Qi Changfeng senses a transformation in his surroundings. The world appears more lucid, and all things emanate their inherent Tao rhythm. He gains a new understanding of the De Reef and Tian scripture he is currently cultivating. Qi Changfeng takes out 50,000 spirit stones, exchanging them entirely for simulation points, preparing to make a concerted effort to attain comprehension of the heart point 3 days later. Qi Changfeng concludes his consecutive simulations and emerges from the secluded chamber. During these 3 days, he engaged in 20 consecutive blue simulations, expending 20,000 simulation points. The Enlightened One talent has proven to be quite beneficial. Qi Changfeng now possesses a profound understanding of the Huangning scripture. Yet for reasons unknown, he has been unable to comprehend the essence of the heart. It feels as though a layer of paper separates him from enlightenment, an obstacle he finds frustrating. With an average lifespan of 100 years per blue simulation, he effectively experienced 2,000 years of simulated world time. Although each simulation commenced from infancy, the time dedicated to comprehension was not insignificant. It is important to note that beings at the celestial or nascent soul realm typically have a lifespan of merely 3,000 years. The difficulty of comprehending the Huangning scripture is indeed formidable, and it is no wonder that few can discern the essence of the heart from it, Qi Changfeng muses. However, these 20 blue simulations yielded a noteworthy talent, which greatly pleased Qi Changfeng. Eternal Boxing Sage, purple, you possess a boxing talent rarely seen in a millennium, enhancing the power of your punches by 200, since only the highest level talent of the same type is effective. He unhesitatingly replaces the boxing prodigy, blue, talent with this one. Upon acquiring the Eternal Boxing Sage, purple, talent, Qi Changfeng feels an acceleration in his boxing proficiency, having subtly grasped the intent of the Great Sun Boxing. With an accompanying increase in the power of his punches, these 20 blue simulations primarily focused on comprehending the Huangning scripture, yet he did not neglect his boxing training. His mental strength and the might of his boxing intent have barely reached the early stage of the celestial realm. However, due to his innate peak cultivation, he has reached an impasse. It seems that only by breaking through to the master realm can his mental strength be further enhanced. With his current cultivation level, he can no longer accommodate a higher level of mental strength, Qi Changfeng reflects. Unable to comprehend the essence of the heart, conducting further simulations at this juncture would hold little significance. Moreover, the 20 consecutive simulations have left him with a sense of disorientation. Thus, he prepares to exit his training grounds and explore the Huangting sect. Donning the attire of an inner disciple, Qi Changfeng departs from the Shaozhu Peak and begins to wander within the confines of the Huangning sect. The scenery within the sect is delightful, embodying the essence of a celestial paradise, and along the way, he encounters a few fellow disciples, most of whom recognize him and treat him with great courtesy. The mental fatigue from his rigorous training dissipates, and Qi Changfeng feels a newfound lightness in his being. Chapter 34. The initial comprehension of the heart. The last time he explored the Huangning sect was over a month ago. Accompanied by his master Qin Feng, that time, Qi Changfeng had just joined the sect, with a lowly cultivation base and not much strength, feeling somewhat lost about the future. This time, wandering alone in the Huangning sect, having reached the late stage of the celestial realm and having surpassed his previous limitations, His mood is naturally different as Qi Changfeng meanders through the Huangning sect. He unknowingly distances himself from Tianquan Peak. Suddenly, he finds himself in the vicinity of a principal peak, and it strikes him that the number of peaks with activated large formations is quite scarce here, a stark contrast to the bustling Five Elements Peak. Focusing his gaze, he realizes he has arrived at the Tianxin Peak. The master of Tianxin Peak, Chao Feng, is the only cultivator of the current generation to have comprehended the essence of the Huangning scripture. Qi Changfeng recalls having seen him during the disciple recruitment phase after his entrance examination. The Tianxin Peak has very few people. Combined, the elders, protectors, and inner disciples barely number 2 handfuls. Qi Changfeng counts the peaks with activated formations. As far as he knows, the outer disciples of Tianxin Peak have not cultivated the essence of the heart. To ascend to an inner disciple, one must cultivate the heart's essence. It appears that practitioners of the heart are indeed rare. Even within the Huangting sect, a dominant force in the southern region, there are only a handful of practitioners of the heart. Having lingered on a peak for a moment without encountering any disciples, Qi Changfeng decides to depart. Just as he turns to leave, he catches sight of a distant principal peak and suddenly finds himself frozen in place. In his perception, the main peak of Tianxin emits a faint wave. Resonating subtly with the Huangting scripture's transmission in his consciousness. If he had not developed a profound understanding of the Huangting scripture, he would not have noticed this resonance. Open the transparent world. Without daring to delay, Qi Changfeng immediately faces the main peak of Tianxin, sitting cross-legged and closing his eyes, activating the transparent world to its fullest extent. Above is Huangding, below is Guanyuan, behind is UK, and before is Mingmin. Breathing in the chamber and entering the Dantian, pure water from the jade pool nourishes the spiritual root, discerning the capable for enduring existence. The scriptures of the Huangting classic began to resonate softly within the sea of consciousness. Gradually transforming into a sound akin to the tolling of a bell, Qi Changfeng felt as though he was immersed in a chaotic realm, with profound truths continuously flooding into his awareness. As his understanding deepened, the barrier obstructing his comprehension of mental power gradually tore apart. It seemed he had reached a critical juncture. A tremendous explosion echoed within his sea of consciousness, where earth, water, wind, and fire faintly materialized. After a brief moment, the sea of consciousness regained its tranquility, although wisps of gray energy continuously emerged within it. Mental power had been achieved. Qi Changfeng opened his eyes wide, brilliance flashing within them. The gray energy within his sea of consciousness represented his nascent mental power. At that moment, in a secluded chamber of the main peak of Tianxin Peak, an elder in a purple robe was engrossed in meditation. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face as he gazed in the direction of Qi Changfeng. How could the realm of mental power suddenly resonate with a power of the same origin? Moreover, it was within the confines of Tianxin Peak. This was unexpected. He had not heard of any disciple or elder recently practicing the Huangting classic. This individual was none other than Chao Xuan, the master of Tianxin Peak. If any disciple or elder within Tianxin Peak wished to comprehend the Huangting classic, they would certainly seek his guidance in advance, although the utility of such knowledge might be limited. No, I must investigate. Could it be that some young brat intends to surprise me? A flicker of anticipation emerged in Chao Laodao's heart. With a wave of his robe, he vanished from the chamber, only to reappear beside Qi Changfeng an instant later. Qi Changfeng was startled by the sudden appearance of a figure, but upon recognizing it was Chao Laodao, he immediately relaxed. I have met Master Chao, and I pay my respects, Qi Changfeng quickly said, bowing. Chao Laodao regarded him with astonishment, scrutinizing him as if attempting to see through him. Young lad, have you comprehended the Huangting classic and cultivated mental power? Although he sensed the gray energy within Qi Changfeng's sea of consciousness, Chao Laodao still found it hard to believe and inquired aloud. I was merely wandering through Tianxin Peak when I experienced a sudden insight and comprehended the true meaning of the Huangting classic, resulting in the cultivation of mental power. It was purely serendipitous, Qi Changfeng hurriedly replied. Chao Laodao, upon hearing this, was left speechless, his mind racing with thoughts. Here at Tianxin Peak, countless outer disciples ponder the mysteries of mental power daily. yet yield little in terms of results. You come to visit once and grasp the essence of mental power from the Huangting Classic. What a mockery of their efforts, Chao Laodao mused internally. Furthermore, he felt great regret. Had he been able to turn back the clock more than a month, he would have disregarded his pride and taken Qi Changfeng as his disciple. Tio have comprehended the true meaning of the Huangting Classic and cultivated mental power in just over a month was truly remarkable, making him a perfect candidate to inherit his legacy. None of the elders or disciples within the peak could compare to Qi Changfeng. For many years, Chao Laodao had hoped that a genius among the sect's younger generation would arise to comprehend the mental power of the Huangting Classic, so that he could pass the leadership of Tianxin Peak to them after he faced his tribulation or ascended to a higher realm. He never anticipated such a talent would emerge. And yet, it was not from Tianxin Peak. What a ridiculous turn of events. Such a talent for cultivating the mind should not be squandered on martial arts. Chao Laodao seethed internally. However, his expression remained composed as he warmly addressed Qi Changfeng. Indeed, you are truly a peerless genius. Tio grasped the true essence of the Huangting Classic through your own efforts speaks volumes of your potential. Our Tianxin Peak possesses many secret techniques for utilizing mental and spiritual power. Longfeng, you are welcome to come and learn from us whenever you have the time. Qi Changfeng readily agreed. After Chao Laodao exchanged contact information with him and offered a few more words of advice, he departed. I bid farewell to Master Chao. Once Chao Laodao had left, Qi Changfeng turned with satisfaction and made his way back to Shaozhou Peak. At that moment, in the main peak of Tianquan Peak, Qin Feng was busy concocting his exquisite wine when he suddenly sensed something and opened the main peak's great formation, allowing a figure to enter. Master Chao, what brings you to Tianquan Peak today? Qin Feng inquired. The visitor was none other than Chao Shuan, who had just parted ways with Qi Changfeng. Haha, brother Qin, your taste is quite refined. I have come today to seek a favor. After speaking, Chao Laodao produced several exquisite bottles and said, These are the 9 heavens immortal brew that I have treasured. I present them to brother Qin for your appreciation. Qin Feng immediately became wary. What scheme was this old man concocting, bringing forth such a rare delicacy as the 9 heavens immortal brew? Chao Laodao, spare me your pretenses. Just state your business directly, Qin Feng replied, his expression unyielding. Brother Qin, you know that Tianxin Peak is currently lacking in talent. We have no heir to inherit the teachings. I wonder if you might allow your disciple Qi Changfeng to join my ranks? I assure you, I will teach him diligently, and he shall inherit the position of master of Tianxin Peak in the future, Chao Laodao implored, his eyes filled with expectation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng erupted in fury. You, old man, dare to entertain such thoughts? Qi Changfeng is the current grand senior brother of Tianquan Peak, my true disciple, destined to lead Tianquan Peak in the future. How could he possibly join your sect? Are you itching for a fight? Calm down, calm down. If you are unwilling, then let it be, Chao Laodao hastily responded. He had come with a glimmer of hope, only to be met with a resounding rejection, leaving him disheartened. Chao Laodao felt somewhat helpless. Although he was at the pinnacle of the tribulation stage and had comprehended the mental power of the Huangting Classic, his combat prowess was exceptional. Yet he had not yet survived the tribulation. Qin Feng, though younger, was already a seasoned veteran who had transcended the tribulation, making him a formidable opponent. Humph, take your wine back. I have no interest in it. Qin Feng snorted dismissively. With no other recourse, Chao Laodao had no choice but to leave Tianquan Peak in disgrace. Chapter 35. Teaching martial arts as Qi Changfeng was on his way back to Shaozhou Peak. He suddenly received a message from Qin Feng. Come to the main peak of Tianquan Peak. I have something to discuss with you. After replying, Qi Changfeng hastened his pace towards the main peak of Tianquan Peak. After flying for nearly half an hour, he finally arrived. Upon entering the grand hall of the main peak, Qin Feng recounted the recent encounter with Chao Laodao, who had sought to take Qi Changfeng as his disciple. Have you been hiding something from me? Or else why would Chao Laodao suddenly want to take you on as an apprentice? Qin Feng asked. I do not wish to deceive my master. I merely went out to explore Huangting sect, and while passing by Tianxin Peak, I experienced a moment of insight and comprehended the mental power of the Huangting Classic, which happened to catch Master Chao's attention. Qi Changfeng explained with a wry smile. What? You comprehended the mental power of the Huangding Classic? Qin Feng exclaimed in astonishment. When the two had initially chosen their cultivation methods, Qi Changfeng had insisted on selecting the Huangding Classic, and Qin Feng had not regarded it highly at the time, only agreeing because he could choose 3 free techniques. Little did he expect that just over a month later, his disciple would grasp the mental power of the Huangding Classic. Such terrifying talent for cultivating mental power was unprecedented. It was no wonder that Chao Laodao risked facing opposition to come and test the waters. After pondering for a moment, Qin Feng suddenly spoke. Changfeng, would you be interested in going to Tianxin Peak to focus on cultivating mental power? To have comprehended the mental power of the Huangding Classic in such a short time is an extraordinary feat, and if you are inclined, I can speak to Chao Laodao. I am sure he would be eager to accept you as his disciple. Qi Changfeng was taken aback and hurriedly replied, Master, why would you say such a thing? There is an ancient saying in my homeland. Once a disciple, always a father, and why Master has treated me well. How could I possibly serve another? Moreover, I am deeply engrossed in martial arts. Mental power is merely a secondary pursuit and will not distract me from my primary focus. Qin Feng felt a surge of appreciation upon hearing this. His earlier words were not meant to test Qi Changfeng, but were genuinely intended to consider his future. If Qi Changfeng had intentions of primarily cultivating mental power, Tianxin Peak would undoubtedly be a superior choice, as there was no one at Tianquan Peak to guide him in his mental power cultivation. Conversely, if Qi Changfeng chose to focus on martial arts, Qin Feng was more than content to keep such an excellent disciple. Since you have made your decision, I shall not press further. However, while focusing on martial arts, do not neglect your mental power. It is a rare force, and many great beings wish to cultivate it but lack the opportunity. Mental power can significantly enhance various power systems, and when cultivated to a profound level, it becomes extraordinarily mysterious. When combined with one's primary path, it can render one invincible among peers. The third-generation master of our Tianquan Peak was also a practitioner of mental power and was revered as the greatest expert on the Xinyuan continent before his ascension. Many of the mystical functions of our Huangding sect's protective formations are said to be related to mental power. Although I am not entirely clear on the specifics, Qin Feng advised Qi Changfeng earnestly. Rest assured, Master. I will certainly pay heed to your words, Qi Changfeng replied solemnly. Good. Now return and prepare for the upcoming competition. Once your Bahuang Shattered Jade Fist reaches a consummate level, inform me, and I shall teach you even more profound techniques. Tianxin Peak possesses many secret methods for mental and spiritual power. Similarly, the Tianquan Peak is replete with a myriad of martial arts techniques, each requiring at least a celestial realm level of mental strength for cultivation. While the most exceptional can rival the elite martial arts obtainable through the sect's grand array, these martial arts techniques have been crafted by the formidable figures of Tianquan Peak throughout the ages, and typically, only disciples of the inner sect or higher are permitted to practice them, thereby conserving substantial resources that would otherwise be spent on acquiring martial arts. Within the grand array, celestial realm martial arts generally require around 100,000 exchange points. Qi Changfeng, having perfected the 8 desolate Shattered Jade Fist, found himself unable to pursue new techniques due to insufficient exchange points. Little did he expect such benefits existed within Tianquan Peak. Master, I have successfully cultivated the 8 desolate Shattered Jade Fist to the realm of perfection, Qi Changfeng shyly reported. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's eyes widened in disbelief as he exclaimed, Show me a punch. In response, Qi Changfeng unleashed a move of the 8 desolate Shattered Jade into the open air, demonstrating astonishing power. With his keen insight, Qin Feng immediately discerned that Qi Changfeng had not only mastered the 8 desolate Shattered Jade Fist, but that his mental strength had subtly reached the initial stage of the celestial realm. Is this lad some sort of prodigy? I assumed that during his month-long seclusion, he was primarily comprehending the Huangding scripture. Who would have thought his mental strength and martial arts progress would be so swift? Could he truly be the reincarnation of some transcendent being? Qin Feng pondered, reflecting on his own journey, which had taken him 5 years to achieve mastery of a grandmaster-level martial art, feeling a sense of disparity. Nevertheless, recognizing the rapid progress of his disciple was a positive development. Qin Feng adjusted his mindset and smiled. Excellent, excellent. Your martial path is advancing swiftly, showing some of the grace I exhibited in my youth. Master's cultivation is transcendent. How could I possibly compare? Qi Changfeng quickly replied. Qin Feng, slightly evasive, changed the subject. Then today, I shall impart to you a new martial art. I hope you will diligently practice it and achieve mastery soon. With that, he produced a jade slip and tossed it to Qi Changfeng. Inside is a list of the martial arts from Tianquan Peak. Peruse it and let me know which ones you wish to cultivate. As Qi Changfeng examined the list, he noticed that most of the techniques were familiar, having seen them in the Grand Array's exchange list, while others were unique to their peak, leaving him somewhat puzzled. Thus, he inquired about this discrepancy. Qin Feng chuckled. The techniques available in the Grand Array's exchange list, aside from a few elite ones inherited from the upper realms, primarily originate from the 108 main peaks. Naturally, Tianquan Peak has contributed a substantial number of martial arts, and it is only normal that some remain unsubmitted. Disciples of the inner sect and above typically do not exchange for techniques contributed by their own peak. After all, why pay when one can learn for free at their own peak? Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng experienced an epiphany. Many of the martial arts in the Grand Array were indeed available at his own peak, and he was relieved he had not exchanged for them prematurely, which would have resulted in a significant loss. Master, I am on the verge of comprehending the Great Sun Fist intent and wish to cultivate a related martial art. Qi Changfeng expressed. Following a discussion, the master and disciple ultimately settled on a technique known as the Great Sun Shattering Fist. This martial art, created by the third-generation peak master of Tianquan Peak, integrates the Great Sun Fist intent and the Shattering Fist intent, comprising 6 levels. Upon reaching perfection, the power of the fist intent can rival that of the pinnacle of terrestrial immortals. Thus, until Qi Changfeng's mental strength reaches the combined state, he need not switch techniques. Notably, the subsequent technique of the Great Sun Shattering Fist is the 9 Suns Shattering Heaven Fist, which was also devised by the third-generation peak master prior to his ascension and possesses remarkable power. Qi Changfeng had previously coveted this technique when he saw it on the exchange list, unaware that its origin lay within Tianquan Peak. Once his mental strength reached the combined state, he could learn it for free within the peak, which was indeed a fortuitous circumstance. Although Qi Changfeng's mental strength was still far from the combined state, he felt a sense of joy. The Great Sun Shattering Fist was not recorded in the Grand Array. But according to Qin Feng, mastering this technique would significantly aid in cultivating the 9 Suns Shattering Heaven Fist. It seems that every main peak retains its own advantages, Qi Changfeng mused. Qin Feng presented the legacy item of the 9 Suns Shattering Heaven Fist and imparted the technique to Qi Changfeng within the Grand Hall. After the teaching was complete, Qi Changfeng did not linger at the main peak for long and returned to the Shaozhou Peak's training ground. Chapter 36. The final sprint before the great competition. Upon returning to the training ground of Shaozhou Peak, Qi Changfeng proceeded directly to his cultivation chamber. He was quite satisfied with the gains from his recent excursion, having not only comprehended the mental strength of the Huangding scripture, but also learned a martial art of a higher realm. It was time to continue his seclusion, as the great competition was less than a month away. After grasping the essence of mental strength, Qi Changfeng had yet to thoroughly experience and reflect upon it. Now was the opportune moment. With his eyes closed, Qi Changfeng found himself in his sea of consciousness, where strands of gray mental strength swirled gracefully. As he mobilized his mental energy, more of this mental strength was generated in a continuous flow. Quickly filling his sea of consciousness with this gray energy, Qi Changfeng felt a warm sensation in his sea of consciousness, akin to donning a warm coat on a frigid day. Gradually, he sensed that the quantity of mental strength had reached its limit, unable to increase further. Having grasped the true meaning of the Huangding scripture, Qi Changfeng had stepped into the realm of mental strength cultivation, achieving the initial stage of birth. However, he still had a considerable journey ahead to construct a world of mental strength. Qi Changfeng surmised that only upon reaching the terrestrial immortal level of mental strength would he have the opportunity to establish such a world and venture into the desolate realm. Before forming the mental strength world, the destructive capacity of his mental strength was rather limited. At present, he estimated he could only vanquish enemies of ordinary Grandmaster caliber. However, mental strength could be infused into his attacks, significantly enhancing their power and imparting a mental attack effect in the face of enemies employing mental assaults. Mental strength also provided substantial defensive capabilities, particularly after constructing the mental world, if an enemy's mental attack failed to penetrate it. They could not affect his sea of consciousness. This greatly compensated for Qi Changfeng's previous vulnerabilities. Currently, the only threats to him were enemies several realms above him, and his mental strength had gradually become a shortcoming. With the comprehension of mental strength, Qi Changfeng was no longer defenseless against enemies who wielded mental attacks, achieving the status of a true hexagonal warrior. After assessing his available resources, Qi Changfeng discovered he had 53,000 spirit stones, 34,990 simulation points, and 19,200 exchange points remaining. Learning from past experiences, he resolved to expend these resources before the great competition. Unless something unforeseen occurred, he anticipated a substantial influx of resources following the competition, alleviating any concerns regarding his cultivation needs in the near future. Opening the Grand Array's exchange list, Qi Changfeng utilized 18,000 exchange points to acquire a technique called Formless and Nameless, a mental strength application secret technique that could be cultivated with the initial stage mental strength and celestial realm mental energy, making it the least demanding technique in the exchange list. This technique allows for the widespread projection of mental strength, silently launching mental attacks on adversaries with moderate intensity, proving particularly effective against opponents of initial celestial realm strength and below. A true grass-cutting skill. Qi Changfeng primarily exchanged for this technique to enhance his control over mental strength, preparing for the future construction of his mental world. While exchanging for the mental strength secret techniques, Qi Changfeng noticed that those related to mental strength were considerably cheaper, likely due to the scarcity of individuals who had cultivated mental strength, resulting in minimal demand for exchanges. He also spent 1,000 exchange points to replenish items such as spirit tea and spirit wine before exiting the Grand Array. Converting 50,000 spirit stones entirely into simulation points, Qi Changfeng prepared for one final round of seclusion before the competition commenced. Gazing at his 84,990 simulation points, Qi Changfeng resolved to undertake a series of blue simulations to refine the Great Sun-Shattering Fist and the Formless and Nameless technique he had just acquired. He intended to allocate the remaining simulation points to purple simulations, hoping for a stroke of luck in upgrading his physical enhancement, copper skin iron bones, and combat prowess, battle master, talents to purple, thereby maximizing his potential. Before breaking through to the Grandmaster realm, the scope for Qi Changfeng's enhancements had already diminished significantly. If he were to spend 100,000 simulation points on a forced pink simulation, aside from a talent slot increase, he anticipated little in terms of fruitful results. Without overthinking, Qi Changfeng engaged in multiple blue world simulations consecutively. By the fifth simulation, he successfully comprehended the Great Sun Fist intent, and his mental strength officially reached the initial stage of the celestial realm, commencing his training in the Great Sun-Shattering Fist. During the 10th blue simulation, he perfected the first layer of the Great Sun-Shattering Fist. Initial sun contending radiance, resulting in a substantial increase in the technique's powered in the subsequent blue simulations. However, his mental strength was limited by his cultivation level, reaching a plateau with the Great Sun-Shattering Fist at its first layer. Thus, he primarily focused on practicing the Formless and Nameless secret technique, which only had one layer of mastery and was not particularly challenging to cultivate, primarily aimed at improving his control over mental strength. By the 14th blue simulation, Qi Changfeng successfully mastered the Formless and Nameless technique. With a mere flicker of thought, one can unleash an invisible and formless wave of mental force, deftly imbuing it into one's attacks. Thus, the blue simulation has reached its conclusion, expending a total of 14,000 simulation points. Regrettably, no worthy purple talents emerged to replace the existing ones. Henceforth, Qi Changfeng prepares to embark on a purple world simulation, yearning to acquire some commendable talents to supplant his somewhat outdated blue ones. In the previous two purple simulations, fortune did not favor him. Qi Changfeng randomly found himself in two peculiar worlds, where he perished before reaching the age of 10. Although he did obtain two purple talents, they bore little relevance to the path of cultivation he had chosen. During the third purple simulation, he entered a technological world, where he managed to endure for a considerable duration, even soaring through the cosmos in a star destroyer, annihilating numerous planets. However, given the world's focus on technology, aside from acquiring some advanced knowledge akin to starship piloting manuals and cosmic ray defense techniques, He gleaned little else in the fourth purple simulation. Luck finally smiled upon Qi Changfeng as he drew an exceptional talent. Indestructible body, purple. Your physical resilience is significantly enhanced. Your vitality is robust, granting you formidable defensive and recuperative capabilities, allowing for the regeneration of severed limbs. This replaced the copper skin and iron bones. Blue, talent, and Qi Changfeng felt a substantial increase in his physical strength, bolstering his vitality further. Although he still did not gain much from this simulated world, he felt quite content. With the objective achieved and approximately 30,000 simulation points remaining, he still had 20 days until the grand competition commenced, leaving these points as a reserve. After such a series of simulations, Qi Changfeng's mental faculties were somewhat fatigued. At this juncture, having fully prepared for the competition, he found there was little left to advance. He opened his personal status screen. Name: Qi Changfeng. Race: human, innate body, age: 16 years. Realm: pinnacle of martial Dao. Innate realm: pinnacle of immortal Dao Qi. Refinement realm: cultivation techniques: Shantian sacred body, pink, second layer; Great Sun incineration True Sutra, pink, first layer; Huangting classic, orange, comprehension of mental force, divine powers and techniques, breath of the sun, blue; major achievement: 8 desolations shattering jade fist, blue, third layer; Spirit Qi edition of immortal techniques compendium, blue; major achievement: 8 gates of Duanjia, purple; major achievement: Great Sun shattering void fist, purple, first layer; formless and invisible, blue; major achievement: mental force; early stage of celestial being, shattering fist intent, Great Sun fist intent, transparent world, mental strength, nascent stage simulation points, 30,990 number of simulations, none talents, ancient fist saint, purple, combat master, blue; indestructible body, purple; modest fortuity, blue; enlightened one, purple. Talent slots, 5, full evaluation. Still not breaking through. Such an extraordinary innate realm has not been seen in this world for eons. Gazing at his splendid status screen, Qi Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. Come, let the grand competition of the 3 sects commence. I shall bring forth a touch of innate realm astonishment in the ensuing days. Qi Changfeng refrained from further seclusion for cultivation. Aside from practicing martial arts for an hour daily, he spent the remainder of his time socializing at Tianquan Peak and nearby main peaks, engaging in convivial gatherings and forming numerous acquaintances among the disciples. One day, Qi Changfeng received a message from Qin Feng, stating that the participant slots for Huangting sect had been finalized and that they would soon set off for Wanhuayo Valley. Chapter 37. Journey to Wanhuayo Valley. Upon receiving the message, Qi Changfeng promptly made his way to the main peak of Tianquan, where he met Qin Feng. The 4 participants from Huangting sect had been confirmed without incident, and you shall represent the innate realm in battle. Tomorrow morning, we shall gather at the Huangting sect's mountain gate and depart for Wanhuayo Valley. Many disciples have requested to accompany us to spectate, and the sect has largely agreed. They will travel with you to Wanhuayo Valley. During the competition, numerous first-tier sects from the southern domain have been invited to bear witness. Our Huangting sect must not appear diminished in stature, Qin Feng articulated. This journey to Wanhuayo Valley for the grand competition will be led by our sect's grand elder, and I shall accompany you as well. Make sure to give them a glimpse of the prowess of my disciple, Qin Feng. I shall certainly exert my utmost effort and will not tarnish my master's illustrious reputation. Qi Changfeng responded earnestly. After departing the main peak, Qi Changfeng returned to his small bamboo peak dojo, tidied up swiftly, and stored the necessary items in his storage ring. Early the next morning, after absorbing the purple aura of the rising sun with the Great Sun incineration True Sutra, Qi Changfeng set off for the mountain gate. Before long, he arrived at the mountain gate, where dozens of individuals had gathered, engaged in lively conversation. Among the crowd, Qi Changfeng spotted Feng Lai, who was likely the chosen representative for the Grandmaster realm in this competition. Feng Lai approached Qi Changfeng to greet him, with Murong Qing by his side, presumably accompanying them as part of the cheering squad. Shortly thereafter, Qi Changfeng noticed Lu Chuan and several inner disciples of Tianquan Peak flying towards them. "Ha ha, senior brother, you arrived quite early," Lu Chuan exclaimed to Qi Changfeng. "Junior brother Lu, I did not expect you all to be joining as well," Qi Changfeng replied. the senior brother of Tianquan Peak, represents Huangning sect in the competition. How could we inner disciples not attend? Rest assured, senior brother, we shall cheer you on vigorously. Lu Chuan chuckled, clearly in high spirits. That moment, more individuals arrived at the mountain gate, and Lu Chuan introduced them to Qi Changfeng. The newcomers were participants from the Grandmaster and Celestial Being realms, both of whom held the top positions on the corresponding rankings of the Tongtian list. The Grandmaster realm participant was named Huang Zongtian, a Peak Golden Core Grandmaster from the 51st floor of the Tongtian Tower and a true disciple of Piamiao Peak. The Celestial Being realm participant was named Long Wenbin, a Peak Celestial Being in the nascent Soul realm from the 60th floor of the Tongtian Tower and a true disciple of Divine Sword Peak. This was their first meeting with Qi Changfeng, yet they were quite courteous, intrigued by this rapidly ascending true disciple. Meanwhile, within the Grand Hall of Huangting Sect's main hall, several formidable beings had gathered, including Qin Feng. At the forefront was an elderly man with white hair and a youthful visage, Grand Elder Hu Fengtian of Huangting Sect. I shall lead the delegation to the upcoming 3 sects competition. This time is different from before. The Northern Domain's 10,000 Demons Royal Court seems intent on meddling, transforming our 3 sects competition into a 4 sects competition. The Northern Domain is distant from us, and the specifics remain unclear, Grand Elder Hu began. Those not of our kind are bound to have different intentions. Those creatures that thrive in dampness and bear feathers surely have ulterior motives. We must remain vigilant, remarked Li Chunyang, the Peak Master of Tiandao Peak, with a cold snort. Indeed, should the 10,000 Demons Royal Court harbor any insidious intentions and attempt to exploit Wanwayo Valley during the competition, given the formidable forces of Wanwayo Valley, they may not withstand such an assault, added Shen Wuhan, the Peak Master of Divine Sword Peak. How could they dare? Our 3 sects have stood in the southern domain for countless years. Firmly united, to strike at Wanwayo Valley would mean to offend Huangting Sect. Do they not fear our retaliation? It just so happens that our sect is in need of some refining materials, which require replenishment, Qin Feng said, his voice laced with murderous intent. Enough. The purpose of this gathering is to prepare for our journey to Wanwayo Valley. I shall lead openly, with Li Chunyang and Shen Wuhan as my aides. The remaining dozen or so of you shall conceal yourselves within my cave treasure. If all remains uneventful, consider it a mere visit to Wanwayo Valley to observe the competition. Should the 10,000 Demons Royal Court engage in any nefarious schemes, we shall strike together and eliminate these pests. Grand Elder's eyes glinted with determination as he spoke. No problem. The Grand Elder always considers matters thoroughly, a figure clad in green remarked with a smile. With a wave of his hand, the scene at the mountain gate appeared before him. After a brief glance, he said, "The little fellows have mostly gathered. We shall depart shortly." With that, he produced a scroll, which was none other than the fabled cave treasure. "Esteemed guests, please step into my mountain and water cave heaven illustration," the Grand Elder stated solemnly. All the formidable beings entered the cave treasure, leaving only Grand Elder Hu Fengtian, Li Chunyang, and Shen Wuhan in the hall. Without further ado, the trio employed teleportation and directly materialized at the mountain gate. The disciples, who had been conversing, instantly fell silent upon noticing the appearance of the 3 formidable beings. "I am Grand Elder Hu of Huangting Sect. I shall lead the team for this competition. These 2 are the Peak Masters of Tiandao Peak and Divine Sword Peak, and they shall accompany us." The Grand Elder addressed the gathered disciples. "Greetings, Grand Elder and Peak Masters." The disciples bowed in unison. "Very well, time is of the essence. Let us set forth," the Grand Elder declared, producing a miniature flying vessel, which he casually tossed. The vessel unfurled against the wind, rapidly transforming into a majestic black ship. This vessel, known as Luofu Immortal Ship, is one of the treasured artifacts of Huangting Sect, a divine relic passed down from the upper realms. Whenever there is a significant event requiring Huangting Sect's participation, the Luofu Immortal Ship will be deployed, serving as a symbol of the sect's stature. The crowd boarded the Immortal Ship. Although it was not Qi Changfeng's first encounter with such artifact-grade treasures, he remained profoundly astonished. The Star Tower, the Luofu Immortal Ship, having only recently entered the sect, Qi Changfeng had already witnessed 2 artifacts. It was no wonder that this super sect had stood tall on the Xinhuang continent for countless years. its foundation truly profound. Within the Luofu immortal ship, there existed an expansive space, complete with pavilions, towers, and every amenity one could imagine. Artifacts possess spirits, yet the might of the Luofu immortal ship was currently dormant, likely due to its spirit being in slumber. With everyone assembled, preparations to embark commenced. The Grand Elder commanded the celestial vessel, and in an instant, it pierced through the fabric of space, vanishing beyond the mountain gates. Did not my master say he would accompany us? Why have I yet to see him? Within the celestial vessel, Qi Changfeng felt a twinge of confusion. Perhaps he was delayed by unforeseen matters. Not wishing to dwell on it further, he reminded himself that the affairs of a cultivator at the Great Ascension stage were beyond his purview. Within the mountain and water cave heaven map, over a dozen formidable beings were engaged in casual conversation. What do you all reckon will be the final outcome for our Huangding sect in this grand tournament? Inquired a figure clad in green, the esteemed leader of the Tianshu Peak, whose mastery had reached the Great Ascension realm. Your information seems to be lacking, my dear brother Qin. A little over a month ago, Brother Qin accepted an extraordinary prodigy as his disciple, one who possesses the strength of a late-stage celestial being. While still in the innate realm, I believe he will secure victories against opponents in both the innate and master realms. Replied the master of the Five Elements Peak, Taoist Liehua. Brother Qin has taken on a disciple. I was unaware of this. I have just emerged from seclusion, summoned by the Grand Elder, and am still unclear on the particulars. Remarked the leader of Tianshu Peak. Ha, luck is on my side. I owe my gratitude to Taoist Liehua. Had he not taken me to witness that day, I might never have discovered such a remarkable pupil. Qin Feng declared with pride. How unfair! You, surnamed Qin, and I both primarily practice the way of the fist. What merit do you possess to claim such a disciple merely for attending the entrance examination? I attend nearly every session, yet this time I was hindered by other matters, and you snatched the opportunity from under my nose. I refuse to accept it, scoffed in Shushan, the master of the Overlord Peak. Such is fate. It merely indicates that Changfeng and I are destined companions, a fortune you cannot envy. Qin Feng chuckled nonchalantly. Both in Shushan and Qin Feng practiced the way of the fist. Their powers nearly equal. The acquisition of such an extraordinary disciple left in Shushan feeling envious. To surpass 3 major realms while still in the innate realm and to achieve such prowess was indeed rare. Even in the higher realms. Suddenly, one of the powerful beings brightened, exclaiming, "We are nearing the Wanhuayo Valley." Indeed, old Zhao, you were the first to sense it is no wonder, considering you have acquaintances in Wanhuayo Valley and are familiar with the terrain. The assembly of powerful beings teased as they spoke. The Luo Fu celestial vessel had already arrived at the vicinity of Wanhuayo Valley. Chapter 38. A gathering of the 4 directions. Qi Changfeng was resting with his eyes closed within the Luo Fu celestial vessel when he suddenly felt the vessel slow down. What is happening? It has barely been half an hour. Why are we decelerating? Qi Changfeng wondered, perplexed. At that moment, the Grand Elder appeared and announced, "We have arrived. Let us gather at the front platform of the celestial vessel in preparation for entry into Wanhuayo Valley." What? We have arrived? Qi Changfeng was astounded, for the entrance to Wanhuayo Valley was located billions of miles from Huangding sect. A typical celestial being might take hundreds of years to traverse such a distance. Only beings at the integration stage or above could traverse it swiftly through continuous teleportation. In Qi Changfeng's estimation, it would take them 2 to 3 days. Yet they had crossed half of the southern region in less than half an hour. Truly, the power of a celestial artifact is unparalleled. All gathered at the front platform of the Luo Fu celestial vessel. Within the span of a tea's brew, the imposing gates of Wanhuayo Valley came into view. Wanhuayo Valley resided within a vast gorge, rumored to have been carved out by celestial beings of the higher realms using immense magical prowess. The gates were situated at the entrance of this valley. Outside the gates, numerous invited sects had gathered to witness the event, and an array of flying vessels and spiritual treasures, typically rare sights, were on display. The pinnacle, a striking azure peak radiating a magnificent sword intent was visible. This was the famed Qingping Peak. The treasured artifact of the Tianjin Pavilion. It is said that this celestial artifact was forged from the comprehension of a staggering sword intent by a celestial being from the higher realms. Capable not only of serving as a palace-like vessel for travel, but also wielding immense power, it appeared the Tianjin Pavilion had already made its presence known. Before long, the Luo Fu celestial vessel arrived at the gates of Wanhuayo Valley, aligning itself with Qingping Peak and coming to a halt. A grand assembly of over 100 disciples and sect leaders of Huangting sect stood at the bow of the vessel. Gazing downwards, Huangting sect has finally arrived. What a grand display! Each time I behold the Luo Fu celestial vessel, I am filled with awe. When will our sect possess such a celestial artifact? Exclaimed a cultivator from below. What a dreamer! In the higher realms, without a backing, where would one procure such treasures? Even if one were to acquire a celestial artifact, do you think a mere transformation stage cultivator could safeguard it? Retorted a fellow cultivator accompanying him. If sensing the arrival of the Luo Fu celestial vessel, figures from Qingping Peak and within Wanhuayo Valley emerged to welcome them. From Qingping Peak, a middle-aged man appeared, bearing a long sword upon his back, exuding an extraordinary demeanor, followed by 4 young individuals. Old Hu, it has been several millennia since we last met. I did not expect you to personally lead the way this time. It seems Huangting sect is taking this competition quite seriously, the middle-aged man boomed. This individual was named Xiao Shangwu, a high-ranking protector of Tianjin Pavilion. Tianjin Pavilion is equally impressive. You have dispatched your esteemed protector to attend? The last time I visited your pavilion, you were in seclusion. It is a pleasant surprise to encounter you here, Grand Elder Hu responded. Haha, Old Hu, do visit Qingping Peak when you have the chance. We must share a drink, the middle-aged man suggested. Certainly, they both agreed. At that moment, a middle-aged beauty emerged from the gates of Wanhuayo Valley and approached the Luo Fu celestial vessel. Greetings, Brother Hu. The beauty greeted the Grand Elder with a courteous bow. Junior Sister Chung, you are too polite. Come aboard and have a seat, the Grand Elder urged warmly. The middle-aged beauty did not hesitate, stepping onto the platform of the Luo Fu celestial vessel. Her enchanting gaze swept across the crowd, revealing a hint of disappointment. Haha, Zhao Shidi is currently in seclusion and could not attend this grand tournament, which I suppose has disappointed you, Junior Sister Cheng, the Grand Elder chuckled. Brother Hu, you jest. Whether Zhao Chuan comes or not has little to do with me. I am merely here to observe the caliber of Huangting sect's participating disciples, the beauty replied, somewhat defensively. She was Cheng Hongmei, the head of the Alchemy Institute at Wanhuayo Valley, her status comparable to that of the main peak leaders of Huangting sect. Rest assured, I shall ensure that you are not disappointed, the Grand Elder proclaimed with confidence. Meanwhile, within the mountain and water cave heaven map, the members of Huangting sect erupted in chatter upon witnessing the external scene. Old Zhao, you are in for it. After this competition, you might find it difficult to return to Huangting sect, one remarked. Get lost. Am I afraid of her? By the way, how far have things progressed between you and Junior Sister Chung? At that moment, Xiao Shengwu from Tianjin Pavilion approached the side of the Luo Fu celestial vessel and inquired, has the myriad demon royal court not yet arrived? Are they perhaps too timid to show up? If they do not come, it spares me the burden of concern. And no sooner had he spoken than a tower filled with demonic energy appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching the gates of Wanhuayo Valley. It is the Myriad Demon Tower. They have arrived, the Grand Elder declared. The Myriad Demon Tower was the supreme treasure of the Myriad Demon Royal Court, its quality and power rivaling that of Qingping Peak and the Luo Fu celestial vessel. Soon, the Myriad Demon Tower arrived near the gates, coming to a stop not far from the Luo Fu celestial vessel. With the tower doors wide open, a throng of demon beings emerged, led by a burly man clad in armor, accompanied by a young man dressed in golden finery. Curiously, this young man appeared to possess only the strength of a master. Behind the two was a multitude of demon beings, most of whom had yet to fully transform. Generally, demons could only achieve complete transformation at the transformation stage, unless they possessed noble bloodlines. Unlike humans, bloodlines played a crucial role in the cultivation of demons. Those with powerful bloodlines boasted formidable physiques, rapid advancement, and unique innate divine abilities. Haha, esteemed friends from the southern region, it is a pleasure to meet you all. I am Xiong Shan, the Grand Marshal of the Myriad Demon Royal Court, the burly man bellowed with laughter. The leaders of the three sects exchanged glances and politely introduced themselves to one another. That moment, Xiong Shan pointed to the golden-clad youth beside him and announced, "This is young Master Jin A, from the illustrious Golden-Winged Rock clan of the higher realms, who has just recently descended to our lower realm." Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. The Golden-Winged Rock clan? Visitors from the higher realms? It is said that the Golden-Winged Rock is a divine beast of the higher realms, rare in number, with formidable physiques and astonishing speed, preying on dragons. To encounter one today is indeed astonishing. The golden-clad youth stepped forward, clasping his hands in greetings, esteemed seniors. I am Jin E. Recently, my clan's elders sent me to this realm primarily for the purpose of honing my skills. I have always held great interest in the human race. Hence I beseech the elders of the myriad demon royal court to bring me along to participate in this grand tournament. Upon hearing Jin Yi's explanation, the powerful beings from the three sects finally understood the myriad demon royal court's motive for joining the competition. The young master himself wished to participate. However, the leaders of the three sects did not let their guard down. One could not be certain if this was merely a ruse by the myriad demon royal court. Chapter 39. The Golden-Winged Rock clan from the higher realms? Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng, standing behind the Grand Elder, felt a stir in his heart. He recalled having seen such a demon clan in the journey to the west, specifically the three kings of Shizhua Ridge, who were also the uncles of the Buddha, and wondered if there was any relation to Jin Yi's lineage. After some polite exchanges, the powerful beings returned to their respective celestial artifacts. With more than 10 days remaining before the tournament commenced, the participants began to adjust themselves, striving to reach their peak potential. The remaining attendants were free to roam, and many disciples planned to relax in the area before the mountain gate. The vicinity of the mountain gate was bustling with activity, as it gathered nearly all the prominent sects of the southern region. Thus, the days leading up to the competition resembled a grand exchange fair for cultivators. Wanhua Yaogu had cleared a substantial area in front of the mountain gate for everyone to utilize freely. The facilities within this space were quite comprehensive, featuring various stalls and shops, taverns, and tea houses. People could exchange information, trade items, and purchase an array of pills and spiritual herbs produced by Wanhua Yaogu. After spending a day adjusting on the Luofu Xianzhou, Qi Changfeng felt that remaining here in seclusion held little significance. He decided to venture down to the area around the mountain gate to broaden his horizons and gather some intelligence. After informing the Grand Elder and obtaining permission, Qi Changfeng made his way to a secluded corner of the Luofu Xianzhou. He changed out of his true inheritance disciple robes, and with a twist of his skeletal frame and muscles, he transformed into an inconspicuous cultivator. Satisfied with his new appearance, Qi Changfeng exited the celestial vessel and soared towards the ground below, now assuming the identity of an ordinary attendant disciple of the Huangning sect. Upon arriving in front of the mountain gate of Wanhua Yaogu, Qi Changfeng stepped into the lively scene, blending seamlessly into the crowd. As he walked, he observed numerous stalls selling an array of treasures, leaving him dazzled. Reminiscing about protagonists in novels from his previous life who often unearthed rare items at such stalls, Qi Changfeng felt a surge of excitement and decided to give it a try. His method of treasure hunting was simple. He extended his spiritual awareness to delve into the unfamiliar objects around him, hoping to establish a connection with the techniques and systems within his consciousness. Unfortunately, after wandering for half a day, he found no treasures. It seemed he lacked the fate of a protagonist, he mused silently. Having given up on scavenging in the stalls, Qi Changfeng's desire to purchase diminished significantly. Firstly, the short duration of his cultivation and limited knowledge made him susceptible to being deceived. Secondly, his resources were nearly depleted, leaving him financially constrained. Departing from the stall area, he entered a tea house, ordered a cup of spiritual tea, and settled into a quiet corner. The tea house was filled with cultivators of various realms, and they spoke freely, engaging in lively discussions. After all, those who had come to witness the grand competition were not without their backgrounds. Did you hear? The ominous tower that arrived a day ago is called the Wanyao Tower, a treasured celestial artifact of the Wanyao Imperial Court. It seems the rumors about their participation in the competition are indeed true. You re a bit behind the times. I heard from a friend in the Tiandao Pavilion that a talented member of the Golden-Winged Rock clan has descended from the upper realms to participate in our southern region's grand competition. Is that true? The Golden-Winged Rock? Isn't that a legendary divine beast? How could I possibly deceive you? It's absolutely true. This fellow's words ring true. I too have heard this news, and it should be credible. Then this will certainly broaden our horizons. It appeared that the news of the divine beast, the Golden-Winged Rock, had spread, and everyone was well informed. Qi Changfeng thought to himself. After listening for a while without any significant discoveries, he finished his tea and was about to leave when he noticed a few disciples clad in Tiandao Pavilion robes entering, looking rather dejected and lacking enthusiasm. Qi Changfeng refilled his cup of spiritual tea and quietly sat back down. The Wanyao Imperial Court has truly played unfairly by bringing in a divine beast from the upper realms. I've heard that the Golden-Winged Rock will represent the Master Realm in this competition. Given its strength, it seems unlikely that any participants from the Master Realm will have a chance. A disciple of Tiandao Pavilion spoke, drawing the attention of those enjoying their tea nearby. What do you mean by that? Please elaborate. The Tiandao Pavilion disciple did not mind, taking a sip of his tea before explaining. According to what my fellow disciples have gathered, this Golden-Winged Rock is extraordinary, considered a genius even among its own clan. Don't be deceived by its Master Realm cultivation level. It has reportedly displayed its prowess within the Wanyao Imperial Court, capable of defeating formidable opponents in the earthly immortal realm. What? That's absurd. It can defeat opponents across 3 major realms? The surrounding cultivators were astonished. Indeed, from what I know, our Tiandao Pavilion's brother Wang, who participates in the Master Realm, has just reached the 51st level of the Sword Realm, barely possessing the strength of an early earthly immortal. He is unlikely to be a match. There's nothing we can do. The bloodline of divine beasts from the upper realms is simply too extraordinary. I've heard that the Master Realm representatives from Huangting Sect and Wanhua Yaogu are also mostly at the early earthly immortal level, so their chances are slim. Another Tiandao Pavilion disciple added. It seems our 3 sects in the southern region can only hope to secure victories in the innate and celestial human realms. A nearby cultivator sighed. Little did they know, upon hearing this, the Tiandao Pavilion disciple felt even more disheartened and lamented. Ah, you are all unaware. The battles in the innate realm may also lack suspense. What do you mean by that? Recently, during the entrance examination, Huangting Sect recruited an unparalleled prodigy named Qi Changfeng. Just over a month after entering, he has already conquered the 47th level of the Tongtian Tower, possessing the strength of a late celestial human. What? A late celestial human strength at the innate realm? What kind of monster is this? The patrons in the tea house were utterly astonished. That level of strength surpasses even our 3 sects participants in the Master Realm. Indeed, our Tiandao Pavilion's brother Hua has only surpassed the 44th level of the Sword Realm, barely possessing mid-celestial human strength. He is unlikely to be a match for Qi Changfeng. Huangting Sect truly deserves its title as the foremost sect in the southern region, blessed with such an extraordinary prodigy. If it weren't for the interference of the Golden-Winged Rock, Huangting Sect would likely secure victories in both the innate and master realms. The surrounding cultivators expressed their admiration. Qi Changfeng, eavesdropping nearby, felt a bit awkward as he rubbed his nose. He wondered which blabbermouth had leaked his information. It was only natural, he thought. The 3 major sects of the southern region were interconnected, and many disciples, elders, and high-ranking officials from these sects were friends. The Tongtian Tower rankings were public information that anyone could access, and it was entirely normal for such details to circulate. Moreover, none of the sects had made a conscious effort to conceal this. They were all forthright, relying solely on strength. The Golden-Winged Rock from the Master Realm could defeat formidable opponents in the earthly immortal realm. Qi Changfeng pondered whether he could contend with such a being. With a flash of determination in his eyes, he reflected on his own growth after comprehending the Huangting Sutra and acquiring new talents. His strength had surged dramatically in terms of physical prowess. He had gained the indestructible body talent, allowing him to rival medium-grade magical artifacts without wearing any protective gear. His mastery of the Great Sun-shattering fist had reached its first layer, further enhanced by the ancient Fist Saint talent, amplifying its power. During his previous challenge of the Tongtian Tower, without activating the 8 Gates Duanjia, Qi Changfeng already possessed the strength of a mid-celestial human. Now, estimating his current capabilities, he believed that with his heart power infused into his attacks, he could easily overpower typical early earthly immortal opponents. However, he was uncertain of where the golden-winged rock's strength ranked among those in the earthly immortal realm. Additionally, beings of such high bloodline caliber would undoubtedly possess formidable innate divine abilities. Qi Changfeng felt a twinge of uncertainty. His original plan had been to sweep through the innate and master realms with ease, then rush to assist in the Grandmaster battlefield, where victory would likely be assured. Finally, he would participate in the celestial human battlefield, activating the 7th gate of the 8 gates Duanjia to aid his senior brother Long Wenbin in defeating the enemy, creating a shockwave in the innate realm, ensuring Huangting's sect claimed all 4 championship titles, and himself reaping abundant resources and accolades, a scenario where everyone would rejoice. However, the unexpected arrival of the golden-winged rock from the upper realms had thrown a wrench into his plans. And now even the Master Realm battlefield seemed uncertain. No, I must strengthen my resolve and ensure absolute certainty, Qi Changfeng thought. Feeling restless, he turned and departed the tea house, flying back towards the Luofu Xianzhou. Chapter 40. The eve upon returning to the Luofu Xianzhou, Qi Changfeng immediately entered seclusion, preparing to conduct several more purple simulations, aiming to expend the remaining 30,000 simulation points in hopes of refreshing a talent that could enhance his combat power with a purple grade or higher, capable of replacing the Battle Master, Blue. After 3 consecutive purple simulations, he found no satisfactory talents to replace. Given that Qi Changfeng had already reached his peak in the innate realm, he gained almost nothing, aside from accumulating a plethora of high-tech knowledge that was of little use in the real world. He mused that if he were to traverse into a technologically advanced world now, he could fabricate a battleship in no time. Feeling somewhat helpless, he realized that further simulations at the innate realm offered little cost-effectiveness. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved the pills given by his master, selected 3 that could enhance his cultivation, and opted to exchange them for simulation points. The exchange was successful, and the host now had 60,990 simulation points. Each pill was worth 20,000 simulation points, which was quite satisfactory. Without hesitation, Qi Changfeng proceeded with another purple simulation. Fortunately, during the 3rd simulation, he encountered the talent he desired. Unmatched combat power, purple in battle. You can unleash 5 times your own combat power, making you unparalleled in the realm. Qi Changfeng was immensely pleased. Previously, the talent of a combat master allowed him to unleash 1.5 times his inherent combat strength, but this enhancement represented a significant elevation. He immediately replaced his talent with the unparalleled combat ability and felt an overwhelming surge of power coursing through his body, as if he could shatter all things in existence with a single punch. Qi Changfeng was aware that this was merely an illusion caused by the sudden increase in strength, and he needed time to acclimate. Fortunately, with 10 days remaining before the grand competition commenced, he had ample opportunity to familiarize himself with his newfound strength. At this point, Qi Changfeng truly believed he had reached the zenith of his capabilities. He estimated that, with only the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia activated, he possessed combat prowess rivaling that of a late-stage terrestrial immortal. Gazing at the mere 30,000 simulation points remaining, Qi Changfeng felt a pang of regret. If he still could not defeat that scruffy bird, it would be a tremendous loss. Just as he prepared to enter seclusion to master his new power, a message suddenly arrived on his disciple token from the Grand Elder, requesting his presence. Upon exiting the seclusion chamber, Qi Changfeng quickly met with the Grand Elder. The circumstances of the upcoming grand competition have changed. According to the news I have received, the golden-winged rock from the upper realm possesses formidable strength. Conservatively estimated to be at the mid-stage of a terrestrial immortal. It seems we must strategically forego the battles at the Master and Grand Master levels. I am not concerned about the battles at the innate level. With your strength, Changfeng, you will surely dominate the field. For the victory in the celestial realm battlefield, we must devise a strategy. Changfeng, I need you to conclude the innate level battle as swiftly as possible and then immediately provide support to the Master battlefield, joining Feng Lai to do everything in your power to stall the golden-winged rock, thus buying time for the celestial realm battlefield. I will instruct Long Wenbin to unleash his full potential to conclude his battle quickly and secure a victory. Otherwise, if the golden-winged roc joins the celestial battlefield, the situation may become dire. Should the myriad beasts' imperial court secure 3 victories, our southern domain will suffer a tremendous disgrace. The Grand Elder spoke to Qi Changfeng, having devised the best plan he could conceive. After listening, Qi Changfeng paused for a moment and stated earnestly, Grand Elder, if you can trust me, I request a high-grade inner armor magic artifact for a brief period. I assure you, the golden-winged roc will not reach the Grand Master battlefield. The Grand Elder, taken aback, inquired, has your mental strength reached the celestial level? You can actually wield a high-grade magic artifact? By sheer fortune. My mental strength achieved the celestial level a couple of days ago, Qi Changfeng replied. Good, truly. You are an unparalleled prodigy of our Huangting sect. Ha ha, a mere high-grade magic artifact is nothing to speak of. It is yours. The Grand Elder was quite pleased. I ask for little in return. I only hope you can delay the golden-winged roc for a while, and I will be satisfied. With a wave of his left hand, a pale golden inner armor magic artifact appeared before Qi Changfeng. This is the Yulong inner armor. Use it wisely. Qi Changfeng accepted the Yulong inner armor without further ado, bowed to the Grand Elder, and took his leave. Upon returning to his seclusion, he immediately performed a blood refinement on the Yulong inner armor, replacing the Tianyu inner armor. Instantly, he felt his physical form elevate to a new level, achieving the strength of a high-grade magic artifact. This was the kind of physical strength that could only be attained through the cultivation of the Xintian sacred body to the celestial realm. It was likely that his senior brother Long Wenbin possessed a similar level of physical strength. As for attack-type magic artifacts requiring spiritual energy, Qi Changfeng chose not to replace them. His foundational level of spiritual energy was insufficient to activate high-grade magic artifacts, and the competition did not permit the use of external forces. With only 10 days remaining, Qi Changfeng immersed himself in rigorous training, and it seemed the Grand Elder had issued orders, as no one disturbed him. Before long, the 10 days passed, and Qi Changfeng concluded his seclusion. During this time, he had fully acclimated to his explosive power and optimized his mental and physical state to its peak. The grand competition was about to commence, and all participants gathered at the front platform of the Luofu Immortal Boat. All members of the Huangting sect received the Grand Elder's message. The grand competition was finally beginning. Chapter 41. The grand competition commences. Members of the Huangting sect arrived at the front platform of the Luofu Immortal Boat and looked down to find that participants from all sects had essentially returned to their respective traveling magical artifacts, congregating in their stands, awaiting the commencement of the grand competition. The Wanhuayo Valley also had its gates wide open, with many disciples gathering at the entrance, eagerly anticipating the start of the event. As battles across the 4 realms would begin simultaneously, the duration of the competition would not be lengthy. Each time the grand competition commenced, it signified that the event was nearing its conclusion. After a brief interlude, 3 resounding chimes echoed from the mountain gate, marking the official beginning of the grand competition. Outside the mountain gate, the world abruptly dimmed, and a radiant light appeared in the sky. A dozen elegantly dressed dancers performed, each more beautiful than the last, their movements graceful and enchanting, akin to celestial beings. I didn't expect an opening ceremony performance. How fashionable! Qi Changfeng couldn't help but jest. As the dance concluded, cheers erupted from the surrounding cultivators. The world brightened once more. At that moment, Cheng Hongmei, the head of the Alchemy Institute of the Wanhuayo Valley, appeared in midair and employed an amplification technique, her voice resonating in the ears of all cultivators. Esteemed friends, welcome to this year's sect competition, which I shall preside over. Unlike previous years, this competition will feature 4 factions vying for supremacy: Huangting Sect, Tianjin Pavilion, Myriad Beasts Imperial Court, and Wanhuayo Valley. Let us welcome the participants of this grand competition. As her words fell, Qi Changfeng, Feng Lai, Huang Zongtian, and Long Wenbin soared from the Luofu Immortal Boat, taking their places behind Cheng Hongmei. The representatives from the other 3 factions did the same, with 16 participants lined up in midair, exuding an extraordinary aura. Cheng Hongmei introduced each contestant, and the spectators buzzed with conversation. Is that golden-robed youth the golden-winged roc from the upper realm? I didn't expect him to have fully transformed at the master level. I heard that the golden-winged rock possesses strength above the mid-stage of a terrestrial immortal. Is that true? It seems plausible. But how will the other three sects respond? If the Myriad Beasts Imperial Court secures 3 victories, our southern domain will be utterly humiliated. I asked that the unparalleled prodigy Qi Changfeng of the Huangding sect? His demeanor is indeed extraordinary. It's a pity. He could have shone brightly in this grand competition, but he encountered a divine beast from the upper realm. Long Wenbin represented the Huangding sect in the last grand competition and emerged victorious. I wonder if he can defend his title this time. It seems unlikely. I've heard that the Myriad Beasts Imperial Court's contender in the celestial realm is quite formidable. If they also have the golden-winged rock's assistance, Long Wenbin may find himself in dire straits. Moments later, Cheng Hongmei produced a 4-layered tower-like artifact and tossed it into the air, causing it to expand to several hundred meters in size. Suspended aloft, this is the Xifang Tower, specially crafted for this grand competition, consisting of 4 layers, each with ample space designated for the battles of the participants. The first layer serves as the innate realm battlefield, the second for the master realm, and so on. The internal combat scenes will be projected outside, allowing all to witness the real-time battles. Battles across the 4 realms will commence simultaneously. Should lower realm participants achieve victory, they may proceed to the higher realm battlefield to assist. Participants are prohibited from utilizing external forces. Only artifacts that can be activated by their own mental and spiritual energy may be employed. The use of pills that instantaneously enhance combat strength, tokens containing attacks from elders, and similar items is strictly forbidden. Failure to comply will result in disqualification. There is no need to worry about falling in battle. Should there be a threat to life, loss of combat capability, or voluntary surrender, the Xifang Tower will automatically transport the participants out. Any injuries will be treated by us at the Wanhuayo Valley. Cheng Hongmei stated. Now, all participants, please enter the Xifang Tower. With that, a force of attraction emanated from the Xifang Tower, and all participants, without resistance, transformed into 16 streams of light and entered the tower. At that moment, a massive screen appeared in the heavens, divided into 4 sections, each displaying the scenes from within the 4 layers of the Xifang Tower, allowing all spectators to see clearly, as the battles had not yet begun. The participants stood facing each other in a square formation, separated by hundreds of meters. Qi Changfeng stood on the eastern side of the first layer, observing his 3 opponents, silently contemplating. I must conclude this first layer as swiftly as possible. The strongest among these 3, according to intelligence, only possesses mid-stage grandmaster strength. Theoretically, utilizing mental power to activate the formless and shapeless secret technique should allow me to resolve the battle the quickest. However, employing mental power would expose my intelligence. Although all 4 realms are battling simultaneously, I cannot rule out that the Myriad Beasts Imperial Court's experts might relay information to the Golden-Winged Rock, allowing it to prepare in advance. Thus, I cannot use mental power in this first layer. Having made up his mind, Qi Changfeng devised a battle strategy. Meanwhile, the other 3 participants felt quite conflicted. On one hand, they were determined to fight with all their might for their sect. On the other, knowing Qi Changfeng's prowess made them feel the odds of victory were bleak. Even if they teamed up to gang up on him, they would still fall short against Qi Changfeng. Brother Qi, once the battle begins, I hope you will go easy on us and refrain from striking our faces, remarked a young woman representing the innate realm from the Wanhuayo Valley. Forcing a smile. Esteemed friends, our sect bears great responsibility. I, Qi, must apologize in advance for any offense. Qi Changfeng responded earnestly. You human brat, Old Nyo, fear you not. Feel free to unleash your full strength. The representative of the Minotaur-like Wanyao Huangting roared, while the Tianjin pavilion remained silent, and Qi Changfeng ceased to speak as well. Suddenly, a voice resonated from all corners of the 4 Directions Tower. The battle is about to commence. All contestants, prepare yourselves. The countdown began. 3, 2, 1, and thus the battle officially commenced. Outside the 4 Directions Tower, all spectators held their breath, their eyes glued to the luminous screen, fearful of missing even the slightest detail of the conflict. As the battle commenced, Qi Changfeng focused his thoughts. Spirit energy version of celestial technique. Dark walking technique. Spirit energy version of celestial technique. Sealing technique, diamond lock. In an instant, 2 spells were unleashed, plunging the other 3 contestants into darkness before they could react, causing a moment of panic. Simultaneously, countless golden chains emerged from Qi Chongfeng's back, swiftly encircling his 3 opponents, binding them like rice dumplings. With the conclusion of the first round, the victor was declared as Qi Chongfeng of Huangting sect. A voice echoed within the Four Directions Tower. In the blink of an eye, Qi Chongfeng vanished from the first layer of the tower and reappeared in the second layer's master battlefield. At that moment, the 4 participants in the master battlefield had yet to engage in combat. The representatives of the 3 sects from the southern region, led by Feng Lai, formed a pincer formation, their gazes fixed firmly on Jin Yi, intrigued, was about to speak when Qi Chongfeng suddenly appeared not far from him, causing the 4 to gaze at him in slight bewilderment. No way. Brother, are you that fast? We haven't even started here, and you've already finished? Chapter 42. The Great Battle with Jin Yi. The spectators outside the Four Directions Tower were equally speechless. Seriously, dude, did you rush to reincarnate? The innate realm match ended in an instant, and we barely had time to process it. It was truly a waste of time. There was little to be done. When the disparity in strength is vast, battles conclude swiftly. Moreover, Qi Chongfeng was concerned that if he lingered in the first layer, Jin Yi might finish his battle in the second layer, leaving him with no ground to stand on. The Grand Elder stroked his beard with satisfaction, pleased that Qi Chongfeng had executed his plan flawlessly, swiftly sweeping aside his innate realm foes, and his strength exceeded his expectations, likely allowing him to delay Jin Yi longer in the second layer. Within the Shanshui Dongtian map, the powerful figures of Huangting sect were also watching the battle. Qin, my brother, when did your Tianquan peak acquire such mystical techniques? This method of energy manipulation is unlike anything I have ever seen. It is quite novel. Upon witnessing Qi Chongfeng unleash his spirit energy version of celestial technique, one of the powerful figures could not help but inquire of Qin Feng. Qin Feng was equally perplexed, as he had never encountered it before. However, he replied, indeed, our Tianquan peak possesses countless mystical secret arts. How could you possibly know them all? Upon hearing this, the other powerful figures did not press further, as they deemed the techniques to be merely mid-tier spells, albeit with a novel approach and nothing of great significance. At this moment, on the 4th layer of the celestial battlefield, Long Wenbin wasted no time, launching an immediate assault directed at the celestial contestant from Wanyao Huangting. The celestial contestants from Tianjin Pavilion and Wanhua Yao Valley tacitly refrained from intervening, engaging in their own skirmishes. The 3 major sects of the southern region also wished to surround Wanyao Huangting from the outset, but such conduct in front of the crowd would be too disgraceful. So they tacitly allowed the strongest among them, Long Wenbin, to take the lead. The celestial contestant from Wanyao Huangting was a peak celestial dragon, unperturbed by Long Wenbin's attack. However, upon their initial clash, he found himself at a disadvantage. Yet, the celestial dragon remained unfazed, conjuring a bell-shaped low-grade spiritual treasure to shield itself, resembling a turtle shell. Clearly, this celestial dragon's mental strength had reached the level of a terrestrial immortal, enabling it to wield a low-grade spiritual treasure. Long Wenbin's sword struck the bell, producing a resounding clang, and for the time being, he was unable to defeat the celestial dragon. Humph, let you revel now. When Jin Yi descends to this layer, let's see how confident you remain, thought the celestial dragon. In the second layer of the master battlefield, upon seeing Qi Chongfeng's arrival, Feng Lai was pleasantly surprised. Junior brother Qi, I didn't expect you to arrive so swiftly. At this moment, Genie spoke. Taoist friend Qi, your arrival in the master battlefield so soon. Are you planning to ally with them to hinder me? To speak candidly, I could suppress the 3 of them with a mere flick of my hand. Their mid-celestial strength is hardly a match for me. As for you, Taoist friend Qi, possessing the strength of a late celestial while being in the innate realm is a rare talent even in the upper realms. If you were to advance to the master realm, you might exchange a few blows with me, but as it stands, you cannot possibly impede me. Upon hearing this, Qi Chongfeng grinned. Brother Jin, your words are mistaken. Whether one can prevail is only revealed in battle. Comparing realms is futile. With that, he turned to the 3 behind him and said, you all step back. I'll handle this. Y strength has also reached the terrestrial immortal level. The celestial contestants from Tianjin Pavilion wished to object, but Feng Lai held them back. Trust junior brother Qi. Based on my understanding, he would not boast unnecessarily. Furthermore, battles among cultivators of terrestrial immortal strength are indeed beyond our capacity to intervene. After some contemplation, the celestial contestant from Tianjin Pavilion ultimately agreed and retreated to a distance. Jian Yi, unfazed, replied, "Then I shall witness your capabilities." Qi Changfeng wasted no time. Charging forward, Breath of the Sun. Activate, Transparent World, activate. 8 Gates Duanjia, Life Gate, activate. Layering buffs upon himself, Qi Changfeng radiated an astonishing aura as he launched a powerful punch. The Great Sun rises. The first tier of the Great Sun shattering fist was unleashed. And Jin Yi's countenance shifted dramatically, the calm demeanor he once held dissipating. The rock spreads its wings. Jin Yi summoned all his strength, delivering a punch in kind. The two forces collided with a thunderous boom, sending ripples throughout the space of the Four Directions Tower. Feng Lai and the others felt a twinge of fear. Had they been any closer, the residual force from the battle could have propelled them out of the Four Directions Tower. With a resounding crash, Jin Yi staggered back half a step, while Qi Changfeng remained steadfast. "So, Brother Jin, how does my fist technique fare?" Jin Yi's expression turned grave. At this moment, his arm felt slightly numb. Where did this monster come from? Such formidable physical prowess surpasses even that of my golden-winged rock. Jin Yi pondered, instantly altering his strategy to avoid close combat with Qi Changfeng. He unleashed his agility, distancing himself from Qi Changfeng, and with a single hand, he waved. 100,000, 8,000 blades. Countless golden feather blades shot forth toward Qi Changfeng. Unfazed, Qi Changfeng retaliated with a punch, scattering the feather blades. Realizing that his ranged attacks were ineffective, Jin Yi's eyes sparkled with determination. He lunged forward, instantly transforming into a golden-winged rock several dozen meters in length. With a thunderous cry that shattered the heavens, Jin Yi's speed surged dramatically, his claws reaching for Qi Changfeng's head. Yet, Qi Changfeng remained undaunted, reaching out to grasp Jin Yi's claws, resulting in a resounding clash as both forces met evenly. How is this possible? How could he react in time? Jin Yi was astounded. Transforming into his golden-winged rock form, Jin Yi's speed surged, overwhelming even many early terrestrial immortals. Yet Qi Changfeng had managed to perceive his attack and counter it. Unbeknownst to Jin Yi, Qi Changfeng had comprehended the essence of the Huang Ting scripture, and under the influence of this mental acuity, even if Jin Yi's speed were to increase several-fold, Qi Changfeng would remain unperturbed. Jin Yi felt a surge of annoyance. As a divine beast from the upper realm, he found it intolerable that he could not swiftly subdue a human from a lower realm who was a whole major realm beneath him. His dignity was at stake. As his mind raced, Jin Yi resolved to employ a mental attack. He knew that the mental limit of the innate realm barely reached the early celestial level, while his own mental strength had attained the late celestial level in the realm of mental prowess. Qi Changfeng could not possibly rival him. With determination, Jin Yi summoned a high-grade magical treasure resembling an eye. Known as the Nightmare Beast Pearl, crafted from a creature called the Nightmare Beast from the upper realm, specifically designed to target the enemy's sea of consciousness, a beam of purple light shot forth from the eye, striking Qi Changfeng directly. Got him! Jin Yi felt a surge of excitement. He immediately unleashed his claws, intending to seize the opportunity while Qi Changfeng's sea of consciousness was under attack to secure victory. Yet, to his astonishment, Qi Changfeng appeared entirely unfazed, grasping his claws with a firm grip, restricting his speed. How could this be? Jin Yi was utterly perplexed. Suddenly, he felt an overwhelming surge of power from Qi Changfeng's grasp. As if his golden-winged rock claws were on the verge of being crushed, upon closer inspection, he noticed that Qi Changfeng's hands were enveloped in a layer of gray energy. Mental power. Jin Yi's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart racing with dread. Chapter 43. All techniques unleashed. The spectators outside the Four Directions Tower were utterly captivated, their eyes fixated on the battle unfolding in the master battlefield. Qi Changfeng's performance left the audience in disbelief, exclaiming that it was impossible. Isn't the celestial realm only attainable on the 47th floor of the Tongtian Tower? How could this be? The myriad beasts of Wan Yao Huang Ting were utterly flabbergasted. Huang Ting's sect truly is cunning and deceitful, disregarding martial ethics, providing false information, and launching a sneak attack. The elders were right. Humanity's schemes run deep. We must exercise extreme caution in future dealings. The beasts murmured among themselves. At this moment, the Grand Elder was also somewhat bewildered, nearly pulling out a hair from his beard. The battle was unfolding contrary to his expectations. I initially thought that Qi Changfeng was merely boasting. Yet it turns out he is genuinely formidable. However, how could he possess such a powerful physique and combat prowess in the innate realm? The Grand Elder was perplexed. There was no way around it. The talent drawn by the simulation system was utterly unreasonable, capable of significantly enhancing one's power in a short span of time. The three individuals who had been instantaneously swept out of the battlefield by Qi Changfeng, upon witnessing his performance in the Master S arena, felt their heads buzzing with disbelief. Wait a moment, brother, you're so formidable. Had I known this earlier, I wouldn't have participated in this grand competition. They sighed inwardly. However, they felt somewhat reassured, for Qi Changfeng exhibited the prowess of a terrestrial celestial being, making their swift defeat seem less humiliating. On the second level of the Four Directions Tower, within the Master S battlefield, Genie observed as Qi Changfeng enveloped his hands with a grayish aura of mental force, firmly grasping his vicious claws, leaving him utterly astonished. In the upper realm, geniuses capable of comprehending mental force were exceedingly rare, particularly among the demon race, where it was nearly non-existent. To his surprise, he had encountered a prodigy who had grasped mental force by the mere age of 16 during this descent to the lower realm. Genie felt as though he were contending with the unparalleled talents of the upper realm. He soon understood the reason behind the failure of the Nightmare Beast Pearl's attack, with mental force safeguarding his consciousness. Mental assaults were rendered largely ineffective against Qi Changfeng. As Qi Changfeng utilized mental force to empower his fists, he thoroughly subdued Jin Yi. Observers from the southern domain were filled with exhilaration. Indeed, our southern domain possesses unparalleled prodigies, capable of striking down upper realm divine beasts despite a significant difference in cultivation realms. Just look at the expressions on the faces of those from the 10,000 Beasts Imperial Court, truly splendid. Why has Jin Yi suddenly fallen into a disadvantage? A knowledgeable spectator elucidated. The gray energy enveloping Qi Changfeng's fists must be mental force, which can protect his consciousness and greatly amplify his attack power. Mental force? Today has certainly broadened my horizons. In the mountain and water cave heaven diagram, the powerful figures of the Huang Ting sect were also watching the match. Impressive, Brother Qin. You've kept this well hidden. I never expected your disciple to achieve such combat prowess and comprehend mental force, one remarked. Qin Feng maintained a calm demeanor, replying, I was already aware. Revealing it prematurely would diminish the surprise, wouldn't it? In truth, he was also deeply astonished. This young man hadn't even given him a hint beforehand, almost causing him to lose his composure. Brother Qin, given the current situation, it appears your disciple has a chance of victory, said another powerful figure. Not necessarily. Qin Feng pondered for a moment before responding. It is said that the golden-winged Great Pong clan possesses a terrifying innate divine ability. Once unleashed, their power surges dramatically. However, I am uncertain whether this master-level golden-winged Great Pong has mastered it. If he hasn't mastered it, then Qi Changfeng is likely to win. If he has, the situation becomes uncertain. Other powerful figures nodded in agreement with Qin Feng's assessment, their eyes glued to the light screen, eagerly anticipating the unfolding battle. Within the Four Directions Tower, Jan Yi gradually found himself at a disadvantage. Engaging in close combat with Qi Changfeng, each punch imbued with mental force inflicted considerable damage upon him. This can't go on. I'm going to lose, Jin Yi thought to himself. It seemed he would have to reveal his trump card earlier than planned, initially intending to save it for the celestial human battlefield. There was no choice. If he didn't use it now, he might miss his chance altogether. Jin Yi unfurled his wings and let out a shrill cry, a dual-colored black and white energy bursting forth from his mouth and instantly merging into his body. The innate divine ability of the Golden Winged Great Pong, the Yin-Yang dual energy, one of the spectators recognized. The Yin-Yang dual energy was the innate divine ability of the Golden Winged Great Pong clan, profound and intricate, with boundless applications. After attaining the Master Realm, Genie had only just managed to employ it at a rudimentary level, by integrating the Yin-Yang dual energy into his physical form. He could significantly enhance his combat strength for a brief period, albeit at a considerable strain on his body, unable to sustain it for long. Once the innate divine ability was invoked, Genie's power surged dramatically, freeing himself from Qi Changfeng's restraint, his speed increasing several-fold. His iron-like wings sliced towards Qi Changfeng, who, with a solemn expression, met the assault with his own fist. The impact sent him flying far away, landing with a muffled groan. Alas, with Genie able to utilize his innate divine ability, his power has greatly increased. Qi Changfeng is no longer his match, a spectator lamented. Indeed, however, for Qi Changfeng to contend with Genie to this extent is commendable. He is truly deserving of the title of unparalleled prodigy. Once he breaks through to the Master Realm, he will undoubtedly triumph over this golden-winged Great Pong. Those around him concurred. Elder, who also felt a tinge of regret, but noted that Genie had expended a significant amount of energy and had been forced to reveal his innate divine ability, which should create an opportunity for Long Wenbin. After being struck and propelled back, Qi Changfeng sensed the intensity of Genie's attacks and realized he had invoked his innate divine ability, greatly enhancing his strength. Now is the time. I must end this swiftly, without delay. Qi Changfeng believed that Genie had exhausted his other means and decided to unleash his full combat potential to send him out of the tower. Open the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia. Shock Gate. He directly activated the 7th gate, his entire body glowing red, his momentum surging as his speed and strength multiplied exponentially. With his physical form enduring the violent surge of power, Qi Changfeng, fortified by his indestructible body talent, found it manageable to open the 7th gate for a short duration. In a sudden flash, he appeared beside the golden-winged Great Pong and facing Genie's astonished gaze. He delivered a powerful punch. The enormous golden-winged Great Pong, measuring several dozen meters, was sent hurtling away like a rolling gourd. How is this possible? Genie's heart was filled with disbelief. After merging with the Yin-Yang dual energy, my power rivals that of an ordinary peak terrestrial celestial being. How can I still not match him? He is only 16. How can he possibly master such formidable divine abilities? With no time for further contemplation, Qi Changfeng was already upon him once more, forcing Genie to struggle to defend himself. After activating the 7th gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, Qi Changfeng's speed and the power of his punches far surpassed that of Genie, who was barely managing to employ his innate divine ability. Your barely manageable innate ability can hardly compare to my fully perfected 8 gates of Duanjia, Qi Changfeng mused inwardly. Without giving Genie a moment to react, Qi Changfeng unleashed a flurry of punches, blood erupting from Genie's body in an instant. Genie let out a pained cry as the Yin-Yang dual energy that had merged with his flesh was expelled, forcing him to exit the state of his innate divine ability. At that moment, Genie's aura diminished, collapsing to the ground, covered in blood, his golden feathers in disarray. Brother Jean, I concede, Qi Changfeng stated. Withdrawing his assault and exiting the shock gate state, he was acutely aware that the power behind those several punches meant Genie could no longer continue the fight. Genie weakly lifted his head, casting a complex glance at Qi Changfeng before vanishing from the Four Directions Tower. Chapter 44. A series of victories. Genie was teleported out of the Four Directions Tower, and as soon as he appeared outside, the team leader of the 10,000 Beasts Imperial Court, Xiong Shan, immediately transported him to the 10,000 Beasts Tower. He produced a medicinal pill and placed it in Genie's mouth, while the 10,000 Beasts Tower emitted waves of green light to aid in his recovery. After enduring several of Qi Changfeng's punches while he was in the shock gate state, coupled with the backlash from the Yin-Yang dual energy, Genie had sustained considerable injuries in a matter of moments. Genie regained his human form, silently standing behind Xiong Shan, not uttering a word. However, the spectators present were already abuzz with excitement. The sequence from Jin Yi activating his innate divine ability to Qi Changfeng forcefully defeating him after opening the seventh gate seemed lengthy. Yet it had transpired in mere breaths. Many had yet to fully grasp the situation. No one had anticipated that Qi Changfeng possessed such a powerful trump card. What just happened? How did he suddenly win? Some of the less powerful practitioners inquired. It must be a secret technique that significantly boosts combat strength in a short time. However, I have never seen this particular technique before. The Huang Ting sect truly lives up to its reputation as the strongest sect in the southern domain. With profound heritage and countless secret arts, remarked one observer. Given the combat strength Qi Changfeng exhibited, he must have cultivated this technique to a high level. Otherwise, it would be impossible to defeat the yin-yang dual energy divine ability. Another powerful figure added, the yin-yang dual energy is renowned even in the upper realm, said to be capable of transforming into a world-destroying grinding mill when cultivated to an advanced level. Possessing boundless power, Jin Yi's simplistic integration into his body is indeed rather crude. It is exceptionally rare for someone at the master realm to comprehend the innate divine ability of yin-yang dual energy. As his cultivation improves, Jin Yi will naturally learn new methods to utilize it. What astonishes me is Qi Changfeng's innate talent. At such a young age, he not only comprehended mental force but also managed to refine a power-enhancing secret technique to such a high level. Judging by his physical strength and the quality of his spiritual power, he must be practicing the most elite dual cultivation techniques of the Huang Ting sect. I've heard he is only 16 years old and has been in Huang Ting sect for merely 2 months. Mastering 4 disciplines simultaneously, with astonishing prowess in martial arts. Such innate understanding is unprecedented throughout history. While the crowd marveled at Qi Changfeng's prodigious talent, inside the Four Directions Tower, Qi Changfeng was meditating with his eyes closed. The formidable recovery abilities provided by his indestructible body talent allowed him to recuperate swiftly, with the side effects of briefly opening the 7th gate dissipating entirely in less than the span of a tea break. Qi Changfeng opened his eyes, having completed his adjustments, and prepared to ascend to the 3rd level of the Four Directions Tower. That moment, Feng Lai and his companions flew over from a distance. Soon, the 3 individuals reached the side of Qi Changfeng. The 2 senior brothers from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the Myriad Flower Medicine Valley. Please proceed. We are pressed for time to head to the Grand Master battlefield. Qi Changfeng said, cupping his hands in greeting. If the 2 wish to engage in a match with me, I am open to it. The 2 contestants of the Master Realm from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the Myriad Flower Medicine Valley exchanged glances and smiled wryly, saying, Brother Qi's prowess is unparalleled. We willingly concede. With that, they chose to forfeit and were teleported out of the Four Directions Tower. Having witnessed Qi Changfeng's strength, they naturally would not humiliate themselves by fighting him. Knowing full well they could not withstand even a single strike, it was unlikely their sect would hold them accountable for their decision. With the conclusion of the battles on the 2nd level, the victors, Qi Changfeng and Feng Lai from the Huangding sect, were instantaneously transported to the 3rd level of the Grand Master battlefield. Within the 3rd layer, the contestant from the Myriad Demon Imperial Court was a Cloud Thunder Leopard Demon. Engaged in combat with Huang Zongtian, this Cloud Thunder Leopard had already assumed a humanoid form, though its face retained some leopard patterns. Being in the Grand Master realm, it could fully transform, indicating its extraordinary bloodline. At this moment, it had activated its innate divine ability, greatly enhancing its speed, with lightning crackling around its body, exuding an impressive aura. Huang Zongtian, however, did not fall behind. Employing the secret techniques of the Misty Peak, he countered the Cloud Thunder Leopard with a blend of gentleness overcoming rigidity, resulting in a back-and-forth battle. Both individuals had reached the early stage of the Land Immortal realm, making it appear that a decisive victor would not emerge in the short term. In truth, the Cloud Thunder Leopard was acutely aware of its own limitations. Before activating its innate divine ability, it was no match for Huang Zongtian, having been thoroughly suppressed. Only after unleashing its power could it manage to fight to a standstill. However, the consumption of its innate divine ability was immense, making it a temporary solution. Originally expecting to swiftly resolve its opponent in the Master Realm, the Cloud Thunder Leopard had been waiting for the arrival of Jin Yi, but was disappointed at the prolonged wait. Lord Jin Yi, Why do you still not arrive? Little leopard is barely holding on, it lamented inwardly. Suddenly, two figures appeared not far away, bringing joy to the cloud thunder leopard. They had finally arrived. Upon closer inspection, however, it realized something was amiss. Why were there two individuals? Gazing intently, it recognized that the newcomers were Qi Changfeng and Feng Lai, prompting a panic-stricken reaction, causing it to lose focus. Seizing the opportunity, Huang Zongtian delivered a powerful strike to the cloud thunder leopard's waist, instantly inflicting severe damage. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could Lord Jin Yi be defeated by you? The cloud thunder leopard roared just before being teleported out of the Four Directions Tower. Having dispatched its opponent, Huang Zongtian turned to Qi Changfeng and Feng Lai, equally astonished. Feng Lai stepped forward to recount the battle that had transpired on the second level. Upon hearing that Qi Changfeng had overwhelmingly defeated the Peakland Immortal level Jin Yi, Huang Zongtian's face was filled with shock. Pure luck, pure luck. Qi Changfeng humbly replied, "I in the distance. The Grand Master contestants from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the myriad Flower Medicine Valley sensed the commotion and ceased their skirmishes. Flying over, upon seeing the three members of the Huangting sect gathered together, their expressions shifted dramatically. How could this be? Genie has fallen. The two quickly processed the information, and in an instant, their gazes landed on Qi Changfeng. Though it seemed unbelievable, it was only this extraordinary prodigy from the Huangting sect who could have possibly triumphed over the upper realm's golden-winged rock, with the contestant from the myriad demon imperial court eliminated. And no longer having a common enemy, the contestants would now fight for their respective sects without holding back. Despite knowing the odds were slim, the two from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and the myriad Flower Medicine Valley still charged towards Qi Changfeng and Huang Zongtian. Disregarding Feng Lai entirely, Qi Changfeng did not hold back either, channeling his energy into his fists, activating the first 3 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, and with a single punch, he sent the Grand Master contestant from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion flying out of the Four Directions Tower. Subsequently, he assisted Huang Zongtian in dispatching the contestant from the myriad Flower Medicine Valley. With the conclusion of the battles on the 3rd level, the victors were declared: Qi Changfeng, Huang Zongtian, and Feng Lai from the Huangting sect. The voice within the Four Directions Tower echoed, signifying that the Huangting sect had claimed victory across all 3 layers. Without further ado, let us proceed to the 4th level of the Celestial Human Battlefield to assist Senior Brother Long. Qi Changfeng declared. Huang Zongtian and Feng Lai nodded in agreement, and in an instant, the 3 disappeared from the Grandmaster battlefield. Chapter 45. Celestial Human Battlefield within the Mountain and Water Cave Heaven Map. The powerful members of the Huangting sect were extending their congratulations to Qin Feng. I never expected you to truly win, dear brother Qin. The treasures from the Tianquan Peak are indeed remarkable. The combat enhancement secret technique used by your disciple is something I have never encountered before. In just 2 months since entering, he has mastered the technique to a consummate level and comprehended the essence of mental energy. Such insight is truly astonishing. Indeed, that is a given. One must consider whose disciple he is, Qin Feng replied with a proud demeanor. The esteemed individuals couldn't help but smirk. Not long ago, the old Taoist from Tianxin Peak even requested that I hand over my disciple to him. But I sent him packing, Qin Feng boasted. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback. Although Tianxin Peak had a sparse population, they still had a few disciples who had comprehended mental energy. Brother Qin, does this mean your disciple has grasped the Huangting scripture's mental energy? One of the mighty beings inquired. Indeed, that is the case. Changfeng has comprehended the Huangting scripture's mental energy, Qin Feng chuckled. The expressions of the esteemed individuals shifted as they realized the implications. No wonder the old Taoist from Chao was so anxious. He must have encountered a potential successor to inherit his legacy. Tio grasped the Huangting scripture's mental energy in just 2 months. Such talent is indeed beyond my estimation, sighed the old Taoist from Wuxing Peak. The master of Batian Peak, and Xushan, felt a pang of jealousy. Qin, you possess no true ability to teach disciples. It is a waste for Qi Changfeng to take you as a master. How about we have a match? If I win, you will hand over your disciple to me. Xushan was unwilling to accept defeat. He had participated in every entrance examination, and only this year had he been delayed by matters. Missing out on the most extraordinary disciple, allowing Qin Feng to benefit. Had he been present, it was highly likely that Qi Changfeng would have chosen him as a master, given his stronger desire to accept disciples and richer experience. Qin Feng, unfazed, replied leisurely, "Old monster, I know you are anxious, but do not rush. Why should I fight you? There is no benefit in doing so. Moreover, Qi Changfeng is my true disciple. That is an irrefutable fact. I see you are merely envious of me, you." And Shushan felt his composure begin to falter. The other esteemed beings erupted in laughter, the atmosphere filled with mirth in the fourth layer of the Four Directions Tower. The celestial human battlefield, the participating Jiao Long from the myriad demon imperial court had now revealed its true form, stretching over several hundred meters. It had enlarged its protective bell, shielding itself from the attacks of Long Wenbin. Since the announcement of battle results was independent for each layer, the Jiao Long was entirely unaware that Genie had been eliminated by Qi Changfeng. One must admit, the defensive power of the Jiao Long shell was formidable. Even with a low-grade spirit treasure divine sword in hand, Long Wenbin struggled to breach the protective bell. Recalling the elder's admonitions before the battle, Long Wenbin felt an urgency. He needed to swiftly conclude the battle against this Jiao Long. Otherwise, when Genie arrived, it would spell trouble. Having cultivated for over 500 years, Long Wenbin broke through to the celestial human realm 150 years ago. A century prior, he topped the celestial human rankings of the Tongtian Tower. Representing the Huangting sect in the previous trisect competition and achieving victory in the celestial human realm battles. His primary cultivation method was the everlasting green technique, granting him a lifespan far surpassing his peers. He could potentially live for 6,000 years in the celestial human realm, even longer than most land immortal beings. During this past century, in addition to gathering the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for the thunderclap immortal body in the land immortal realm, he also comprehended the true essence of the everlasting green technique while training in a combat enhancement secret technique known as fleeting life ashes. This technique significantly boosts combat power by burning one's own lifespan. The faster the lifespan burns, the higher the increase in combat power, making it highly compatible with the everlasting green technique. After a century of arduous training, Long Wenbin had mastered this secret technique to a consummate level, resulting in a substantial increase in combat power. Just as Long Wenbin prepared to unleash fleeting life ashes to deal with the Jiao Long, three figures appeared not far away. Upon seeing them, Long Wenbin was overjoyed. The newcomers were none other than Qi Changfeng, Huang Zongtian, and Feng Lai. The Jiao Long, sheltered beneath its protective shell, was equally startled. "What is happening? Where is Lord Jin Yi?" The Jiao Long struggled to fend off Long Wenbin's attacks while retreating towards the direction where the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and Myriad Flower Medicine Valley's celestial human contestants were engaged in battle. It had not anticipated that after enduring a barrage of strikes, the arrival would be from the Huangting sect in the distance. The celestial human contestants from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and Myriad Flower Medicine Valley also sensed the unusual situation and tacitly ceased their combat. The four contestants from the Huangting sect had successfully convened on the fourth layer, indicating that all previous layers had been claimed by the Huangting sect. The highly anticipated Genie had fallen in the second layer. Although the reasons behind Genie's defeat remained unclear, the previously established tacit understanding among the three southern sects shattered instantly. Since the myriad demon imperial court had failed to secure victories in the second and third layers, there was no need to target the fourth layer any longer. Furthermore, if the Huangting sect were to claim victory across all layers, it would bring disgrace to the other three major forces. Instantly, the contestants from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion and Myriad Flower Medicine Valley analyzed the situation on the battlefield, and the Huangting sect became the focal point of contention. Long Wenbin chose not to pursue the Jiao Long any further, but instead opted to join forces with Qi Changfeng and the others. "Brother Qi, I did not expect you to be so formidable, capable of defeating a divine beast from the upper realm." In the realm of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, a practitioner from the celestial realm articulated, "The three sects of the southern domain are intertwined like branches of the same tree. Thus we may refer to each other as brothers." With all four members of the Huangting sect present, it is evident that Genie has succumbed on the battlefield of the Master Realm, likely defeated by either Feng Lai or Qi Changfeng. The intelligence regarding Feng Lai is quite thorough. His capabilities are well known, making it improbable that he is the victor. Therefore, the participants from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion can confidently conclude that Qi Changfeng is the one who has bested Jin a result that is challenging for many to accept. The innate realm boasts the power of terrestrial immortals, which is an absurdly formidable anomaly. Brother Wang, it seems we are merely fortunate, Qi Changfeng remarked. Brother Long, the Huangting sect has already secured victories in the first 3 levels. We shall exert ourselves fully in the celestial realm battlefield and will not allow your sect to monopolize the glory. The powerful figures from the Wanhuayo Valley subtly conveyed their intentions, suggesting that the 3 must first eliminate the Huangting sect before later contending for supremacy among themselves, ensuring that the Huangting sect does not claim all honors. Are you afraid you cannot match us? Bring forth your best. Let us see the truth of our skills in battle, Cold Windbin retorted, undaunted. At worst, we may lose, but we have already triumphed in the first 3 levels. So losing this one is not of great consequence. Moreover, there remains a possibility of victory, as Cold Windbin's resolve was unwavering. The participants from the various forces in the celestial realm possess peak terrestrial immortal strength. However, even within this pinnacle, disparities abound. The divide between the terrestrial immortal transformation stage and the integration period is profound, and the gap in combat prowess cannot be compared to the preceding major realms. After all, those who can step into the integration phase are undoubtedly prodigies. It is only through the fusion of the celestial and martial paths, coupled with a profound understanding of one's own cultivation journey, that one can reach the integration phase. Countless terrestrial immortals at the transformation peak find themselves stagnated at this juncture, unable to make any further progress. Even the exceptional prodigies among the true disciples of the Huangting sect, who cultivate both celestial and martial disciplines to attain the terrestrial immortal transformation stage, are far from being able to contend with those at the integration phase on the path of cultivation. Those at the integration phase are already titans in their own right, deserving of the title of ancestor and capable of establishing significant powers. After all, only those who reach the integration phase can be deemed as formidable entities. Such titles are not mere trifles. The disparity in combat strength from peak terrestrial immortals to those at the integration phase is immense, thus the differences in strength among peak terrestrial immortals are considerable as well. Cold Windbin ranks among the better practitioners at this peak, with several individuals from the Huangting sect having successfully traversed the 60th level of the Tongtian Tower, placing him at the forefront. As for the 61st level, only those of great power within the Huangting sect can surpass it. Neither celestial realm practitioners nor any disciples of the terrestrial immortal realm have managed to conquer that level. Consequently, an intriguing phenomenon arises. The terrestrial immortal leaderboard of the Tongtian Tower is uniformly filled with those who have reached the 60th level. The order is determined by the performance of the challengers on the 61st level. The celestial realm participants from the other 3 major powers are likely to be somewhat weaker than Cold Windbin. The 3 participants from the Heavenly Sword Pavilion, Wanhuayo Valley, and the Wanyao Huangting have their auras firmly locked onto Cold Windbin and Qi Changfeng, poised for imminent conflict, while Huang Zongtian and Feng Lai remain entirely disregarded. Chapter 46. Chaos of Battle. Outside the Four Directions Tower, the spectators were filled with excitement as they observed the imminent clash in the celestial realm battlefield. The outcome of this battle had become inconsequential. Should the Huangting sect triumph, they would claim victory across all realms, rightfully earning the title of the most formidable power in the southern domain. Conversely, if any of the other 3 were to win, the participants from the 2 sects of the southern domain would undoubtedly join forces to expel the Wanyao Huangting's Jiaolong, before subsequently competing among themselves for supremacy, thereby allowing either the Heavenly Sword Pavilion or Wanhuayo Valley to secure a victory in one realm. Regardless of the outcome, all present could find acceptance. The Grand Elder stroked his beard, preparing to revel in the clash of these prodigious talents. Only the members of the Wanyao Huangting bore grim expressions, though they dared not show their discontent. Within the Four Directions Tower, on the battlefield of the celestial realm, both sides were communicating silently, strategizing their approach. According to the intelligence, Jin Yi possessed strength above mid-terrestrial immortal level, for Qi Changfeng to have defeated him. He must possess at least late terrestrial immortal or peak capabilities. Sister Mo, I entrust Qi Changfeng to you. While his combat prowess is not to be underestimated, he is merely at the innate level. and his mental fortitude must be his weakness. Your techniques will be most effective against him. Meanwhile, I and our friend Jiao Long shall confront Cold Wenbin, and we should be able to suppress him. Once you have dealt with Qi Changfeng, the three of us will join forces to expel Cold Wenbin from the tower. After that, let the victor take their own path, Brother Wang He of the Heavenly Sword Pavilion conveyed. Mo Hongyan of Wanhuayo Valley and Jiao Long of Wanyao Huangting, after a brief contemplation, consented to his battle plan. On the opposing side, the 4 members of the Huangting sect were also deliberating. Cold Brother, can you hold off 2 opponents for a time? I shall resolve one as swiftly as possible, then come to assist you, Qi Changfeng proposed, while Feng Brother and Huang Brother stood ready to support. The other 3 chose to trust Qi Changfeng, agreeing to his strategy. The tension between both parties escalated, and suddenly, Cold Wenbin was the first to strike. With a sweeping motion of his sword, countless beams of light coalesced into a net. Enveloping Wang He and Jiao Long. Seeing this, Wang He and Jiao Long seized the opportunity and charged towards Cold Wenbin. The 3 engaged in a fierce melee, with Cold Wenbin managing to hold his own against 2 opponents without significant trouble for the time being. Whether by design or happenstance, the battlefield gradually distanced itself from Qi Changfeng and Mo Hongyan. Observing the absence of interference, Qi Changfeng promptly activated the Breath of the Sun and the first 3 gates of the 8 gates Duanjia. Launching a powerful punch towards Mo Hongyan, Hongyan's expression shifted dramatically as she swiftly summoned a low-grade defensive spiritual treasure. When Qi Changfeng's fist struck it, a resounding clang echoed. While no harm was inflicted upon Mo Hongyan, the tremendous force propelled her backward. Stabilizing herself in midair, she suddenly laughed. Brother Qi truly lacks tenderness. How can my sister not feel pain for you? With a graceful flourish, she danced in the air. Qi Changfeng perceived the world around him fading into obscurity, as countless seductive whispers filled his ears. Hastily, he fortified his mind to protect his consciousness, breaking free from the enchanting influence. Mo Hongyan was employing the secret technique of the Wanhuayo Valley, the heavenly demon's enchantment, which could confuse the mind and assault the consciousness, ensnaring the unsuspecting. With her mental prowess reaching the early terrestrial immortal level, she believed Qi Changfeng would undoubtedly succumb to her technique. Now trapped within an illusion, however, after shaking off the effects of the heavenly demon's enchantment, Qi Changfeng feigned being ensnared, remaining still and vacant-eyed, pretending to be lost in the illusion. Mo Hongyan, having no doubts, approached Qi Changfeng, extending her delicate hand to strike his chest, intending to expel him from the tower. Just as Mo Hongyan drew near, he activated the 7th gate of the 8 gates Duanjia without hesitation. Qi Changfeng's fists, enveloped in mental energy, surged forth to strike Mo Hongyan's chest. Caught off guard, Mo Hongyan's expression changed drastically. She was unable to react to Qi Changfeng's speed after he opened the 7th gate, and she took the full brunt of his punch. Instantly, blood spewed from her mouth as her complexion paled. Before she could utter a word, she was expelled from the 4 Directions Tower. Is her physical strength so weak? Not even comparable to Qi Changfeng pondered, momentarily stunned, as he had intended to follow up with additional strikes. Not lingering on such thoughts, Qi Changfeng maintained his 7th gate state and charged towards Cold Wenbin and the others. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, and upon realizing that Mo Hongyan had been sent away, Wang He and Jiao Long immediately sensed the gravity of the situation. What happened? How did Sister Mo lose so quickly? This is unexpected, Wang He mused, perplexed. However, upon witnessing the gray energy enveloping Qi Changfeng's fists, he quickly understood its mental energy. Wang He regretted his decision in an instant, wishing he had not allowed Sister Mo to engage with Qi Changfeng. For a practitioner like Mo Hongyan, who specialized in mental enchantments, mental energy was her greatest nemesis. Furthermore, Qi Changfeng had outsmarted her, making her swift defeat entirely reasonable. Seeing that Qi Changfeng had dispatched his opponent, Cold Wenbin's eyes lit up, prompting him to escalate his attacks, abandoning a defensive stance. Jiao Long, feeling the urgency, disregarded everything else and unleashed his innate divine ability. Clouds and rain. Instantly, the battlefield was shrouded in mist, with torrential rain pouring down, each drop possessing significant offensive power. Unfortunately, the clouds and rain technique, a sweeping area attack, proved less effective against a single formidable opponent, offering only minimal assistance. With the seventh gate activated, Qi Changfeng dashed into the fray, disregarding the clouds and rain, and directed a powerful punch at Jiao Long's massive form. Being large made him an easy target, and Jiao Long had underestimated the power behind Qi Changfeng's blow. With the seventh gate engaged, Qi Changfeng's attack exceeded that of Cold Wenbin, and Jiao Long was struck solidly, nearly turning green with pain as blood erupted from his mouth. Though he managed to endure, fortunately, Jiao Long's formidable physique prevented him from being knocked out by the punch. Quickly, Jiao Long summoned a protective bell, shielding himself and Wang He from further harm, while also withstanding several subsequent strikes from Qi Changfeng. It must be said that this bell was indeed a top-tier item among low-grade spiritual treasures, providing exceptional defense. Observing that several punches had not yielded significant results, Qi Changfeng felt a sense of urgency and communicated with Cold Wenbin. "Brother Cold, if you have any trump cards, now is the time to use them. We must conclude this swiftly. I cannot maintain this state for long." Long Wenbin immediately discerned that Qi Changfeng had employed a secret technique to amplify his combat power. Although he was astonished by the fact that Qi had managed to refine it in such a short span of time, he refrained from inquiring further. In an instant, Long Wenbin activated the floating life ashes, rapidly consuming his lifespan while simultaneously experiencing a significant surge in strength. Without a moment's hesitation, he and Qi Changfeng joined forces to launch an assault on the bell-shaped spiritual treasure of the Flood Dragon. And with a single strike, they sent the bell flying, its surface losing much of its spiritual brilliance and even developing some fine cracks. It appeared that a few more blows would shatter the bell entirely. Deprived of the bell's protection, the Flood Dragon and Wang He were filled with dread and fought desperately against their foes. However, under the relentless onslaught of Qi Changfeng and Long Wenbin, who had activated their life-risking techniques, they were expelled from the Four Directions Tower in less than 3 exchanges. Having triumphed over their adversaries, Qi Changfeng and Long Wenbin hastily dismissed their techniques, their bodies feeling achingly sore, as if their muscles had been torn apart. With the conclusion of the battle on the 4th floor, the victors, Long Wenbin, Qi Changfeng, Huang Zongtian, and Feng Lai, were announced. A voice resonated within the celestial battlefield. Chapter 47. Generous rewards indeed. The two from Huang Ting sect were quite tenacious, even resorting to the highly taxing combat amplification techniques in their pursuit of victory, remarked a powerful observer. Tio think that both members of Huang Ting sect had cultivated such techniques and reached the pinnacle of mastery was truly remarkable. After all, with such significant side effects and considerable difficulty in cultivation, these techniques became largely ineffective once one attained the integration stage. Another powerful figure concurred, noting that combat amplification techniques of the caliber of 8 Gates Duanjia and floating life ashes were quite useful below the Earth immortal realm, providing substantial boosts in power. However, upon reaching the integration stage and stepping into the realm of the mighty, their effectiveness diminishes greatly. This explains why practitioners of such techniques are few and far between. Every cultivator aspires to pursue the great Tao, to live freely and joyfully. Reaching the integration stage is the ultimate goal. Only those like Long Wenbin, who practiced the everlasting green technique and possessed extended lifespans, would consider cultivating such techniques to enhance combat prowess. Of course, Qi Changfeng, with his extraordinary fortunes, was an exception. The remaining contestants from the other 3 major factions lacked knowledge of such techniques, making their defeat at the hands of Qi Changfeng and Long Wenbin entirely reasonable. On the 4th floor of the Four Directions Tower, Huang Zongtian and Feng Lai flew in from a distance. "Brother Long, junior brother Qi, are you both unharmed?" Feng Lai inquired with concern. After catching his breath, Qi Changfeng replied, "I am fine." His innate indestructible body endowment granted him remarkable recuperative abilities, and he had nearly recovered fully. Long Wenbin nodded, indicating he was also unscathed, though he felt a pang of regret for burning nearly a decade of his lifespan. Subsequently, the 4 were teleported out of the Four Directions Tower and arrived beside the event host, Cheng Hongmi, on the Luo Fu immortal boat. The disciples of Huang Ting sect erupted in cheers and applause. Congratulations to the 4 for securing victory in this contest. You may now collect your winner's rewards. Furthermore, all contestants will receive the prizes provided by my Wanhua Medicine Valley, Cheng Hongmei announced. I declare the contest a resounding success. A century from now, the next contest will be hosted by Huangting sect. The exchange area outside the mountain gate will remain open for 5 more days. After that, it will close. I hope all fellow Taoists have a pleasant exchange and gain much from it. With that, the Four Directions Tower transformed into a miniature tower and was stowed away by her. The four returned to the front platform of the Luo Fu immortal boat. Elder, esteemed peak masters, we have not disgraced our mission, the four said, bowing respectfully to the elder and the 2 peak masters. Ha ha, splendid. Well done. Truly worthy of being the top of all realms in Huangting sect, the elder exclaimed, clapping his hands in delight. In this contest, Huangting sect has claimed champions in every realm, garnering much attention. Rest assured, once we return to the sect, there will be ample rewards. The hearts of Qi Changfeng and the others swelled with joy. At that moment, Cheng Hongmei approached, inviting all accompanying members of Huangting sect into Wanhua Medicine Valley for further exchanges. The Tianjin Pavilion and the 10,000 Demon Imperial Court were also invited. The 3 major factions accepted the invitation without hesitation. The Luo Fu Immortal Boat, Qingping Peak, and the 10,000 Demon Tower slowly set off toward the entrance of Wanhua Medicine Valley. As they passed through the mountain gate, Qi Changfeng spotted Jin Yi atop the 10,000 Demon Tower, and the latter also cast a glance in his direction. It seemed that the golden-winged Great Peng had recovered from his defeat against Qi Changfeng and nodded gently in acknowledgement. Qi Changfeng reciprocated the gesture. It appeared that Jin Yi had a commendable disposition, not one to sulk over a loss. Perhaps there would be an opportunity for them to become acquainted, Qi Changfeng mused. The 3 divine artifacts entered Wanhua Medicine Valley, where Cheng Hongmei presented each person with a unique token, granting them access to explore and communicate within the valley for the next 5 days. As long as they refrained from entering restricted areas, the disciples eagerly accepted their tokens and dispersed, eager to experience the wonders of Wanhua Medicine Valley. Hearing that there were numerous senior and junior sisters within, many were already impatient to embark on new encounters. The 16 contestants, guided by Cheng Hongmei, arrived at the main hall of Wanhua Medicine Valley to collect their contest rewards. Initially, Genie had no intention of attending. He deemed the rewards from Wanhua Medicine Valley beneath his notice. Nevertheless, after some contemplation, he decided to join. Upon entering the hall, an elder clad in green stood within, smiling warmly at them. This individual was a supreme elder of Wanhua Medicine Valley. Known as Gu Shiyu, possessing profound cultivation and unfathomable strength, I am surnamed Gu, the supreme elder of Wanhua Medicine Valley, here today to distribute the rewards for the contest, Gu Shiyu stated directly. Greetings, Supreme Elder, all present, including Cheng Hongmei, bowed in respect. There is no need for excessive formality. Each contestant will receive a base reward of 1 million spirit stones and 1 selected spiritual treasure. The 4 victors will additionally receive 1 piece of a celestial treasure as an extra reward. Gu Shiyu announced. As soon as the words left his lips, everyone, except for Jin Yi, was filled with excitement. Wanhua Medicine Valley truly was generous. It guaranteed 1 million spirit stones and a choice of spiritual treasure for everyone. 1 million spirit stones was neither too much nor too little for those present. The crucial point was that the selected spiritual treasure could be of any type and grade, making it exceedingly valuable. It is important to note that only those whose spiritual strength reached the Earth Immortal realm could wield spiritual treasures. Those at the initial stage of the Earth Immortal could use low-grade treasures. And so on, up to the peak of the Earth Immortal realm, where one could use high-grade treasures. Among the 4 contestants of the Celestial realm, all possessed spiritual strength at the initial stage of the Earth Immortal. Thus all were set to receive low-grade treasures, as for higher-level Tao artifacts. Only those whose spiritual strength had crossed into the integration realm could utilize them. The victors receiving 1 piece of a celestial treasure each was even more precious. Celestial treasures are rare artifacts crafted by great beings of the Great Ascension stage and above, who compressed fragments of space into a compact form. Each celestial treasure holds a value comparable to that of an ordinary Tao artifact. Within a celestial treasure, one could cultivate spiritual herbs, raise spirit beasts, or retreat for cultivation, essentially serving as a portable immortal abode. In encounters with formidable foes, one could seek refuge within, as it is difficult for even those beyond the tribulation stage to breach it. However, Such measures would only be taken in dire situations, as being trapped within could lead to being cornered by the enemy. The most exceptional celestial treasures may even contain miniature worlds, their power boundless, capable of sealing foes within with a mere gesture. However, such treasures are exceedingly rare, far more precious than Tao artifacts, with each rumored to require immense effort from a powerful being from a higher realm to forge. The contestants expressed their gratitude in succession, taking turns to inform the Supreme Elder of the type and grade of spiritual treasure they desired. All contestants opted for high-grade treasures, including those from the innate realm. After all, higher-grade items hold greater value, and even if they could not use them immediately, selling them would yield considerable wealth. Qi Changfeng pondered for a moment before choosing a high-grade inner armor spiritual treasure. Given that his spiritual power was commendable, but still fell short compared to his physical strength, he primarily relied on his bodily prowess in battles with opponents of similar capabilities. Those high-grade offensive and defensive spiritual treasures, which required spiritual power to activate, would likely be beyond his capacity to wield effectively. Hence, selecting inner armor, a special spiritual treasure that does not necessitate spiritual power, was the most prudent choice. Many contestants made similar decisions. Gu Shiyu, the Supreme Elder, was not taken aback by this. With a wave of his sleeve, 16 streams of light descended before each contestant. Qi Changfeng focused his mind and stored the 1 million spirit stones along with the inner armor spiritual treasure in his storage ring, planning to refine it once his spiritual strength reached the peak of the Earth Immortal Realm. Chapter 48. Celestial Treasures and Zhu Yan's Blood Essence. As everyone stowed away their spirit stones and treasures, Gu Shiyu waved his hand and declared, "All right, aside from the 4 victors, the rest may leave this hall. All you exceptional talents may explore Wanhua Medicine Valley and engage in meaningful exchanges." Quickly, the crowd dispersed, leaving only the 4 representatives from Huangting sect in the hall. Congratulations to the 4 for your victory in this contest. Huangting sect truly lives up to its reputation as the #1 sect in the southern region. With profound foundations and a plethora of talented individuals, Tio think that you have swept all 4 realms in this contest, Gu Shiyu remarked. Senior, you flatter us, Qi Changfeng and the others quickly responded. Expressing their humility, enough with the modesty, Gu Shiyu replied. Without further ado, Gu Shiyu waved his hand, and 4 treasures from the cave realm appeared before the 4 individuals. Let us refine these treasures with our blood right here, he instructed. Unlike ordinary magical artifacts, the treasures of the cave realm do not impose stringent requirements on mental strength. Once refined, they can be utilized immediately. Qi Feng and the others obediently drew forth their blood, dropping it onto the treasures before them, and soon achieved successful refinement. The treasure belonging to Qi Feng took the form of a teapot. Named the Qian Kuan Hu. As he probed within, he discovered a surprisingly spacious interior, comparable to his own Shaozhu Peak Dojo, with an abundance of spiritual energy. Given your varying performances in the grand competition, the grade of the treasures awarded to each of you differs, Gu Shiyu suddenly proclaimed. This revelation did not come as a surprise to the 4. Huang Zongtian and Feng Lai bore no resentment. After all, the 2 had not even made a move during the competition, relying entirely on Qi Feng and Lung Wenbin to secure their victory. They felt fortunate to have received a treasure from the cave realm. Had it not been for Qi Feng's remarkable prowess, they would have likely been expelled from the 4 Directions Tower by the Golden Wing long ago. A lower grade is still better than none. Even a lesser treasure from the cave realm is a rarity possessed by few cultivators beneath the Great Ones. They reassured themselves, maintaining a positive mindset. Observing their agreement, Gu Shiyu nodded subtly. Once the 4 completed their refinement, he remarked, Qi Feng, stay behind. The 3 of you may leave. Lung Wenbin and the others cast envious glances at Qi Feng before departing the Grand Hall. It seems our junior brother has received additional rewards, they mused. At that moment, only Qi Feng remained in the hall. Jiu Shiyu, the elder, produced a jade vial and handed it to Qi Feng. This vial of Zhu Yan's blood is provided by the 10,000 Demons Imperial Court, which insisted on participating in this grand competition at a price, he explained. Prior to the competition, the leaders of our 4 sects convened and ultimately decided to award this blood to the most outstanding performer. Reflecting on it now, the 10,000 Demons Imperial Court had high hopes, believing that the golden-winged Great Pung would emerge victorious, only to be unexpectedly defeated by you on the master battlefield. Before you entered the hall, our sect leaders voted unanimously to grant this vial of Zhu Yan's blood to you. Ji Shiyu chuckled. Zhu Yan is a divine beast of the upper realm, comparable in status to the golden-winged Great Pung. If utilized properly, this blood could become a priceless treasure. Qi Changfeng solemnly accepted it. Well, all rewards have been distributed. Young Qichong, you may now leave, Gu Shiyu instructed. Your exceptional talent is something I have rarely encountered in my lifetime. Remember to devote yourself to your cultivation. Do not squander such remarkable potential. Qi Changfeng repeatedly expressed his gratitude, bowing respectfully to Gu Shiyu before exiting the Grand Hall. With 5 days remaining until his return to the Huangning sect, Qi Changfeng decided to explore the Wanhua Medicine Valley. Skillfully altering his appearance and attire, he began to immerse himself in the local culture. Predominantly inhabited by female disciples, the valley frequently showcased groups of lively young women passing by. Aside from the competitors within the Four Directions Tower, no one was familiar with Qi Changfeng's aura. Thus, he went unnoticed throughout the day. The disciples of Wanhua Medicine Valley regarded him merely as an ordinary attendant from the Huangning sect. The following day, after practicing his boxing techniques for an hour within the treasure, Qi Changfeng continued his exploration. Passing by a medicinal garden, he observed a disciple tending to spiritual plants, piquing his interest, and he paused to watch. The disciple, aware of the recent visit from external sect members, did not shoo Qi Changfeng away but instead eagerly began to introduce various spiritual plants to him. At that moment, a group of demon clans approached, led by the very dragon from the battlefield. The dozen or so demons walked together, laughing, clearly enjoying their time in the Wanhua Medicine Valley. As they passed the garden, the dragon seemed to sense something and turned its gaze toward Qi Changfeng. Upon seeing Qi Changfeng conversing with the female disciple, its eyes lit up as it approached with the group. Brother Qichao truly possesses exquisite taste, the dragon announced, bowing in greeting. Known as Zhao Shisan, he was the 13th son of the dragon clan's leader, a prominent prodigy among them. Recognizing that he had been identified, Qi Changfeng reverted to his original appearance and returned the gesture. The female disciple, witnessing Qi Changfeng's transformation coupled with Zhao Shisan's address, quickly realized who he was and discreetly sent messages to her fellow disciples. Following the battle at the Four Directions Tower, Qi Changfeng's name had become renowned throughout the southern region, and his appearance was well known among the major sects present. Some enthusiastic admirers even dubbed him the foremost prodigy of the southern region. Brother Qichao, the day is still young. Shall we find a place to enjoy a few drinks? Zhao Shisan suggested. Many young men of my clan greatly admire you and wish to make your acquaintance. Despite having taken a few heavy blows from Qi Changfeng on the battlefield, Zhao Shisan bore no ill will. Qi Changfeng, being open-minded, readily agreed, believing that having more friends would pave the way for more opportunities. Just as they were about to seek a suitable venue for their gathering, Imo Hongyan appeared in the company of several disciples from Wanhua Medicine Valley. Still brooding over being sent away by Qi Changfeng with a single punch during the battlefield, Imo Hongyan cast him a frosty glare upon seeing him. Qi Changfeng remained unfazed and even courteously invited her to join the gathering. To his surprise, she accepted. Momentarily taken aback, he quickly decided to invite everyone to join in the festivities, viewing it as a delightful opportunity for fellowship and exchange. After conferring with Zhao Shisan and Imo Hongyan, both agreed without objection. Thus, the three of them sent out messages, and after about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, Lung Wenbin, Feng Lai, Huang Zongtian, Morong Qing, Wang He from the Sword Heaven Pavilion, and several disciples, along with the demon Old Nyo and Yun Leiba, arrived. Finally, even the Golden Wing made an appearance, greeting Qi Changfeng. With all 16 competitors present, along with their respective friends, a grand assembly of numerous prodigies gathered. Qi Changfeng produced the cave treasure he had just acquired and declared, "Why not join me inside the pot for a discussion?" The group nodded in agreement. Chapter 49. Return to the sect. As everyone entered the Qian Kuan Hu, they surveyed their surroundings. Pavilions, towers, flowers, trees, and all manner of amenities were present. This was all arranged during the crafting of the treasure. Finding a picturesque open area, they settled down casually. Inside his treasure, Qi Changfeng could command all items at will. With a wave of his hand, a long table appeared before each individual, laden with spiritual tea, wine, and fruits. Fortunately, prior to the competition, Qi Changfeng had exchanged points to restock his supplies. Otherwise, this banquet might have fallen short. The guests wasted no time, indulging in food and drink. Many prodigies also took out special products from their respective sects to share with others, leading to a harmonious atmosphere filled with chatter and laughter. Initially somewhat reserved, Jin Yi soon became engrossed in the conviviality of the gathering. Brother Jin, having come from the upper realm and hailing from the divine beast golden-winged Great Peng clan, you must have a wealth of knowledge. Could you enlighten us about the upper realm? Qi Changfeng inquired after sipping his spiritual wine. Jin Yi paused, pondering for a moment before replying, I have not been alive long. Under 30 years old, and my understanding of the upper realm is limited. Furthermore, before descending, elders in my clan cautioned me not to disclose specific details about the upper realm to those below the integration stage, as it would violate regulations. Elders say that premature knowledge of the upper realm might impact one's ability to break through to the integration stage. When you all reach that stage, you will naturally learn about the upper realm from your sections. I can only say that your sects have intricate connections with some major powers in the upper realm. Should you have the opportunity to ascend, you will certainly not lack support. The crowd pondered this, no longer pressing for further details. At that moment, Jin Yi produced a jade pot and a selection of spiritual fruits, presenting them to the assembly. These are some specialties from my golden-winged Great Peng clan that I brought with me. Feel free to sample them. He then distributed the spiritual wine and fruits among the prodigies. After tasting the spiritual wine, Qi Changfeng's eyes brightened. It was indeed superior in flavor and quality compared to what he had previously exchanged. The others also relished the offerings, showering praises. Seeing everyone enjoying themselves, Jin Yi's expression brightened with joy. As the cups clinked and laughter filled the air, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. The gathering turned into a delightful exchange of cultivation insights and tales of adventure, captivating Qi Changfeng. Eventually, some demons indulged too much and even revealed their true forms. Beneath the sprawling expanse, the sight of cattle, foxes, and leopards sprawled across the ground evoked hearty laughter from the assembled crowd. The banquet unfolded for an entire day, and as the revelry waned, the guests dispersed. In the ensuing days, aside from his daily practice of martial arts, Qi Changfeng spent his time engaging in discourse with various companions within the Wanhua Medicine Valley. During this period, Imo Hongyan also hosted a gathering, inviting several exceptional talents, and the exquisite delicacies of the Wanhua Medicine Valley left a profound impression on Qi Changfeng. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, 5 days had passed. Today, the Huangting sect, the Tianjin Pavilion, and the Wanyao Imperial Court prepared to embark on their journey back to their respective sections. The denizens of the Wanyao Imperial Court departed first. And before leaving, Jin Yi sought out Qi Changfeng for a private conversation. This journey has allowed me to witness the human realm's wonders and cultural nuances, fulfilling a long-held desire of mine. Within our demon clan, a significant portion of our kin yearn for camaraderie with the human race. From a young age, I have heard elders speak of the human realm's vibrant landscapes, igniting my curiosity to explore it. Alas, the upper realm is vast, and with my current cultivation, venturing far would be fraught with peril. Thus, my elders sent me to the lower realms for training. Soon, I shall return to the northern domain, and it won't be long before I ascend back to the upper realm. Qi, my friend, as we part ways, I wonder when we shall meet again. However, I believe that with your exceptional talent, you will undoubtedly ascend to the upper realm. When that time comes, do visit me in the golden-winged rock clan, and we shall revel in each other's company. With that, he presented Qi Changfeng with a golden feather. This serves as a token. Upon your arrival at the golden-winged rock clan, present this token to receive a warm welcome. Qi Changfeng accepted it with solemnity. Brother Jin, take care, and may your journey be smooth. As he watched the Wanyao Tower recede into the distance, Qi Changfeng turned and returned to the Luofu immortal boat. To the upper realm, I shall undoubtedly go. Qi Changfeng's resolve was unwavering. After the departure of the Wanyao Imperial Court's denizens, the elders of the Huangting sect, observing from within the mountain water cave heaven map, expressed regret and emerged from the treasure. Just as Qi Changfeng stepped onto the Luofu immortal boat, he caught sight of a figure in the distance, momentarily stunned. It was none other than his master, Qin Feng. Without a moment to ponder, Qi Changfeng hurried forward to pay his respects. Ha ha, well done. My good disciple, I witnessed your performance in the grand competition. You did not bring shame upon me, Qin Feng exclaimed, clapping Qi Changfeng on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Qi Changfeng felt a flicker of confusion. When had his master arrived? How had he seen his performance? Suddenly, a realization dawned upon him, and he began to piece together the circumstances. That moment, Qin Feng communicated telepathically. I, along with a dozen other peak masters, have been concealed within the Elder's treasure. Wary of any schemes from the Wanyao Imperial Court. It appears we were overly cautious. Indeed, Qin Feng's words confirmed Qi Changfeng's suspicions. The master and disciple found a quiet chamber, where Qi Changfeng recounted the incident of Jin Yi gifting him a token. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng replied, as far as I know, there are 3 factions within the demon race. Those who are friendly toward humans, those who remain neutral, and those who harbor animosity. It seems there are many within the Golden-Winged Rock clan who lean toward friendship with humans. I cannot divulge too much about the upper realm, but you should know that even there, our human race remains the principal force. No alien race dares to brazenly humiliate us. Once you reach the harmonization stage, you will gain insight into the upper realm's dynamics and be able to make your own judgments. However, I believe that Jin Yi likely harbors no ill intentions. Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng nodded in agreement. Master, when shall we depart for the Huangting sect? This situation is unique. Due to the Wanyao Imperial Court's involvement, I and the other peak masters have yet to make an appearance. We should delay our return by 2 days to allow the peak masters some time to reconnect with friends and family. It also provides me an opportunity to visit a few acquaintances from the Wanhua Medicine Valley, Qin Feng explained. After conversing a bit longer, he vanished from sight. That moment, Qi Changfeng received a message from the elder, indicating that their return journey would commence in 2 days. This left Qi Changfeng feeling somewhat helpless, as he was eager to return to the sect to collect his rewards and make a breakthrough in his cultivation. Suddenly, Imo Hongyin also reached out, informing him of the gathering 2 days hence and inviting him to attend as a farewell. Over the past few days, her attitude toward Qi Changfeng had undergone a significant transformation. Citing his ongoing meditation, Qi Changfeng graciously declined the invitation. During the next 2 days, instead of exploring, he devoted himself to training within the treasure of the mountain water cave, focusing on honing his martial skills. 2 days later, the members of the Huangting sect gathered aboard the Luo Fu immortal boat, ready to embark back to their sect, and the peak masters did not return to the mountain water cave. Once everyone had assembled, Peak Master Zhao and Peak Master Lu mentioned they had personal matters in the Wanhua Medicine Valley that would delay their return. Everyone, prepare to set off, the elder announced. As Qi Changfeng gazed at the familiar faces of the cultivators bidding farewell from the Wanhua Medicine Valley, he waved to those he had come to know over the past few days. The elder channeled his energy, and the Luo Fu immortal boat swiftly pierced through the fabric of space, vanishing from sight. Half an hour later, the gates of the Huangting sect came into view. Chapter 50. Breakthrough. Upon returning to the Huangting sect, Qi Changfeng did not linger, diving headfirst into the small bamboo peaks training ground, intent on closing himself off to achieve a breakthrough in his cultivation. The rewards from the grand competition had yet to be distributed, and it seemed the news had only recently reached the Huangting sect, necessitating discussions among the higher-ups. Qi Changfeng was not in a rush. He entered a quiet room for meditation and prepared to break through to the master realm using the precious materials required for the 3rd layer of the Xian Tian sacred body. Having reached the pinnacle of the innate realm, his foundation was incredibly solid, so much so that he could be deemed the strongest innate realm cultivator in the history of the Xian Huang continent. Had he not intentionally suppressed himself during the days following the competition, he could have already ascended to the master realm while in the Wanhua Medicine Valley. Qi Changfeng began to channel the methods of the Xian Tian sacred body, refining the precious materials. The materials required for the 3rd layer far exceeded those of the previous 2 layers, both in quantity and quality. Their worth magnified many times over. Had it not been for Qin Feng's provision, he would have needed to expend a fortune to gather them. Regrettably, the materials for the 4th layer of the Xian Tian sacred body would have to be obtained through his own efforts. Qi Changfeng lamented inwardly. Contemplating the treasures necessary for breaking through to the Grand Master realm, Qi Changfeng felt a twinge of anxiety. The challenges of cultivating top-tier martial arts techniques are not merely dictated by the high costs of the techniques themselves. The resources required for training are an insatiable abyss. As Qi Changfeng immersed himself in meditation, diligently refining the precious materials in pursuit of a breakthrough, news of the grand competition spread rapidly throughout the Huangting sect. On the outer disciple channel of the Protective Formations communication platform, fervent discussions erupted. Victory news! Our Huangting sect has swept the championships across all realms in this grand competition. Attached are all the competition's footage. This post allows all participating contestants to rate each other. All other rating posts will be deleted. One of the most popular posts was pinned at the top. Senior brother Qi is truly extraordinary. A perfect score of 10, the strongest ally, leading everyone to victory. I can only say that the second and third layers are easily won. Even a dog could secure a win. To encounter the divine beast. The golden winged rock from the upper realm is splendid. It looks quite majestic. I wish to raise one. I see you aiming to become its fodder. Brother Long is also impressive, single-handedly battling 2 celestial prodigies without faltering. And after employing a combat enhancement secret technique, he was utterly unstoppable. Did anyone else notice the splendid dance at the competition's opening? Senior brother Qi possesses the combat strength of a land deity even at the innate realm. He can truly be hailed as the strongest innate realm cultivator in history, our Xian Huang continent's #1 prodigy. That's hard to say. Who knows if there are more monstrous geniuses in the other 3 domains? My heart aches for the other 3 contenders in the innate realm. Their fate was truly lamentable, swept away in an instant. I envy Brother Huang and Brother Feng for effortlessly claiming rewards. Mere loafers. Underneath this popular thread, thousands of comments quickly accumulated, and many disciples opened independent threads. Overall, the members of the Huangting sect were quite satisfied with their achievements in the grand competition. Unbeknownst to the meditating Qi Changfeng, who remained focused on refining the precious materials, 5 days later, he emerged from his seclusion. Yet, he had not successfully broken through to the master realm. Rather, he had run out of precious materials. The materials provided by Qin Feng had been entirely consumed, and Qi Changfeng still had not completed the 3rd layer of the Xiantian sacred body. During the first 2 layers cultivation, he had never encountered such a predicament. At present, Qi Changfeng's physical body felt perfectly fine. It was not a case of erroneous practice. He speculated that the reason for his stagnation lay in the fact that, at this stage, bolstered by various innate talents, his physical foundation was exceedingly robust, and thus a single portion of the materials required for the 3rd layer could not facilitate his smooth breakthrough, leaving him in limbo. To err on the side of caution, Qi Changfeng decided to consult his master. Exiting the small Bamboo Peaks training ground, he swiftly made his way to Tian Quan Peak, where he found Qin Feng and recounted the situation he faced. Qin Feng grasped Qi Changfeng's arm, channeling his energy into his body. After a brief moment, Qin Feng released his grip and fell into deep thought. Internally, he was engulfed in a tumult of emotions. Such a formidable innate realm physique. This is truly unprecedented. Furthermore, the foundation is remarkably solid. Wasn't it indicated during the entrance assessment that he possessed an innate body? Whose innate body looks like this? Surely, that fellow Lu Chongqing has made an error. Yet, Qin Feng did not reveal his astonishment. After all, as a peak cultivator of this realm, maintaining one's composure was of utmost importance. After a moment, Qin Feng spoke. I have examined your condition and found no issues. It appears your foundation is simply too formidable, requiring additional precious materials for a breakthrough. It is worth a try. After all, refining those rare materials poses no significant harm. Merely a potential waste of resources. Qi Changfeng nodded in agreement with Qin Feng's assertion, expressed his gratitude, and prepared to take his leave. There are still some rare materials required for the 3rd layer here. Take them for your use. Upon saying this, Qin Feng tossed a storage bag to Qi Changfeng. Qi Changfeng hastily declined. Why are you being so polite with me? You are my only disciple. If I do not give it to you, whom shall I bestow it upon? Besides, I have already refined the Xiantian sacred body to the pinnacle of the 9th layer. These materials for the 3rd layer hold little value for me. Qin Feng retorted with a hint of annoyance. With no other option, Qi Changfeng reluctantly accepted the bag. Upon returning to his secluded chamber at Shaozhu Peak, Qi Changfeng opened the storage bag and discovered it contained 2 complete sets of the rare materials needed for the 3rd layer. Deeply grateful, he continued his cultivation. After 5 days of refining the 2 sets, Qi Changfeng still had not broken through to the Master Realm. However, he remained unperturbed, sensing that he was close to a breakthrough. He estimated that with the refinement of 2 more sets, he would successfully ascend. There was also good news. The rewards for the sect's grand competition had been distributed. Qi Changfeng received 3 silver medals and 5 million exchange points, along with the opportunity to enter the 1st layer of the sect's treasury and select a single treasure to take with him. Not bad, quite generous indeed, Qi Changfeng mused, realizing that indeed, one flourishes under great trees. With 5 million exchange points at his disposal, his confidence surged. Qi Changfeng checked the exchange list for the sect's protective array and found that all the rare materials required for the first 3 layers of the Xintian sacred body were available. After spending 800,000 exchange points, Qi Changfeng acquired 2 sets of 3rd layer materials and continued his closed-door cultivation with satisfaction. 3 days later, Qi Changfeng was on the verge of refining all the rare materials. As the final material was absorbed into his body, his bones and muscles resonated in unison, and his vital energy surged dramatically. Were it not for the array's concealment, it would have caused quite a commotion. Break for me, activating the techniques of the Xintian sacred body, Qi Changfeng's aura rapidly intensified. From the early to the mid-stage of the Master Realm, he finally halted at the pinnacle of the Master Realm. This was the remarkable power of the pink-grade martial arts. Not only did it elevate the body beyond that of ordinary cultivators of the same tier, but it also allowed for a peak breakthrough below the integration stage. Having successfully ascended to the Master Realm, Qi Changfeng wore a joyful expression, feeling his physical form which, without the inner armor, could rival a superior magical treasure. With the inner armor donned, he felt confident in hand-to-hand combat against inferior spiritual treasures. The protective array of the sect sensed Qi Changfeng's elevation and cultivation, and in an instant, his name appeared at the top of the master ranking in the Tongtian Tower, pushing Feng Lai down the list. Chapter 51. New talent. After breaking through to the Master Realm, Qi Changfeng felt that the bottleneck of his mental strength was loosening. Seems my cultivation indeed limited the enhancement of my mental power. He contemplated. Exhaling deeply, he casually claimed this month's rewards for being a true disciple. A true disciple at the master level receives a monthly reward of 50,000 spirit stones and 50,000 exchange points. Coupled with Qi Changfeng's position at the top of the master ranking, he received a total of 100,000 spirit stones and 100,000 exchange points each month. Upon tallying his possessions, Qi Changfeng felt quite content. Spirit stones, 1,103,000. Simulation points, 30, 990. Exchange points, 400, 200. Sect medals, silver medals 3. Treasure retrieval opportunity from the 1st layer of the sect treasury, 1 time. Various medicinal pills, gifted by his master, of numerous kinds. 3 inferior magical treasures, heavenly domain inner armor, crushing glove, and Cloudwing. 1 superior magical treasure, Yulong inner armor. 1 superior spiritual treasure, yet to be refined, hence unusable. 1 treasure from the cave world, Qian Kuan Pot. 1 dojo, Shaozhu Peak, divine beast blood essence, 1 vial each of Kuanyo and Zhu Yin blood essence. 1 life-preserving token, containing his master's aura and a full force strike. In just 3 short months since entering the sect, Qi Changfeng had amassed such wealth, soaring to great heights. With his martial cultivation now advanced, it was time to focus on breaking through to the foundation establishment stage in the immortal path. Qi Changfeng remained within the quiet chamber, continuing his practice of the great sun burning heaven scripture. His mastery of the sun's breath had reached completion, and he had comprehended the essence of the great sun fist. With the enhancement from his Taoist talent, purple, breaking through to the 2nd layer of the great sun burning heaven scripture posed little difficulty. In the blink of an eye, 2 months had passed in the blink of an eye. Today, Qi Changfeng successfully advanced the great sun burning heaven scripture to the 2nd layer, reaching the initial stage of the foundation establishment realm. Within his spiritual energy, there resided a formidable power of the great sun. which, when activated, enveloped him in what seemed to be golden flames. At this stage, his spiritual energy, strength, and quantity could rival that of an ordinary early Foundation establishment cultivator, allowing him to sustain the use of the Cloudwing and Crushing Glove for extended periods. Though these two inferior magical treasures no longer significantly enhanced his combat capabilities, they were still better than nothing. Next came the slow and steady work of refining the great sun-burning heaven scripture to its pinnacle in the second layer, while simultaneously preparing the rare materials required for the fourth layer of the Shintian sacred body. Contemplating this, Qi Changfeng felt a slight headache. His experience of breaking through to the Master Realm had led him to believe that preparing at least 5 sets of the rare materials needed for the fourth layer would be prudent when striving for the Grandmaster Realm. Qi Changfeng had checked the exchange list of the sect's protective array, discovering that the majority of the rare materials required for the fourth layer were available for exchange. Although the prices were steep, Qi Changfeng found it manageable to spend money on matters that could be resolved with financial resources. However, there were 3 or 4 types of rare materials absent from the exchange list, which he would need to acquire by other means. Roughly estimating, each set of the fourth layer materials would cost around 1 million exchange points, not even accounting for the 3 or 4 precious items he still needed. Thus, 5 sets would total 5 million exchange points. As a master, Qi Changfeng could claim 100,000 spirit stones and 100,000 exchange points monthly, amounting to 1.2 million spirit stones and exchange points annually. Moreover, he also wished to exchange for some desirable secret techniques, which represented a significant expenditure. Additionally, conducting simulations required vast resources. Pink simulations cost 100,000 simulation points each, and upon encountering a suitable world, an extra 1 million simulation points would be needed to lock it in. Qi Changfeng suddenly felt that his wealth was not as abundant as he had thought. One step at a time, he mused. I'll focus on enhancing my strength first, and if necessary, I can find ways to earn some extra income later. Qi Changfeng planned to practice the Great Sun-shattering fist in the simulated worlds to push his mental strength to its limits. He would then delve into comprehending the essence of the heart, hoping to construct a preliminary heart world, transitioning from the nascent realm to the desolate realm. As for the opportunity to retrieve a treasure from the sect's treasury, he could always go when he felt the need or interest. There was no immediate urgency for any particular item at the moment. Qi Changfeng withdrew 200,000 spirit stones and converted them entirely into simulation points. Upon successful conversion, the host now possessed 990 simulation points. He intended to proceed with his first pink simulation, seeking to unlock the 6th talent slot while testing his luck. Ding! Consuming 100,000 simulation points, converting for 1 pink simulation opportunity. The simulation commenced, and the world search began for a randomly selected pink simulation world. The simulation was about to begin. World synopsis. This is a world characterized by the opposition between humans and demons. The human race cultivates literary energy, mastering the power of heaven and earth. The demon race absorbs the essence of the sun and moon to enhance their cultivation. With literary energy at their disposal, humans can slay foes with poetry, breach cities with words, and dominate the world with prose. The demon race enjoys long lifespans, while humans have fleeting lives, thus perpetually finding themselves at a disadvantage. The demon race covets the extermination of humanity, seeking to monopolize this realm. The human race is supported by several sub-saints and dozens of semi-saints, barely managing to withstand the oppression of the demon race. Talent selection begins. Detecting that this is the host's first use of a pink simulation opportunity, Talent Slot 1. Please select 6 talents from your retained talents and the following talents to bring into the simulated world. Deadly 13 guns. Purple. You possess unparalleled talent in marksmanship, enhancing the power of your gun techniques by 200. Starry Sea. Blue. When piloting vehicles in the cosmos, your speed is boosted by 100. Supreme Swordmaster. Pink. Your swordsmanship talent is legendary, amplifying the power of your sword techniques by 1000. Great Streamer. Green. Upon entering the streaming realm, you will flourish, reaching the pinnacle of your life. Veil of Destiny. Purple. When you are calculated by destiny or locked on by special means, the results obtained by the other party will be exceedingly vague. Duck Neck Mouse. Green. Upon birth, you will acquire a pet known as the Duck Neck Mouse. Is the primary focus on literary energy? What kind of system is this? Qi Changfeng felt a tinge of disappointment. From the world synopsis, it was clear that the literary energy bore little correlation to his own path. Regarding the talents, Qi Changfeng felt a slight regret. He had drawn the first pink talent, and its effects were indeed extraordinary. Unfortunately, it pertained to swordsmanship. Qi Changfeng had no intention of shifting his focus to swordsmanship. As for the other talents, what on earth is a duck-neck mouse? Qi Changfeng pondered. Yet he did not dwell on it. In the myriad worlds, peculiar creatures abound, and he had no intention of nurturing a pet that sounded like a mouse. Without much hesitation, he directly chose the Veil of Destiny, purple, talent. Coupled with the 5 talents in his existing talent slot, he now had a total of 6 talents and commenced the simulation. Chapter 52. Pink Simulation. The simulation began at the age of 0. You were born into a merchant family as a boy, and your family was relatively well off. 1 year old. Shortly after your birth, you began to speak and walk, a prodigy renowned throughout the region, much to the delight of your parents. After all, in this world, the human race is governed by literate individuals possessing scholarly grace. At 3 years old, you developed rapidly, yet displayed little interest in studies. 6. You commenced your training in martial arts, honing your physique, which left your parents deeply concerned. At 10. You had grown to the height of an adult, and your parents had relinquished their hopes of your academic pursuits. Those around you believed your earlier brilliance to be simply precociousness, now diminished to mediocrity. At 16. You achieved modest success in your martial arts, your physical form well-tempered, and successfully mastered the first layer of the great sun-shattering fist. With the aid of various talents, your strength reached the initial stage of an earthly immortal. At 17. You bid farewell to your parents, preparing to embark on a journey of exploration. After demonstrating your prowess, your parents reluctantly allowed you to leave your hometown. At 20. You practiced your martial arts along the way, while also experiencing the local customs and savoring many delectable dishes. At 21, you arrived near the borders of the human realm, where numerous demon tribes were known to roam. The demon ranks were categorized into soldier, general, marshal, duke, king, emperor, half-saint, sub-saint, and saint. A half-saint possessed strength comparable to that of a great being in the harmonization stage. At 22, in a small border town, you encountered a demon siege led by a formidable king-level demon. As the city fell, you decisively intervened, unleashing a technique known as the Great Sun Rising, reducing the demons to ashes. This was humanity's first demonstration of martial prowess. At 23. Your formidable strength caught the attention of the Sacred Academy of Humanity, where a distinguished scholar extended an invitation for you to join, which you gladly accepted. At 24. Within the academy, some mocked you as a crude martial brute, illiterate and unrefined. Rather than engage in debate, you composed 10 exquisite poems within the span of an hour, captivating all with your literary prowess and shattering the mockers' confidence. The sages of the academy lamented your choice to forsake the literary path, for had you pursued it, you might have attained sainthood in a single day. You settled comfortably within the academy, dedicating your days to martial training, occasionally seeking out demons at the border for practice, and crafting poetry that became celebrated masterpieces. With your extraordinary verses, humanity's strength saw significant improvement, and the situation at the borders began to stabilize. At 35. You mastered the second layer of the Great Sun-Shattering Fist, known as Sunlight Illuminates, and your mental strength reached the mid-stage of the celestial realm. That same year, you declared the cessation of your poetic endeavors, having exhausted your repertoire. The sages of the academy felt a sense of loss, yet respected your decision. At 36. You departed the academy to return to your hometown, choosing to spend time with your parents. Due to your formidable strength and achievements against demons at the border, the academy granted your hometown to you as a fief, bestowing upon you the title of Marquis. At 40, you continued your martial practice. At 50. You practiced diligently, but that year your parents passed away peacefully. At 55. You achieved the third layer of the Great Sun-Shattering Fist, known as Blazing Sun Shines Upon the World, and your mental strength reached the late stage of the celestial realm. At 60. You persisted in your martial training. At 68. This year, a massive demon army besieged the borders, led by 20 half-saint demons accompanied by countless demon soldiers. The Academy summoned the strong of humanity to swiftly defend against the demon assault, and you were included in the call to arms. Upon arriving at the borders, a monumental battle erupted between humans and demons. You unleashed your full strength, bravely fighting the enemy. Relying on your robust physique, you charged to the forefront, slaying 8 king-level demons. Your performance drew the attention of a half-saint demon who engaged you in combat. You activated the 7 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, but found yourself outmatched. In despair, you opened the death gate. Igniting your life force, and with a single punch, you resisted the half-saint's assault, just as a half-saint of humanity intervened to save you. Simultaneously, the battle of the half-saints commenced. Aware that opening the 8 gates left no path to survival, you plunged into the midst of the demon horde, employing wide-ranging attacks to obliterate the demons. The king-level demons that sought to obstruct you were no match for your might in this battle. You slayed 100,000 demons, including 50 king-level demons, making a significant contribution to repelling the demon forces. Ultimately, your life force extinguished, and in the aftermath, humanity established a memorial for you within the Academy. Ensuring your legacy would endure forever, you passed away, and this simulation concluded. You chose to retain the talent of concealing heavenly secrets, purple, and Qi Changfeng exited the simulation. With closed eyes, it took the duration of an incense stick for you to digest the experiences of this simulation. The first pink simulation yielded considerable rewards, not only unlocking a 6th talent slot, but also elevating your mental strength to the late stage of the celestial realm, with all 3 layers of the Great Sun-shattering fist fully cultivated. Moreover, in this pink simulation world, Qi Changfeng discerned a pattern. His speed of martial cultivation in this realm was significantly swifter than in the previous blue and purple simulations, nearly comparable to that of the real world. It appeared that the higher the level of the simulation world, the faster his cultivation progressed. Qi Changfeng mused that the lower realms he previously encountered had often required hundreds of years to achieve breakthroughs in martial arts, leading him to question whether his innate talent as the sage of martial arts had any effect in the simulation worlds. Now, he understood that it was the lower level of the simulation world that restricted his martial cultivation speed. Henceforth, he would seek a pink simulation world suitable for frequent visits. Qi Changfeng considered the recently encountered pink-level literary world, ultimately dismissing it. The power structures were incompatible, there were no secret methods to be obtained, and the human lifespan was too short, with sub-saints living only 2,000 years and unfavorable cultivation conditions, leading to high mortality rates. Various reasons compelled Qi Changfeng to rule out entering this world again, unless he chanced upon it randomly. In this simulation, Qi Changfeng confronted the might of a powerful being for the first time in the face of the half-saint demon's attack. Even after activating the death gate of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he still felt overwhelmed, estimating that he would be defeated in just 2 or 3 exchanges. Those at the harmonization stage would undoubtedly possess greater strength and more diverse abilities than the half-saint demons. Ascending to the realm of great beings marked a leap in the hierarchy of life. Even at the pinnacle of the earthly immortal stage, it would be challenging for even the most gifted individuals to contend with those at the initial stage of harmonization. Not to mention, the mere technique of spatial displacement rendered those below the harmonization stage nearly defenseless. The road ahead remains long. Only by stepping into the realm of great beings can one truly establish themselves in the Xianhuang continent. Qi Changfeng reflected. Chapter 53, Journey to the Treasury. With Qi Changfeng's current cultivation level, the mental strength at the initial stage of the earthly immortal was the pinnacle he could attain. To further elevate his mental strength, he must reach the Grandmaster realm. Thus, gathering the missing heavenly materials and earthly treasures for the 4th layer of the Xintian sacred body must be prioritized. Qi Changfeng connected to the protective formation of the sect and posted several procurement requests under the name of a special chef on the exchange platform, seeking the missing heavenly materials and earthly treasures, with prices to be discussed privately. After a while without any response, Qi Changfeng sighed, leaving the posts hanging for now. Browsing the exchange platform, he noticed that several months had passed, yet discussions regarding the grand competition remained fervent, with the pinned scoring post accumulating over 100,000 comments. This was to be expected, as time in the realm of cultivation is not measured in the same manner. A few months hold little significance for practitioners. He had only recently begun his cultivation journey, and his mindset had yet to fully adapt. Shaking his head, Qi Changfeng exited the protective formation and resumed his seclusion to cultivate. His immediate goal was to elevate his cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. 2 years swiftly elapsed. During this time, little of note occurred within the Huangding sect, and Qi Changfeng remained in seclusion at the Shaozhou Peak, diligently refining his skills. Friends within the sect speculated that he was likely processing the gains from the recent competition and refrained from disturbing him. One day, the formation at Shaozhou Peak exhibited a surge of energy, and a figure emerged from the seclusion room. It was a momentous occasion. Your cultivation in the immortal path had finally reached the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. Qi Changfeng stretched languidly and stepped out of the seclusion chamber. Wandering around the sect, he observed that some of the spirit beast offspring he had exchanged for upon his arrival at Shaozhou Peak had grown considerably. Feeling ready for consumption, perhaps he could invite Lu Chuan and the others to gather at Shaozhou Peak sometime soon. Gazing at the plump spirit beast before him, Qi Changfeng couldn't help but swallow hard. Over the past 2 years, he had secluded himself in rigorous cultivation and successfully mastered the second layer of the Great Sun Burning Heaven scripture to perfection, elevating his celestial cultivation to the pinnacle of the foundation establishment stage. During this period, he underwent 5 purple simulations, enhancing his mental strength to the early stage of a terrestrial immortal. Yet he found himself temporarily ensnared in a bottleneck, having also perfected the 4th layer of the Great Sun-shattering fist. Qi Changfeng estimated that his current strength would enable him to effortlessly defeat an ordinary pinnacle terrestrial immortal cultivator. Furthermore, among the 5 purple simulations, he had acquired a talent known as Fortuitous Encounter, Purple. Fortuitous Encounter, Purple, your luck increases, allowing for a continuous accumulation of fortune and significantly enhancing the likelihood of encountering opportunities. Without hesitation, Qi Changfeng promptly replaced his previous talent of Modest Fortune, Blue, with this new one. The significance of luck was not lost on him, and he eagerly anticipated a grand opportunity. Consequently, all 6 of his talent slots were now adorned with purple-level talents. He casually collected the rewards for being a true disciple accumulated over the past 2 years, along with the first-place reward from the Tower of Heavenly Masters, amounting to a total of 2.4 million spirit stones and 2.4 million exchange points. After 2 years of seclusion and cultivation, Qi Changfeng decided it was time to stretch his muscles and test his own combat prowess. With this thought in mind, he wasted no time in connecting to the protective formation of the sect. Opting to expend 100 spirit stones to challenge the Tower of Heavenly Masters in an instant, he vanished from the dojo. During his last attempt at the tower, Qi Changfeng had successfully passed through 47 floors before choosing to withdraw. This time, upon entering the tower, he found himself on the 48th floor, where a human cultivator of late-stage celestial power appeared before him. Attacking without a word, Qi Changfeng remained motionless, sweeping his mental force forward, unleashing an invisible wave that froze the advancing enemy mid-air, subsequently dissipating him within the tower. The same fate awaited him on the 49th floor. On the 50th floor, he encountered 3 peak celestial demons working in tandem. Yet they too could not withstand the onslaught of Qi Changfeng's mental force, resulting in their immediate annihilation. Qi Changfeng felt quite satisfied with the range and efficacy of his mental attacks. Upon reaching the 51st floor, however, his opponents had ascended to the realm of terrestrial immortals, and relying solely on mental force proved insufficient. Qi Changfeng steeled himself, unleashing his fists in a sweeping assault. Up until the 57th floor, none of his opponents could withstand a single blow from him. On the 60th floor, 3 ordinary peak terrestrial demon cultivators charged at him from 3 directions, but Qi Changfeng showed no fear. Instead, he activated the first 7 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, effortlessly dispatching them. He noted that after successfully cultivating the 3rd layer of the Xintian sacred body, the physical toll of activating the first 7 gates had significantly decreased. Now, after opening the 7 gates, he could maintain it for quite a while, and his body recovered rapidly afterward. Qi Changfeng nodded in satisfaction. After all, endurance was of utmost importance for any man. Having passed the 60th floor of the tower, he prepared to ascend to the 61st floor to witness the techniques of a harmonization stage powerhouse. However, mere moments later, he was teleported out of the tower, reappearing in the dojo of Shaozhu Peak. Rubbing his nose, Qi Changfeng chuckled helplessly. The opponent on the 61st floor was a human cultivator in the early harmonization stage, and merely the aura he exuded imposed a palpable pressure on Qi Changfeng. Upon activating the first 7 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia, he could only withstand a single blow before being sent sprawling out of the tower by a slap. True powerhouses lived up to their reputation. Their strength was indeed terrifying. It appeared that he was still quite distant from the realm of the great powers. That moment, the tower's leaderboard displayed Qi Changfeng's rank as having cleared 60 floors, catching the attention of some disciples within the sect, though none thought much of it. More than 2 years prior, Qi Changfeng had demonstrated enough strength to clear the 60th floor during the grand competition, so his current attempt at the tower was seen as somewhat tardy. Observing that the second-ranked Feng Lai had only cleared 46 floors, Qi Changfeng felt confident that no one within the Master Realm could threaten his position at the top. With both his celestial and martial paths having reached their respective peaks, the time to contemplate a breakthrough to the Grand Master Realm had come. However, recalling his post from 2 years ago seeking rare materials had yielded no response. He felt a twinge of frustration. I still have one opportunity to select a treasure from the first level of the sect's treasury. Perhaps I should go take a look. If I find nothing of value, I shall have to shamelessly seek my master's assistance, Qi Changfeng thought resignedly. The Yellow Quartz sect's treasury is distinct from the Protective Formations exchange list. The treasury contains unique treasures that cannot be mass-produced. Items such as techniques, spirit teas, ordinary magical artifacts, and low-level Dao artifacts will not be found in the treasury, but can generally be exchanged for directly using exchange points in the Protective Formation. Qi Changfeng felt confident about this trip to the sect's treasury. During his 2 years of seclusion, he had discovered a new application for the Immortal Martial Simulation system. Previously, he exchanged simulation points directly with spirit stones. Paying little attention to the process point one day, he realized that when exchanging treasures for simulation points, it would display the value of the treasure in simulation points regardless of whether the exchange was completed. This was truly a treasure-hunting artifact. Had he discovered this function before the Grand Competition's Cultivator Exchange meeting, he could have easily profited. Resolute in his decision, this time he would not select based on suitability but solely on value. Qi Changfeng departed from the dojo of Shaozhu Peak, setting off towards the sect's treasury. Chapter 54. The mysterious token. The entrance to the Yellow Quartz sect's treasury is located near the sacred grounds where the esteemed elders meditate, a distance away from Tianquan Peak. After flying for some time, Qi Changfeng finally arrived at the treasury entrance. The entrance was a grand hall, and upon entering, he found an elderly figure in black robes meditating with closed eyes. Qi Changfeng recognized him as the rotating elder guarding this place, his cultivation unfathomable. Disciple Qi Changfeng pays respect to the esteemed elder, he said respectfully. The elder in black opened his eyes and scrutinized him. So you are the one known as the foremost prodigy of the southern region, Qi Changfeng? I have heard of your reputation even while stationed here. Your performance is commendable, the elder remarked. I am unworthy of such praise. It is all thanks to my fellow disciples' support, Qi Changfeng replied hastily. Enough with the modesty. I am aware you have an opportunity to select a treasure from the first level of the sect's treasury. Hand over your true disciple token, the elder instructed. Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng presented his true disciple token. After the elder examined it thoroughly, he returned it to Qi Changfeng. Very well, you may enter. Remember, you are only permitted to select one treasure from the first level. Do not attempt any tricks. You must exit within 3 days, he added. With a flick of his sleeve, a spatial passage appeared before Qi Changfeng. Without hesitation, he stepped forward and vanished in an instant. The next moment, he found himself within the first level of the sect's treasury. A dazzling array of treasures greeted Qi Changfeng, momentarily leaving him in a daze. Expanding his mental force to gauge the surroundings, he sensed that there were at least tens of thousands of treasures on the first level. After all, it was the accumulation of countless years by the Yellow Quartz sect, so such a quantity was quite normal. The sect provided no introductions for the treasures, which to choose depended solely on one's discernment, as many treasures remained a mystery even to the sect itself. The vast majority of treasures were unfamiliar to Qi Changfeng. However, he remained unfazed. connecting his mental force to the Immortal Martial Simulation System, systematically scanning the nearby treasures. Ding can be exchanged for 8 million simulation points. Ding can be exchanged for 10 million simulation points. Although he did not know the nature of the treasures, their values were clear. After more than an hour of scanning, he had completed more than half of his task. Virtually all the treasures he scanned were valued between 5 million to 50 million simulation points. Occasionally, he noted a few treasures exceeding 50 million simulation points and silently recorded them. Suddenly, Ding can be exchanged for 20 billion simulation points. Qi Changfeng was momentarily stunned, completely taken aback, confirming once more that he hadn't misheard. He beheld a token before him, interspersed with red, black, and gold hues, lacking any discernible patterns or inscriptions. Picking up the token, he found it warm to the touch, its material unknown. A token valued at 20 billion simulation points? Qi Changfeng sensed the aroma of a grand opportunity. He hurriedly finished scanning the remaining treasures on the first level but found nothing else of such high value. Without hesitation, he chose the token. Activating his true disciple token, in the next instant, Qi Changfeng found himself back in the entrance hall. Upon seeing Qi Changfeng emerge, the black-robed elder raised an eyebrow. "You're out so soon. Have you made your selection?" "Disciple has made his choice," Qi Changfeng replied respectfully. The elder briefly sensed the treasury and discovered that Qi Changfeng had selected a token. "I have some recollection of this token. It has been stored in our Yellow Court sect for an unknown number of years. I have heard that many great powers have studied it, trying various methods, yet it has never shown any response. Due to its peculiar material, it was eventually placed in our sect's treasury. Even those of the ascendant stage cannot harm it in the slightest. It is likely an artifact from the upper realm," the elder explained. "Disciple possesses limited knowledge and recognizes few treasures in the treasury. I simply felt a connection with this token, which is why I chose it." Qi Changfeng humbly replied. Qing let out a bitter smile. Rather than making a haphazard choice, it would be better to select something pleasing to the eye. Moreover, his disciples currently lacked for nothing in terms of treasures. Upon hearing this, the elder felt it made sense. No wonder Qing had emerged so quickly. It seemed he was unfamiliar with the treasures and had chosen at random, considering Qing's 2 years of cultivation. This was quite reasonable, after all. He was not an ancient monster of great age. Without further inquiry, the elder waved him off. Without lingering, Qing's returned directly to the dojo on Little Bamboo Peak. Upon reaching his secluded chamber, he took out the token, preparing to study it thoroughly. Even if he failed to uncover its secrets, exchanging it for 20 billion simulation points would still be a tremendous gain. As he held the token, he felt a lingering warmth. Faintly, he seemed to sense a trace of solar energy. After examining it from every angle for quite some time, he found no markings apart from the chaotic patterns formed by the colors red, black, and gold. Closing his eyes, he attempted to sense it with his spiritual energy, but he could not perceive the token's presence at all. Only by opening his eyes could he see the token before him. Even when he probed it with the heart force of the Huangting Sutra, there was no response whatsoever. Gradually, he began to feel inclined to give up. Finally, with a mindset of treating a dead horse as if it were alive, he forced out a drop of golden blood and let it fall onto the token. To his surprise, the token absorbed the blood instantaneously. Qing was taken aback. What was happening? Hadn't the elder mentioned that those powerful beings had tried countless methods without any response? Was the absorption of blood not considered a response? In the next moment, the mysterious token transformed into a streak of light and entered Qing's forehead. He immediately felt darkness enveloping him, and he lost consciousness in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a spatial vortex appeared out of nowhere and swallowed him, vanishing without a trace. What was even more astonishing was that the protective array of the sect showed no reaction whatsoever, failing to notice Qing's sudden disappearance. Time passed, though Qing could not tell how long it had been before he gradually regained consciousness. As soon as he awoke, he clutched the life-preserving trump card given by his master, vigilantly scanning his surroundings. There was not a soul in sight, and the environment felt utterly unfamiliar. It was pitch black, devoid of any daylight, as if he were deep underground. With a slight movement of his spiritual energy, he realized he could no longer connect to the protective array of the sect, causing his heart to sink. This was bad. He likely was no longer within the Huangting sect. Suddenly, the surroundings brightened, and a figure appeared not far away. "Human boy, you have awakened." A voice came from the figure. Qngf steadied himself and looked over, discovering a middle-aged man with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, exuding an air of authority. Chapter 55. Great fortune. The middle-aged man approached Qngf and scrutinized him. It did not expect a young master of the Master Realm to arrive. From the Xin Huang realm and of the human race, it seems the human race is thriving more than ever. The middle-aged man mused. Qngf could not discern the man's cultivation level, causing a flicker of unease in his heart. Thus, he clasped his hands and said, "Junior Qgf greets you, esteemed elder. May I inquire where this place is?" "I understand your confusion," the elder replied. "Rest assured, I harbor no ill intentions towards you, and you are in no danger of losing your life. This is a realm of aberration. You have been brought here by a token I emitted. I have fallen countless years ago. What you see now is merely a remnant of my thoughts, and I do not know how much longer I can endure it. A remnant of thoughts." Qngf gazed at the middle-aged man, struggling to believe it. "Human boy, do not doubt it. My cultivation realm is beyond your imagination. Even among the upper realms you are familiar with, I am considered among the elite in a cataclysmic battle of yore. I perished within it, but I managed to escape with a fragment of my thoughts through the power of a treasure, arriving in the lower realm. Only in the myriad worlds of the lower realm could I evade the pursuit of great enemies. Though I have fallen and left behind only a remnant of my essence, I still require a disciple to inherit my legacy and assist in completing some unfinished business. After fleeing to the lower realm, I crafted 100 tokens and scattered them among the myriad worlds. Should they encounter a cultivator of suitable talent below the integration stage, they may recognize their master with a drop of blood and be automatically transported here." Upon hearing this, Qngf suddenly understood. No wonder those powerful beings from the Huangting sect could not discern anything. It turned out the token only functioned for cultivators below the integration stage with suitable talent. However, he was uncertain what kind of talent was deemed suitable. At that moment, the middle-aged man continued, "Human boy, you should feel fortunate. When I descended to the lower realm, the tokens I emitted were set to be ineffective against the human race. Alas, after waiting for countless years, I have not encountered a single successor. It is exceedingly difficult to give birth to a genius that meets my requirements in the lower realm. Reluctantly, considering the vast population of your human race, I added humans to the token settings, which is why I have gradually encountered a few. Unfortunately, none have passed my final test. The highest merely barely cleared the second stage. Observing that you are only 18 years old, at the Master Realm, with your spiritual energy already reaching the peak of the initial Earth Immortal stage, and a remarkably strong physique, coupled with your comprehension of the Huangting Sutra's heart force. Your talent is indeed commendable among those who have arrived here. I hope you can pass my test and inherit my legacy. Though it may seem beyond your grasp now, remember, even in death, the treasures I left behind are beyond your imagination. Even those exalted saints from the upper realm would go to great lengths for my legacy." After hearing these words, Qngf was filled with doubt and clasped his hands. Inquiring, "Esteemed elder, may I ask what your test entails?" "My test consists of 3 stages. For each stage you pass, you shall receive ample rewards. Should you clear all 3 stages, you will inherit my entire legacy. The first stage is this very moment. If you can pass it, you will receive a reward and be normally transported away. Once you break through to the integration stage, before you undergo the tribulation to reach the Great Ascension stage, you may activate the token within your sea of consciousness to return here for the second stage test. The third stage test will be after you ascend to the Great Ascension stage. Remember, you have only one chance for each stage. Failure means you cannot retry. Moreover, you can only be transported here while in the lower realm. Should you fail the test, I will erase this memory and send you back." The middle-aged man continued, "You may address me as JNYNGZ. Do not probe into my identity or the events of the past. If you succeed in all tests, you will learn everything. Otherwise, it is all in vain, and I will grant you 2 hours to adjust. After that, we shall begin the first stage test. Understood, esteemed J and QNGF Ing bowed respectfully. JNYNGZ turned and vanished. Leaving QSH and GF Ing alone in place, QH and GF Ing sat cross-legged, tightly closing his eyes to regulate his breath. His heart was already stirred by tumultuous waves. A top-tier powerful being from the upper realm perished in battle, escaping with a fragment of his thoughts through a treasure, not of the human race. The Huangting Sutra truly passed down from the Tao ancestor, and he called himself JNYNGZ. This series of information and clues validated QSH and GF Ing's suspicions. Could it be? JNYNGZ could not truly be that individual. If so, it would indeed be an unparalleled opportunity. Contemplating the rewards he might gain after passing the tests and ultimately obtaining that extraordinary treasure, he could not help but feel a surge of excitement. It took him a full half-hour to calm his racing heart. This stroke of fortune was indeed remarkable, and he had truly encountered such a great opportunity. He must seize this chance and pass the test. Determined, QGF Ing closed his eyes to meditate. Adjusting himself to peak condition, ready to face the first stage of the test. 2 hours later, JNYNGZ appeared once more before QSH and GF Ing. On the path of cultivation, the most critical factor is comprehension. Resources, physique, treasures, and other external factors can all be provided, but comprehension is the rarest. My successor must possess profound understanding. Otherwise, it will be challenging to become a top-tier powerhouse. The first stage test. I see that you have comprehended the Huangting Sutra's heart force, having just reached the initial birth stage, and your inner heart force world is yet to form. Here, I possess a secret method specifically for opening the heart force world, called the Hunyuan Kaitian Jing, which was imparted by the Tao ancestor in his teachings. I shall bestow this secret method upon you. Within 50 years, if you can comprehend this method and use it to open your heart force world, stepping into the wasteland stage, you will have passed the first stage test. 50 years later. If you have not entered the wasteland stage with this method, I will intervene, erase your experience, and send you back to the Xianhuang realm. Xianhuang realm? QCHNGF Eng's heart stirred. It appeared to be another name for the Xianhuang continent. After finishing his words, JNYNGZ pointed, and a golden light entered QCHNGF Eng's forehead. An endless stream of information emerged within his sea of consciousness. Once you successfully step into the wasteland stage, I shall appear. After Jin Yangzi finished speaking, he turned and vanished without a trace. Chapter 56. The first trial. Once Jin Yangzi departed, Qi Changfeng spent an entire hour organizing the information contained within the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing. The task at hand was to comprehend the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing within a span of 50 years and use it to establish a world of mental strength. Upon hearing the details of the first trial, Qi Changfeng felt a surge of excitement within. He had not anticipated such a method of assessment. While it may prove challenging for others, he possessed the Immortal Martial Simulation System, provided he had sufficient simulation points. There was no need to wait 50 years. He could grasp it in just 5 days, he mused. Fortunately, he had previously claimed the rewards for being a true disciple over the past 2 years, leaving him with a considerable amount of spirit stones. Moreover, with his innate talent as a comprehender, he believed he would receive significant assistance. After taking stock, he discovered that he still had over 3.5 million spirit stones and 80,990 simulation points remaining. Should these prove insufficient, he would exchange all his magical artifacts, spiritual treasures, and various elixirs to ensure he passed the first trial. Qi Changfeng felt resolute. He understood that this opportunity was the most crucial one he had encountered, apart from the Immortal Martial Simulation System itself. The assets he currently possessed paled in comparison to the legacy left by Jin Yangzi. Without further contemplation, Qi Changfeng settled into a meditative posture, entering a state of closed-door cultivation. After delving into the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing for a while, he realized that this secret method revolved around the transformation of the world of mental strength through the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. However, he found himself at a loss regarding how to enact this transformation. The profound mysteries elucidated in the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing were far beyond his current comprehension. He remained unperturbed and directly converted 3 million spirit stones into 3 million simulation points. He decided to first attempt a purple simulation to assess its effectiveness. Should it prove inadequate, he would then switch to a pink simulation. Qi Changfeng initiated a purple simulation. Perhaps due to the considerable fortune he had expended on this major opportunity, he found himself thrust into a world of supernatural abilities, a realm rife with chaos. Shortly after his birth, he was swiftly eliminated, wasting a precious simulation opportunity. Upon exiting the simulated world, Qi Changfeng glanced around, only to find that Jin Yangzi had not reappeared. It appeared that even the most formidable beings from the upper realms could not perceive the existence of the immortal martial simulation system. Qi Changfeng felt a sense of relief and proceeded with another purple simulation. Ding consumed 10,000 simulation points, exchanged for one instance of purple simulation. The simulation commenced. The search for a target purple simulation world began. The simulation was about to begin. World overview. This is a realm of cultivation, where the human race occupies the vast majority, and various cultivation sects and clans flourish. The levels of cultivation in this world are refining qi, foundation establishment, golden core, nascent soul, and transformation into divinity. Golden core cultivators have a lifespan of 500 years, nascent soul cultivators live for 1,000 years, and transformation into divinity cultivators can live for 2,000 years. Commencing talent selection. Please select 6 talents from the following options to carry into the simulated world, retaining your innate talent. Gourmet. Blue, you have a passion for exquisite cuisine and will never gain weight, no matter how much you consume. Legendary Blade Saint. Purple, you possess an extraordinary talent for the blade, enhancing your blade's power by 200. Enchantress. Green, you are guaranteed to be born female, radiating an irresistible charm that causes many to fall at your feet. Demon Bloodline. Blue, you will be born with a demonic bloodline, enabling you to manifest a semi-demonic form upon reaching maturity, thus augmenting your combat prowess. Qi Changfeng's heart leaped with joy. He was entering a world of cultivation. Although limited by the world's tier, where the highest attainable level was transformation into divinity, a 2,000 year lifespan was still quite remarkable. After scanning the options, he found no particularly useful talents. Without hesitation, he selected the 6 talents available to him and entered the simulated world. Simulation commenced. 0 years. You were born in a small mountain village as a boy. 6 years. You begin practicing martial arts, and your mental strength rapidly increases. 20 years. You successfully cultivate to the 4th layer of the Great Sun-breaking Sky Fist, achieving peak combat power at the transformation into divinity level. Standing at the pinnacle of this realm. 21 years. You comprehend the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing. 40 years. Your parents pass away, and you leave your hometown, casually joining a small sect. After showcasing your abilities, you become the Grand Elder of the sect and settle there. 20 years. You reach a bottleneck in your understanding of the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing and decide to first comprehend the 4 elemental intents of earth, fire, wind, and water. 20 years. Over the past 400 years, you have traveled the world, seeking various techniques and engaging in discussions with peers at the transformation into divinity level. Finally, you successfully refine the 4 elemental intents, breaking through the bottleneck in your comprehension of the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing and reaching a new realm of understanding, allowing you to evolve the elements of earth, fire, wind, and water within your consciousness. 600 years. You devote yourself to comprehending the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing but remain unable to grasp its essence, failing to transform it into the embryonic form of a world, once again falling into a bottleneck. You decide to continue honing your martial arts. 650 years. Your mastery of the 4 elemental intents grows increasingly refined. 1500 years. Over the past few centuries, you successfully comprehend fusion intents such as the wood intent, ice intent, and flame intent. 1900 years. Your repertoire of fusion intents expands, yet you still cannot fully merge the 4 elemental intents of earth, fire, wind, and water. 2000 years. Your lifespan is exhausted. You pass away. And the simulation concludes. Upon concluding this simulation, Qi Changfeng reaped substantial rewards, deepening his understanding of the world. After assimilating the lessons from this experience, he felt a shift within his mental strength, allowing the elements of earth, water, wind, and fire to manifest within his consciousness. some even showing signs of fusion. Qi Changfeng was quite pleased. According to the Immortal Martial Simulation System, the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing shared the same level as the Huangning Jing. Classified as orange, directly comprehending the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing demanded an exceptionally high level of insight. Even with the enhancement of his comprehender talent, he found it challenging to grasp it directly. Thus, Qi Changfeng chose an alternative route, opting to advance his understanding of the Hongyuan Kaitian Jing through the comprehension of various elemental martial intents. He firmly believed that during moments of stagnation, each punch he struck while cultivating would serve as a catalyst for breaking through barriers. Although this approach significantly increased the time required, Qi Changfeng had the Immortal Martial Simulation System, which afforded him ample time for reflection. Moreover, this method greatly benefited his martial arts progress, rendering it not a waste of time. This simulation could be deemed the longest he had ever experienced, lasting a full 2,000 years. This purple simulation world was indeed worthwhile. He decided to lock it in. After finally encountering a cultivation world, Qi Changfeng did not hesitate to spend 100,000 simulation points to secure it. Once more, he chose to re-enter this purple world. However, this time, progress was not as smooth as before. After 2,000 years, Qi Changfeng had comprehended several fusion intents of earth, water, wind, and fire, yet he still could not achieve the complete merging of all four elements. Upon exiting the simulation and digesting his gains, Qi Changfeng fell into contemplation. What could be the reason? He felt as though he was merely a step away from fully merging the four elements. Yet that elusive barrier remained intact. After pondering for a while without arriving at a conclusion, Qi Changfeng decided not to dwell on it any longer. He prepared for another simulation, determined to push forward. This time, he opted for a pink simulation, hoping for improvements. Ding! Consumed 100,000 simulation points, exchanged for one instance of pink simulation. The simulation commenced. The search for a target pink simulation world began. The simulation was about to begin. Chapter 57. The World of Martial Intents World Introduction. This realm is dominated by gods and demons. The gods reside in their celestial kingdoms, overlooking the material plane, while demons lurk in the abyss, ever ready to drag the divine down. The entire world is divided into 3 tiers: the celestial kingdoms of the gods above, the material plane in the middle, and the abyss below, where the demons dwell. In the material plane, martial energy and magic prevail. Warrior mages, magic knights, archmages, grand magi, and demigods, among others, comprise the levels of power in this world. The material plane can accommodate up to demigod-level power. Upon reviewing the world introduction, Qi Changfeng was momentarily taken aback. This world bore a striking resemblance to the Western fantasy realms he had come to know in his previous life. Furthermore, with its pink tier classification, it featured an array of gods, suggesting these deities were not particularly formidable. Based on Qi Changfeng's deductions, the power ceiling in a pink tier world likely mirrored that of major ascension-level cultivators in the real world, with only a few pink worlds potentially housing a handful of ascended beings. Thus, he surmised that the lower-tier gods were comparable to integration-stage powerhouses, considerably inferior to the celestial beings of the upper realms in the real world, which effectively diminished the status of the gods. Commencing talent selection. Please select 6 talents from the following options to carry into the simulated world, retaining your innate talent. Master of Alchemy. Purple, you possess an extraordinary talent for alchemy, with the elixirs you concoct having an increased probability of superior effects. Supreme Fist Sovereign. Pink, your prowess in the art of boxing is unparalleled, enhancing the power of your strikes by 1,000. Mechanical Expert. Blue, you exhibit considerable aptitude in the maintenance and creation of machinery. Master of Arrays. Blue, your innate talent for array formation is formidable, augmenting the power and efficacy of the arrays you set up by 30. Unrivaled Shooter. Green, when playing basketball, no matter your position on the court, your 3-point shooting accuracy exceeds 90. Upon witnessing these talents, Qi Changfeng was filled with delight. The day's fortune was indeed favorable. The second pink simulation had yielded exceptionally beneficial talents. Without a moment's hesitation, Qi Changfeng resolved to replace the ancient boxing saint talent with the Supreme Fist Sovereign talent. It was as if a pillow had appeared just as he felt drowsy. With the Supreme Fist Sovereign talent, Qi Changfeng felt confident in advancing his boxing prowess. This was also his first pink-tier talent. As for the Master of Alchemy, purple, talent, he was quite eager for it, but regrettably, he lacked the available talent slots. Torn between the talents of concealing the heavenly mechanism, purple, and Master of Alchemy, purple, Qi Changfeng pondered briefly before ultimately choosing the concealing the heavenly mechanism talent. At this stage, he was not in need of elixirs and lacked the energy to devote to alchemy. He would reconsider once his cultivation reached greater heights and his lifespan extended. The concealing the heavenly mechanism talent was irreplaceable. In certain circumstances, it could even prove life-saving. Ultimately, Qi Changfeng selected the Supreme Fist Sovereign, pink, unmatched combat power, purple, indestructible body, purple, fortune bestowed, purple, enlightened one, purple, and concealing the heavenly mechanism, purple, talents to initiate the simulation. The simulation commenced. Age 0. You are born into the elven race as a boy. You are not a naturally conceived elf but rather directly birthed from the world tree. Age 3. Your kin are astonished by your precocity, as elves reach maturity at 110 years, with ordinary members living over 700 years. Age 10. You begin practicing the Great Sun-Shattering Fist, rapidly enhancing your mental strength. Age 20. You have already attained the appearance of an adult elf. During this decade, you have dabbled in some knowledge of combat energy and magic, discovering them to be of little utility, far inferior to your own boxing practice. Age 23. You master the fourth layer of the Great Sun-Shattering Fist, restoring your mental strength to the initial stage of a terrestrial immortal. Age 24. Your strength reaches the pinnacle of martial sage, yet you remain discreet, preparing to venture out and explore the material plane. Age 30. You journey to the human realm and settle down. Initially, some humans covet your elven identity and plot against you, but upon revealing your martial sage prowess, the human king honors you as a guest of distinction. Age 40. Daily, you diligently refine your boxing technique. The enhancement of world limits and your boxing talent deepens your comprehension of the four boxing intents: earth, water, wind, and fire. Age 50. You depart from the human realm, where you have resided for 20 years, continuing your explorations of the material plane. Age 150. After a full century, you have traversed nearly the entire material plane, all the while never ceasing your practice of boxing. Age 155. You return to your long-lost homeland, where your kin warmly welcome you. By this time, your name has become renowned throughout the material plane, even heard by the exalted deities. You settle atop the world tree. After over a century of wandering, you face the world tree once more, gaining new insights. Age 160. The four boxing intents of earth, fire, wind, and water merge completely, leading you to comprehend the world boxing intent. The bottleneck of the primordial opening scripture is shattered, and you press on, further contemplating its teachings. Age 165. You penetrate the true meaning of the primordial opening scripture, discovering how to utilize the four elemental forces to establish a realm of mental power. Age 170. You continue to delve into the world boxing intent. Age 300. Limited by the peak of mastery in the real world, your mental strength stagnates, and progress in boxing slows considerably. Age 350. The divine war commences. Within the divine realm, the elven pantheon faces assaults from the orc pantheon, finding themselves at a disadvantage. In the same year, 10 orc demigods invade the material plane's elven territory, leading to continuous defeats for the elves. You arrive at the front lines and decisively engage, single-handedly battling 5 orc demigods without faltering. The battle shakes the mountains and dims the sun and moon. Ultimately, you unleash the 8th gate of Duinjia, perishing alongside the 10 orc demigods. You die. The simulation concludes, choosing to retain the Supreme Fist Sovereign, pink, talent, while replacing the ancient boxing saint, purple, talent. Qi Changfeng exits the simulation. With eyes closed, he reflects upon the insights gained from this simulation. The recent pink simulation yielded tremendous rewards. Through the accumulation of experiences from 3 simulated worlds, Qi Changfeng not only comprehended the true essence of the primordial opening scripture but also grasped the world boxing intent. The world boxing intent is a unique, rare, and formidable boxing intent, encompassing all that exists, capable of evolving into the vast majority of boxing intents. the shattering boxing intent and the great sun boxing intent that Qi Changfeng previously understood can both be derived from the world boxing intent. With the comprehension of the world boxing intent, virtually all boxing techniques and supernatural abilities become accessible for cultivation, and their execution yields greater power. The methods from the primordial opening scripture for developing a realm of mental power using the four elements were applied by Qi Changfeng to the fusion of boxing intents, which in turn facilitated his understanding of the primordial opening scripture. Ultimately, achieving mastery of the world boxing intent and penetrating the primordial opening scripture came as a natural progression. Qi Changfeng felt fortunate to have chosen the path of understanding boxing intents in order to comprehend the primordial opening scripture. Had it not been for the mutual enhancement of the two, he certainly would not have had the opportunity to grasp the world boxing intent. Approximately an hour later, Qi Changfeng opened his eyes. It was time to prepare to establish the realm of mental power. Chapter 58. Establishing the realm of mental power. Considering the time elapsed since Jin Yangzi imparted the primordial opening scripture to Qi Changfeng, it had only been 3 or 4 hours. Having passed the first trial in just a few hours was rather concerning. It would be better to enter seclusion for a day or two before establishing the realm of mental power. This would allow him to alleviate his mental state and reach his peak condition, while also preventing Jin Yangzi from being startled. Qi Changfeng mused. A day later, Qi Changfeng concluded his meditation. Confirming that he had reached his peak state, he prepared to begin establishing the realm of mental power. With eyes closed, he concentrated all his mental energy upon his sea of consciousness, disregarding all external distractions. The grayish mental energy in the sea of consciousness gradually transformed into the four elements of earth, fire, wind, and water. Following the true meaning of the primordial opening scripture, he activated the methods within, allowing the four elemental attributes of mental energy to slowly merge, gradually revealing the shape of the realm of mental power. Unbeknownst to Qi Changfeng, as he commenced the establishment of his realm of mental power, an imperceptible tremor occurred in the alternate space he inhabited. Then, a strand of golden gas materialized beside him seemingly out of thin air. In another space, Jin Yangzi sat in meditative repose. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, his brow furrowing slightly. What is happening? Why is there a disturbance in the space? In an instant, Jin Yangzi vanished, appearing beside Qi Changfeng. Observing Qi Changfeng as he established the realm of mental power, surrounded by golden gas, Jin Yangzi felt a profound sense of unreality. Calculating the time, indeed, just over a day had passed. Sensing Qi Changfeng's aura, he realized that he was indeed using the primordial opening scripture to establish the realm of mental power. What remarkable comprehension! To grasp the primordial opening scripture in just over a day. Jin Yangzi's heart was tumultuous. When the primordial opening scripture is used to establish the realm of mental power, it resonates with my treasured artifact, providing a modicum of strength to support his newly forming realm of mental power. For countless years, no one has ever utilized the primordial opening scripture within my treasured artifact to establish a realm of mental power. This young man truly possesses great fortune, immense potential, and extraordinary insight. Jin Yangzi couldn't help but feel amazed. If only this young man were one of my own kind, how wonderful it would be. Watching from the sidelines, Jin Yangzi's expression was somewhat hesitant. Ultimately, he refrained from dispersing the golden gas surrounding Qi Changfeng. Alas, countless eons have passed, and I have but a remnant of my former self. Why do I still cling to such thoughts? In the past, it was indeed my kind that owed a debt to humanity. If the legacy of my lineage were truly to be acquired by a human prodigy, then it must be fate. Jin Yangzi's heart. The turmoil had finally dissipated as he silently observed Qi Changfeng forging his realm of mental power. As time flowed, the world of mental energy within Qi Changfeng's consciousness gradually took shape, and the golden aura enveloping him slowly merged into his brow. Within his consciousness, Qi Changfeng sensed a formidable force expanding and reinforcing his realm of mental power. However, he had no time for contemplation at that moment. After an entire day and night had elapsed, Qi Changfeng's mental realm was finally established, with the four elemental attributes of earth, fire, wind, and water thoroughly integrated. Forming the foundation of his mental world, the golden aura surrounding him had been completely depleted, merging into the realm of mental power. Thus, Qi Changfeng officially stepped into the desolate realm of mental power. He sensed that the newly formed mental world spanned several hundred kilometers, yet it was utterly barren, devoid of any substance. Encasing the realm was a golden membrane, appearing remarkably solid. Gazing at the vast expanse of his mental world, Qi Changfeng felt a surge of astonishment. Previously, he had encountered records in the Huangding sect indicating that a newly established mental realm typically only extended a few hundred meters and was highly unstable, necessitating further diligent cultivation. Regarding his own mental realm, Qi Changfeng could only attribute its extraordinary nature to the miraculous and powerful Huangding scripture and the Hongyuan Open Heaven scripture. With the mental realm now established, Qi Changfeng's focus shifted away from his consciousness, and he opened his eyes to find Jin Yangzi nearby, watching him. Uncertain if he had misread the expression, Qi Changfeng thought he detected a hint of complexity in Jin Yangzi's gaze. Having met Jin Yangzi before, he hurriedly approached to pay his respects. "Young one, there's no need for excessive formality. I did not expect you to comprehend the Hongyuan Open Heaven scripture in such a short time and establish your mental realm. Such insight is rarely witnessed in my lifetime. Congratulations, you have successfully passed the first trial," Jin Yangzi remarked. "You flatter me, senior. I was merely fortunate and stumbled upon success," Qi Changfeng replied. "Do not be modest. This is a reward for your first trial," Jin Yangzi declared, waving his hand. Two radiant orbs, one golden and one red, floated before Qi Changfeng. Pointing to the golden orb, he said, "This is a grand technique known as the True Spirit Mysterious Transformation. It allows you to refine the essence of beast blood to enhance your physical strength and enables transformation into the corresponding beast. With further mastery, you may even unleash the innate abilities of the transformed beast." This technique was collaboratively created by many great beings of the demon race and is rare even in the upper realms. Only those with mental strength reaching the integration stage can barely cultivate it. The stronger your physique, the more types of beast blood you can refine. However, do not be greedy, or you risk backlash from your own abilities, leading to your demise. Qi Changfeng's eyes brightened at the sight of the golden orb. "Perfect. My 2 vials of divine beast blood will finally have a purpose." Jin Yangzi then pointed to the red orb, stating, "I perceive your cultivation in the immortal path is related to the sun. Thus, I bestow upon you this sun true fire seed. When you condense your golden core, follow the method I shall provide to fuse this seed with your golden core, which will greatly benefit your future cultivation. Remember, the value of this sun true fire seed far exceeds that of the true spirit mysterious transformation. You must seize this opportunity wisely and not squander it." Upon finishing, with a gentle touch, both orbs merged into Qi Changfeng's body. Instantly, he closed his eyes, concentrating his mental energy to receive the inheritance. After approximately 2 hours, Qi Changfeng completed the transfer of knowledge from the orbs. Within his consciousness, 2 texts now resided, one detailing the true spirit mysterious transformation and the other outlining the method for fusing the sun true fire seed. Within his mental realm, a crimson seed quietly hovered. It was indeed the sun true fire seed. Chapter 59. Return. Seeing that Qi Changfeng had completed the transfer, Jin Yangzi remarked, "Young one, your performance in the first trial was commendable. Beyond these 2 rewards, I permit you to request an additional reward. Is there anything specific you desire that I can fulfill?" Hearing this, Qi Changfeng's heart soared with joy. "Senior Jin Yangzi, I am on the verge of a breakthrough in my martial arts cultivation and urgently require certain rare materials for training. Yet I have been unable to gather them all. Pray, tell me what you seek," Jin Yangzi prompted. Qi Changfeng then listed the materials necessary for the 4th layer of the Shenyan sacred body. Jin Yangzi glanced at the list and shook his head. "These resources are of too low a grade. I do not have any in stock. Please choose again." Qi Changfeng was taken aback, not anticipating such a response. Reluctantly, he listed the resources required for the 5th layer of the Shenyan sacred body, only to receive the same outcome. It was not until he listed the resources for the 6th and 7th layers that Jin Yangzi spoke again. "I possess some of these resources, though they are mere trifles without much value." With that, he waved his sleeve, leading Qi Changfeng to a new space. There, countless rare materials were displayed, most of which Qi Changfeng did not recognize. "This is the storage space for the lowest grade resources. I have clearly marked the materials you need. Take as much as you require," Jin Yangzi instructed. Truly, he thought, this was the behavior of a legendary figure, exhibiting such generosity. However, upon reflection, it made sense. The rare materials from the lower realms were indeed inconsequential in the eyes of the upper realm's top powers. Following Jin Yangzi's markings, Qi Changfeng gathered 20 portions, each of the materials needed for the 6th and 7th layers. Initially, he considered collecting some materials for the last 3 layers of the Xintian sacred body, but decided against it. He did not wish to leave too greedy an impression on Jin Yangzi. Moreover, there would be another opportunity to collect them when he entered the integration stage for the second trial. After securing the necessary materials for the 6th and 7th layers of the Xintian sacred body, Jin Yangzi brought him back to the original space. Just as they settled, Jin Yangzi produced a sheet of golden paper and said to Qi Changfeng, "This is the heavenly Tao contract. Before you depart, you must swear an oath upon it, vowing not to disclose any details about my realm to anyone in the outside world, or else your soul shall scatter to the winds and become naught." Qi Changfeng swore his oath before the golden paper, feeling an unseen gaze upon him. Suddenly, the immortal martial simulation system within him trembled slightly, and the sensation of being watched vanished. Do not underestimate this oath. Once the heavenly Tao oath is made, unless the Tao ancestor intervenes personally, no one can save you, not even a sage, Jin Yangzi cautioned. Rest assured, Senior, I will not divulge a single detail, Qi Changfeng replied earnestly. Very well, it is time to return. Our next meeting will be after your integration stage, Jin Yangzi said. Qi Changfeng bowed respectfully to Jin Yangzi, activating the token within his consciousness, and vanished from the alternate space in an instant. When he regained his senses, he found himself back in the secluded meditation chamber of the Shaozhu Peak Dojo. Had it not been for the vivid sensation of his newly established mental realm and the floating sun true fire seed, he might have doubted whether it had all been a dream. This opportunity was truly monumental, leaving him with a faint sense of unreality. Connecting to the protective array of the sect, he sensed his master token lying dormant. Having only been a day since his disappearance, the time flow in the alternate space where Jin Yangzi resided was evidently faster than in the real world, likely due to that treasured artifact. The protective array showed no abnormal reactions, indicating that it had not detected Qi Changfeng's unusual absence. Putting aside his thoughts, he prepared to thoroughly absorb the gains from his experience. The true spirit mysterious transformation required a mental strength beyond the integration stage and a formidable physique for cultivation, which could not be rushed and would have to wait. After establishing his mental realm, he had yet to familiarize himself with it. Thus, Qi Changfeng decided to enter seclusion to master his mental realm. The desolate realm of mental power, having just been established, lacked stability and could not theoretically manifest in the real world. Observing his mental realm, spanning several hundred kilometers and encased in a golden membrane, Qi Changfeng detected no signs of instability. With a slight movement of his mental energy, the vast expanse of his desolate mental realm materialized in the physical world. Qi Changfeng experienced no strain whatsoever. Fortunately, the Shaozhu Peak Dojo was spacious and shielded by a grand array. Otherwise, he would have exposed himself. His mental realm, which was 1,000 times larger than a typical desolate realm, indeed proved formidable. Not only did it possess the ability to manifest in the real world like a cave realm's mental world, but within the realm's coverage, Qi Changfeng felt capable of launching indiscriminate attacks against any enemy. Retrieving his mental realm, he then enveloped it around his fists. Channeling the power of his world through his fists, Qi Changfeng perceived a significant enhancement in his martial prowess. With newfound confidence, he promptly spent 100 spirit stones to challenge the Tongtian Tower. Within a minute, he was unceremoniously expelled. Truly, the might of the powerful was undeniable. Even with his mental realm established, he remained no match for them. However, he had performed significantly better this time, managing to last 3 rounds before being sent away. Qi Changfeng did not feel disheartened, recognizing that his strength had already progressed rapidly. He believed that with the use of his mental realm, his senior brother Long Wenbin would no longer pose a threat. Thus, an entire day passed, during which Qi Changfeng fully familiarized himself with the applications of his mental realm, now wielding it with ease. Gazing at the crimson sun true fire seed hovering within his mental realm, a surge of excitement surged through him. This was the sun true fire. the legendary flame of unparalleled strength in the world, the most formidable innate ability of the three-legged golden crow, previously merely a conjecture. Qi Changfeng is now entirely certain of Jin Yangzi's identity. One must ask, if it were not that person, who else could possibly present the true seed of solar fire? According to the method of fusion described in the solar fire seed passed down by Jin Yangzi, one can incorporate the seed into the golden core while condensing it, significantly enhancing the quality of the golden core and laying a solid foundation for future cultivation of the divine art of solar fire. However, there remains a chance of failure during the fusion process. The stronger the physical body, the higher the success rate. Therefore, Qi Changfeng plans to wait until his martial arts cultivation breaks through to the Grandmaster realm before condensing the golden core and fusing the seed of solar fire. With this thought, he cannot help but feel troubled. The good news is that the heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for the Shintian sacred body are all gathered. The bad news is that they only comprise the 6th and 7th layers. After 2 years of posting acquisition notices with no response, Qi Changfeng is reluctant to purchase under his real name on the exchange platform, lest his identity as a top-tier chef be exposed. Although it may not be a significant issue, the exchange platform does not offer a name change feature, and few would wish to browse posts under their real names. After pondering for a while without arriving at a solution, Qi Changfeng decides to seek his master for advice. Chapter 60. Master and apprentice. Having made up his mind, Qi Changfeng heads to the beast enclosure, selecting several of the most spiritually rich 8 treasure chickens and long fan ducks to prepare a few signature dishes. Do not underestimate Qi Changfeng's culinary skills. Aside from his martial arts, gastronomy is his greatest passion. After numerous simulations over the years, the cumulative time spent in the simulated world amounts to several thousand years. His martial arts mastery has surged, and he has honed his culinary skills to an extraordinary level. These dishes are the result of his careful fusion of various techniques from different worlds, and anyone who tastes them would surely be left in awe. After packing the dishes in specially designed boxes, Qi Changfeng takes out 2 bottles of fine wine. This wine was gifted to him by Jin Yi before his departure after the last grand competition. A rare specialty from the Upper Realm's Golden-Winged Rock clan. With the exquisite food and wine in hand, Qi Changfeng leaves the Shaozhu Peak Dojo and flies directly toward the main peak of Tianquan. In no time, he arrives at the main hall of the peak and meets Qin Feng. Long Feng, it has been 2 years. Not only have you successfully broken through, but your immortal cultivation has also reached the peak of foundation establishment. Very impressive. Upon sensing his disciple's aura, Qin Feng's eyes brighten. I have just concluded my seclusion and have come to pay my respects to you, Master. Qi Changfeng replies as he performs a respectful bow and presents the food and wine. The spirit beasts raised in my dojo have grown quite plump, so I've come to let you sample my family's culinary heritage. Qin Feng's interest is piqued. I did not know you possessed such a talent. Long Feng, I must certainly taste it. Opening the box, a wave of enticing aroma wafts through the air. After taking a bite, Qin Feng is astonished. Your family recipe is truly remarkable. It rivals that of specialized spirit chefs. Aside from my cultivation, this is my only passion. I'm glad you enjoy it, Qi Changfeng responds, pouring a cup of wine for Qin Feng. Initially, Qin Feng pays little attention, thinking that as long as the sentiment is there. It matters not what the wine is, however. Upon catching the scent of the wine, his eyes widen in surprise. Sipping carefully, he cannot help but exclaim, "This is indeed an exquisite wine. I have never tasted anything like it. In terms of quality, it ranks among the finest I have ever encountered. This wine is brewed by the Golden-Winged Rock clan from the Upper Realm. I was fortunate to acquire it during the recent competition and brought it for you to savor." Qi Changfeng explains. Upon hearing that the wine originates from the Golden-Winged Rock clan, Qin Feng deduces its source. That kid from the Golden-Winged Rock clan is quite generous. Soon, the master and disciple finish the dishes. And as for the wine, Qin Feng produces some of his own treasured vintages, and the two indulge quite a bit. As for the wine gifted by Qi Changfeng, Qin Feng puts it aside, claiming he will savor it slowly at a later time. After their feast, Qin Feng inquires, "What brings you to me today?" Disciple has recently emerged from seclusion, having comprehended a new fist intent, and seeks your guidance. "Master," Qi Changfeng replies. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng chuckles, This is excellent news. Please demonstrate it here in the hall. Qi Changfeng does not elaborate further and condenses the world fist intent, launching a punch into the empty space of the hall. It feels as though an entire world is descending, exuding immense power. Witnessing this, Qin Feng can hardly contain himself, his eyes widening in disbelief. The legendary world fist intent. This cannot be. It is said that only an unparalleled genius in martial arts, after comprehending numerous fist intents and having profound insights into the world, can possibly grasp this. I have not seen my disciple venture outside. He has merely been in seclusion for 2 years. How could he suddenly comprehend the world fist intent? Although Qin Feng has never encountered the world fist intent before, he can immediately discern that the encompassing and suppressive essence within the fist intent confirms its authenticity. According to Qin Feng's knowledge, there is currently no one on the Xinhuang continent who has comprehended the world fist intent. However, historical records indicate that millions of years ago, a martial arts prodigy on the Xinhuang continent did grasp this fist intent. That prodigy attained the great realm after several millennia of arduous cultivation, comprehending a multitude of fist intents, and traveled the world for hundreds of years before finally fusing all fist intents to achieve the world fist intent. This fist intent encompasses everything and suppresses all. Any martial arts techniques can be cultivated, making it incredibly powerful. It is said that this martial arts prodigy ultimately ascended to the upper realm and now holds considerable renown there. Had it not been for the assistance of the Hongyuan Kaitian scripture, Qi Changfeng would not have been able to comprehend the world fist intent. The Hongyuan Kaitian scripture, passed down by the Tao ancestor, is a rare treasure in the upper realm. The methods of world creation and fusion it expounds upon can even provide insights to saints. It is thus unsurprising that Qi Changfeng managed to grasp the world fist intent. Reflecting on how his disciple comprehended such a profound fist intent after just 2 years of seclusion, Qin Feng feels a pang of sadness, as if his tens of thousands of years of hard work have been in vain. After a considerable time, he manages to compose himself and says, "This fist intent is indeed the world fist intent, encompassing all. Long Feng, your ability to grasp such a profound intent is truly remarkable. I cannot provide guidance on something I do not master myself. However, it is said that someone from the 9 Immortal Tao sect in the eastern region comprehended this fist intent long ago, and there should be some teachings and insights left behind. If you are interested, you might want to look into it." Qi Changfeng nods in agreement and then shifts the topic, asking, "Disciple is preparing to enter seclusion to break through to the Grandmaster realm. But there are still 4 essential heavenly materials and earthly treasures needed for the 4th layer of the Xintian sacred body that remain uncollected. The Disha stone, moonlight divine herb, Windu mushroom, and 8-pointed profound ice grass. I wonder if Master has any channels through which I could procure them." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng finally understands the purpose of Qi Changfeng's visit. His disciple is too shy to directly ask for them. He cannot help but chuckle. "These are trivial matters. I shall see what I can do." After a moment, Qin Feng's expression shifts to one of concern. "I have plenty of Disha stones, Windu mushrooms, and 8-pointed profound ice grass, but I have run out of moonlight divine herb. Though it is not particularly valuable, it has very strict growing conditions. To my knowledge, the only place cultivating it on the entire Xinhuang continent is the Wanhuayo Valley. However, do not worry. I shall contact a friend and see if she has any stock with that." Qin Feng retrieves a communication artifact and sends a message. Not long after, he receives a reply. "Long Feng, you are in luck. My friend has a little stock left. Though it is not much, there should be 2 or 3 portions sufficient for the 4th layer of the Xintian sacred body." Upon hearing this, Qi Changfeng awkwardly scratches his nose and says, "Master, I require at least 5 portions of the heavenly materials and earthly treasures to break through. 2 or 3 may not suffice. If it requires 5 portions, then it is indeed insufficient. Long Feng, your physical body is quite formidable if you require 5 to break through. The moonlight divine herb is managed by my friend, so if her stock is insufficient, it may be difficult. Fortunately, a new batch of moonlight divine herbs will mature in just 5 or 6 years. I will also inquire who else might have some. At the latest, it will only take 5 or 6 years, not too long." After speaking, Qin Feng hands over 6 portions of Disha stones, Windu mushrooms, and 8-pointed profound ice grass to Qi Changfeng. Unable to decline, Qi Changfeng accepts them. Chapter 61. News after leaving the main hall of Tianquan Peak. Qi Changfeng returns to the Shaozhou Peak Dojo. The prospect of waiting 5 or 6 years is not what he had envisioned, although it pales in comparison to his lifespan of 500 years. The thought of stagnation in his cultivation for that duration is still challenging to accept, especially considering he has only been cultivating for a little over 2 years. At this stage, if he does not break through, even if he engages in simulations, he will reach the limits of his mental strength, resulting in little gain in the pink simulated world. Constrained by his body's cultivation, his mental strength cannot advance, preventing him from cultivating to the great realm, thus squandering the high world level of the pink world. Connecting to the protective sect formation's exchange platform, he revises the content of his post seeking the heavenly materials and earthly treasures. He offers a high price for the Moonlight Divine Herb, with no limit on quantity, and is willing to exchange valuable treasures or provide generous rewards for those who can offer leads. After a cursory review of the posts, Qi Changfeng found no substantial insights. Exiting the communication platform, he devoted 2 hours to practicing his martial arts. In the past few days, he had no intention of retreating into seclusion again. Instead, he planned to reconnect with some familiar fellow disciples, aiming for a harmonious balance between work and leisure to relax his mind. Before long, half a month had elapsed. During this time, Qi Changfeng had visited relatives and friends, forming new connections with several fellow disciples. Along the way, he subtly inquired about the Moonlight Divine Herb, yet regrettably, he gleaned little information on this day. While training at the martial arts arena, a notification from the protective formation resonated, indicating that a fellow disciple had reached out to him based on his post on the communication platform. Qi Changfeng's eyes brightened as he accepted the contact request. "Greetings, esteemed chef friend," a voice emanated from the other end, neutral in tone, making it impossible to discern gender. The interlocutor's communication platform name was Haifeng Dangjia, and their true identity remained a mystery. Indeed, Qi Changfeng replied in a low voice, "I possess some credible leads regarding the Moonlight Divine Herb. Might I inquire if you have any interest?" "Very much so." "May I ask how many spirit stones you require for this information?" Came the response, "I am not in want of spirit stones. However, should you agree to a condition of mine, I shall gladly provide the information and can even offer you a specimen of the Moonlight Divine Herb directly." Intrigued by this proposition, Qi Changfeng pressed for details. "What is the condition you speak of? Before we discuss that, I would like to pose a question I hope you can answer truthfully." "Pose your question." "May I inquire if the esteemed chef possesses strength at the transformation stage or above?" After a moment's contemplation, Qi Changfeng replied, "I possess strength at the Earth Immortal level." Upon hearing this, Haifeng Dangjia expressed great excitement. "Senior brother, I am a newly promoted outer disciple of the Huangding sect, having recently broken through to the Golden Core stage. With my martial prowess still at the master level, thus I have not yet ascended to the inner sect. Just a few hours prior, I received word from my clan that a tomb left by a powerful being at the combining stage has been discovered near my hometown. According to descriptions from clan members who entered first, it appears to belong to a wandering cultivator of considerable might. Upon reaching the tomb's periphery, they fortuitously found a Moonlight Divine Herb inside. However, the inner tomb is protected by a formidable array, and they have yet to breach it. It is likely that more Moonlight Divine Herbs reside within. This news has begun to spread, and it will surely attract a multitude of transformation stage experts. My clan's most powerful ancestor is merely at the Midyuaning stage, and I fear they may be affected when the transformation stage cultivators converge. Senior brother, if you agree to assist my clan in weathering this storm before the protective array of the tomb is activated, I will not only disclose the location of the tomb, but also willingly present you with the recently acquired Moonlight Divine Herb." After pondering for a moment, Qi Changfeng consented. "If I were to miss this opportunity, would I truly have to wait another 5 or 6 years? This past half-month without progress has left me feeling as though ants were crawling on my back." Haifeng Dangjia rejoiced at Qi Changfeng's agreement. The two swore an oath under the witness of the protective array, promising that any breach would incur significant penalties. Soon, Haifeng Dangjia transmitted the location of his clan and a token through the protective formation, revealing his identity as Wang Hai, a Golden Core outer disciple from Piamiao Peak, the same peak as Huang Zhengtian. The tomb of the combining stage was situated near the Wang family of the Yuanlong dynasty, which happened to be Wang Hai's hometown, the very clan Qichengfeng needed to protect. The Yuanlong dynasty fell under the influence of the Huangting sect, situated several billion kilometers away from the sect. Fortunately, there was a transmission array within the sect that could transport him directly to the Yuanlong dynasty without a lengthy journey. Preparing for his first solo venture into the real world, Qichengfeng meticulously gathered his resources. He noted he had 6.9 million exchange points remaining. Spending 6 million exchange points, he procured 6 sets of rare materials required for the 4th layer of the Xintian sacred body from the protective array, ensuring he would have resources on hand should he achieve a breakthrough while away. After securing the materials in his Qinkuan pouch, Qichengfeng promptly exited the dojo and flew towards the main peak of Tianquan. Upon meeting his master, Qin Feng, he relayed the situation. "Long Feng, your fortune is commendable. I have yet to hear news of the Moonlight Divine Herb here, yet you have stumbled upon it. This is a perfect opportunity for you to venture out and experience the world beyond the sect. However, be cautious while outside. Matters are not as they are within the sect. Do not take others' words at face value, and maintain a vigilant mindset. The path of cultivation requires both courage and caution. Tread lightly and avoid carelessness. I shall heed your teachings," Qichengfeng replied earnestly. "The Yuanlong dynasty is under our Huangting sect's jurisdiction, and they are required to offer substantial resources to us annually. During your mission there, you can assume the identity of an inspector, which will facilitate your endeavors." With that, Qin Feng produced a jade-colored token for Qichangfeng.as an inspector. You will have authority over local sects within the Huangting sect's domain. Empowered to act without prior approval, there should also be a Huangting sect outpost within the Yuanlong dynasty, where you can utilize this token to summon assistance. Qichengfeng nodded, accepting the token. Qin Feng then presented him with a black mask and a blue talisman. This mask, known as the Ancient Mask, is a secret treasure crafted from the skin of a Xindiao dragon. When worn, it can alter your aura and conceal your cultivation level, making it impossible for those below the tribulation stage to discern your true strength and appearance. Given your growing reputation in the southern region and even the Xinhuang continent, this mask will help you evade unnecessary troubles. The talisman, the Great Relocation Talisman, allows for instant movement across vast distances. It can bypass spatial restrictions set by cultivators below the Mahayana stage. Take good care of these 2 treasures. Remember, your life is of utmost importance. As long as you have the mountains, you need not fear the lack of firewood. In times of crisis, do not act impulsively. Think twice before you leap. Without hesitation, Qichengfeng accepted the 2 treasures. Qin Feng, recognizing the urgency of time, did not detain him further. Exiting the grand hall of Tianquan Peak, Qichengfeng flew directly towards the sect's transmission point. On the way, he focused his mind on refining the ancient mask and donned it on his face. After approximately half an hour, Qichengfeng arrived at the sect's transmission point. Chapter 62. Arrival. The sect's transmission point was nestled within a valley. Entering through the valley's entrance, one was greeted by a multitude of transmission arrays of various sizes. These arrays connected different locations within the Huangting sect sphere of influence. The valley was not overly crowded, and those present hurriedly moved along their paths. As Qichengfeng, wearing the ancient mask, entered the valley, he was promptly approached by a disciple on duty. Today, dressed in ordinary attire, the disciple could not discern the depth of Qichengfeng's cultivation at a glance and hesitated on how to address him. Without wasting words, Qichengfeng displayed his true inheritance disciple token. "Lead me to the Yuanlong dynasty's transmission array." Upon seeing the true inheritance disciple token, the duty disciple bowed respectfully. "Greetings, esteemed true inheritance senior brother." He then guided Qichengfeng to the Yuanlong dynasty's transmission array. Qichengfeng retrieved his true inheritance disciple token and placed it into a slot beside the transmission array. Instantly, the array emitted a brilliant blue light. After stowing the token, Qichengfeng stepped into the array, vanishing in an instant. As a true inheritance disciple, he enjoyed the privilege of free access to the sect's transmission arrays. The duty disciple observed this with a hint of envy, wondering about the identity of this masked senior brother who exuded an extraordinary aura and what urgent business he had in the Yuanlong dynasty. Not dwelling on it further, he made a note in a jade slip and returned to his post. Serving at the sect's transmission point was a coveted position, with minimal daily tasks that did not impede cultivation. Situated within the heart of the Huangding sect, thereby posing little danger. Each year, there were also ample rewards in spirit stones and exchange points that ordinary disciples could scarcely hope for. As Qichengfeng entered the transmission array. He felt the spatial energies swirling around him. This was his first experience with a long-distance transmission array, yet he felt no discomfort. The transmission formation was remarkably sophisticated, likely crafted by a master of top-tier formations. The Huangding sect truly deserved its reputation as a premier sect, having constructed so many long-distance transmission arrays. A remarkable feat indeed. After about the time it takes to burn a stick of incense, he received a notification from the transmission array, indicating that he was nearing his destination. In the next moment, he found himself stepping out of the transmission array, greeted by the sight of a new landscape. Greetings, esteemed true inheritance senior brother. 3 disciples of the Huangding sect, clad in the distinctive attire of outer sect stewards, approached and greeted respectfully. The position of outer sect steward is quite unique within the Huangding sect. Among the disciples of the sect, those who have attained the golden core stage, or the great master level, but feel that further breakthroughs are beyond their reach, may apply for external assignments, serving as local sovereigns in various outposts within the sect's domain. These dispatched disciples thus become the outer sect stewards. Many outer sect disciples enter the Huangding sect with the intent to reach the golden core stage and then return to their hometowns to protect their families. These 3 outer sect stewards typically oversee the teleportation array leading from the Huangding sect to the Yuanlong dynasty. The moment Qi Changfeng stepped onto the teleportation array, they received word that a true disciple had arrived. Prompting them to await his arrival, Qi Changfeng, his expression concealed behind a mask, casually produced his inspection token and inquired, "Where is the residence of the Wang family in the Yuanlong dynasty? One of you. Please guide me." Upon seeing the inspection token, the 3 were taken aback. The steward in the center quickly responded, "Esteemed inspection officer, I shall escort you." He then led Qi Changfeng out of the Huangding sect's premises and towards the Wang family. After Qi Changfeng departed, the remaining 2 outer sect stewards began to converse. They were astonished to learn that this true disciple was indeed an inspection officer, indicating his formidable strength and considerable backing. "Do you think this true disciple has come in pursuit of the recently discovered tomb of the integration stage powerhouse? His intelligence is certainly impressive. It seems unlikely. While the tomb of an integration stage powerhouse is a priceless treasure to us, it may not hold the same allure for the true disciples of the sect. Indeed, with so many powerful beings in the Huangding sect, including several at the pinnacle of the Great Ascension stage, a mere tomb of a loose cultivator at the integration stage likely wouldn't catch their eye. Hard to say. How could we possibly fathom the thoughts of such significant figures? Let us hope that the assembled experts at the God transformation stage possess enough discernment to avoid provoking this inspection officer. Esteemed inspection officer, my surname is Deng, and my name is Deng Guangxing. Ahead lies the small teleportation array leading to the Wang family. Once we embark upon it, we shall arrive near their residence in no time. Deng Guangxing pointed towards the nearby teleportation array. Qi Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement. These small teleportation arrays were constructed at great expense by the Yuanlong dynasty, facilitating swift travel across various regions within the dynasty. The Wang family is a prominent clan within the Yuanlong dynasty, so it is not surprising that they possess a small teleportation array. As they approached the small teleportation array, they noticed numerous cultivators nearby. Observing Deng Guangxing respectfully guiding a masked figure, the onlookers were quite astonished. Yet they dutifully stepped aside, pondering the identity of the significant figure from the Huangding sect that warranted such deference from Deng. Having served as an outer sect steward for decades in the Yuanlong dynasty, Deng Guangxing was well acquainted with any cultivator capable of utilizing the teleportation array. Upon reaching the small teleportation array, Qi Changfeng produced several spirit stones to activate it. "Deng, you need not accompany me any further. I can manage from here. Then I shall take my leave. Wishing you a smooth journey, esteemed officer." With that, Qi Changfeng stepped into the small teleportation array and vanished from sight. As soon as Qi Changfeng departed, an acquaintance of Deng Guangxing inquired, "Old Deng, who was that just now?" Deng Guangxing cast a glance at the group. Do not inquire into matters that do not concern you. Knowing too much may bring trouble upon yourselves. The crowd, sensing Deng Guangxing's seriousness, refrained from further questioning. Inside the small teleportation array, Qi Changfeng felt a slight jolt. The craftsmanship of this teleportation array pales in comparison to that of the Huangning sect. He thought, silently critiquing it. After a brief moment, he emerged from the array. This side of the teleportation array was situated within a grand hall, inhabited by numerous individuals, all exhibiting a degree of tension. Upon witnessing Qi Changfeng's arrival, an elderly man dressed in white approached him. Chapter 63. Master Yu Fu. From the moment Qi Changfeng learned of the Moonlight Divine Herb to his arrival at the Wang family's residence in the Yuanlong dynasty, merely 2 hours had elapsed. The news of the integration stage powerhouse's tomb had only just begun to circulate, having spread within half a day. Many experts at the God transformation stage, or those of the Earth immortal realm nearby, had yet to receive the news, while some were still en route. Initially, the Wang family members had been quite elated upon discovering the tomb of the powerful being, believing it to be their chance for greatness. However, their excitement turned to despair when, after scavenging the outer perimeter of the tomb, they underestimated the defenses of the integration stage powerhouse and inadvertently triggered the tomb's formations. Not only did the one who triggered it turn to ash, but the ensuing disturbance also shattered their concealment efforts, sending a silvery aura soaring into the heavens, attracting the attention of numerous nearby cultivators. The Wang family's members instantly sensed impending disaster. They were the only ones to have entered the tomb's outer area, and while they had made some gains, several high-grade artifacts and a few spirit plants, these were not substantial enough to provoke a catastrophe under normal circumstances. The patriarch of the Wang family had achieved the nascent soul stage and was under the protection of the Yuanlong dynasty, which boasted several peak experts at the God transformation stage, making them a formidable force in the vicinity. Generally, God transformation or Earth immortal experts would not provoke the Yuanlong dynasty over such trivial matters. However, this situation was different. Who could tell what treasures the Wang family had unearthed from the tomb's periphery? This was the tomb of a powerful being, and if there were treasures that could aid in breaking through to the realm of powerhouses, the gathered experts at the God transformation stage would hardly take the Wang family's word for it. Before the internal formations of the tomb were breached, they might very well eliminate the Wang family without a second thought. The Yuanlong dynasty would not risk offending numerous God transformation cultivators for the sake of a single family. In fact, fearing that the Wang family might hoard treasures, they might even exacerbate the situation. If the entire clan attempted to flee, it would only serve to confirm suspicions of hidden treasures, and they would likely be pursued and annihilated before they could escape. Once the news of the tomb of the powerful being spread, the Wang family immediately sought to contact their soul member within the Huangting sect, the outer sect disciple Wang Hai, conveying every detail to him. Wang Hai, anxious and deeply connected to his family, remembered a recent purchase post regarding the Moonlight Divine Herb he had seen on a communication platform. In a state of desperation, he reached out to Qi Changfeng, not expecting to encounter a true expert. After swearing an oath with Qi Changfeng, he promptly relayed the news to his family, stating that he had invited a senior brother of God transformation stage to guard their clan. Upon learning this, the Wang family rejoiced, and the patriarch immediately led the family's key disciples to the teleportation array to await their savior's arrival. As Qi Changfeng emerged from the teleportation array, he noticed numerous cultivators nearby, with an elderly man in white approaching him, visibly surprised. The elderly man, unable to discern Qi Changfeng's cultivation level, respectfully inquired, "May I ask if you are from the Huangning sect?" Qi Changfeng said little, tossing the token given to him by Wang Hai to the elderly man. The elder received and examined the token, confirming its authenticity. "I am Wang Mulong, the one in charge of the Wang family. It is an honor to meet you, esteemed sir." Wang Mulong performed a deep bow. "You have traveled a great distance. Our Wang family has prepared a feast to welcome you. Please, there is no need for such formalities. I have made an agreement with Wang Hai to ensure the safety of your family. Thank you, esteemed sir." Wang Mulong expressed his gratitude with great excitement. "My surname is Li, and my given name is Li Tian. You may simply call me Daoist Li." Wang Mulong. Qi Changfeng introduced himself with a false name. He then followed Wang Mulong to the Wang family's residence. The Wang family was the most powerful clan in the area, with Wang Mulong possessing cultivation at the mid-nascent soul stage. Their residence spanned a considerable area, covering several hundred square kilometers. Inside the main hall of the Wang family, a lavish banquet had already been prepared. However, Qi Changfeng had no intention of partaking in the meal. It is considered taboo to eat food prepared by others while alone. Wang Mulong, there is no need for the banquet. Simply provide me with a quiet chamber. Wang Mulong, understanding his request, led Qi Changfeng to a secluded and beautifully arranged courtyard. After surveying the surroundings, Qi Changfeng found it satisfactory. Wang Mulong then produced a jade box and opened it to reveal a moonlight divine herb. Esteemed Sir Li, having traveled countless miles to our Wang family, please accept this humble token of our appreciation. Qi Changfeng accepted without hesitation, as it had been previously agreed upon. The Wang family certainly knows how to conduct themselves. They present the moonlight divine herb upon my arrival, showing no fear of my potential departure. In the depths of his heart, Qi Changfeng mused that he had found a temporary refuge. He summoned Wang Mulong to accompany him to explore the tomb of the combined formidable beings. After a brief flight, they arrived at the outskirts of the cemetery, only to discover a considerable number of cultivators lingering about. However, the outer area had already been thoroughly scavenged by the initial wave of Wang clan members, leaving not a trace behind. The internal region of the tomb was shrouded by a magnificent silver formation. The array appeared to possess remarkable power, and even from a distance, one could feel a significant sense of oppression. Qi Changfeng assessed that, given his current capabilities, he would be unable to forcibly breach this formation. Within the outer region of the cemetery stood a massive stone tablet, inscribed with the identity of the tomb's owner. I am Yu Fu Zhenren. Having cultivated for over 10,000 years, I find myself hopeless in breaking through to the tribulation transcendence stage. As my time draws near, I have chosen this blessed ground to attain my final resting place. Throughout my life, I, Yu Fu, have traversed free of sect or affiliation, unencumbered by ties. Yet in the end, I have not found a single disciple to inherit my legacy. Why teachings reside within this tomb. Those with fate may acquire them and become my successor. Upon the activation of the internal tomb formation, it would dissipate after half a month. During this period, cultivators below the combining stage were forbidden from forcibly intruding, lest they risk their lives. Besides these details, the tablet recounted some of Yu Fu Zhenren's remarkable deeds. After contemplating the inscriptions, Qi Changfeng surmised that Yu Fu Zhenren had likely been a peak expert of the combining stage, a solitary cultivator free from sectarian ties. The tone of the inscription suggested he was a benevolent individual. Establishing this tomb served not only as his final resting place, but also as a means to seek an heir to inherit his teachings. Among solitary cultivators, those who could reach such heights were exceedingly rare. Yu Fu Zhenren must have encountered significant opportunities to achieve such success. The prospect of the formation dissipating in half a month indicated that many transformation stage cultivators would gather. Promising an eventful scene, Qi Changfeng thought to himself that with his current strength, he feared no one below the combining stage. Even should a formidable expert intervene, he held confidence in his ability to escape. If pressed, he could invoke the life-preserving token bestowed by his master. A full-force attack from a seasoned Great Ascension expert would spell doom for all. Having surveyed the area around the tomb and gaining a sense of security, Qi Changfeng and Wang Mulong returned to the Wang clan's residence. He provided Wang Mulong with the communication talisman, instructing him to notify him directly in case of any urgent matters. Qi Changfeng then practiced his martial arts in the tranquil courtyard, adjusting himself in preparation for the impending dissolution of the formation in half a month. If the moonlight divine herb truly lies within the tomb, I must acquire it. Those who dare obstruct me shall not escape my wrath. A glimmer of resolve shone in his eyes as he contemplated. Chapter 64. The Suppression Unleashed in the Blink of an Eye. Over 2 days had passed. News of the mighty tomb spread far and wide, with an increasing number of cultivators becoming aware of its existence. Numerous practitioners, ranging from the Qi refinement stage to the transformation stage, flocked to the vicinity of the Wang clan's residence. Most were merely curious, hoping to partake in whatever treasures might be found. Notably, 3 to 4 transformation stage cultivators had also arrived, and after assessing the strength of the internal formation, They patiently waited for it to dissipate on its own in a nearby gathering place. 3 modestly dressed cultivators sat in a tea house. Have you gathered any news? Deng Guangxing's lips are sealed. He hasn't revealed a word. Deng Guangxing, as an outer sect steward of the Huangting sect, must be addressing someone of high status from the sect. Though their identity remains uncertain, I suspect it to be an inner sect disciple. That day, the masked individual Deng Guangxing entertained headed straight for the Wang clan, likely in pursuit of the recently uncovered tomb of the combining experts. 2 days prior, a cultivator had seen Wang Mulong, the clan's overseer, and the masked figure together at the cemetery's edge, indicating their relationship seemed amicable. Isnt Wang Hai, the clan member who joined Huangting sect over a century ago, now just an ordinary outer disciple. How could he possibly secure such powerful assistance for the Wang clan? Initially, they had contemplated taking action against the Wang clan, but it seemed prudent to abandon that plan. What a shame. I wonder if the Wang clan discovered any treasures at the cemetery's outskirts. We shall observe the developments. Those transformation stage experts from afar are oblivious to the intricacies involved and will inevitably grow restless. Let them probe the masked figure's identity. That would be excellent. As the 3 cultivators sipped tea and exchanged thoughts through sound transmission, they were indeed the transformation stage practitioners who had come to the capital of the Yuanlong Empire upon the opening of the mighty tomb. After receiving reports from their subordinates, they deduced that a significant figure from the Huangting sect might have arrived, prompting their inquiry. However, Qi Changfeng had only stepped out on the first day of his arrival and had since remained in the Wang clan's residence, diligently meditating. The trio had yet to find an opportunity to approach him. Until now, only 3 outer sect stewards stationed at the Huangting sect were aware of Qi Changfeng's true identity as a direct disciple. Yet, they too would not disclose this information. Should any incident occur, it would spell disaster for them. 2 days later, the number of cultivators gathering near the mighty tomb had swelled significantly. The visible transformation stage experts had exceeded 10. These over 10 transformation stage cultivators had rushed to the location upon hearing the news of the grand tomb. As the formation had yet to dissipate, the gathered cultivators maintained a semblance of peace, with no significant conflicts arising. However, everyone understood that beneath the tranquil surface, currents of tension swirled, akin to a powder keg awaiting a spark to ignite. On this day, the transformation stage experts could no longer remain idle. Having gleaned sufficient intelligence about the situation, they realized the Wang clan had thoroughly scavenged the cemetery's outskirts, while the Wang clan's strongest member was merely a nascent soul cultivator. With the clan's Wang Hai having been an outer disciple of the Huangting sect for nearly 2 centuries, the numerous outer sect disciples of the Huangting sect would not instill trepidation in the transformation stage experts. With a united front, more than a dozen transformation stage experts descended upon the entrance of the Wang clan's residence, demanding the overseer to come forth, their imposing presence palpable. Wang Mulong promptly sent a message to Qi Changfeng before hastening to the residence's entrance. Wang Mulong, overseer of the Wang clan, pays respects to all esteemed seniors. Upon reaching the entrance, he bowed respectfully to the gathered transformation stage experts. Are you the overseer of the Wang clan? It is said you have plundered countless treasures from the grand tomb. How can a mere nascent soul clan possess such fortune? Remarked a transformation stage expert clad in green robes. Indeed, you should swiftly hand over the treasures. We might still show mercy, but if you persist in your denial, I foresee a grim fate for your Wang clan today, echoed another transformation stage expert in red. Esteemed seniors, this is a grave misunderstanding. The Wang clan has discovered only a few artifacts and some spiritual plants at the outskirts. If you desire them, we shall gladly present them. As for the treasures of the mighty, we truly possess none. Wang Mulong hastily pleaded, I see you are on the brink of death, yet remain obstinate. Since you claim to have nothing, then I shall search for myself, the green-robed transformation stage expert declared, channeling his spiritual energy and preparing to act. Suddenly, a figure clad in black, wearing a mask, appeared before the gathered transformation stage experts. Humph! With me present, do you dare to act recklessly? A cold snort echoed as a gray, desolate world descended, enveloping all the transformation stage experts. The cultivators felt their consciousness plunge into emptiness. By the time they regained their senses, They found themselves pressed to the ground, unable to move. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the Wang clan and the surrounding onlookers in a state of astonishment. Mouths agape at the unfolding scene. The figures sprawled on the ground were once mighty transformation stage experts, typically exalted and rarely seen. Who was this enigmatic masked figure? What power had subdued the transformation stage experts so effortlessly? A technique they had never witnessed? Confusion reigned in everyone's minds. Please spare us, esteemed senior. One of the transformation stage experts on the ground was the first to regain his wits, hastily pleading for mercy. Though immobilized, they retained the ability to speak, as Qi Changfeng had allowed. Unaware of your presence, we have been quite disrespectful. We implore you, please spare us. As the other transformation stage cultivators came to their senses, they too began to plead for mercy, despite their confusion regarding how the situation had escalated to this point. Preserving their lives took precedence. Lordly, you have arrived. Wang Mulong also regained his composure and quickly bowed in respect. He had not anticipated that Wang Hai would procure such a formidable ally, capable of effortlessly subduing over a dozen transformation stage experts in an instant. He had feared that the Wang clan would face annihilation that day. He remained curious about Lord Li's status within the Huang Ting sect, to possess such formidable strength. The one who arrived was none other than Qi Changfeng, who nodded slightly at Wang Mulong. He then reduced a portion of the suppressive force of his mental realm, allowing the numerous transformation stage cultivators to regain some mobility, and they all stood up. The mental realm that Qi Changfeng had established was akin to a dimensional suppression against these ordinary transformation stage cultivators. Even those at the pinnacle of the transformation stage, when faced with the mental assault and world suppression of the mental realm, found themselves utterly defenseless. Qi Changfeng was quite pleased with the outcome of this battle. After so many days of familiarizing himself with and practicing within the mental realm, he could now effortlessly compress and expand it, freely controlling its size and power upon descending into the mortal world. Having developed numerous remarkable applications for his mental realm, this was the first time he had utilized his mental realm in actual combat, and the results were gratifying. However, if he were to face the elite disciples of the Huangning sect, who had mastered top-tier celestial martial arts, relying solely on the mental realm would likely be insufficient to defeat them. Thank you, Senior, for your mercy. We are eternally grateful. The group of transformation stage cultivators hurriedly bowed to express their gratitude for Qi Changfeng's clemency. Chapter 65. The dissipation of the grand array. You are fortunate to have encountered me today. Heaven has a benevolent nature. I will spare your lives for now. However, while death may be evaded, you cannot escape the consequences of your actions. Hand over your storage treasures, and you may leave, Qi Changfeng rasped. These more than 10 transformation stage cultivators hailed from regions near the Yuanlong dynasty and were all part of the Huangning sect's sphere of influence. Each year, the forces they belonged to would contribute significant resources to the Huangning sect, making it unwise for Qi Changfeng to slaughter them outright. Taking their storage treasures as a form of punishment was necessary. Otherwise, others might presume they could act with impunity. Within the confines of the mental realm, the transformation stage cultivators exchanged glances, all revealing bitter smiles. They had come seeking opportunities, but instead of finding fortune, they had lost their long-accumulated possessions. Nonetheless, there was little choice. Preserving their lives was already a stroke of luck. Resources for cultivation could be gradually amassed again, but if their lives were lost, nothing would remain. The path of cultivation was fraught with peril. One misstep could lead to complete ruin, necessitating utmost caution at every turn. Without much hesitation, the transformation stage cultivators began to surrender their storage treasures. Within Qi Changfeng's mental realm, they dared not hold back. After collecting the treasures, Qi Changfeng cast a glance at the nearby onlookers and declared, "With my protection over the Wang family, who would dare to trouble them again? Do not blame me for being ruthless." The onlookers, having never witnessed such a mystical ability as the mental realm, nodded in agreement. Qi Changfeng, with a thought, retracted his mental realm and waved his hand, saying, "Very well, you may depart. If any of you dare to offend again, I shall not be lenient." The group of transformation stage cultivators felt as if they had been granted a reprieve, bowing deeply to Qi Changfeng before hastily fleeing the scene. Qi Changfeng did not linger at the entrance, turning back to his tranquil courtyard. The onlookers, seeing this, dispersed like birds and beasts. The 3 transformation stage cultivators from the Yuanlong dynasty had just been concealed among the crowd. They had witnessed the fate of those who had drawn attention to themselves and felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, we did not act rashly. We did not expect such a formidable figure from the Huangding sect to arrive. One said, "This lordly from the Huangding sect is impossible to gauge. That sudden emergence of an illusory world-like ability. Do the 2 of you recognize it? I have never seen anything like it. This technique seems to transcend the realm of transformation stage cultivators. Could this lordly be a powerful elder of the Huangding sect?" Another pondered. "I doubt it. How could a powerful elder of the Huangding sect be interested in a mere grave of a loose cultivator?" The third speculated, "I suspect he is a true disciple of the transformation stage. I once read a description in an ancient text that closely resembles the abilities displayed by this lordly today. It seems to be a power known as the mental realm, a rarity across the entire Xinhuang continent. The mental realm? This is my first time hearing of it. The Huangding sect truly is a super sect in our southern region." Following this incident, Qi Changfeng completely captured the attention of everyone present. A day later, cultivators began to gather around the tomb, tracing leads and discovering that he hailed from the Huangding sect. Who would have thought a significant figure from the Huangding sect would come? The Wang family has surely struck it rich by aligning with such a powerful ally. Who would dare provoke them now? Indeed, is this esteemed seniorly a powerful being at the integration stage? It is highly probable, having effortlessly subdued more than 10 transformation stage cultivators. I can hardly fathom such a vast disparity among those of the same stage. You simply lack experience. Do you not know that there exist cultivators known as peerless prodigies? Fewer than 10 days remained until the grand array surrounding the tomb would dissipate. In these 10 days, the news spread far and wide, attracting more and more experts beneath the level of great powers to converge here. Those who arrived soon learned of the formidable figure from the Huangding sect who was overseeing the area, with the 10 or so transformation stage experts being treated like ants, swiftly subdued. No one dared to wreak havoc at the Wang family anymore. On one particular day, 2 young men arrived via a teleportation array near the Wang family residence. One was clad in green, appearing ordinary yet exuding a friendly demeanor. The other was tall and robust, with bronzed skin radiating strength. The 2 found a place to settle down and began gathering information. "Junior brother Gu, why do you insist on coming to the tomb of a mere loose cultivator at the integration stage? Our Jiuxian Dao sect possesses ample cultivation techniques and resources," the young man in green remarked. "Senior brother Liang, I agreed to come to the southern region for the sake of experience, but all you do is wander aimlessly and enjoy the scenery," the robust man complained. "You simpleton, do you not understand? I am comprehending the myriad things of the world. This is part of my cultivation," the young man in green retorted. "But this is exceedingly dull. Having finally encountered an exciting event, how could I not come and take a look? Well then, we are here now, are we not? According to the information we just gathered, there are formidable experts vying for opportunities. Indeed, I did not expect to encounter a fellow cultivator from the Huangding sect here. From what those cultivators described, he used an unknown technique to instantly subdue over 10 transformation stage experts. He must be a true disciple of the Huangding sect who specializes in mental cultivation. Practitioners of mental cultivation are exceedingly rare. We can hardly find many within our Jiuxian Dao sect. I did not expect to meet one while traveling in the southern region. Do not worry, junior brother. Those who specialize in mental cultivation excel at area attacks. I, senior brother, can also subdue more than 10 ordinary transformation stage cultivators in an instant. When the time comes for seizing opportunities, I will handle this Huangding sect friend. Your cultivation is merely at the peak of the Grandmaster stage. Do not overestimate yourself. It would be best to practice against a few initial transformation stage cultivators and ensure your safety. Rest assured, senior brother, if nothing else, my greatest asset is my resilience." The robust man thumped his chest in assurance. Before long, the time for the dissipation of the tomb's grand array arrived. Qi Changfeng instructed the Wang family not to venture outside, as the battle between transformation stage experts was not something they could intervene in. He then left the residence and approached the vicinity of the grand tomb. At this moment, The area surrounding the large tomb was teeming with several hundred cultivators above the nascent soul level, with no fewer than 40 visible transformation stage experts. Countless lower-tier cultivators had come to spectate and perhaps see some benefits. Qi Changfeng, adorned with an ancient mask, approached the tomb, and the surrounding cultivators greeted him, clearing a significant space for him. Suddenly, Qi Changfeng seemed to sense something, glancing to his left and noticing two young cultivators observing him from a distance. Upon meeting his gaze, one of the young men in green smiled at him. As if greeting him, Qi Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly beneath the mask, for he could not discern the cultivation levels of these two young men. It was possible they were concealing their true powers with some treasure. He chose not to dwell on them, turning back to patiently await the dissipation of the grand array. After a short while, the brilliance of the grand array visibly weakened, and moments later, it completely vanished. The entrance to the inner region of the Great Tomb was revealed to all. Chapter 66. Clearing the area with the array dissipated and the entrance unveiled, no one made a move. 4 to 5 dozen transformation stage experts subtly grouped together, casting glances toward Qi Changfeng's direction. Suddenly, one of the transformation stage experts spoke up. The treasures and legacies left behind by great beings are incredibly precious. I believe that cultivators below the transformation stage should not be allowed to enter. It would be best to clear the area beforehand. I concur with my fellow Taoist. Who knows if there are hidden experts among the crowd? Aside from the visible transformation stage cultivators, if we enter the tomb only to be ambushed, we would find ourselves at a disadvantage, another transformation stage expert added. Soon, the transformation stage experts reached a consensus. Before entering the inner region of the tomb, they would first clear the area. Within 10 breaths, all cultivators below the transformation stage must distance themselves from the tomb. After 10 breaths, we will launch indiscriminate attacks on all cultivators present below the transformation stage. The cultivators of the transformation stage voiced their concerns, thereby preventing any formidable individuals from concealing their prowess amidst the crowd. The surrounding practitioners, those beneath the transformation stage, were struck with alarm upon hearing this. The astute among them immediately employed their evasion techniques to flee into the distance, while the less perceptive, still contemplating their words, were hastily dragged away by their companions. To remain would be tantamount to courting death. When transformation stage experts united against ordinary cultivators of lower realms, who could withstand such an onslaught, it seemed that they would not even have the opportunity to partake in the soup today. The fleeing cultivators felt utterly helpless. Among the throng, some practitioners, realizing they could no longer hide, voluntarily revealed their cultivation levels. In an instant, several more transformation stage masters emerged, these being seasoned individuals equipped with treasures for concealing their auras, who had sought to lurk in the shadows and seize an opportunity. Observing this, Qi Changfeng refrained from intervening. He believed that those below the transformation stage entering the inner regions of the tomb were merely inviting disaster, thus allowing the transformation stage experts to act as they pleased. After a mere 10 breaths, apart from Qi Changfeng and over 50 transformation stage masters, there were virtually no other practitioners remaining. Only 2 young men, seemingly at the golden core stage, remained, boldly hovering in midair as they gazed at the group of transformation stage experts. Qi Changfeng recognized them as the 2 young men who had recently caught his attention. To his astonishment, 2 audacious juniors dared to linger here. Young ones, from which sect do you hail? State your names, and in consideration of your elders, I may spare your lives. One of the transformation stage experts, seeing the 2 remained unafraid, wary of their potential backing, opted to test them verbally rather than launching an immediate attack. Old coot, your tone is quite grand, considering you are merely looking at us through the lens of our elders. What if we were just loose cultivators? Would you still dare lay a hand on us? The young man in blue retorted with mockery. The transformation stage expert was infuriated upon hearing this. Since you seek death so willingly, then I shall send you on your way. With that, he summoned his spiritual power, conjuring a colossal hand from thin air, which he aimed to strike down upon the 2. The young man in blue, unfazed, clenched his fist and waved it forward. The transformation stage expert, along with his spiritual hand, disintegrated into nothingness without any resistance. Witnessing this spectacle, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Qi Changfeng's eyes. Such formidable physical prowess and fist intent. This fist intent amalgamates several attributes. Who would have thought to encounter such a master of the fist way here? The other transformation stage experts were equally taken aback. With such exceptional strength, the two of you are indeed fit to explore the tomb for opportunities. It seems that Hua Leogwa has failed to recognize the mountain of greatness before him. Should he clash with you, his demise would be well-deserved. A peak transformation stage master stepped forward, attempting to mediate. Haha, within the tomb, my brothers and I will naturally enter. However, I dare say, apart from us, the only one present worthy of entry is this friend from the Huangding sect. What do you, mere chickens and dogs, think you are, to accompany us in seeking fortune? The young man who had just struck laughed derisively. You. The collective anger of the transformation stage masters surged, but out of respect for the young man's strength, they refrained from retaliating. What do you mean you? I will count to 10. If you do not leave, do not blame me for being impolite. The young man in blue's expression turned icy. With so many of us, why fear him? Let us strike together. I refuse to believe he can turn the tide alone. The gathered transformation stage cultivators exchanged glances and spoke. Humph, a frog at the bottom of the well. Unaware of the vastness of the world. Today, we shall demonstrate just how vast the gap can be among those of the transformation stage. Upon finishing his words, an overwhelming fist intent locked onto all present transformation stage cultivators. The gathered cultivators felt their hair stand on end as a wave of deathly aura surged toward them. With a single punch, all the transformation stage cultivators spewed blood, their faces paling as they collapsed to the ground like dumplings. In an instant, every one of them was defeated, without exception. This is the territory of the Huangding sect. Had it not been for the esteemed presence of this friendly, I would have slain you all today. The young man in blue declared, Now, be gone. If you seek death, I shall gladly grant it. The transformation stage cultivators dared not utter a word and hastily produced healing elixirs, swallowing them down. They barely managed to regain a modicum of spiritual power before stumbling away from the tomb. Watching the transformation stage cultivators depart, a flicker of regret passed through Qi Chongfeng's eyes. He had intended for these transformation stage cultivators to enter the inner regions of the tomb alongside him, to share the risks. Moreover, should any of them provoke him, he would have had a valid reason to seize their storage treasures and earn a tidy profit. Yet, unexpectedly, a prodigy had emerged, driving all the transformation stage cultivators away. However, upon further reflection, it might be for the best. With fewer individuals entering the tomb, there would be no competition for the coveted Yuehua divine herb. Additionally, for a mere integration stage expert's tomb, the dangers should be relatively minimal. Were it not for his urgent need for the Yuehua divine herb to break through, he might not have come here even upon learning of it as a true disciple of the Huangding sect. He could not act excessively against the cultivators of subordinate factions. Although, as an inspector, seizing their treasures would not pose a significant issue, it was not in his nature to oppress the weak. These ordinary transformation stage cultivators expended considerable effort in their cultivation and had accumulated little wealth. It was unnecessary to tarnish his reputation for such trivial gains. Previously, he had suppressed over 10 transformation stage experts with his mental energy. Collecting their storage treasures, upon counting later, apart from a couple with decent wealth, the rest yielded little of consequence. Once the group of transformation stage cultivators had flown far away, Qi Chongfeng approached the two young practitioners. Addressing the young man in blue, I have the honor of meeting you. My friend, it is clear that your prowess is extraordinary. Your cultivation methods in both martial and mystical arts must be of the highest caliber. May I inquire as to which esteemed sect you hail from? Forgive me for causing you to laugh. My esteemed friend Elidio, be candid. My junior and I are from the Jiuxian Dao sect in the eastern region. We have come to the southern region for some trials and experiences. Liang Yun replied, introducing himself, I am Liang Yun, and this is my junior, Gu Tianchun. Qi Chongfeng was taken aback. Oh, you are from the Jiuxian Dao sect. The Jiuxian Dao sect is among the most prominent supersects in the eastern region, holding a distinguished position. Their relationship with the Huangding sect is amicable, as it is said that both sects share the same powerful patron in the upper realm. Although their ties are friendly, The geographical distance means that their interactions are infrequent. Upon hearing Liang Yun's words, Qi Changfeng clasped his hands. I had no idea I was in the presence of two esteemed friends from the Jiuxian Dao sect. I am Li Tian of the Huangting sect. It is a pleasure to meet you both. Word has it that you, esteemed friendly, subdued over 10 transformation stage experts with your mental energy. It seems your mastery of mental energy has reached the level of the cave heaven stage. Truly impressive, Liang Yun remarked. You flatter me, Liang Dao friend. It is but a minor skill. However, your fist techniques are astounding, blending multiple attributes into a single intent. Such a rarity indeed. Qi Changfeng reciprocated the compliment. Liang Yun was astonished. His integrated fist intent was a secret transmission of the Jiuxian Dao sect, and those lacking deep comprehension of martial arts would never discern it. He had assumed that Li Tian primarily cultivated mental energy, only to discover that he possessed such profound understanding of the fist way. I merely dabble in the fist way. I am unworthy of such praise. Qi Changfeng humbly responded. At this moment, Gu Tianchun, unable to contain himself, interrupted their pleasantries. Senior brothers, the tomb's great formation has dissipated for quite some time. Let us enter and take a look. Liang Yun, no longer dwelling on the matter, took it as a sign that Li Tian possessed a unique sensitivity to discern his integrated fist intent. Very well, let us venture inside. Qi Changfeng nodded in agreement, stating, my purpose here is due to intel received about a spiritual herb known as the Yuehua divine herb within the tomb. I have an urgent need for it. Should we find it, I hope you two will allow me to have it first, while the remaining treasures may be yours to choose. Upon hearing this, Liang Yun and Gu Tianchun exchanged glances and replied, esteemed friendly, you are too polite. We are aware of the Yuehua divine herb. Its value is modest, though it is indeed quite scarce. We currently have no need for it. So should we find it, we shall certainly prioritize it for you. Thank you very much. Qi Feng clasped his hands and spoke. After finishing his words, the three of them walked side by side into the entrance of the inner area of the tomb. Liang Yun casually set up a warning formation to prevent any latecomers from entering, unbeknownst to them. Upon entering, they found themselves in an elongated corridor. The passage presented no formations or traps, and after traversing approximately several thousand meters, they arrived at a vast space. In the center of this space lay a platform, surrounded by numerous magical treasures, spiritual stones, and scattered spiritual minerals and plants. Qi Feng sensed his surroundings slightly and furrowed his brow. There was no Yuehua divine grass here. Upon the central platform rested a jade talisman, which, by its placement, appeared to be the most valuable item in the entire space. The three of them casually divided the surrounding treasures, not paying them much heed. After all, they were all disciples of super sects, and the non-core treasures of a tomb belonging to a powerful entity at the integration realm did not pique their interest significantly. According to the inscriptions on the stele outside the tomb, there was a legacy of the jade floating true person within, likely contained within that jade talisman. Indeed, as the three approached the central platform, a recording formation suddenly activated, and an aged voice resonated. Greetings, newcomers. I am the jade floating true person. By the time you hear this message, I should have already transcended for quite some time. The jade talisman on the platform is reserved for my successor. Whoever obtains the talisman will be transported to the space where my remains reside, inheriting all that I have left behind. May fortune favor the worthy. With that, the recording formation dissipated. The three exchanged glances. Somewhat speechless, it seemed the jade floating true person was not a benevolent figure, proclaiming that only those with fortune could claim the talisman. It was evident that the talisman would go to whoever possessed greater strength. If those 40 or so cultivators at the god transformation stage were to arrive, a fierce battle would undoubtedly ensue. However, it was clear that the jade floating true person had not anticipated that the majority of cultivators had already been cleared out before entering the inner area of the tomb. Now, only 3 remained before the jade talisman. After a brief silence, Liang Yun spoke. Daoistly, there is but one talisman. How shall we divide it? Qi Feng's gaze was resolute as he replied. I have come here with the intent to acquire the Yuehua divine grass. If the information holds true, it is highly likely within the legacy of the jade floating true person. Why not have a contest between us? The victor shall claim the talisman. Liang Yun's eyes brightened at this suggestion. Very well. I was hoping for an opportunity to witness the prowess of a disciple from the Huangting sect. He continued, Taoistly, rest assured, even if I win and obtain the legacy, should the Yuehua divine grass be among it, I will certainly offer it to you. Qi Feng expressed his gratitude, saying, Then I thank you, Taoist Liang. I am immensely grateful. With that, the two distanced themselves, standing opposite each other. Gu, you stay back and observe. Do not get caught in the fray. Liang Yun instructed. Jiu Tianchun obediently retreated, muttering, You all promised to leave some mid-stage god transformation cultivators for me to practice against, and now they're all gone. Now I can only watch the fight. Alas. Yet he understood that with his current strength, he was not yet capable of intervening in his senior's battle. The momentum between Qi Feng and Liang Yun surged, and their fight was about to commence. Suddenly, Qi Feng's spirit stirred, and a grayish mental realm descended, enveloping the two. Liang Yun felt an overwhelming dual pressure bearing down on him, slowing his movements. Not daring to hesitate, Liang Yun summoned all his vitality to withstand the pressure, channeling his fist intent and launching a punch at Qi Feng. His martial practice stemmed from the pinnacle technique of the Jiuxian Dao sect, the great Zhou Tian Liuli body, cultivated to the earthly immortal realm, rendering his physical body comparable to a low-grade spiritual treasure. His mental strength had also reached the limit of the earthly immortal stage. Although there remained a significant gap to the integration stage in terms of mental strength, he was still marginally stronger than Qi Feng at the initial earthly immortal stage. Coupled with his fusion of various attributes into his fist intent, the power was astonishing. An ordinary god transformation cultivator could suffer severe injuries merely from the wind of his punch. Qi Feng remained unfazed. Having spent 5 times the resources to cultivate to the 3rd layer of the Xintian sacred body, and with his innate gifts, his physical strength was not inferior to Liang Yun's in the slightest. While suppressing Liang Yun with the mental realm, he simultaneously augmented his own speed and power. A technique embodying the Great Sun Fist Intent and the Shattering Fist Intent was unleashed, intercepting Liang Yun's punch. The space within the tomb trembled slightly, as if unable to bear the collision between the two. After receiving Liang Yun's punch, Qi Feng stumbled back 2 steps. Taoistly, excellent fist technique. I did not expect you to possess such profound mastery of fist arts while also cultivating the mental realm, he remarked. Qi Feng did not respond but retracted his mental realm. What, Taoistly, are you preparing to concede? Liang Yun inquired, puzzled. You misunderstand, Taoist Liang. I too primarily cultivate fist techniques. I merely wish to test your abilities, and indeed, you are remarkable. Now I shall be serious. You must be cautious. With that, he instantaneously activated the first 7 gates of the 8 gates of Duanjia along with the breath of the sun. His aura surging dramatically, concentrating the mental realm into his fists, he channeled the world fist intent and struck towards Liang Yun. Upon sensing Qi Feng's fist intent, Liang Yun's expression changed dramatically. Faced with Qi Feng's full-force strike, he realized evasion was impossible. He was firmly locked in by Qi Feng's mental realm and world fist intent. Left with no choice, he braced himself and met Qi Feng's punch head-on. A tremendous sound erupted as their attacks clashed. In an instant, one figure was sent hurtling backward. Jiu Tianchun, observing from the side, focused intently, and upon realizing it was Liang Yun, his face filled with concern. Liang Yun finally managed to halt his momentum, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Qi Feng's punch had not only shattered his attack but also breached his bodily defenses, inflicting considerable injury. Qi Feng also came to a halt, refraining from pursuing the advantage. This is impossible. How could you have comprehended the world fist intent? Liang Yun exclaimed, disbelief etched across his face, momentarily disregarding his wounds to question. The Jiuxian Dao sect possessed the legacy of the world fist intent, the prodigy in fist arts that Qin Feng and Qi Feng had mentioned. Who comprehended the world fist intent many years ago, hailed from the Jiuxian Dao sect. Liang Yun had exchanged for the legacy of the world fist intent within the sect and was currently on the path to understanding it. Over the years, numerous true disciples of the Jiuxian Dao sect had attempted to comprehend this legacy, yet none had succeeded. Liang Yun was among them, hoping to grasp the fusion of fist intent before reaching the integration stage. laying a solid foundation to attempt to comprehend the world fist intent upon stepping into the realm of powerful beings. However, the probability of success was exceedingly low, primarily because they lacked the method to evolve the fusion fist intent into the world fist intent. The prodigy of the Joshin Dao sect had relied on his extraordinary insight and the several millennia spent in the powerful realm to forge this path. Such enlightenment was not replicable. Unless future generations possessed comparable insight and the requisite time for contemplation, success was unattainable. Thus, Liang Yun found it profoundly astonishing that Qi Feng had comprehended the world fist intent before reaching the powerful being S realm. Indeed, had Qi Feng not obtained the Hongyuan Kaitian Sutra, he would not have been able to grasp the world fist intent. It could only be said that the secret techniques passed down by the ancestral beings of the upper realm were overwhelmingly formidable in the lower realm. A fortunate coincidence allowed him to attain this understanding. Qi Feng spoke calmly, "It is merely a small gain, a fortunate insight." Liang Yun's face revealed a hint of despondency. In his view, Qi Feng possessed the cultivation of the God transformation realm. With a lifespan of at most 5,000 years, Tio attained the world fist intent within such a limited time frame was astonishingly impressive. After a considerable pause, Liang Yun, with his temperament, gradually emerged from his shock. With a wry smile, he said, Taoistly, "Your fist intent is extraordinary. I admire your prowess and concede defeat, willingly bowing to your superiority. Thank you for sparing me." He believed Qi Feng had indeed shown mercy. With the ancient mask concealing his appearance, he could not discern Qi Feng's true cultivation level. Based on Qi Feng's earlier display of strength, he surmised that Qi Feng must have reached the earthly immortal realm. A cultivator of the earthly immortal realm who had developed a mental realm could easily reach the peak of that stage, even nearing the powerful being realm. However, in his perception, he noted that both the mental realm and the fist intent Qi Feng employed reflected only the mental strength of an initial earthly immortal. Given this scenario, even receiving a single punch had left him considerably injured. If they were to continue fighting, forcing Qi Feng to unleash the full strength of the world fist intent at the peak of the earthly immortal realm with all its might would surely leave Liang Yun incapacitated. Though Qi Feng felt some bewilderment at Liang Yun's swift concession, victory was a good outcome. So he did not delve further. Taoist Liang, I appreciate your graciousness. As the competition concluded, Gu Tianchun flew over from a distance. Senior brother, are you all right? I am fine, thanks to Taoist Li's leniency. It is but a minor injury, Liang Yun replied. Taoist Li, your natural talent and insight in fist arts are unparalleled in my lifetime. To comprehend the world fist intent before entering the realm of powerful beings is truly remarkable. Gu, in the future, sees every opportunity to learn from Taoist Liu. Tianchun nodded slightly. Although his cultivation was not profound, and he had not practiced the world fist intent, he still possessed a degree of understanding regarding the fist techniques that senior brother Liang pondered over daily. He was exceptionally astonished by Qi Changfeng's comprehension of the world fist intent. Brother Li, in this exchange, I concede defeat. According to our agreement, this jade talisman belongs to you. Liang Yun accepted the outcome gracefully. However, it was also due to the fact that the inheritance from a powerful being in the combining stage held little significance for the true disciples of these super sects. Having it would indeed be splendid. But its absence was inconsequential. If they were to encounter a treasure of heaven and earth, or a great opportunity related to ascension to a higher realm, the two would undoubtedly engage in a fierce struggle to the death. Qi Changfeng nodded, waved his sleeve, and the jade talisman flew from the table into his hand. My brother and I shall exit the graveyard first, so as not to delay Brother Li from obtaining his inheritance. Liang Yun said, Rest assured, Brother Li, we shall wait for you at the periphery of the graveyard and assist in guarding you against any intruders. It seemed that the two disciples of the Nine Immortals Dao sect wished to become acquainted with Qi Changfeng and discuss matters of cultivation. Hence they waited outside for him. Coincidentally, he was also quite interested in the affairs of the eastern region and the Nine Immortals Dao sect. After considering for a moment, Qi Changfeng agreed. Liang Yun and Gu Tianchun turned and exited the graveyard. Leaving Qi Changfeng alone in the entire space, Qi Changfeng took out the jade talisman and examined it, discovering it bore some resemblance to the great teleportation talisman given to him by his master. albeit in a simplified form. After pondering for a moment, he hesitated no longer and infused it with his spiritual energy. Instantly, the jade talisman was activated, and Qi Changfeng vanished from the space. With a surge of spatial power, Qi Changfeng appeared in a hidden chamber. The innermost part of the chamber sat a figure in a meditative posture, exuding no aura whatsoever. It was likely the corpse of the jade floating real person. Upon closer inspection, Qi Changfeng found the body to be that of an elderly man with a gaunt visage. The Taoist robe draped over the corpse was immaculate, suggesting it was a treasured item. In front of the corpse lay a token-like object, which Qi Changfeng surmised to be a storage artifact. Approaching the corpse, a sound array was unexpectedly activated. Congratulations, fated one. You have seized the jade talisman left behind by this old man from the hands of many powerful individuals and are about to inherit all that I have left behind. I was merely an ordinary loose cultivator with moderate talent, who endured countless hardships to reach the transformation stage. With my comprehension, ascending to the combining stage was originally impossible. However, by a stroke of fortune, I discovered a hidden realm where I obtained a great opportunity. Relying on the gains from that hidden realm, I ultimately cultivated to the level of a powerful being. Although I ultimately failed to break through to the tribulation stage, I have no regrets. Before my corpse, there lies a token that, once refined with spiritual energy, allows free entry and exit from that hidden realm, where all my treasures are stored. With that, the sound array dissipated. Qi Changfeng furrowed his brow slightly. The token was not a storage artifact after all. To obtain the inheritance, he would need to refine the token and enter the hidden realm. His intuition told him that the jade floating real person harbored ulterior motives. Chapter 69. The origin and course of events. Qi Changfeng possessed some knowledge about hidden realms. A hidden realm is a fragment of space independent of the main world of the Xinhuang continent, and its origins are difficult to trace. Similar to treasures of cave heavens, hidden realms have fixed locations and cannot be easily moved. Some hidden realms are desolate and devoid of value, while others contain naturally occurring treasures. It appeared that the jade floating real person had encountered the latter. As a loose cultivator, it was quite remarkable for him to have cultivated to the combining stage. Generally, the path of such loose cultivators is fraught with intrigue and deceit. Qi Changfeng's instincts warned him that the jade floating real person was certainly not so benevolent as to leave all his inheritance to posterity. Gazing at the token before the corpse, Qi Changfeng contemplated for a moment. With a mental command, his realm of consciousness descended swiftly, shrinking to the size of a palm, and enveloped the jade talisman. After sensing it carefully, he found nothing unusual. The token remained unresponsive. After some thought, he retrieved the life-saving card given to him by Qin Feng, which contained Qin Feng's aura and a powerful strike. Enveloping the life-saving card with his realm of consciousness, he allowed it to emit a trace of Qin Feng's aura, gently touching the token on the ground. The token trembled slightly before quickly regaining its stillness. Found you? Qi Changfeng's eyes turned icy as his mental force surged into the token. Suddenly, a plume of black smoke erupted from within the token, frantically attempting to escape, but it was firmly trapped by Qi Changfeng's realm of consciousness, unable to break free. Oh, not struggle, jade floating real person. Qi Changfeng spoke. The black smoke thrashed about for a while, realizing its futility, and gradually coalesced into a small black figure the size of a palm. Please spare me, Great One. Please spare me, the black figure pleaded within the realm of consciousness. Continually begging for mercy, jade floating real person, as a dignified combining stage powerful being, do not lose face. The small figure ceased its pleas, fell silent for a moment, then erupted into hysteria. What do you know? As a cultivator, surviving is the most important thing. My plan was flawless. Why did the blood spirit formation not trigger when you arrived here? Was it the intervention of a celestial being behind you? I resent this. I had no connection with you super sex prodigies. Why come to interfere and ruin my last glimmer of hope? If the blood spirit formation had been activated, my remnant soul would grow strong. And even if I could not seize your body, I could escape this realm of consciousness. Observing the frantic demeanor of the small figure, Qi Changfeng remained expressionless and directly exerted his full power to activate the realm of consciousness. Waves of mental force rapidly tore through the black figure, eliciting wretched cries. Great One, I was wrong. Do not kill me. I know of many great opportunities. I plead for your mercy, and I will surely bring you boundless benefits. Qi Changfeng remained unyielding, continuing to constrict the mental force in no time. The black figure was utterly destroyed amidst its anguished wails. Qi Changfeng understood that such ancient beings, having lived for millennia, are insincere. One cannot trust a single word they utter. Total annihilation was the only truly secure method. Ironically, the jade floating real person was indeed unfortunate. As his lifespan waned, he entered seclusion to prepare for a breakthrough to the tribulation stage. Before his seclusion, he left behind a contingency plan, disguising his retreat location as a graveyard to attract numerous transformation stage powerhouses to contend for his inheritance. The internal formation of the graveyard was triggered after 15 days of dispersal, designed to disseminate news and attract enough transformation stage cultivators. Prior to entering his secluded meditation, he had already set up the blood spirit formation within the graveyard's internal area. This formation could rapidly nurture and strengthen his remnant soul by absorbing the blood and souls of fallen transformation stage cultivators. The blood spirit formation was connected to the token. After the jade floating real person's breakthrough failure, his remnant soul attached to the token, lying dormant and awaiting the nourishment of the blood spirit formation. In the jade floating real person's plan, the teleportation jade talisman could only be successfully activated when only one person remained in the blood spirit formation, allowing them to arrive at the hidden chamber where his remnant soul resided. Upon activation of the teleportation jade talisman, the jade floating real person's remnant soul would awaken. His expectation was that, nourished and empowered by the blood spirit formation, his remnant soul could easily seize the body of the transformation stage cultivator who came to receive the inheritance, thereby extending his lifespan. Alas, plans could not keep pace with change. What appeared to be a flawless contingency plan encountered Qi Changfeng and Liang Yun, who did not play by the rules. Before the numerous transformation stage powerhouses could enter the internal area of the graveyard, Liang Yun had already acted to expel all of them. After entering the internal area of the graveyard, Qi Changfeng and Liang Yun merely engaged in a brief exchange, swiftly determining the ownership of the teleportation jade talisman, culminating in Liang Yun spitting blood after receiving a full-force punch from Qi Changfeng. Before the blood could fall upon the blood spirit grand array, it was swiftly collected by Liang Yun himself. One could say that the blood spirit grand array had become merely a decorative element. Once the sparring concluded, Liang Yun and Gu Tianshun were the first to depart from the tomb, leaving Qi Changfeng alone in the internal space of the tomb. This solitude allowed him to successfully activate the teleportation jade talisman, transporting him to this secret chamber. Upon awakening, the remnant soul of Yu Fu Zhenren was utterly bewildered. Unable to discern where the process had gone awry, he could only hide desperately within the token, hoping that Qi Changfeng would refine it, allowing him a desperate chance at seizing the body. Unexpectedly, Qi Changfeng remained exceedingly cautious, not even daring to touch the token. Moreover, stimulated by the aura of a great ascension expert, the remnant soul of Yu Fu Zhenren revealed its presence, only to be discovered and extracted by Qi Changfeng. Neither pleas for mercy nor temptations could sway Qi Changfeng, who simply reduced the soul to ashes within the realm of mental power. It was a tragic fate for the once great Yu Fu Zhenren, whose schemes had come to naught, leading to his complete demise. After refining the remnant soul of Yu Fu Zhenren within the realm of mental power, Qi Changfeng still felt a tinge of unease. He retrieved the seed of the Sun True Fire from his consciousness sea and affixed it to the token. According to legend, the Sun True Fire is the fire of utmost yang, capable of incinerating all things in the world and serving as a nemesis to all malevolent spirits. Even after applying the Sun True Fire seed, the token remained unresponsive, allowing Qi Changfeng to finally relax. With a wave of his hand, he grasped the token, which felt enigmatic in texture. Qi Changfeng shielded his consciousness sea with the realm of mental power and probed into the token. To his astonishment, the token indeed served as a key to a fragment of space, confirming that Yu Fu Zhenren had not lied. He had indeed discovered a hidden realm. It is only natural. A web of lies cannot deceive others completely. It is the intertwining of truth within falsehood that yields efficacy. Mobilizing his mental power, Qi Feng swiftly refined the token, succeeding in mere instants time. With a thought, a spatial passageway materialized behind the corpse of Yu Fu Zhenren. Indeed, the entrance to the hidden realm lay before him, Qi Feng mused. Chapter 70. Scavenging the hidden realm. Yu Fu Zhenren, fearing that his remaining soul would linger for an eternity should his breakthrough fail, had built the tomb directly at the entrance of the hidden realm. This ensured that upon successfully seizing a body, he could directly enter the hidden realm to recuperate and reclaim the resources he had left behind in life. After refining the key to the hidden realm, Qi Feng could distinctly sense its presence. After a moment of careful sensing, he felt no immediate danger within the hidden realm. Observing the spatial passageway, he held in his hands the life-preserving trump card bestowed by his master and the great teleportation talisman, preparing to venture into the hidden realm for exploration. Stepping into the spatial passageway, Qi Feng felt a dizzying whirl, and he found himself in an entirely new environment. Cautiously scanning his surroundings, he remained ready to activate the great teleportation talisman at a moment's notice. After surveying the area, he detected no immediate threats. Yu Fu Zhenren had not laid any ambushes within the hidden realm. It seemed he feared that upon seizing a body, he might lose strength and alter his aura. Leaving behind any traps would only endanger himself, Qi Feng thought. Nevertheless, he did not relax his vigilance, still clutching the great teleportation talisman. The hidden realm was quite expansive, significantly larger than Qi Feng's own cave heaven treasure. The Qian Kuan Hu. The spiritual energy within the hidden realm was rich, rivaling that of the Zayas Yufeng Taoist venue. Extending his mental power, Qi Feng's eyes brightened with surprise, though a moment of doubt flickered across his features. He discovered a medicinal herb garden in one corner of the hidden realm, filled with numerous rare and peculiar herbs. Having not been harvested for countless years, the quality of the spiritual plants in the garden was exceptionally high, likely possessing an age of over 10,000 years. Among them, a small patch was devoted to the Moonlight Divine Herb, with over 100 plants. This puzzled Qi Feng, for the Moonlight Divine Herb requires a unique environment rich in moonlight energy for maturation. Given the conditions of this hidden realm, it was improbable for the Moonlight Divine Herb to reach maturity. Furthermore, not only the Moonlight Divine Herb, but all the spiritual plants that Qi Feng recognized in the medicinal herb garden were those that necessitated special conditions for growth. Leaving him baffled, hastily approaching the vicinity of the medicinal herb garden, Qi Feng found a shallow pool measuring half a meter square adjacent to it, filled with a milky white spiritual liquid that emitted a misty aura. Both the pool and the medicinal herb garden were enveloped in formations, with the two formations interconnected. The formation over the pool slowly absorbed the misty aura emitted by the milky white spiritual liquid, then expelled it through the formation surrounding the medicinal herb garden. It was indeed the creation spiritual liquid, Qi Feng realized. The creation spiritual liquid is a precious treasure of heaven and earth, known for its miraculous healing properties, frequently employed in the crafting of high-grade healing elixirs. Previously, Qi Feng had seen it listed in the exchange catalog of the protective grand formation, with each small vial holding significant value. Although the pool before him was shallow, it likely contained the equivalent of dozens of vials. Just this small pool of creation spiritual liquid made Qi Feng feel that his journey had been worthwhile. The creation spiritual liquid possesses a unique effect. The misty aura it emanates can induce the maturation of lesser-grade spiritual herbs in unsuitable growing environments. It is said that the misty aura contains the essence of creation, a remarkably mystical force. However, major powers rarely utilize the misty aura from creation's spiritual liquid to hasten the growth of spiritual herbs. Firstly, the maturation process is exceedingly slow, with some requiring centuries for results. It is often more expedient to allow spiritual herbs to grow in suitable environments. Secondly, the value of creation's spiritual liquid far surpasses that of the spiritual herbs it could hasten. While the misty aura does not diminish the quantity of the creation's spiritual liquid, leaving it to produce misty aura is still a form of waste. Lastly, major powers generally do not struggle to cultivate spiritual plants. Even if they do not possess them within their ranks, they can trade or procure them from other factions. For instance, the Moonlight Divine Herb is regularly procured by the Huang Ting sect from the Wanhua Medicine Valley. Only loose cultivators would resort to such measures. Upon discovering this pool of creation spiritual liquid, Yu Fu Zhenren employed formations to collect the misty aura produced by the creation spiritual liquid, cultivating some spiritual herbs that required stringent growing conditions. Since these spiritual herbs are predominantly monopolized by large sects and powers, they are not commonly circulated among loose cultivators. Therefore, once matured, they could be sold for a handsome price. The creation spiritual liquid is a holy medicine for healing, incapable of enhancing cultivation levels. Thus, this strategy maximized Yu Fu Zhenren's profits. Had he not been gravely injured and in dire straits, he undoubtedly would not have consumed the creation spiritual liquid. To Yu Fu Zhenren, the creation spiritual liquid was akin to a hen that lays golden eggs. As for selling the creation spiritual liquid, its high value and the fact that it is primarily controlled by major powers meant that loose cultivators who attempted to sell it would easily attract greed and potentially face deadly consequences. Such is the plight of loose cultivators. Without backing or legacy, they cannot afford to reveal their treasures even when fortune smiles upon them. Qi Feng ceased to ponder further and waved his hand to disperse the formations. The two small formations served merely to collect and transmit, lacking any offensive capability. He gathered the shallow pool of creation spiritual liquid into his Qian Kuren and placed the fully matured spiritual plants from the medicinal herb garden into specialized jade boxes. It took him a full 2 hours to complete the task. Observing the empty pool and barren garden, Qi Feng felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As a true disciple of the Huangting sect, he naturally did not need to engage in the laborious task of nurturing spiritual plants through misty aura. He would transport everything away. Whether to sell or use it later remained to be seen. This small pool of creation spiritual liquid, if sold within the sect, would undoubtedly make him immensely wealthy. With the matter of the Moonlight Divine Herb resolved, Qi Feng felt a great relief, for the 100 or so Moonlight Divine Herbs provided ample resources required for the 4th layer of the Xian Tian sacred body. Now, all resources to break through to the Grand Master level were prepared, and he awaited only the return to the sect to advance. Qi Feng continued to scour the hidden realm for treasures. On one side of the realm lay a grand hall, not small in size, yet its style was quite simple, likely the place where Yu Fu Zhenren practiced daily. The hall bore no protective formations, suggesting that previously, Yu Fu Zhenren had been the sole occupant of this hidden realm. Upon entering the hall, Qi Feng found it empty. As he turned to the rear, he discovered a quiet room designated for seclusion. Within the quiet room lay the possessions of Yu Fu Zhenren. A brief inspection revealed 4 high-grade spiritual treasures and a few lower-grade spiritual treasures and artifacts. However, he found no treasures of the Dao artifact level. Given the preciousness of Dao artifacts, it was not surprising that a loose cultivator at the combined body stage would lack such items. The stock of spirit stones and elixirs was scant. It seemed Yu Fu Zhenren had consumed nearly all his resources during his seclusion in an attempt to break through to the tribulation stage. The quiet room contained no cultivation techniques left by Yu Fu Zhenren, indicating he had no intention of taking on a disciple. Only one jade slip remained, and upon a cursory examination, Qi Feng discovered it contained some inheritance related to formations, the source of which was unknown. Among them was indeed the method for arranging the blood spirit grand array, as mentioned by Yu Fu Zhenren. Qi Feng had little interest in formations, so he paid it no mind. He gathered all items in the quiet room and prepared to take them with him. Feeling quite fortunate, exiting the hall, he proceeded to dismantle it, ensuring no items were overlooked. Casually tossing the hall's remnants into a corner of the Qian Kuren, Qi Feng found himself pondering. Among the treasures left by Yu Fu Zhenren, there was nothing that could facilitate his breakthrough to the combined body stage. How then had he achieved his breakthrough in the past? Was it perhaps through consumable items that had now been exhausted? A sense of unease lingered within him as Qi Changfeng expanded his mental realm, scanning the mysterious domain with meticulous attention. Yet, apart from the natural landscapes and flora that adorned this secret realm, his exploration yielded little of significance. Suddenly, an unremarkable tea tree captured his gaze. Chapter 71. Spiritual roots. This tea tree, though visually ordinary, thrived beside a spring. However, as Qi Changfeng's mental exploration enveloped it, he sensed an elusive yet extraordinary aura emanating from its presence. Initially imperceptible, It took several more moments of focus for him to discern its unique essence. Approaching the tea tree, he examined it closely from top to bottom. Standing over a person's height, it blended inconspicuously into the surroundings of the secret realm. Its lush foliage rustled softly in the breeze, and it seemed to quiver slightly, as if aware of his presence. A glimmer of realization sparked within Qi Changfeng. This tea tree possessed a remarkable spirit. Perhaps he had stumbled upon a treasure. He plucked a few leaves, savoring their flavor as he chewed. Instantly, a wave of Tao essence surged toward his consciousness, clearing his mind and deepening his understanding of martial techniques and the art of combat. After a considerable time, the essence dissipated, and he regained his composure. What a precious find! At last, he understood how the esteemed Master Yufu attained the realm of integration. Qi Changfeng estimated that this tea tree was already at the level of acquired spiritual roots, ranking in the mid-tier among its kind. Spiritual roots are exceedingly rare plants within the world, renowned for their unique properties. The spiritual plants he had previously gathered from the spirit herb garden, along with the materials required for cultivating the Xintian sacred body, were far from being classified as spiritual roots. Even a prestigious sect like the Huangting sect would not squander spiritual roots as mere consumables. Divine entities conceal themselves. Thus, spiritual roots are notoriously difficult to detect in their natural state. Hence, cultivators and sects that possess spiritual roots are often blessed with fortune. When a sect encounters a spiritual root, they treat it as a revered ancestor, safeguarding it as a timeless foundation of their lineage, reinforcing their destiny. Spiritual roots possess longevity, often existing as long as the cosmos itself. While inherently imbued with spirit, they rarely develop sentience, and even more so, rarely take on physical forms. The higher the grade, the more challenging it becomes. According to classification, spiritual roots are divided into innate and acquired types, with each type further categorized into inferior, medium, superior, and exceptional grades. Innate spiritual roots are born at the dawn of creation and are virtually unattainable in the lower realms. Acquired spiritual roots emerge as the world evolves, existing in both higher and lower realms. Generally, spiritual roots lack significant offensive power. However, their efficacy is akin to a cheat for cultivators on their journey. The superior and exceptional innate spiritual roots are renowned across myriad realms, and even in the Xinhuang continent. Qi Changfeng had heard tales of their prowess. From his past memories and the information he gathered at the Huangning sect, he learned that the higher realm boasted numerous innate spiritual roots, whose effects were nothing short of miraculous. The ginseng fruit tree, an exceptional innate spiritual root, bears fruit once every 9,000 years. Consuming one grants one longevity equal to that of the cosmos. The Huang Zhongli, another exceptional innate spiritual root, bears fruit once every 100,000 years. Mere mortals who consume it can attain the status of a golden immortal, a considerable power in the higher realm. The gourd vine, yet another exceptional innate spiritual root, nurtures 7 top-tier innate spiritual treasures, imbued with the force of creation. As Qi Changfeng's experiences grew, he became increasingly certain that he had traversed into a subordinate world beneath the vast expanse of the primordial chaos. Yet, he remained uncertain about the current stage of development in the higher realm. Judging by the remnants of Jin Yangzi he encountered, it seemed the war of the witches and demons had long concluded. However, he was not in a hurry. Once he advanced to the realm of great power, he would be able to learn about the circumstances of the higher realm from his sect. The tea leaves produced by the tea tree he discovered in the secret realm could temporarily enhance a cultivator's comprehension, significantly aiding in the understanding of martial techniques and breaking through bottlenecks. It was likely that Master Yufu had relied on this mid-tier acquired spiritual root to reach the stage of integration. Perhaps due to his own limited comprehension, the tea leaves had not enabled him to ascend to the tribulation stage. Qi Changfeng felt a profound satisfaction with this tea tree. At last, he possessed a treasure worthy of presentation. In the future, when esteemed friends or mentors visited his dojo, he could brew a few cups of spiritual tea to elevate his standing. This was the advantage of being a true disciple of a formidable sect. Even presenting mid-tier acquired spiritual root tea would elicit no envy. Given the slightly bitter nature of the tea leaves, Qi Changfeng named it the bitter tea tree. Its function bore some resemblance to the legendary enlightenment tea tree in the higher realm. Yet the disparity in efficacy was vast. Truly a chasm. It was said that the Enlightenment tea tree produced 10 leaves of Tao tea every 100,000 years, which, upon consumption, could enhance one's understanding of the great Tao. Nevertheless, Qi Changfeng was already quite content with possessing the bitter tea tree, a mid-tier acquired spiritual root. As his thoughts shifted, he noticed the spring beside the bitter tea tree. The spring appeared ordinary, lacking any distinctive qualities. When Qi Changfeng bent down to scoop a handful of water, a rich aura of spiritual energy emanated from it. Taking a sip, he was met with a sweet, refreshing taste that invigorated his spirit. It was indeed a rare spiritual spring. It seemed that due to the bitter tea tree's inherent property of concealment, the spring it was rooted in revealed no discernible uniqueness. Qi Changfeng's delight was palpable. Without hesitation, he employed his abilities to transfer both the bitter tea tree and the spring into his treasured Qian Kuan vessel. The ground was left with a substantial pit. Now, he even had water for brewing tea. What a fortunate turn of events. Within the Qian Kuan vessel, Qi Changfeng retrieved a vial of transformative spiritual liquid and poured it at the base of the freshly relocated bitter tea tree. Having just moved in, consider this a housewarming gift. May you thrive well, he spoke to the tree, regardless of whether it could comprehend his words. Afterward, Qi Changfeng scavenged the secret realm for over an hour, confirming that there was nothing else of worth to take before preparing to depart. Once I have gained sufficient strength, I shall refine this secret realm into a treasured spatial artifact. Its quality will surely rival that of the Qian Kuan vessel, representing a significant fortune. Treasured spatial artifacts are typically crafted from fragments of space utilized by cultivators at the Great Ascension stage, with most of the costs associated with these fragments. Alternatively, if he ever found himself in need of resources, selling this secret realm to a Great Ascension cultivator could also be a viable option, thus fully extracting its value. With these thoughts settled, Qi Changfeng activated his token and exited the secret realm, reappearing in the chamber where he had vanquished the remnants of Master Yufu. Channeling the intent of the Great Sun Fist, he ignited the remnants of Yufu's corpse, reducing it to ashes, while casually collecting the seemingly high-quality Dao robe from the remains. Thus concluded the treasure-seeking expedition in the burial site, and Qi Changfeng prepared to return to his sect. The outcomes of this journey had exceeded his expectations. He had initially sought the Moonlight Divine Herb to break through to the Grand Master stage, yet unexpectedly discovered a valuable secret realm belonging to the Burial Master. Master Yufu. Although there had been minor setbacks along the way, the overall experience had been relatively smooth. Producing the Jade Talisman obtained from defeating Liang Yun, he activated it to return to the internal area of the burial site. Retracing his steps, before long, he emerged from the burial ground. Outside, Liang Yun and his brother Gu Tianchun awaited him. Upon seeing Qi Changfeng exit, the two approached him eagerly. Chapter 72. Farewells and returns brotherly. How did it fare? Liang Yun inquired. Fortune smiled upon me. I found ample Moonlight Divine Herbs, Qi Changfeng replied. Congratulations, brotherly, on achieving your goal. Liang Yun did not press further about Qi Changfeng's discoveries within the burial site, and the three returned to the Wang family residence. Since the array protecting the internal area of the burial site had dissipated, half a day had passed, and news of a mysterious youth cultivator delivering a crushing blow to a powerful cultivator at the divine transformation stage had already circulated. Wang Mulong, the head of the Wang family, was well aware that the two individuals accompanying Qi Changfeng were formidable figures he could not provoke, and thus welcomed them warmly. Upon arriving at the tranquil courtyard where Qi Changfeng temporarily resided, Liang Yun casually set up a soundproof array, and the three sat down to discuss their philosophies. Through their conversation, Qi Changfeng learned that Gu Tianchun possessed the legendary body of domination, naturally suited for the cultivation of martial arts. He and Liang Yun were disciples of the same formidable master and were both true disciples of the Nine Immortals Dao sect. Having cultivated for an extended period, Liang Yun often found himself mentoring Gu Tianchun, resulting in a strong bond between the two brothers. Their journey to the southern domain was primarily for Gu Tianchun to experience the local customs and hone his skills, further deepening his understanding of the fusion of martial intent in preparation for future comprehension of the world's martial intent. All three were prodigies in the martial arts, and after exchanging insights, they each gained significant understanding. Liang Yun sought Qi Changfeng's guidance on matters regarding the fusion of martial intent and the world's martial intent, to which Qi Changfeng responded thoughtfully. However, he was wise enough not to divulge any details regarding the primordial opening scripture, sharing only his interpretations. Even so, Liang Yun greatly benefited from their discussion, feeling a substantial improvement in his grasp of the fusion of martial intent. After a full day of philosophical discourse, the trio shifted to casual conversation. Brotherly, your Huangding sect truly possesses profound depth and an abundance of talent. Why Brother Gu and I have been in the southern domain for over 2 years now. 2 years ago, the name Qi Changfeng, a peerless prodigy from your esteemed sect, resonated far and wide. It was said that he possessed the peak strength of a terrestrial immortal at the innate stage. Such talent is truly unprecedented. He was even hailed as the #1 genius of the southern domain. I never anticipated that aside from Qi Changfeng, I would encounter a figure like Brotherly, one who comprehends the world's martial intent at the divine transformation stage. I had not heard of your name before. It seems you conduct yourself with admirable humility. I believe that Brotherly Dao's talent is certainly on par with that of Qi Changfeng. It is said that Qi Changfeng's disciple practices the same martial arts. I wonder if you are acquainted with him? Qi Changfeng appeared somewhat awkward, his expression stiffening. Being praised in front of one's alter ego is indeed quite uncomfortable. Fortunately, the ancient mask concealed his features, rendering it impossible to discern his true emotions. There was a slight intersection in their paths, Qi Changfeng remarked. After saying this, he quickly shifted the conversation to other topics. Liang Yun took no particular notice, assuming that Brotherly Dao and Qi Changfeng were not well acquainted. Little did he dream that the very person seated before him, who had comprehended the essence of the world fist and had bested him, was, in fact, Qi Changfeng himself. After a brief discussion, Liang Yun rose to take his leave. Qi Changfeng had no intention of lingering, his heart yearning to return to the Shaozhu Peak Dojo to enter seclusion and strive for a breakthrough. The three bid farewell to Wang Mulong and departed from the Wang clan's residence. Before parting ways, Qi Changfeng and Liang Yun exchanged tokens, promising to visit each other's sects when time permitted. Best not to come at all. Otherwise, I may no longer be able to conceal my identity, Qi Changfeng thought to himself, envisioning the awkward scenario that would unfold if Liang Yun were to visit Huangding sect and uncover his true identity. After their separation, Liang Yun and Gu Tianchun opted not to utilize the teleportation array but instead chose a random direction to continue their training. Qi Changfeng made his way to the small teleportation array belonging to the Wang clan, activating it to return to Huangting sect's outpost within the Yuanlong dynasty, where he encountered the outer sect steward, Deng Guangxing. Congratulations, Masterly, on your bountiful return. I have heard tales of your impressive display of prowess at the Wang clan. I am truly in awe, Deng Guangxing exclaimed with a beaming smile upon seeing Qi Changfeng. Enough flattery. Prepare to activate the teleportation array. I must return to Huangting sect, Qi Changfeng said, waving his hand dismissively. Not daring to delay, Deng Guangxing promptly set about preparing the teleportation array. At that moment, another outer sect steward, whose name was unknown, approached cautiously and said to Qi Changfeng, Masterly, 3 god transformation cultivators from the Yuanlong dynasty wish to meet you. What are your thoughts on this? Qi Changfeng's brow furrowed slightly. The Yuanlong dynasty's people sought an audience with him. After a moment's contemplation, he surmised that they merely wished to curry favor with him. Given that he had no intention of returning to this place anytime soon, there was no need to waste time on them. I have urgent matters to attend to and shall not see anyone, he replied. The steward did not dare to insist further, complying with a nod before retreating. It seemed he had accepted some benefits from the Yuanlong dynasty to make such a recommendation. Qi Changfeng paid little heed to the machinations of the lower-ranking cultivators. In this world where strength reigned supreme, power was the ultimate truth. Before long, Deng Guangxing returned. Masterly, the teleportation array is ready and can be activated at any moment. Qi Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement, accompanying Deng Guangxing to the side of the teleportation array, verifying the authenticity of his disciple's token before stepping into the array, vanishing from sight. After a stick of incense had burned, Qi Changfeng materialized within the valley of Huangting sect's teleportation point. Without pausing, he flew directly toward the main peak of Tianquan Peak. Upon entering the grand hall of the main peak, he encountered Qin Feng. Seeing Qi Changfeng return safely brought Qin Feng great joy. "How did your journey fare?" he inquired. "Disciple has successfully gathered a sufficient quantity of moonlight divine herbs and is prepared for a breakthrough," Qi Changfeng replied respectfully, briefly recounting the events surrounding the tomb of the jade floating true person to Qin Feng. "What? You have successfully constructed your heart power world and can manifest it in the present realm. Has your heart power truly reached the cave heaven stage?" Qin Feng was not overly concerned with Qi Changfeng's accomplishments, for as a great ascension stage cultivator, he considered certain divine liquids and mid-grade postnatal spirit roots beneath his notice. What astonished him was Qi Changfeng's rapid construction of the heart power world and his attainment of the cave heaven stage. The disciple's heart power remains in the wilderness stage. "Having only recently comprehended the world fist, I managed to open up the heart power world. For reasons unknown, the area of my heart power world is quite expansive and stable enough to manifest in the present realm from the wilderness stage," Qi Changfeng explained. Qin Feng pondered this, feeling perplexed. Old Taoist Chao from Tianxin Peak also comprehended the Huangding Classic's heart power, yet I have never heard of his heart power world manifesting from the wilderness stage. Ultimately, Qin Feng attributed this phenomenon to the wondrous nature of the world fist, which had nourished Qi Changfeng's heart power world. Not wishing to dwell on it further, he concluded that possessing such a powerful heart power world in the wilderness stage was indeed fortunate. He couldn't help but marvel once more at the extraordinary talent of his prized disciple. In his youth, Qin Feng had also been a peerless genius, but compared to his disciple, he felt woefully inadequate. Chapter 73. Grandmaster no longer fixating on Qi Changfeng's heart power world. Qin Feng remarked, "Jade floating true person? I seem to recall hearing of him. He was a somewhat renowned loose cultivator. It has been nearly 10,000 years since he vanished without a trace. Who would have thought he still had a remnant soul lingering on, ultimately meeting his end at your hands? You did well to exercise caution while venturing forth, even if his remnant soul attempted to seize your body. With your heart power world guarding your consciousness, you should have nothing to fear. I wonder how his remnant soul managed to endure for so long. Changfeng, bring forth the token that housed the remnant soul for me to examine." Qi Changfeng retrieved the token that controlled the entrance to the secret realm and handed it to Qin Feng. After carefully sensing it for a moment, Qin Feng's expression shifted to one of understanding as he returned the token to Qi Changfeng. "I have examined it, and there are no hidden dangers. This token is crafted from soul-nourishing jade, which explains how the remnant soul of the jade-floating true person could slumber within it for millennia without dissipating. Soul-nourishing jade is quite a rare material, difficult to procure in the lower realms. Preserve it well. It may prove useful in the future." Qi Changfeng nodded in acknowledgement, as for the two disciples from the Nine Immortals Dao sect. They likely came merely for training in the southern domain. The Nine Immortals Dao sect has always maintained a good relationship with our Huangding sect. Once you enter the integration stage and grasp the circumstances of the upper realm, you shall understand why, Qin Feng explained. The master and disciple engaged in further conversation before Qi Changfeng took his leave. Before departing, he retrieved some bitter tea leaves from his chinkuan pot to present to Qin Feng for tasting. Qin Feng did not decline, accepting the offering. "Compared to spirit tea, I have a greater fondness for fine wine. Should you encounter any exquisite wines in the future, do remember to save a bit for me." Qin Feng jested. Qi Changfeng committed this to memory. Leaving Tianquan Peak and returning to the Shaozhou Peak Dojo, it was time to break through to the Grandmaster realm. Arriving at the seclusion chamber, Qi Changfeng produced 6 complete sets of rare materials required for the 4th layer of the Shintian sacred body. Activating the method for the 4th layer of the Shintian sacred body, he began the process of refinement. Time flowed unnoticed, and 3 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, the seclusion chamber of the Shaozhou Peak Dojo was filled with considerable commotion. Qi Changfeng successfully refined all 6 sets of rare materials required for the 4th layer, teetering on the brink of a breakthrough. He emanated a faint golden radiance, his vitality rapidly circulating in accordance with the Shintian sacred body technique. The golden light surrounding him intensified, and suddenly, his physical form emitted a tremendous sound, as if it had shattered something. Qi Changfeng's cultivation officially ascended into the Grandmaster realm, and as the technique continued to operate, his aura steadily grew stronger, from the initial stage of Grandmaster to the mid-stage. All the way to the peak of Grandmaster, his advancement continued unabated. After a period of adjustment to stabilize his realm, Qi Changfeng opened his eyes. The breakthrough was successful. Fortunately, I prepared 6 sets of rare materials, or else it would not have sufficed. Upon closer inspection, Qi Changfeng felt that the strength of his physical body had significantly increased, reaching the level of a mid-grade spiritual treasure. Typically, a martial arts practitioner who cultivated a technique of the Xintian sacred body and reached the Grandmaster realm would find their physical strength comparable to a low-grade magical treasure. At the human transformation realm, it would reach the level of a high-grade magical treasure, and upon ascending to the Earth Immortal realm, their physical strength could attain the level of a low-grade spiritual treasure. Take Liang Yun for instance. At the Earth Immortal realm, his physical strength was indeed on par with a low-grade spiritual treasure. Should Qi Changfeng successfully cultivate the 7th layer of the Xintian sacred body and reach the integration stage, his physical strength would rival that of a low-grade Dao artifact. With numerous innate advantages, and having consumed several times the amount of rare materials during his cultivation of the Xintian sacred body, Qi Changfeng was able to elevate his physical strength to that of a mid-grade spiritual treasure within the Grandmaster realm. There was little choice. Nearly all of his strength, aside from the heart power world, was concentrated in his martial physicality. Although his celestial cultivation advanced in tandem with his martial path, the intensity of his spiritual power was insufficient, and his techniques were limited. While he could easily contend with weaker opponents, he found himself lacking when faced with foes of equivalent strength. This was entirely normal. Practitioners who primarily focused on the martial path typically relied on their fists to traverse the world, channeling their strength through martial arts. The disciples of Tianquan Peak were no exception. In contrast, the disciples of the neighboring Wuxing Peak also practiced martial arts, yet they primarily wielded powerful elemental techniques and divine abilities, thereby emphasizing their celestial path to exert their strength. While martial arts have a lower barrier to entry for cultivation, the disparity in physical strength achieved through different levels of martial arts techniques is considerable. For instance, those who cultivate ordinary martial arts techniques, rated blue by the system, achieve physical strength comparable to a low-grade magical treasure only upon reaching the Earth Immortal realm. Techniques of a higher tier, rated purple, yield physical strength akin to a high-grade magical treasure at the same realm. Furthermore, the celestial and martial paths each possess their own unique characteristics. The celestial path is time-consuming, while the martial path is resource-intensive. Elevating one's celestial cultivation requires considerable time to comprehend techniques and absorb spiritual energy. However, the pursuit of enlightenment does not demand excessive resources. As long as one possesses sufficient insight and spiritual essence, one can elevate their cultivation of the celestial path. In contrast, the martial path necessitates a considerable investment of resources to enhance the physical body through the practice of martial arts techniques. With dedicated effort and ample heavenly materials and earthly treasures, martial cultivation can be advanced rapidly within a short span of time. Consequently, many minor factions or solitary cultivators primarily focus on the cultivation of the celestial path, using their celestial mastery to bolster their martial abilities. Typically, martial techniques chosen are of the blue grade. This is partly due to the scarcity of high-level techniques, and partly because higher-grade martial techniques demand an even greater quantity of precious heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The heavenly materials and earthly treasures required for each tier of the Xintian sacred body are not something that small sects or solitary practitioners can gather easily. This explains why Qi Changfeng, during his visit to the tomb of Yu Fuzhenren, encountered a majority of transformation stage cultivators employing celestial means. Reflecting on this, Qi Changfeng increasingly recognized the significance of joining a super sect. After successfully breaking through to the Grandmaster realm in martial cultivation, the bottleneck in his mental strength temporarily vanished, allowing him to continue enhancing his mental prowess within the simulated world. However, his celestial cultivation had yet to break through to the golden core stage, and the seed of the true sun fire remained unintegrated. Qi Changfeng resolved to first simulate a session, maximizing his mental strength before condensing the golden core and merging with the true sunfire seed. After all, the true sunfire seed is exceedingly precious, and the opportunity to succeed is singular. Thus, he aimed to elevate the likelihood of success as much as possible. Qi Changfeng casually collected the rewards for being the true disciple over the past 4 months and for topping the Tongtian Tower leaderboard. A total of 500,000 spirit stones and 500,000 exchange points. Upon his breakthrough to the Grandmaster realm, he automatically ascended to the top of the Grandmaster leaderboard in the Tongtian Tower, receiving a monthly reward of 100,000 spirit stones and 100,000 exchange points, in addition to the monthly 100,000 spirit stones and 100,000 exchange points awarded to true disciples at the Grandmaster level. Now, he enjoyed a basic monthly income of 200,000 spirit stones and 200,000 exchange points. When combined with the previous 3 months' earnings of 100,000 spirit stones and 100,000 exchange points each month, he amassed a total of 500,000 spirit stones and 500,000 exchange points. Observing that he had nearly 3 million simulation points left in the celestial martial simulation system, Qi Changfeng felt an irresistible urge to conduct a red-grade simulation. Chapter 74. Preparation for fusion. Although the upper limit of the red simulation world was somewhat beyond Qi Changfeng's current capabilities, he still wished to first unlock the 7th talent slot. He attempted to exchange for a red simulation. Ding! Host simulation points are insufficient for redemption. Upon receiving the system notification, Qi Changfeng was taken aback. Wasn't the cost for a red simulation 10 times that of a pink one? At that moment, a message from the celestial martial simulation system clarified matters for him. According to the information provided, due to the presence of numerous celestial-level powerhouses in red grade and above simulation worlds, the world's origin was immensely powerful. The lower realm of the Honghuang upper realm, where Qi Changfeng resided, was only of pink grade. Thus, the simulation points obtained from items in this world were insufficient to initiate simulations of red grade or higher. To conduct simulations of red grade or above, one would need to exchange celestial level or higher heavenly materials and earthly treasures or celestial spirit stones for celestial level simulation points. Qi Changfeng's thoughts shifted as he connected to the celestial martial simulation system and scanned the true sun fire seed within his sea of consciousness. Ding! Can exchange for 100 million celestial level simulation points. Would you like to exchange? He hastily selected no, as he only possessed one true sun fire seed, and redeeming it would leave him in regret. He then scanned the inheritance token from Jinyangzi. Ding! Can exchange for 20 billion simulation points. Would you like to exchange? It appeared that this inheritance token was crafted during Jinyangzi's remnant thoughts fleeing to the lower realm. To avoid detection by formidable foes. The materials used did not reach celestial level. However, its value was considerable due to the presence of quasi-saint techniques within. Subsequently, Qi Changfeng scanned his entire wealth. Aside from the true sun fire seed and 2 vials of divine beast blood from the Honghuang upper realm, he possessed no heavenly materials or earthly treasures of celestial grade or above. It seems I am rather impoverished, Qi Changfeng couldn't help but lament. Nevertheless, he was not overly concerned about the inability to conduct a red simulation, as it merely impacted his ability to unlock the 7th talent slot in all other respects. For Qi Changfeng at this stage, there was little difference between the pink and red simulation worlds. After all, the upper limit of the pink simulation world was at least at the Great Ascension stage, with some pink simulation worlds even housing celestial level power. For Qi Changfeng, who had yet to reach the integration stage, this was more than sufficient, and he even found it quite wasteful. Unable to perform a red simulation, Qi Changfeng decided to first enhance his mental strength to the pinnacle of the earthly immortal level within the previously identified purple cultivation simulation world. Due to the slower cultivation speed in the purple simulation world compared to the real world, Qi Changfeng underwent 3 simulations before finally elevating his mental strength to the peak level of an earthly immortal. The Great Sun-Shattering Fist had also been fully cultivated to the 6th level. In the short term, further breakthroughs in mental strength would be challenging. The integration stage represented a significant barrier in the path of cultivation, and overcoming it in mental strength would be fraught with difficulties. Qi Changfeng sensed that after reaching the pinnacle of the earthly immortal level, advancing any further would be exceedingly arduous. Estimating his own strength, Qi Changfeng felt confident that he could easily defeat Liang Yun. However, when facing formidable beings at the integration stage, he was still not a match. Even the weakest integration stage cultivators, after merging their martial and celestial powers, could achieve a physical strength equivalent to mid-grade spiritual treasures, coupled with the mystical techniques that could only be cultivated by those at the integration stage, along with the magical power formed from the fusion of qi, blood, and spiritual energy within their bodies. Qi Changfeng was not yet their equal. Despite this, he chose to challenge the 61st floor of the Tongtian Tower. This time, the result was significantly better than before. He managed to endure for an entire incense stick's duration before being defeated. This indicated that Qi Changfeng could now hold his ground against ordinary early integration stage cultivators. Naturally, he would still struggle against those who had cultivated supreme techniques to reach integration. As the strength of low-grade Dao tools was beyond his current capacity to withstand AS for the realm of mental power, theoretically speaking, the mental strength at the peak of the earthly immortal level could already be considered for a breakthrough into the cave heaven realm. However, the cave heaven realm requires a treasure to serve as the core of the mental world. By refining this treasure with mental power and integrating it into the mental world, one can establish a stable and independent realm. Subsequently, the development of the mental world would depend upon this treasure. Thus, the selection of the core for the mental world is of utmost importance and must not be taken lightly. Furthermore, the more powerful the treasure, the higher the requirements for mental strength during the refinement and integration process. At present, Qi Changfeng had no solid plans, so he would not hastily choose to break through to the cave heaven realm. With his mental strength encountering a bottleneck and having fully cultivated the great sun-shattering fist, Qi Changfeng prepared to condense his golden core and integrate the true sunfire seed. The golden core realm is a pivotal stage on the path of celestial cultivation. With the golden core consumed, one commands their fate rather than leaving it to the heavens. Upon stepping into the golden core realm, many profound techniques of the celestial path begin to reveal themselves. The golden core also varies in grade, categorized by the number of golden core apertures during its condensation point. 1 to 3 apertures are considered low grade. 4 to 6 are mid-grade, and 7 to 9 are high-grade. A 9-aperture golden core is the pinnacle among golden cores. The greater the number of apertures, the greater the potential, and the further one can advance in the future. It is said that golden cores with fewer than 7 apertures are nearly hopeless for breaking through to the integration stage. Cultivating the great sun-burning heaven true scripture, breaking through to the golden core stage, one must possess a 9-aperture golden core. This is the extraordinary nature of the top-tier techniques from super sections. Without a 9-grade golden core, how could one aspire to ascend?